Ah, it hurts so much. It hurts. A young man jolted awake from an iron bed, yet the piercing pain had already faded away. Gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, he found himself engulfed in an impenetrable darkness. Is this hell? Am I still dead? Suddenly, an enraged voice erupted nearby. Wang Yu, what the hell are you doing? Making noise in the middle of the night. You woke me up just as I was falling asleep. Wang Yu was taken aback by the outburst. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he finally recognized his surroundings. This was his university dormitory. In a panic, he grabbed his phone, which glaringly displayed the date, September 5th, 2040. He had been reborn. It was the day before the outbreak of the zombie virus. In disbelief, Wang Yu slapped himself across the face. Yes, it hurt. This was no dream. Soon, exhilaration and excitement flooded through him as he trembled and climbed out of bed, speaking in a hushed tone. I need to step outside for a moment. The other person did not respond. As Wang Yu walked through the desolate university town, it was just past 3 in the morning, and the dimly lit streets were devoid of life. He settled onto a stone bench, gazing at the familiar yet unfamiliar campus, his heart heavy with nostalgia. On September 6th of his previous life, an unknown virus swept across the globe, transforming 90% of humanity into zombies, while fortunate few awakened supernatural abilities. Most creatures on Blue Star underwent mutations. In an instant, zombies and mutated beasts ran rampant, and as the apocalypse progressed, some advanced zombies and beasts even developed intelligence akin to humans. On the human front, with dwindling resources and the government's inability to maintain order, societal norms gradually disintegrated. Moral and legal constraints vanished, leading to a brutal survival of the fittest. Those with stronger abilities or might prevailed. In his past life, Wang Yu awakened a supernatural ability, but it was the universally deemed most useless power. Spatial ability, relegating him to the role of a mere moving backpack within his team. While rarity often equates to value, spatial ability was an exception. It was both scarce and ineffective, with hardly a single spatial ability user in his previous life managing to reach above B rank. Consequently, spatial ability users were often viewed as burdens, not only receiving fewer crystal cores, but also facing disdain from others. Ultimately, due to the small scale of Wang Yu's camp, it was dismantled by several C-rank mutated beasts, leaving him as a mere feast for the creatures. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu shook his head in resignation. Wait, isn't rebirth usually accompanied by a system? Could it be that Wang Yu glanced around, ensuring no one was nearby. Tentatively, he called out system. After a few seconds, ding, a cold electronic voice echoed in Wang Yu's mind. Congratulations, host, for activating the Apocalypse Shop system. Please choose whether to bind. As expected. However, is it voice activated? What if I don't speak those 2 words for a lifetime? Will I be passed over for the next candidate? Without overthinking, Wang Yu decisively declared bind. Whatever the system was, he figured it was best to bind first. After all, how many systems and novels betray their hosts? Once he spoke, a sudden realization hit him. Wait, an Apocalypse Shop? What on earth? Binding successful. Upon this declaration, a virtual panel materialized before Wang Yu. Shop owner, Wang Yu stamina, 30 strength, 30. Speed, 30 ability. Spatial ability level, mid-D rank, 600 out of 800. Seeing this, Wang Yu was momentarily stunned. This was the same ability level he had in his previous life. Abilities, zombies, and mutated beasts all had their classifications, divided into 7 ranks. S, A, B, C, D, E, and F, each with high, mid, and low tiers. The higher the rank, the more potent the ability and the stronger the individual. The sole method to elevate one's rank was to absorb a crystal-like substance known as a crystal core. Every creature mutated by the virus produced a crystal core, the very source of all power and the essence of mutated beings. In his previous life, it took Wang Yu the better part of his existence to reach mid-D rank. This was primarily due to the spatial ability being rather lackluster with no offensive capabilities, compounded by the arduous nature of rank advancement. To elevate a stage, one needed to absorb 4 or 5 crystal cores of the same rank or a significant number of lower-tier cores. Moreover, the higher the rank, the less effective lower-tier cores became. Thus, Most ability users chose to form groups to level up. Wang Yu sensed the 100M space within him, astonished that his spatial ability had indeed accompanied his rebirth. Yet, he did not feel overjoyed. This ability, limited to defense, did not ignite his interest. Moreover, with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, there was no time to hoard supplies. At that moment, a soft and endearing voice chimed in. "Hello, host. I am your exclusive system. You may call me Golden Bar." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but scoff. Even systems had become cutesy, and the name was rather commercial. Truly befitting a shop system, even the name exuded a sense of mercantilism. Golden Bar replied with a hint of melancholy. "I can sense the host's disdain." Wang Yu cleared his throat awkwardly and swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Golden Bar, where's my shop? Do I have to build it myself?" "Golden Bar, the construction of the shop is handled by the system. Please choose the shop's location." With that, a vast map of Nanjing City appeared before him. The marked locations on the map are available for selection. Wang Yu nodded, beginning to search the map with his finger. Logically, shops are typically situated in densely populated areas. But the apocalypse was different. The greater the population, the more zombies there were, who would risk their life just to purchase a few items. However, the city of Nanjing, one of the largest cities in Xiagua, housed 20 to 30 million people. After much searching, Wang Yu could not find a location that appealed to him. Eventually, he settled on a lakeside park far from the university town. Confirmed. Moments later, Golden Bar, the shop has been constructed. Please activate it. Wang Yu contemplated for a moment. With nothing else to do, he figured that since he had a shop system, he need not worry about supplies. Thus, he made his way outside the campus. As he walked, he reviewed the panel. Noticing the balance of crystal coins displayed, he inquired, "I understand that crystal cores are the primary currency of the apocalypse, but what are crystal coins?" Golden Bar. Crystal coins are the decomposed currency of crystal cores, akin to the relationship between a $50 bill and $51 bills, established for the convenience of customer transactions. Simultaneously, crystal cores serve as the universal currency within the system shop, usable for purchasing supplies, enhancing the host's ability level or upgrading the shop. With this explanation, Wang Yu had an epiphany. So how much is one crystal core worth in crystal coins? What can it purchase? Golden Bar provided an exchange table. F-rank crystal core, 50 crystal coins. E-rank crystal core, 100 crystal coins. D-rank crystal core, 200 crystal coins. C-rank crystal core, 400 crystal coins. B-rank crystal core, 800 crystal coins. A-rank crystal core, 1600 crystal coins. S-rank crystal core, 3200 crystal coins. Golden Bar. As for the prices within the shop, that will be determined by the host. While they spoke, Wang Yu had already reached the campus gate. Seizing an opportunity when the security guard was distracted, he swiftly slipped out of Nanjing University. Walking the streets, the wide roads occasionally saw vehicles passing by, and the nearby nightclubs were still ablaze with lights, with drunken youths gathered in groups, despite it being 4 in the morning. The prosperity of Nanjing City was evident. Wang Yu shook his head. However, after the apocalypse, this vibrant world would turn to dust. Oh, whoa. A chilling scream pierced through Wang Yu's thoughts. He turned to see a group of flamboyantly dressed young people gathered on the other side of the road, engaged in raucous revelry. In the center lies a frail black dog, ensnared by its limbs. Despite its desperate struggles to break free, it stands no chance against several adults. One might easily overlook this scene without a keen gaze. Chapter 2. Entering the store, a young man with bleached hair and a flushed complexion, holding a can of beer, shouted exuberantly, "Brother Dog is in for a treat. Let us buy you a drink. Wei Zi, hurry up. I can hardly contain myself. Let us see how many cans Black Dog can down compared to us." Ha! The young man, in a playful tone, popped open the can and urged, "Quick, hold his head down." At that moment, a large hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. The young man turned to find a clean-faced individual in sportswear standing behind him. With an impassive expression, Wang Yu remarked, "If you've had your fill, why engage in such disgraceful antics?" Annoyed, the young man retorted, "What is it to you? I suggest you mind your own business." He attempted to swat away the hand on his shoulder, but Wang Yu's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Observing this, the other 3 companions hesitated, encircling them, while Black Dog seized the opportunity to dart swiftly into the night. Come, let us see what is happening here." Who do you think you are? Let go of me. Wang Yu, noticing Black Dog's departure, released his hold on the young man and coolly stated, "It's nothing. I'll be on my way." However, after taking a few steps, they obstructed his path. Trying to leave after putting on a show, don't you think that's a bit presumptuous? The young man wore a mocking expression, adding, "Look at what you've done. You've scared off Black Dog, ruining our fun." "Indeed, we've lost our enthusiasm," chimed in another. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, "And so? So, you ought to finish the few cans of beer we intended for the dog. We mustn't let it go to waste," the young man said, indicating the cans on the ground, his expression mischievous. Was he not blatantly treating Wang Yu like a fool? Laughter erupted among the group. In response, Wang Yu simply uttered a dismissive roll. The laughter faded, and their expressions turned grim. "You really think you're in a position to refuse? Today, whether you want to or not, you will drink." One youth, marked by a face full of acne, couldn't tolerate Wang Yu's demeanor, rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach the arrogant young man a lesson. But upon meeting Wang Yu's cold gaze, which bore the intensity of death itself, he faltered. The palpable threat of violence left him feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss, his movements freezing in place. At that moment, an audacious companion added fuel to the fire. "What is wrong, Xiaoyang? Are you afraid of a pretty boy? You're regressing. You used to be the one who knocked out the children from South Mountain Kindergarten and kicked the elderly in North City's care home." Faced with such derision, the young man steeled himself and lunged at Wang Yu, teeth gritted, intent on subduing him. Wang Yu, however, revealed a hint of disdain and swiftly delivered a precise kick to the young man's abdomen, sending him flying a meter away. With a cry of pain, the aggressor crumpled to the ground in agony. Let it not be forgotten, he was a D-class ability user, his speed and strength far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Seeing this, the others hesitated momentarily before charging in unison. "Let us all go at him. Attack." 1 minute later, they all lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Fortunately, Wang Yu exercised restraint, avoiding any fatalities. The outcome was merely a fainting spell. Rubbing his sore arms, he gazed at the crowd and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly a blessing. One can simply fall asleep." He then turned and departed. Having navigated the apocalypse for several decades, Wang Yu, despite his lack of extraordinary powers, had honed his skills in hand-to-hand combat. Dealing with a few sheltered youths was, of course, a trivial matter. In the shadows of the night, a dark figure quietly trailed behind Wang Yu. The park in the early hours was eerily quiet, and under the dim glow of the streetlights, he immediately spotted the singularly conspicuous structure within the park. The shop, nestled against a bamboo grove, was quite expansive, boasting 2 stories and resembling an ordinary convenience store. Its walls were adorned in shades of white and blue, topped with a luminous sign that read "End Time Store" in rounded script. At the entrance, a small courtyard enclosed by a wooden fence was laid with a carpet of grass, featuring an elegant wooden table for chairs and a sunshade umbrella. Wang Yu was taken aback. He had expected a structure made of some special metal. While a brick building posed no issues in the pre-apocalyptic world, it seemed utterly inadequate against the rampant monsters of the new era. "What is this about gold bars?" he pondered. Opening a store in the apocalypse was inherently impractical, and constructing such a fragile establishment would likely result in the shop being dismantled by zombies on the very first day. At that moment, a voice leisurely interjected, "Host, I understand your urgency, but please remain calm. Firstly, this store is protected by the system and can withstand any attack without harm. Secondly, the store manager is invincible within the confines of the shop." Wang Yu's mouth fell agape in disbelief at such an extraordinary revelation. He cautiously pushed open the low wooden gate of the courtyard. Upon stepping into the small yard of the store, his pupils dilated. As if he had entered his own domain, he could distinctly sense every gentle breeze that caressed the lawn and every corner of the space. Ding! Host successfully activated the End Time Store, commencing main quest, become an S-class store manager. Side quest, to be determined, to be unlocked after the apocalypse. Wang Yu gently pushed open the glass door and entered the shop, instantly illuminating every light within. His eyes widened in astonishment. The interior was immaculate, with marble tiles adorning the floor and a dazzling array of products neatly displayed on the shelves. An assortment of supplies was readily available, yet the items bore no labels. Only the phrase produced by inscribed in large letters. Wang Yu twitched his lips, realizing that all these were unbranded products. He then surveyed his surroundings. Snack area, beverage section, relaxation zone, fruit corner, book nook, weaponry section, and, notably, the prepared food area. With a sense of urgency, he hastened towards the food section, drawn by the enticing aroma even before laying eyes on the offerings. Neatly stacked on the shelves were boxes of meals, accompanied by buns and steamed bread. Unable to resist, he picked up a box of chicken rice and was startled to discover it was still warm. At that moment, the voice of the golden bar chimed in, explaining, "In the store, all unopened items experience a time freeze, much like the belongings within your space." Wang Yu nodded in appreciation. This was indeed impressive. He then opened the meal box, grasped the wooden chopsticks provided, and began to indulge in a hearty feast. "Gold bar, I am moved to tears. It is truly delectable. I have not tasted such decent food in over a decade. In comparison, what difference is there between my experience and that of consuming excrement for years during the apocalypse?" It wasn't until the rice box contained a single grain, devoid of even a hint of oil, that Wang Yu ceased eating. Satisfied, he let out a hearty belch and discarded the disposable utensils into a nearby trash bin. Mere seconds later, astonishingly, the refuse began to decompose automatically. However, the chicken leg rice he had taken from the shelf was not replenished. Puzzled, Wang Yu inquired, "Is the supply of resources limited?" Gold Bar replied, "The replenishment channel for the host is the system store, which requires points for purchases. The items currently in the store are a benefit activated by the system." Wang Yu nodded and opened the system panel, accessing the system store. Gold Bar continued to elucidate, "The items within will be restocked according to the host's desires." A brief glance revealed that the selection in the system store was astonishingly vast and the prices remarkably low. Just a moment ago, that box of chicken leg rice cost a mere 4 crystal coins. Fortunately, the system had generously bestowed 500 crystal coins at the outset. Instead of adding new items, Wang Yu opted for a one-click restock, which automatically deducted 4 crystal coins from his balance. He then perused other offerings in the system store. To his amazement, there was even a weapons category. Indeed, he recalled seeing a weapons section in the store earlier. Chapter 3. The arrival of the apocalypse. Wang Yu approached to find an array of daggers displayed on the counter, including ancient Tang swords. There were several 92-style pistols, 95-style assault rifles, neatly stacked ammunition boxes, magazines, silencers, night vision goggles, grenades, and more. His experience in the apocalypse informed him that these were no mere toys or replicas. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning. Otherwise, anyone peering through the glass would have seen these items immediately. Out of caution, Wang Yu draped a cloth over them. After all, it was not yet the apocalypse, and being seen could lead to complications. He glanced at the weapon categories in the system store, noting that nearly everything one could desire was available, and the prices were surprisingly low, with the most expensive items not exceeding 50 crystal coins. After all, firearms were somewhat useful during the early stages of the apocalypse, but as the situation escalated, those strange beasts, zombies, and superhumans would render firearms only slightly more effective than sticks for kindling. Once he had thoroughly explored the first floor, Wang Yu approached the stairwell and inquired, "System, is the second floor also a store?" Gold Bar responded, "No, the second floor is the living quarters of the store manager." Wang Yu nodded and ascended to the second floor. The entire room was designed in a minimalist and clean style, with ample space and all necessary amenities, including a bathroom, kitchen, and bedroom, complete with furniture, appliances, and bedding. Gazing out at the dimly lit sky, he pondered for a moment before deciding to move in immediately. He had no intention of returning to the school dormitory. After all, apart from his phone, he possessed no valuable items. Anything else could be purchased from the system store. As for his roommates, without exception, they had all received boxed meals in the previous life. After all, he was not their guardian and had no obligation to concern himself with their fates. Moreover, having grown up in an orphanage, he felt unencumbered in this world. One person being full meant the family was not hungry. So be it. He closed the store door and decided to catch up on some much-needed rest. Upon returning to the first floor, Wang Yu gazed through the glass to see a black dog with a partially severed tail lingering at the entrance of the small courtyard. Filled with curiosity, he stepped out of the shop, pondering if the dog had come to express gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, the dog, clutching something in its mouth, sprinted towards Wang Yu and placed the item before him. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover it was a dead mouse. "Just as I open my shop, you bring me a dead mouse? What does this mean, to spoil my occasion?" He contemplated reprimanding the creature, But as he observed the emaciated black dog wagging its half-tail fervently, he hesitated. The dog's thoughts seemed rather simplistic. It likely perceived the mouse as a valuable offering. "All right, I suppose you are a good dog," he conceded. With that thought, Wang Yu returned to the store and fetched a few sausages for the dog. "Consider yourself fortunate to encounter my grand opening. Here are some sausages for you, but do dispose of the mouse afterward." After feeding the dog, he yawned, closed the door, and ascended the stairs to rest. The black dog, as if comprehending Wang Yu's words, glanced back at the shop, picked up the dead mouse, and turned to leave. In a dormitory building at South Jiang University, a man suddenly opened his eyes wide, and upon confirming the time and his surroundings, he erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha, I, Yi Tian, have been reborn. Just wait, I shall ensure you all pay the price." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "What? The apocalypse devouring system? Excellent, simply splendid. I am truly the chosen one." Though only a single day remained, it was ample time for preparation. "Yi Tian, you've succumbed to your delusions," he muttered. Meanwhile, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes, stretching languidly on the soft bed. Ah, what a delightful sleep. It has been ages since I enjoyed such a peaceful slumber. In the apocalypse, even the slightest noise would rouse him. Survival required constant vigilance. Yet, he had to admit, the soundproofing of this house was remarkable. Not a single sound permeated the bustling city outside. Just then, a voice chimed in. "Host, you have finally awakened. The apocalypse has commenced. Side quest, complete the first transaction. Reward, housekeeping robot." Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his phone to see it was 1:15 a.m. on September 6th. He had inadvertently slept through until the early hours of the next day. Hastily, he drew back the curtains on the second floor, revealing a scene of chaos outside the park. The streets were strewn with abandoned vehicles, and police cars flashed red and blue lights. People were fleeing in terror, bloodied and desperate. Those caught by the hordes of zombies would swiftly be reduced to mere skeletons. Above, a helicopter illuminated the night sky, with one person wielding a camera and another a microphone, seemingly reporting on the sudden calamity. In an instant, however, the helicopter was struck down by a swift dark shadow, crashing into the park and erupting into flames. It must have been attacked by a bizarre creature. Having already endured an apocalypse once, Wang Yu remained unfazed. He rose leisurely, took a warm shower, and then descended to open the shop door. At that moment, the distant wail of sirens and the cries of the zombies finally reached him, as some of the creatures drawn by the explosion of the helicopter gathered at the entrance. However, they seemed utterly oblivious to Wang Yu standing in the small courtyard. Observing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It appeared that the system had not deceived him. The apocalypse had just begun, and supplies were still relatively abundant, so naturally, no one would be foolish enough to step outside. With nothing to occupy his time, Wang Yu settled himself at the cash register of the store, casually picking up a pack of cigarettes from behind and lighting one. Gold bars. I recall that in the apocalypse, there was no concept of crystal coins. How would customers then make their payments? The gold bar explained. The store employs a card payment system, where each customer receives a payment card upon arrival. As long as the customer places the crystal core they possess into the exchange machine before you, the card slot will dispense a payment card reflecting the corresponding amount. The crystal cores exchanged by the customers will automatically convert into crystal coins and be deposited into the host system wallet. As Wang Yu fiddled with the exchange machine, a cunning smile crept across his face. Very well, if a customer meets an unfortunate end along the way, the crystal cores deposited onto the payment card will still belong to us, even if they haven't purchased any goods. The gold bar is quite astute. It is indeed worthy of the store system, he thought. The gold bar replied, "This is merely to facilitate customer purchases. I hadn't considered this aspect." At that moment, Wang Yu's phone vibrated unexpectedly. He picked it up to find a message from the group chat. Lenny wrote, "Everyone, many people are going mad, acting like zombies. I hope no one has perished." Su Yao added, "Wah, has the zombie virus outbreak begun? It's so frightening, we dare not venture outside." Bai Che remarked, "I was woken up and am not in a good mood." Lenny advised, "Everyone should stay in their dorms and refrain from going out, awaiting official rescue." Zhang Yingjing exclaimed, "Damn it, someone come save me. A dorm mate has turned into a zombie, my roommates are all gone, and I'm hiding in the bathroom." Bai Che responded, "Good luck, it feels quite precarious right now." Lenny added, "Same here, I have a slight fever, but fortunately, my roommate went out for fun and is currently asleep." Zhang Yingjing replied with a smile, while Su Yao joked, Ha ha ha. Why not negotiate with the zombies and ask them to spare you? Seeing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. However, their weakness and fever were likely not mere excuses, but rather indicative of the frail state accompanying the awakening of their abilities. This period is said to be the most vulnerable time for individuals. It is rumored that the stronger the ability, the longer the duration of weakness. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite his spatial abilities being rather feeble, he had endured an entire day of high fever, while an ordinary person would typically recover completely within a few hours. Chapter 4. Information release in a convenience store at the entrance of Nanjing University. Yi Tian, clad in a store uniform, lay unconscious on the floor. The store was enveloped in darkness, with glass doors and windows entirely obscured by towering shelves, rendering him unnoticed by the wandering zombies outside. Just before the impending apocalypse, Yi Tian had deliberately sought employment at the convenience store off campus and had meticulously sealed the transparent glass. Hours later, he slowly opened his eyes, sensing the abilities within him. Like in his previous life, he possessed fire-based abilities, which were of moderate strength among the myriad of powers. However, that was of little consequence. System. How many abilities can I now absorb? He inquired. The system responded, 2. Yi Tian nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Since his own abilities proved inadequate, he resolved to seize those of others. Peering through a narrow gap, he surveyed the few wandering zombies outside. Their numbers were scant. It seemed prudent that he had not awakened his powers within the university town. He retrieved the fire axe he had long prepared, tested its weight in his hands, and then slowly made his way toward the back door. First, he would elevate his own ability level. Inside the store, Wang Yu was idly immersed in a video game. Even as the apocalypse loomed, many chose to indulge in fleeting pleasures. Just then, a faint sound caught Wang Yu's attention. He turned curiously toward the glass, only to spot a dark mass piled at the gate of the small courtyard. It was cow dung. He squinted, but the dim light of the early morning park rendered it indistinct. As he approached, he discovered it was the black dog he had seen the previous day, now curled up and gasping for breath, its tail missing. Wang Yu instantly recognized this as a period of weakness before its transformation. Observing the distant zombies, he felt compelled to bring the black dog into the store. He held no animosity toward dogs. In this desolate world, they often exhibited a loyalty surpassing that of humans. As dawn broke, no customers had graced the store. After all, the apocalypse was still in its infancy, and even if there were patrons, they could not afford crystal nuclei. Furthermore, people remained unaware of what crystal nuclei even were, based on memories from a previous life. He knew that information regarding them would not be officially disseminated until 2 weeks into the apocalypse. This was precisely why humanity had found itself at a disadvantage in the survival war against the mutated beasts and zombies, which operated devoid of ethics or morality. Driven solely by a primal hunger for crystal nuclei and flesh, they had seized the opportunity well before the remnants of civilization could react. Wang Yu shook his head. Did he really have to wait so long? At that moment, the voice of Jin Tiao suggested that he should disseminate information about crystal nuclei in advance. Startled, Wang Yu turned to his phone, his eyes lighting up with realization. Indeed, as long as the internet remained connected, he could spread information online. This would undoubtedly make him a target, but it was of little consequence. As long as he stayed within the confines of the store, he would be safe. Meanwhile, the chat group was abuzz with excitement, yet only a handful were actively messaging. Zhang Yingjing exclaimed, "Holy cow! I have superpowers now. I just woke up and discovered my strength is terrifying. I smashed the bathroom doorknob with a single tug." Zhang Yingjing continued, "But the noise attracted the zombies, and they are now banging against my door." Smiling emoji Lin Yi chimed in, "Me too. I just sneezed and flames shot out. It scared me half to death." Su Yao lamented, "My roommate, Xiao Xue, has superpowers now. Why am I left out?" Bai Che added, "My roommate's mutation was delayed, and I had to hide in the bathroom." Smiling emoji, Lin Yi responded, "Fortunately, my roommate went to a nightclub last night." Zhao Li remarked, "With the apocalypse upon us, isn't it normal to have some superpowers?" Yao Yao, "You have no powers, but I'll protect you." Su Yao retorted, "No, I have Xiao Xue with me." Wang Yu composed and dispatched the carefully crafted message to all the chat groups at the university, subsequently sharing it across various social media platforms. Moments later, as anticipated, a deluge of inquiries flooded in, each seeking to uncover his identity and the source of his knowledge. Wang Yu, however, chose to refrain from elaborating further. simply opting to silence the incessant questions. Suddenly, the once feeble black dog, unbeknownst to him, transformed into a lively creature, wagging its tail at Wang Yu's feet. As he glanced down, he observed that the dog's previously gaunt physique had now become robust, though its demeanor remained somewhat foolish. An automated message appeared. Analysis of the 5 black dog initiated. As the words faded, a virtual panel materialized, presenting the dog's analytical metrics. Species: 5 black dog level. F-class low-tier stamina, 100 strength, 70 speed, 200 defense, 60 though the beast possessed no extraordinary abilities. Its statistics vastly surpassed those of an average human, with the potential for beastification, enabling it to dramatically increase its size. Wang Yu's eyes widened at the dog's exceptional speed metric of 200, especially when compared to his own D-class ability, which merely reached 30, despite the dog being classified as F-class. Pondering this, Wang Yu gently stroked his chin, recalling that F-class beasts were typically not this formidable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he stared incredulously at the black dog, tilting its head. Could it be the Beast King? Once a creature reaches A-class, it is deemed a Beast King. In his previous life, a notorious one had once roamed Nanjiang City, a nightmare for all factions. It was said to be entirely black, with incredible speed, covering vast distances in an instant, often operating under the cover of night, resembling a ghostly apparition. Nicknamed Dark Arrow, its victims would scarcely perceive its presence before succumbing to its lethal bite. However, this creature eventually drew the attention of the Jiangnan Province's main base, which dispatched numerous A-class warriors at a great cost to eliminate it. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu excitedly retrieved several sausages from the shelf, squatting in front of the black dog with a grin reminiscent of a child snatcher. Upon seeing the sausages, the dog's eyes widened, and its tail wagged with fervor. Wang Yu waved the food enticingly, speaking to it as if it could understand. Join me, and you shall feast daily. Hesitation flickered in the dog's dark eyes. Yet ultimately, it succumbed to temptation, placing a paw on Wang Yu's arm and wagging its tail vigorously. Then I shall take that as your agreement. Wang Yu tore open the packaging, placing the sausages on the ground. Noticing the dog's tongue was black, he decided to name it Heizi, or Blackie. The dog, engrossed in its meal, suddenly halted, jumping up in protest at the name. Blackie, it barked with enthusiasm. At that moment, Yi Tian, panting heavily while wielding an axe, approached with a backpack brimming with collected crystal cores. He swung his axe, dispatching a zombie that lunged at him, but the commotion attracted a swarm of others. Cursing under his breath, he lamented, "Damn it, I was greedy. I should have returned sooner." As the horde of zombies obstructed his path home, he had no choice but to flee into the distance. While dispatching the undead that surged towards him, he maintained a calm demeanor, realizing that heading towards the house would lead to his entrapment. With a swift swing of his axe, he severed the head of an approaching zombie, and a brilliant idea struck him. The park. It was spacious, interconnected, and the number of zombies there was comparatively low. Yet, the massive swarm still relentlessly pursued him. Among them, however, was a lone zombie moving in the opposite direction, unlike the others frantically chasing him. It wore awkward golden-rimmed glasses, and its bloodshot gaze flickered with a glimmer of sanity amidst its madness. This peculiar creature scavenged for the crystal cores of the zombies he dispatched, consuming their energy greedily. Chapter 5. The first customer. The relentless pursuit of dozens of zombies continued, their chilling shrieks echoing in the air, while fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Human endurance is finite. Yet the zombies showed no signs of weariness. Suddenly, an elegantly styled shop appeared ahead, its lights still aglow. Did parks in the past ever have shops? But with the sounds of the approaching zombies drawing near, he had no time for contemplation and sprinted towards the striking establishment. With every ounce of strength, he burst through the shop's entrance. Ding! Welcome! The door's sensor emitted a cheerful chime. Wang Yu, who had been amusing himself with the dog, abruptly looked up, surprised by the swift arrival of a customer. Heizi observed the frantic entrance of Yi Tian with a wary gaze. Upon entering, Yi Tian quickly shut the glass door and attempted to push a shelf against it for added protection, but regardless of how hard he exerted himself, the seemingly lightweight shelf would not budge an inch. What is it that you desire, esteemed customer? Wang Yu inquired as Yi Tian hastily pointed outside, indicating the zombies. However, when he glanced outside, the words caught in his throat. The previously frenzied horde had quieted, aimlessly wandering about, completely oblivious to his presence right before them. Observing Yi Tian's astonishment, Wang Yu calmly remarked, "This establishment ensures the safety and rights of its consumers, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes." Yi Tian quickly regained his composure and scrutinized the man before him with heightened vigilance. His instincts told him this individual was anything but ordinary. Never before had he encountered someone so brazenly operating a shop for profit amidst the apocalypse. Although the end of the world had only just begun, shouldn't a rational person be preoccupied with survival in the face of a zombie virus outbreak? Such a person was either a fool or remarkably formidable. Clearly, he was the latter. "System, analyze him for me." A few seconds passed. Analysis failed. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, realizing that even the system was powerless. He fixed his gaze on the man before him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while the man remained unfazed, quietly observing him. Under immense pressure, Yi Tian recalled a poignant saying, "When you stare into the abyss stares back at you." In truth, Wang Yu's attention was fixated on the backpack slung over Yi Tian's shoulder. He could sense that it was brimming with crystal cores. "What are you standing there for? Hurry and buy something. Watch how I can make you spend. Don't you want to purchase anything handsome? Our store offers exceptional quality at reasonable prices, and we guarantee honesty. If our products are not genuine, we'll compensate tenfold." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, saying to himself, "Let me take a look." Remaining idle was not an option. He thought it prudent to buy something and make his exit. After all, he had just been reborn and could not afford to perish in the novice village. After wandering aimlessly for a couple of rounds, Yi Tian's eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. The weapons section, this is real. Upon picking up a handgun, he could not help but exclaim in surprise, then discreetly glanced at Wang Yu, feeling increasingly that he was no ordinary individual. However, gunfire would attract attention. Oh, and it has a silencer. Zombies, by their nature, cannot be completely eliminated without damaging their brains. Thus, taking down a single zombie requires considerable effort, compounded by the fact that his stamina had yet to acclimate to the rigors of the apocalypse. Prolonged hunting would necessitate the arduous task of extracting crystal cores, which could easily lead to exhaustion. But with a gun, these challenges would be effortlessly resolved. He possessed absolute confidence in his shooting skills, and a clean kill would be as easy as a flick of the wrist. Today, it seemed, fortune had favored him amidst this misfortune. While Yi Tian was delightfully selecting firearms, the analysis of his capabilities had already been completed by the golden bar. Report. Host, a system bearer has been detected. Name, Yi Tian. Ability, fire element. Level, high F class. Stamina, 10. Speed, 10. Defense, 10. System, devouring system, capable of absorbing the abilities of other ability users. What? He has a system too, one that is extraordinarily powerful. How can there be such a disparity among individuals? Furthermore, this was merely the first day of the apocalypse, and Yi Tian had already reached high F class, while he himself had only just received information about his own abilities. Undoubtedly, he was also a reborn individual with formidable combat prowess. Did he not also realize that I possess a system? Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. The golden bar confidently stated, "No. Do not forget that the host can operate within your special domain. Outside the store, I cannot analyze your data. Furthermore, typical systems respond to hosts in a programmed manner. Unlike me, who possesses intelligence." Wang Yu nodded, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. But such an extraordinary mechanism would certainly pose a significant threat in the future. Shouldn't he be eliminated in his infancy? Heh. Besides, he could conveniently seize the crystal cores from his bag, a twofold gain. The golden bar had no retort. It seemed that this last point was indeed the host's true intention. First, the host cannot acquire any crystal cores other than those gained through transactions while within the store. If discovered, I will confiscate and dispose of them. Moreover, I do not recommend eliminating this ability user, as if the host wishes to continue engaging in human transactions. One should not hinder humanity's development. Upon hearing that he could not collect the crystal cores dropped by Yi Tian, Wang Yu lost interest and scoffed. "This boxed meal looks quite appetizing and is still warm." At this moment, Yi Tian was blissfully unaware that he had just escaped from the brink of death. Approaching the checkout counter with a multitude of items in hand, Wang Yu cast a glance, a faint smile gracing his lips. 3 boxes of beef rice, a Type 95 rifle, a Type 92 pistol, 5 boxes of 58mm ammunition, 2 silencers, and a dagger. The new shop had officially opened its doors. "How shall we settle this? Money?" Wang Yu gestured towards the luminous currency exchange chart beside the cash register, explaining, one must recharge their cards with crystal cores, which will automatically convert into crystal currency for payment. Once the crystal cores are recharged, they are non-refundable. Yi Tian studied the exchange chart, pondering briefly before generously extracting a considerable number of crystal cores from his backpack. This establishment sold weapons, and he knew he would frequently return for supplies. However, the absence of price tags left him uncertain about the costs. After a series of deft operations, Wang Yu deposited the crystal cores into the exchange machine, which subsequently dispensed a golden card. He then swiped the card at the payment terminal. The payment card was recharged with 700 crystal currency, and his expenditure amounted to 505 crystal currency, leaving a balance of 195 crystal currency. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian felt no remorse. After all, acquiring such a plethora of supplies was, in his view, quite economical. What should I call you? He inquired. Just call me the shopkeeper, Wang Yu replied. A chime resonated. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. The sensor at the entrance chimed again. Golden bars, 700 crystal currency successfully recharged. Wang Yu gazed at his balance of 1197 crystal currency, elated, especially after noting Yi Tian's expression, which indicated that his pricing was indeed reasonable. The total cost of these items from the system shop amounted to merely 85 crystal currency, leaving him with a surplus of 1112 crystal currency. Golden bars. Side quest completed. Reward, a housekeeping robot. It has been automatically placed in the system backpack. Please check. The housekeeping robot was promptly deployed by Wang Yu. Suddenly, an anime character materialized. With long pink hair, green eyes, and adorned in eccentric attire, bearing no semblance to a robot at all. Wang Yu's pupils constricted. Isn't this Freya, the protagonist from some motivational anime? He coughed lightly. I, Wang Yu, am a serious individual. I wonder if it's functional, or if it might short-circuit. What's going on here? He asked. The golden bars chuckled. This was designed according to the host's preferences. Ha ha, you rascal. As Yi Tian exited the shop, he noticed that the once massive horde of zombies had dwindled to mere remnants. He approached a wooden table in the yard, loaded the magazine of his rifle, and affixed the silencer. At that moment, the sunbathing black dog on the wooden chair merely lifted its eyelids, indifferent. However, catching a glimpse of the black dog's severed tail, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically. Having once worked for the authorities, he was all too familiar with the creature that instilled terror in all ability users, the Shadow Arrow. Entirely black, it prowled the night with swift agility, resembling an arrow released from a bow, thus earning its name. Yi Tian distinctly recalled a detail from the official intelligence regarding its characteristics, a black dog with a severed tail. It was the Beast King of Nanjing City, the only creature of its kind to reach the high A-level classification. At that time, multiple A-level ability users were dispatched from the Jiangnan Central Base, dedicating over a month to encircle and hunt it down. Subsequently, the official announcement claimed a successful elimination. However, many harbored skepticism, as the speed of the Dark Arrow was astonishingly swift, making it difficult to believe it had been vanquished. The system analyzed the data. System analysis successful. Upon reviewing the data on the Dark Arrow, Yi Tian found the base statistics alarmingly high. It was undoubtedly the Dark Arrow. Yet, what was most incredulous was that the Dark Arrow was, in fact, the shopkeeper's dog. Yi Tian cast a complex glance at Wang Yu before turning to leave. Both the individual and the shop were exceedingly peculiar, and there was no clear explanation. Fortunately, he only sought wealth and not lives. Such a formidable entity was not to be trifled with, even with one's advantages. In the days that followed, apart from Yi Tian occasionally purchasing ammunition and boxed meals, no other patrons visited the shop. Wang Yu reopened his social media, only to discover that his account had been regrettably suspended by the authorities for disseminating inappropriate remarks. Whether on Douyin, Weibo, or even WeChat, it was evident that the officials had either failed to grasp the reality of the situation or were attempting to prolong the period of societal disorder to conserve humanity's remaining vitality. However, after several days of brewing discontent and the far-reaching network, terms such as superhuman, crystal core, and apocalypse had become household phrases. Wang Yu had no choice but to create a new account, which was somewhat advantageous, as it spared him from excessive information overload. The first video that appeared on Douyin was an official public bulletin featuring a female host striving to maintain a calm demeanor as she urged residents to remain indoors and await official rescue. cautioning against crossing legal boundaries. Residents who have awakened their abilities, please call the hotline. What did this imply? Were the superhumans to be rescued while the fate of ordinary individuals was disregarded? Are they not going to save the common folk? He mused. I have been waiting at home for 3 days, nearly starving. When will you arrive? Oh dear, I just turned 18, and I wish to live. Where is a superhuman brother to save me? Family, who understands? I am already a high-tier F class. I have gone 2 days without food. And now everything I see resembles sustenance. Upstairs wants to learn from Uncle Ba. I can only say, elegance never goes out of style. Is there a team of superhumans? Please message me. Wang Yu chuckled silently as he continued scrolling through videos, though the tone was predominantly dismal. At that moment, the dark arrow approached, its paw steps eliciting a wave of distaste from Wang Yu. It appeared to be chewing on something, its paws smeared with dirt mixed with blood, leaving a trail of prints on the pristine floor. Alert! Dirt detected. The housekeeping robot, Freya, swiftly arrived with a mop. After cleaning the floor, she seized the dark arrow by the nape and headed towards the bathroom. Oh well. Despite the dark arrow's vigorous resistance, it was of no avail. A quarter of an hour later, the freshly washed and dried dark arrow leaped onto Wang Yu's lap, seeking assistance in grooming its fur. Observing that the dark arrow had attained a high-tier D-class status, Wang Yu couldn't help but express his admiration. Truly, you are remarkable, Dark Arrow. You must strive harder. Once we leave the shop, we will depend on your prowess. The omnipresent golden bar could not help but comment, I understand how dogs rely on their masters. But to witness a human leveraging a dog's power is a novel experience. The host truly aspires to transform a dog into a dragon. As Wang Yu groomed the black dog, he retorted, it's easy to speak without experiencing hardship. Do you think I desire this? While I am safe in the shop, I cannot remain here forever. The suggestion arose for the host to enhance his own abilities, as relying on a dog is far less advantageous than depending on oneself. Wang Yu shook his head in response. The issue lies in the fact that my spatial abilities lack any defensive capabilities. The golden bar replied, however, in my understanding, spatial abilities rank among the most elite powers in existence, with a high ceiling and a low floor. Wang Yu interjected with skepticism. Isn't spatial ability generally regarded as a subpar power? How can it be considered supreme in your perspective? The host, and indeed all ability users across the world, have only scratched the surface of spatial abilities, primarily developing the most rudimentary aspect of spatial storage, which is merely the tip of the iceberg. In truth, spatial abilities can yield unique skills, but the prerequisites are stringent. One must reach at least B rank to unlock them. Can spatial abilities truly develop skills? At best, they seem limited to defensive techniques, merely storing others' attacks within space. Skills are crafted by ability users based on their unique powers, with the strength of the ability often correlating with the variety of skills available. Due to the entrenched perception of spatial abilities as ineffective and their inherent weakness in early stages, few invest time to elevate them to B rank, let alone develop skills. Consequently, people are blinded by superficiality, unable to see the greater potential. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing the validity of this observation. So what skills can spatial abilities truly manifest? At that moment, a book detached itself from the shelf and floated before Wang Yu, boldly inscribed with a guide to learning spatial abilities. Given the array of textbooks on abilities lining the shelves, it was perplexing that the host had not thoroughly explored his own store. Wang Yu accepted the book with a sheepish grin. I had thought the collection was merely for passing time. As he flipped through the pages, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. The explanations of spatial abilities were comprehensive, meticulously detailed, and remarkably accessible. Truly impressive, as expected from you, guide. Skills included 1. Spatial reflection. Capture a flying object within space and release it towards a target, generating an equivalent impact. Minimum requirement. C rank low tier. 2. Spatial cutting. Focus on a specific part of an object, draw it into space, and sever its connection, inflicting damage. Minimum requirement. B rank low tier. 3. Spatial perception. With concentrated focus, sense objects within a certain radius, collect them into space, and retrieve them through barriers. Minimum requirement. A rank low tier. 4. Spatial teleportation. Wherever the eye can see and wherever perception reaches, thought becomes reality. Minimum requirement. S rank low tier. Chapter 7. New arrivals. Upon reading this, Wang Yu was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that spatial abilities could be associated with both offense and defense, striking down foes in a single blow. Such a formidable power had remained overlooked for so long. If anyone were to elevate their spatial abilities to S rank, they would undoubtedly become an unparalleled force. In the realm of the game, there exist beings endowed with immunity, explosive power, instantaneous movement, and the audacity of X-ray vision. He quietly approached the secluded section of the bookstore, gathering every volume pertaining to the enigmatic concept of space. Other attributes of abilities mattered little. However, the power of space, an unparalleled force, should remain obscure to as few as possible. Otherwise, the advantage of his own capabilities would be rendered meaningless. Wang Yu glanced at his information panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu Store Level, F Grade Low Tier, 01000. Ability, Spatial Attribute Ability Level, D Grade Mid Tier, 700 to 800, to elevate his ability to be great. He required 1,000 crystal coins to unlock spatial defense and counterattack. After accounting for restocking, his current balance of crystal coins stood at 1,100. Should he invest in upgrading his ability or his store? Taojik, what transpires upon upgrading the store? Gold Bar, unlocks new merchandise, and a higher level will expand the store's area. After contemplating for a few moments, he opted to upgrade the store. Ding! 1,000 crystal coins have been deducted. Upgrade successful. New merchandise unlocked. Skill scrolls. Please check the system store. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu accessed the system store, and indeed, a new category emerged, skill scrolls. Skill scrolls, capable of unleashing abilities of various attributes. Cost price, 10 crystal coins. Usage method, face the target and unroll the scroll. Range, 200 meters. Type, one-time use without hesitation. Wang Yu expended all his savings to purchase 10 scrolls of varying attributes for attack and defense, placing them in the display case beneath the counter. Such extraordinary items could prove vital in critical moments. As for the pricing, it was determined by the strength of the abilities. As evening descended, the city was engulfed in a somber darkness. No one would be foolish enough to illuminate their surroundings and attract the attention of the undead. Yet, the unabashed radiance emanating from the park drew the attention of nearby survivors. Initially, people deemed the individual responsible for the light a fool, certain he would not survive the first night. However, as the days passed, the light remained unwavering. This was, of course, a deliberate strategy by Wang Yu to attract attention, as the system incurred no charges for utility consumption. In a dining hall at Nanjiang University, the windows were sealed tightly with wooden boards. Nearly 100 individuals had gathered, each bearing the marks of despair, soiled faces, pallid complexions, and furrowed brows. The air was thick with a palpable sorrow. Most had lost contact with their families, an unspoken understanding of their grim fate hanging heavily in the atmosphere. Lin, is that Wang Yu from your class here? Lin Yi shook his head at the student council president before him. He must have left the school long ago. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, Liang Shu sighed softly. If only he were here. The first adept surely possesses formidable strength. With so many individuals to manage, there would be no disputes. They all presumed that the one who had disseminated such crucial information, Wang Yu, was undoubtedly unrivaled in power. At that moment, a scruffy individual burst into the hall, brazenly proclaiming, "Hey, Rui wants all the ability users to convene in the kitchen." Liang Shu and Lin Yi exchanged glances, resigned to comply. Yuan Rui, originally a student of physical education, unexpectedly awakened a formidable supernatural ability, thereby becoming their de facto leader. He often flaunted his strength, intimidating both men and women, casting aside anyone who dared to defy him to feed the zombies. Those subjected to his tyranny could only harbor resentment in silence, for in this harsh reality, might was the ultimate truth. In the expansive hall, nearly half the attendees gradually made their way to the kitchen. Within this vast space, a dozen robust individuals, all athletic in stature, gathered, including Yuan Rui himself. They were all ranked at least F-level high tier, with Yuan Rui boasting an E-level status. Reclining on the sofa, he held a delicately featured woman in his arms, her attire disheveled and her gaze vacant, the air thick with an unsettling atmosphere. It was Teacher Zhang. Upon witnessing this, Liang Shu and his companions clenched their fists, some voicing their discontent. Yuan Rui, what you're doing is illegal. Aren't you afraid of repercussions from the authorities? Yuan Rui responded with mockery, as if he had heard the greatest joke. The authorities? They have their own troubles to contend with. Do you think they have time for us? Ridiculous. Have I not read enough apocalyptic novels? He then stood up, jesting, "Ladies and gentlemen, We've exhausted our food supply, so we must venture out to forage once more. Liang Shu frowned at the remnants of food scattered across the table. Yuan Rui, the provisions we brought back last time were sufficient for a lengthy duration. Oh, my esteemed leader, are you implying that we overindulged? Yuan Rui smirked, casting a taunting glance at Liang Shu. Do you not understand that with greater power comes greater appetite? Our abilities demand sustenance, so what of it? Zhang Yingjing from the crowd interjected, yet every time we procure crystal cores, you take the lion's share. What are we to use to elevate our levels? In response, Yuan Rui shot a knowing glance at a few of his sycophants, who promptly moved to discipline this impudent newcomer. Do you have any objections? It seems last time, you were not sufficiently convinced. Zhang Yingjing, known for his fiery temper, rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate, but found no allies at his back. Noticing this, Lin Yi quickly intervened. Enough, enough. We will heed your words. Fortunately, Yuan Rui merely scoffed, dismissing the matter. Aside from a few densely populated zombie areas, the school's resources are nearly depleted. Thus, we must seek supplies outside. It's not far from the school gate. And we might also check if there's an official survivor camp in the park. With no dissenting voices, he commanded, prepare yourselves, we depart immediately. Wait, what about everyone else? If all the supernatural beings leave, what will happen to the rest when zombies come? Liang Shu interjected, his brow furrowed. Yuan Rui laughed derisively. That group of useless individuals only knows how to consume without contributing. Do you expect us to take care of them? Liang Shu's frown deepened, aware he had no rebuttal. In this apocalypse, those people were indeed a burden. At that moment, Zhao Li whispered urgently, Yuan Go, let us take Su Yao along. That girl could entertain us for half a year. Yuan Rui grinned lewdly and playfully slapped the woman's ample backside, exclaiming, indeed, and teacher Zhang as well. I'm far from tired of her. Minutes later, a group of 60 to 70 individuals quietly exited through the back door. Wang Yu sat at the cash register, sipping on a chilled cola while engrossed in a drama. In stark contrast to the people outside who were struggling to survive in the sweltering summer heat, he enjoyed a sense of leisure. Outside the store, the relentless growls of zombies echoed, marking a week since the onset of the apocalypse. Nanjing City, being situated in the south, typically saw its residents unaccustomed to stockpiling provisions. As food supplies dwindled and the emergence of supernatural abilities began to take shape, it was only natural for the populace to start taking action. Ding! Welcome! A figure appeared at the entrance, Yi Tian, laden with a hiking backpack and dragging his weary body inside. Upon feeling the cool air of the store, he instantly perked up. Store manager, I'd like a pack of cigarettes. The convenience store had a limited supply of cigarettes, and with no means to restock, they had long been exhausted. After several days of observation, Yi Tian discerned that Wang Yu bore no ill will, thus he relaxed his guard, albeit cautiously. Wang Yu tapped the card reader. 50 crystal coins. Wang Yu glanced at Yi Tian's information panel, noting he had already attained D rank. It appeared he had not been idle. Not bad. You're catching up to our hazy. Ding. Insufficient balance. The remaining 700 crystal coins from his last top-up were nearly depleted. Yi Tian opened his bloodstained backpack and retrieved 20 F-rank crystal cores. Wang Yu calmly accepted them, exuding an air of someone well-versed in such exchanges. Ding. Recharging card with 1,000 crystal coins. Gold bar ding. 1,000 crystal coins credited. The sound was pleasing to the ear. Chapter 8. Yi Tian's trap. He then purchased some prepared food and beverages, settling onto the sofa in the resting area. Although his own convenience store was well-stocked, he still preferred the ready-made meals available here. Despite having adapted to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, transitioning from frugality to indulgence is easy, but the reverse is far more challenging. Moreover, the store's environment was comfortable, quiet, and above all, safe, free from incessant worries. The group of 60 to 70 supernatural beings, formidable in any setting, made quick work of a few zombies before arriving at a convenience store. Liang Shu directed, everyone stay vigilant. I'll take a look. Upon hearing this, Yuan Rui, the leader, felt a twinge of displeasure. How dare this young man issue commands? The glass of the convenience store was meticulously covered and exceptionally clean, with faint outlines of merchandise visible on the shelves. My goodness, with this much stock, we could eat well for several days. Indeed, fortune smiled upon them this time. Hurry up, I'm starving. Liang Shu halted them abruptly. Wait a moment. Observe the surroundings carefully. The number of zombies here is significantly lower than on our way here. and it's clear someone resides within. So what? They can't possibly outnumber us, Yuan Rue interjected, cutting him off. The others echoed in agreement. Exactly. Why should we let an opportunity slip away? What is there to be afraid of? We could just take it. With so many of us, all being supernatural beings, we can dominate wherever we go. Rue Gu is right. The crowd swayed in favor of Yuan Rue. Upon witnessing the scene, Liang Shu could only step aside. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Surely, there must be others seeking supplies beyond their group. Thus, why was this conspicuous convenience store devoid of visitors? Yuan Rue nodded in satisfaction and approached the store, his large hand transforming unexpectedly into a hammer, forcefully striking the glass. As a defensive type ability user, he could solidify parts of his body into iron. As his powers advanced, he could easily encase his entire form in iron. Before long, a wide entrance was smashed open, revealing a plethora of goods within. Just as they stepped inside, an alarm blared unexpectedly, its shrill sound echoing throughout the desolate street. They stood there, bewildered. Had the convenience store's alarm system mutated as well? Seconds later, Liang Shu was the first to react, his face paling in realization. This is a trap. We must leave at once. The others looked at him in confusion. It was merely an alarm. After all, what was the fuss about? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly, followed by a cacophony of deafening roars. A horde of zombies was approaching. Yuan Rue and his companions rushed outside, only to find zombies streaming in from all directions. Like a relentless tide, some with an aura of formidable strength that sent shivers down their spines. Without hesitation, Liang Shu shouted, "Run back! Run back!" Many were paralyzed with fear at the sight of the massive horde, standing frozen in shock. They were soon engulfed by the swarm, devoured as if they were mere insects in a locust invasion, leaving nothing but remnants of bone in their wake. The anguished cries echoed into the apocalyptic shop, where Yi Tian wore a cold smile. This was his meticulously crafted annihilation trap. He had already scouted a new location, ensuring that even if this temporary base was destroyed, no favorable remnants would be left for the enemy. All vital supplies were on his person, and with the shop's resources, plus his own prowess, he had no reason to worry about lacking provisions. They ran frantically, yet the screams behind them persisted, attracting zombies from nearby residential areas and the university town. The entrance was blocked by the undead. What were they to do? It was over. They were doomed. There was still hope ahead. To the park. Liang Shu could only pray that official personnel were stationed there, offering a glimmer of survival. I can't run anymore. Help me. Get lost. Don't drag me down. I refuse to die. Damn it. If I die, you won't live either. Behind them, some began to reveal their true natures, shoving one another in a desperate bid for survival. There is a large store ahead. Upon hearing this, hope ignited in the eyes of many. At the entrance, a vigilant figure raised his head upon noticing the approaching horde and swiftly dashed out, for his task was to clear the surrounding zombies. All that could be seen was a shadow, followed by the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn apart. What is all that noise? At that moment, Wang Yu, who was preparing to eat, frowned slightly, contemplating stepping outside to investigate. Suddenly, figures burst into the shop. Ding! Welcome! Ding! Welcome! Quickly shut the door. Yuan Rue shouted loudly. Wait for us. Chen Shui, pulling the breathless Su Yao, was the last to dash into the shop. The crowd inside stood frozen, their gazes fixated on the ominous figures lingering outside. At that moment, the zombies seemed to have lost their target, falling into a bewildered silence. Yet none dared to step into the front yard. Only the shadow they had seen earlier continued to weave through the throngs of the undead, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. For a time, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Activate side quest. Complete 10 transactions. Reward, security robot. The announcement jolted Wang Yu back to reality, and he turned to face the 20 or so individuals before him. This was Yuan Rue's team, and he recalled that in his previous life, he had also been among them, albeit with little presence due to the weakness of his abilities. With a smile, he broke the silence, addressing the assembly. Esteemed gentlemen and ladies, what would you like to purchase? Our shop is well stocked with an array of goods. Upon hearing this, the group turned their attention to the young man before them. Wang Yu? Is that really you? Lin Yi exclaimed, his expression one of confusion. Wang Yu also spotted several familiar faces from his class, waving cheerfully in acknowledgement. To cut a long story short, a few days prior, A book titled University Student Employment Guidance had sparked a revelation within him. Coinciding with the onset of the apocalypse, he was inspired to embark on an entrepreneurial venture. The crowd fell into silence, taken aback by his nonchalant demeanor. Liang Shu, with a look of disbelief, pointed towards the wandering zombies outside and asked, "What on earth is happening?" "Our establishment is committed to safeguarding the rights of consumers," Wang Yu replied with a grin. Once safety was assured, the others began to survey the spacious interior of the shop, which comfortably accommodated them without feeling cramped. It was impeccably clean, accompanied by upbeat music, starkly contrasting with their disheveled appearances and the desolation of the world outside. "This is what life should be like," one mused. The shelves were adorned with an enticing array of goods, causing many to swallow hard in anticipation. "Wow, they even have ready-made meals. This box of rice smells heavenly. With so many supplies, we could feast for days." The air conditioning was a welcome relief, prompting someone to exclaim, "I suddenly don't want to leave. Let me just stay here forever." At that moment, Zhang Yingjing, clutching a box of rice, eagerly approached the checkout counter and inquired, "Wang Yu, how do I pay?" "Use crystal cores for payment," Wang Yu replied. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yingjing reluctantly produced the crystal cores he had just collected. Beep. The card is charged with 50 crystal coins. Wang Yu swiped a card through the machine and handed it to Zhang Yingjing, who heard the confirmation. Beep. 15 crystal coins. Payment successful. All set. Wang Yu nodded, gesturing for him to proceed. Chapter 9. The enigmatic Wang Yu. Zhang Yingjing eagerly tore open the chopsticks and opened the box of rice, indulging in the delicious meal. Instantly, the aroma wafted through the air, enticing the others to inhale deeply. As one person began, others soon followed suit, digging into their sparse savings, reasoning that one must eat well to gain the strength to level up. "How much is this in crystal coins? What about this? And this bun? Jinggu, can you lend me some? I promise to pay you back next time. Who has any extra crystal cores? Why aren't the prices displayed?" It was then that Wang Yu remembered, having been so engrossed in the game for so long that he had forgotten to price the items. "Nevertheless, it is for the best. Otherwise, how could we exploit you?" As they queued to pay, Yuan Rui's eyes flickered with a ruthless glint, and he quickly summoned his lackeys. "What's the matter, Rui Gu? I'm almost starving here. Look at that long line." One complained, "Do you truly believe you are law-abiding citizens? Come over here." Perhaps due to their athletic backgrounds, they were swift on their feet and ruthless, managing to evade the pursuit of the zombies as they shielded their comrades. As they evaded Wang Yu's line of sight, they began to conspire quietly. Yuan Rui smirked cunningly and whispered, "At the right moment, let us feign a transaction. Then pounce upon them, and this store shall belong to us." Zhao Li expressed some trepidation, but he's Wang Yu. Without him, how would we even know about crystal nuclei? His strength is undoubtedly superior to ours. Yuan Rui slapped Zhao Li on the head, exclaiming, "Why are you so narrow-minded? Even if he is powerful, he is but one man, and we will be launching a surprise attack. He surely won't react in time." A perceptive ability user chimed in, "I see potential in this. He gives off the aura of an ordinary person. The internet is a murky place. Who knows if his information is merely plagiarized? I suspect he has read too many novels and is spinning tales. If he were truly formidable, why would he bother running a store instead of slaying zombies?" Another chimed in, "Indeed, our abilities are superior to the average person. I trust Rui Gu. With the abundance of supplies here, we could sustain ourselves for months. Let us take this risk." "Very well, let us proceed." Meanwhile, Wang Yu, who was at the register, wore a subtle smirk. The entire shop lay under his control. As long as one remained within the store, he could discern even the color of their undergarments, let alone the whispers that echoed like thunder in his ears. Sitting at the checkout, Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. "Wang Yu, as classmates, could you possibly offer me a friendship discount?" This ordinary girl had no crystal nuclei. She was using her friend Chen Shui's payment card. Wang Yu replied, his smile devoid of warmth, "This is a small business. I cannot accommodate that." Please. Su Yao's sparkling eyes were fixed on Wang Yu, her voice sweetly pleading, exuding an air of vulnerability that could soften anyone's heart. Yet, Wang Yu, having lived 2 lives, was no ordinary naive youth, and he disliked repeating himself. His tone remained indifferent. "No?" Just then, Yuan Rui and his group found their moment, aligning themselves before the cash register. The attention of others turned towards them, for they understood that Yuan Rui was about to act. It's Yuan Rui and his crew. They surely harbor ill intentions. I suspect they are scheming to take over. I wonder if we will get a share. Encountering Yuan Rui was akin to a stroke of bad luck for Wang Yu. Observing the unfolding scene, Lin Yi furrowed his brow, intending to intervene. However, Liang Shu shook his head. This is not our affair. You know their strength. If blame is to be assigned, it must be directed at Wang Yu for being so foolish. In this apocalyptic world, daring to operate a store so ostentatiously is no different from a welfare giveaway. Seated in the lounge area, Yi Tian also witnessed the spectacle, showing no inclination to assist, but rather observing with great interest. Seizing the moment while the covert threat is absent, I shall ascertain whether this store manager is merely posturing. Yuan Rui presented several crystal cores, requesting Wang Yu to assist in recharging a card. Wang Yu nodded, his expression unchanging, just as he reached out to accept the cores. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wang Yu, be careful. Taken aback, Yuan Rui cursed. Damn it, attack. A dozen ability users responded to the call, simultaneously unleashing their powers. Fireballs, ice spikes, steel fortification, mental assault, void slashing. They were utterly confident in their ability to eliminate Wang Yu, who stood mere paces away. He had little room for escape. Yet there was no need to flee. At that moment, Wang Yu's countenance remained as tranquil as a still pond, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the blink of an eye, nothing transpired. The onlookers remained poised to unleash their abilities, yet no powers manifested. They resembled a group of overzealous youths in a state of dramatic flair. The atmosphere grew awkward. What is happening? Why are my toes curling in anticipation? Ha! I thought we were in for a show of bravado, but it seems they are merely holding back laughter. The situation was difficult to assess. Akin to a song lacking accompaniment, somewhat dismal. In such a serious setting, should I be laughing? Yet, I found it hard to suppress. What are they doing? Engaging in some sort of farce? Yuan Rui and his companions wore bewildered expressions. What is going on? Where are my abilities? Is it possible that I'm activating them incorrectly? Had I known, I wouldn't have cursed. Yuan Rui shouted once more, attack. Hearing this, they strenuously attempted to unleash their powers again. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Why is no one able to act? The atmosphere turned bizarre, their astonished expressions seeming all too genuine. Witnessing this scene, Yi Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. Yuan Rui, belatedly realizing, gazed at the smiling Wang Yu with terror, his voice trembling involuntarily. It's you, isn't it? Wang Yu chuckled, correct. For that, I reward you with a chat with your great-grandmother. No sooner had he spoken than Yuan Rui's expression twisted with rage, his face reddening as though someone had seized his throat, forcing him to kneel involuntarily. I was wrong, please. Yet, Wang Yu remained unmoved, still smiling at him. This continued for nearly 3 to 4 minutes, until Yuan Rui finally fell silent, blood seeping from his 7 orifices. A few seconds later, his accomplices finally reacted. Ah, a ghost. Run. Yet the store door had already closed. No matter how they tugged, kicked, or struck, it remained steadfastly shut. Damn it, it won't open. We're finished. Wang Yu's expression turned indifferent as he regarded those attempting to flee. And with a mere thought, he caused a muffled sound to erupt within their bodies, causing them to collapse in unison. A family should be united. In an instant, the air seemed to thicken, the others holding their breath, silently gazing at Wang Yu. These dozen ability users stood before him, utterly powerless, unable even to activate their abilities. Even more chilling was the fact that despite having slain so many, Wang Yu's expression remained unchanged, as though he had merely performed an utterly mundane task. Chapter 10. The astonished crowd. Wang Yu displayed a look of satisfaction. Was this the power of the domain? To exert complete control over the store was a feat of sheer ease. To extinguish a life was but a trivial task, suffocating someone by manipulating the airflow or crushing their organs by altering the atmospheric pressure. His classmates regarded him with unfamiliar gazes. Was this truly the inconspicuous Wang Yu? He seemed transformed, exuding an overwhelming strength. Particularly, Su Yao, who had just been venting her frustrations towards him, now felt a surge of trepidation, relieved that he had chosen not to retaliate. Only one member remained of Yuan Rui's small group, Zhao Li, a former classmate. He had positioned himself towards the back and had halted his powers immediately upon realizing their futility. However, it appeared that Wang Yu had no intention of letting him off the hook. Well then, how would you prefer to meet your demise? Zhao Li, ensnared by Wang Yu's icy gaze, felt a tightening in his chest, having thought he had escaped unscathed. Trembling, he stammered, Wang Yu, I didn't make a move. Let us just forget this, I'm not close with them. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yu's cold retort. But you were complicit, that is undeniable. At this, Zhao Li abruptly knelt, tears and snot streaming down his face. I understand my error. I was misled by them. Wang Yu shook his head gently, offering a soft consolation. It's all right, it will soon pass. Your friends are waiting for you on the way. At that moment, Lin Yi stepped forward, advising, perhaps we should let it go, Wang Yu. After all, we were once classmates. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, foreseeing that the perennial Good Samaritan would emerge. Yet, his classmates were not swayed by Lin Yi's pleas. What nonsense are you spouting, class monitor? Has Zhao Li not bullied us enough? One retorted. If you ask me, Zhao Li deserves what he gets. The indignation in their voices pronounced a death sentence for Zhao Li, who bowed his head in despair. However, the next second, he lunged towards Wang Yu, declaring, I will take a piece of you with me. Just then, a shadow suddenly leaped into the room, tackling Zhao Li to the ground. When the crowd regained their composure, they discovered that Zhao Li's head had been gruesomely mangled, blood and gore spilling forth, revealing the crystal core within. Oh, gross. Su Yao gagged. Thankful she had not yet eaten the bun she had just purchased, lest she would surely have lost her meal. The figure, Haizi, disdainfully kicked Zhao Li's crystal core aside, remarking that the higher the level, the more negligible the use of these inferior cores. Thus, an F-grade core is fit only for dogs. Wang Yu looked at Haizi, stained in blood and arriving belatedly to the scene, bemused, for outside lay a veritable sea of corpses. He admonished, You've slaughtered the zombies outside. How am I to conduct business with bodies littering the entrance? Hurry and clean it up. Upon hearing this, Haizi hung his head in disappointment, having expected praise from his master. It's truly difficult to serve, he muttered, begrudgingly departing to clear the bodies. Upon hearing the words, the crowd instinctively turned their gaze outside, where a multitude of corpses lay heaped together. They were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished that the horde of zombies that had nearly claimed their lives had been utterly vanquished by a mere dog. This was a creature of extraordinary prowess, Liang Shu remarked, adjusting his glasses in disbelief, the first of its kind I have witnessed since the apocalypse. Wang Yu shrugged nonchalantly, responding, It's just a dog I raised, nothing exceptional. The others fell silent. Indeed, it was a trivial matter for you. Yi Tian watched in stunned silence, his fists clenched tightly, feeling his confidence severely undermined. Is this what the future Beast King looks like? It seems I have much further to go. Freya, please clean the ground, he instructed. Certainly, Master, she replied. This character from the anime left everyone in awe, a true spectacle that opened their eyes to new possibilities. The remaining few settled onto the sofas in the lounge area when Zhang Yingjing suddenly exclaimed, Isn't that Yi Tian? Goodness, I didn't notice earlier. You're alive. Yi Tian maintained an indifferent expression, nodding politely, unwilling to elaborate further. His mood was already sour, and he had only a nodding acquaintance with Zhang Yingjing. Gradually, he rose and, with a sense of propriety, tidied up the litter on the table before heading to the weapons area to collect some grenades and ammunition, preparing to depart. In the weapons area, Zhang Yingjing nudged Lin Yi with his elbow. Class leader, look at the weapons section. Just now, Yi Tian came out with a bunch of grenades. Could he be involved in arms dealing? He stood up to investigate. Lin Yi set down his lunch, frowning slightly. That seems unlikely. Firearms are strictly prohibited in Huagua. Su Yao took a bite of her large bun and mumbled, If this were any other time, I wouldn't believe it either, but with the apocalypse upon us. What is impossible? Is it Xiaoxue? Yes. Moments later, Zhang Yingjing's excited voice rang out. Goodness, it's real guns. Come quickly. Let me see what is going on. The quality was indeed impressive, reminiscent of my previous visits to the shooting range. However, it must not come cheap. We barely have any crystal cores left. Having given most to Yuan Rui, who is now with Wang Yu. Shoo, do you want to die? Wang Yu, who could hear everything, was momentarily amused, realizing that this drastic display served as a cautionary tale, saving them considerable trouble. At that moment, Yi Tian approached the checkout counter, arms laden with grenades and ammunition. During the transaction, he happened to notice a new item in the display case, a skill scroll. Wang Yu smirked slightly, noting, Finally, our esteemed customer has taken notice. He proceeded to explain it to him with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a remarkable item. It could unleash abilities even without a corresponding attribute. A defensive skill, precisely what he currently lacked. Please wrap these up for me. Certainly. That will be 400 crystal coins. Please use your card. Ding. We welcome your next visit. Freya had also cleaned the ground to perfection, even collecting the crystal cores dropped by Yuan Rui and the others with thoughtful consideration. Wang Yu gazed at the pile of crystal cores on the counter, his heart burdened with indecision. These cores held considerable value in crystal coins. Yet the Golden Bar had warned that any act of murder or theft within the commercial area would result in the confiscation of the acquired cores. Thus, it seemed more prudent to capitalize on the opportunity to perform a personal favor. Coincidentally, at that moment, Lin Yi and his companions were preparing to depart. He promptly transferred the crystal cores onto a payment card, amounting to a total of 800 crystal coins, securing them in his modest treasury. The voice of the Golden Bar lamented, "Isn't it rather audacious for the host to act against the wind? Rest assured, I, Wang, am by no means a lawbreaker. I merely wish to extend a gesture of goodwill." Chapter 11. A gesture of goodwill. Liang Shu gathered his belongings and called out, "It's time to go. Everyone, get ready." As the group assembled, he counted the heads and couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. They had set out with 60 or 70 individuals, but now only 10 remained, and among the fallen were their strongest members. The probability of survival in this apocalyptic world had dwindled to a mere whisper. "How many crystal cores do we have left?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Not a single one. They were all used to procure supplies." Upon saying this, a look of despondency crossed his face. Moreover, the supplies they had acquired were scant, leaving him uncertain about how to face the 50-odd hungry souls in the cafeteria. Su Yao patted Lin Yi's shoulder, offering words of comfort. "It's all Yuan Rui and his gang's fault, but fortunately, they were dealt with by Wang Yu. Indeed, their absence may not be entirely regrettable. At least we shall be more united than ever. We can tighten our belts and eliminate more zombies. With this store at our disposal, survival is assured." Zhang Yingjing, with fervor in his eyes, declared, "Once we've amassed enough crystal cores, I must acquire that Type 95. It's simply magnificent. All right, let us strive for it. If we forego food and drink for a year, we should be able to gather enough." "Ha! We're off now. Shopkeeper, Ghana, perhaps we should check the convenience store. The zombies might have dispersed by now." "Wait," Wang Yu suddenly interrupted them. At his words, the group felt a pang of anxiety. Were they being held back? Had they purchased too much, or had they inadvertently offended him? They turned to Wang Yu, their expressions a mix of confusion, fear, and despair. Faced with such formidable presence, they felt utterly devoid of any rebellious thought. Wang Yu slowly raised his hand and tossed them a card. "Oh." They reacted as if confronted by something repugnant, scrambling to evade the card in a comically frantic manner. "Here you go. This is the crystal cores belonging to Yuan Rui and his group, already loaded onto the payment card, totaling 800 crystal coins." The group stood in stunned silence. "Is this for us? Why, honestly, I would prefer not to do this. But failing to do so would result in confiscation by the Golden Bar, leaving me with no benefit whatsoever. At least now, I can make some profit." Yet, Wang Yu maintained an expression of righteous indignation, declaring, "A gentleman cherishes wealth, but only through honorable means. Such ill-gotten gains have always been regarded by me as mere refuse." Upon hearing this, the group initially stood dumbfounded. Then gratitude flooded their faces, tears of appreciation glistening in their eyes. "Your honor is commendable. Indeed, it is like providing timely assistance in a moment of need. Brother Yu, from now on, you shall be like a true elder brother to me. I am profoundly grateful. Previously, I had underestimated your noble intentions. Your generous act deserves reverence. Everyone adores you, Brother Yu." With a smile that radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze, Wang Yu slyly inquired, "So what do you think? Is this gold bar against the rules?" The Gold Bar remained silent, caught off guard by the clever maneuver that left them momentarily bewildered. "You can certainly return the crystal core, but you specifically loaded it onto your store's payment card. This clearly implies it can only be spent here. Truly clever indeed. There seems to be no trace of you on Baidu, but surely you are present on Sogu. You've really taken advantage of the situation. Impressive, host." Liang Shu cautiously asked Wang Yu, "Can we purchase more items?" "Of course," came the reply. "Let us go? I want to buy a firearm now. Everyone, choose some decent weapons. We should stock up on supplies. Bai Che, why on earth did you buy a book? Do you have a taste for book covers?" Zhang Yingjing remarked as he set down the rifle he had just acquired, snatching up the book to examine it. "A guide to learning psychic powers and mental attributes? What a waste. Buying this book is less worthwhile than getting a collection of gravure photos. The gold bar. In a hurry, turn to Wang Yu. Brother Yu, can we still return this? This book costs 50 crystal coins, which is quite a sum for us. Return? Absolutely not. I purchased it with my own saved crystal cores. It's none of your concern. That is not fair, you spendthrift. Wang Yu shook his head, offering no further explanation. This is a small business, and we do not accept returns. Afterward, he took a moment to scrutinize the gloomy youth who seemed to blend into the background. You have a discerning eye. This is indeed a book on psychic powers. In this era of scarce knowledge regarding abilities, the value of such literature is undeniable. A textbook that comprehensively explains abilities and teaches skill development is akin to having an advantage. Once everyone had procured their supplies and departed joyfully, Wang Yu took a moment for himself, indulging in some prepared food while browsing the system shop. Sales had been quite remarkable today. Upon clicking the restock button, he discovered a crystal core balance of 1768. Although the coins they had loaded had yet to be fully spent, there was little left. Even restocking wouldn't require a significant amount of coins. Today had indeed been a bountiful day. The new skill scrolls were impressive. Even Liang Shu, known for his frugality, could not resist purchasing one of the expensive scrolls. After finishing his meal, Wang Yu suddenly recalled the matter of pricing. Gold bar, with so many products in the shop. Am I supposed to label each one manually? Gold bar explained, it's not that complicated. Simply open the store information interface and click to input the product prices. After entering the prices, a corresponding price panel would appear beneath each item, along with product information. Wang Yu nodded, acknowledging the system's consistent intelligence. After Liang Shu and the others left the park, carrying their numerous parcels, it became evident that despite their ample supplies, it would still fall short of sustaining the 50 or so individuals in the cafeteria. Thus, they wished to venture to the previous convenience store in hopes of fortune, seeking to salvage whatever scraps they could find. If supplies were abundant, it would be well. However, if not, they could do little about the lives of so many. Fortunately, there were hardly any zombies in the vicinity, likely all dealt with by Wang Yu's black dogs. Shall we return for a moment? We are nearly unable to carry all these supplies, suggested one. Indeed, a cart would be quite advantageous, another mused. Yet, as the day waned, making a round trip would consume too much time, and the night posed its own dangers. Liang Shu shook his head and retrieved a scroll from his backpack. No worries. I had the foresight to prepare. Bring forth what you have, he instructed. At his words, the group gathered around. Liang Shu unfurled the skill scroll and directed it towards his ample backpack, invoking its power. In the blink of an eye, the backpack vanished into thin air. What just happened? Is this the power of the scroll? No wonder Wang Yu sold it for 100 crystal coins, someone exclaimed. Liang Shu waved the scroll, grinning as he explained, this is a spatial attribute skill scroll, containing 100 cubic meters of space. However, it is a one-time use, lasting only a day. Chapter 12. Humanity. Su Yao remarked wistfully, if you had such a marvelous item, why not reveal it sooner? My shoulders are aching. I thought you, like Bai Che, were frivolous, purchasing such non-edible items, but it turns out to be something splendid, she added. With such extraordinary items in his possession, Wang Yu is indeed exceptional. Lin Yi remarked in astonishment. Liang Shu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, let us hastily stow our belongings and make our way back before darkness falls. Upon rounding the corner to the very convenience store that had nearly brought about their demise, they were met with the sight of a small cargo truck parked at the entrance, with numerous individuals bustling in and out, transporting goods. A few sentinels stationed at the entrance quickly noticed Liang Shu and his companions, rushing inside to report. Liang Shu observed that at least 20 people were inside, a mix of men and women, and spoke in a grave tone, this is not good. We must leave. Zhang Yingjing expressed his discontent. Why should we? We arrived first. Su Yao chimed in, scrunching her nose in agreement. Indeed, we nearly faced total annihilation over this. Had we not been here, the alarm would have triggered, spelling doom for them. There was no time to explain, for three figures swiftly maneuvered around to block their path. So fast, they must be speed-type ability users. And at least E-class, someone whispered. Halt! Who are you? One of the figures demanded. Damn it, they must be from the Black Snake Gang, trying to intercept our supplies. We can't let them leave, Zhang Yingjing declared. This time we have Sister Lan with us. They won't return unscathed. Upon hearing this, Liang Shu's eyes brightened, and he quickly waved his hands in a gesture of assurance. No, We are students from Nanjing University. The remaining group, armed and hastily arriving, surrounded them, leaving no escape. Zhang Yingjing noticed several dark gun barrels trained upon them, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon. So they possess firearms, he realized, considering it plausible. Given the presence of a nearby police station, students from Nanjing University, a melodious voice rang out, prompting silence among the others. At that moment, a woman emerged from the crowd, tall and striking, with lustrous black hair cascading down her back, fair skin, and a captivating beauty. In her arms, she cradled an orange cat. You say you are students from Nanjing University? Indeed, we are, they replied. The woman, upon observing their youthful faces, which lacked deceit, smiled and said to Liang Shu and the others, what a coincidence. My name is Chu Lan, and I am also an alumna of Nanjing University. So consider me your senior. With a wave of her hand, she gestured for everyone to lower their weapons. Hearing this, Liang Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Su Yao, filled with excitement, exclaimed, so you're a senior. It seems like a family reunion with strangers. Chen Shui looked at her with admiration, remarking, an independent woman, how impressive. Chu Lan gently stroked the orange cat and inquired, are you all endowed with abilities? Just as Liang Shu was about to speak, Su Yao eagerly interjected, everyone here possesses abilities except for me, but our levels are quite low, only at F rank. Liang Shu displayed a speechless expression, marveling at her candidness in revealing their situation. Chu Lan chuckled lightly and encouraged the others to quickly gather supplies, urging them to share how they came to be here. Liang Shu promptly restrained the overly candid Su Yao and briefly explained their experiences to Chu Lan. After listening, Chu Lan pondered thoughtfully, so that's how it is. There is such a remarkable shop, I must visit it someday. However, her expression shifted to one of concern as she added, but we have quite a few comrades, and our resources are rather limited. Liang Shu, ever observant, quickly waved his hands, anxious not to offend Chu Lan. It's all right. We have acquired a good amount of food. If everyone tightens their belts, we should manage for a day or two. Chu Lan scrutinized Liang Shu and his group and advised, take my advice. Your abilities may not be sufficient to sustain those over 50 individuals. It would be wiser to join my team. This suggestion stirred the emotions of many in the group. Yet, Lin Yi firmly rejected the idea, asserting, we are united. And surely we can find a way. Those people are our classmates. We cannot abandon them easily. The others glanced at Liang Shu, clearly looking to him as their cornerstone. However, he remained silent. Chu Lan let out a slight sigh, refraining from pressing the matter further. Instead, she patted Liang Shu on the shoulder and said, if you decide to seek us out, our base is located nearby in Building 9 of the Falu community. Liang Shu nodded in gratitude, feeling an internal struggle, fully aware that carrying burdens could be exhausting. Yet, as the president of the student council, he bore a lingering sense of responsibility. After bidding farewell to Chu Lan, they returned to the school. The zombies near the entrance had mostly been lured away by the previous commotion, allowing them to pass through unobstructed. Upon entering the cafeteria through the back door, they were met with sounds of despair. The hungry individuals within rose, their eyes filled with longing, welcoming them with open arms. However, they found no sign of Yuan Rue and the others, and Liang Shu's hands were empty, extinguishing the flickering hope once more. Disappointment echoed as someone asked, where are Yuan Rue and the others? Did they fail to find supplies? Zhang Yingjing chuckled. Yuan Rue and his crew tried to show off and got themselves killed. I hereby announce that there will be no more exploitation here. Yet, the concern of the crowd was not for Yuan Rue. Food. Liang Shu unfurled a scroll and gestured for the crowd to line up orderly, allowing each person to receive a loaf of bread in turn. How wonderful. I'm about to starve. Me first. I want my share. Don't shove. Do you not know how to queue? Is that all? It's utterly insufficient. After distributing the food, Liang Shu and his companions entered the inner kitchen once belonging to Yuan Rue, laying the remaining provisions upon the table. The room was filled with sighs of discontent. This is hardly enough. We will likely need to venture out daily, or there simply won't be enough sustenance for this many people. If only there weren't so many of us. Observing the situation, the well-meaning Lin Yi attempted to offer some encouragement. However, at that moment, the door was thrust open with great force. A group of individuals blocked the entrance, their eyes fixated on the food laid out on the table. Instantly, Liang Shu and his companions felt the piercing gazes filled with anger, jealousy, and greed. Liang Shu, you possess so much food. Are you merely tossing a loaf to us like beggars? Indeed. What difference is there between you and Yuan Rue? I wondered why you weren't eating. Turns out you were hoarding it. I had thought you were good people, yet you selfishly indulge in this bounty. Share a bit more with us. Your lives matter, but ours do not. Previously, they had refrained from opposing Yuan Rue, who ruled with an iron fist, but now, facing Liang Shu and his principled companions, the ugliness of human nature began to surface. For a moment, Liang Shu and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to respond. We toiled and risked our lives to procure this food to sustain you. Yet instead of gratitude, we are met with suspicion and scorn. Lin Yi, taken aback, quickly interjected. No, we are merely strategizing the distribution of food for the future, aiming to stretch our supplies for as long as possible. Chapter 13, Temptation. Lin Yi, who would believe such words? Why not openly discuss the plan instead of behind closed doors? It's evident you are guilty. You possess abilities. Surely you can gather supplies daily. Yes, with your powers, you should bear the burden. If I had abilities, I would venture out myself. Give us the food. We demand sustenance. The crowd began to surge forward, intent on seizing the food on the table. At that moment, Zhang Yingjing bellowed, I dare anyone to try. Hearing this, the throng hesitated momentarily. There are but 10 of us. Let us charge together. Damn it, let us go for it. We're dead either way. Indeed, they were akin to farmers confronting a snake. These individuals were nothing short of leeches. Liang Shu and his companions felt a profound disillusionment towards them. As they watched the encroaching individuals, Lin Yi still held a glimmer of hope and rushed to intervene, pleading, Everyone, please, we must unite. Before he could finish, a fist struck him down to the ground. Damn! Witnessing their comrade being assaulted, the pent-up fury within Zhang Yingjing surged forth, and he delivered a powerful punch to the first aggressor, sending him flying into the crowd behind. The man tilted his head, filled with resentment towards the northwest. As one individual initiated the chaos, other ability users swiftly followed suit, erupting in violence, unable to quell their burning hatred. After several had been slain, the remaining individuals gradually regained their composure, realizing the vast chasm that lay between ordinary people and those endowed with powers, and they scattered in fear. Good heavens! They've killed someone. Run, run. For a moment, the kitchen fell into a hushed silence. Damn it, a pack of ingrates, utterly devoid of humanity. The human spirit cannot withstand such trials. Someone could not help but question, Lin Yi, do you have anything left to say? Lin Yi shook his head, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Zhang Yingjing asked solemnly, let us not dwell on them for now. What shall we do next? Liang Shu sighed. What else can we do? We cannot simply kill them all. We must seek refuge with Sister Lan. It was long overdue. Agreed. I too will choose Sister Lan. She is the people's choice. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Shu suggested, let us rest briefly and depart tomorrow. The night brings with it too many dangers. Damn it. Just being around these people for even a second makes me feel nauseous. Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. I will go first. As the dusk deepened, within the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu finally finished pricing all the items. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Wait, I've completed the task with the gold bars. Why hasn't the reward been issued yet? The response from the gold bars came belatedly. Task completed. Reward has been automatically deposited into the system backpack. Could you be more considerate and not make me prompt you every time? At that moment, the sensor at the entrance chimed. Ding. Welcome. Wang Yu looked up to see a ragged mother and daughter cautiously stepping inside. Upon witnessing the abundance of food in the room, they were momentarily stunned. The daughter was practically salivating, shaking her mother's arm incessantly. Wang Yu discreetly assessed them. The young mother had a captivating figure, her skin fair and well-maintained, undeniably beautiful despite her soiled clothing. May I assist you with something? Wang Yu's voice brought them back to reality. The mother exclaimed excitedly, we wish to buy some things. I have money. Wang Yu patiently explained. Our store's currency is crystal coins, also known as crystal cores. The mother hesitated, having heard of crystal cores, which one acquires from slaying zombies. But as ordinary people, they possess none. Isn't money acceptable? Wang Yu shook his head. Money is merely worthless paper now. I wouldn't even use it for wiping. Could you spare us just a little? I'm sorry, but this is a shop, not a charity. Mom, I'm hungry. The daughter said with a forlorn expression, gazing longingly at the mother. The mother glanced at Wang Yu's resolute face, seemingly making a difficult decision. It must be better than those beasts from the Black Snake Gang. With a deep breath, she hesitantly stated, as long as you take us in. I am willing to do anything." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu maintained his composure. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I sell goods, not myself. In a post-apocalyptic world, a woman of such beauty is hardly a rarity. Countless others like her are available for a mere loaf of bread. It is not as if I have never ventured into such establishments before, nor do I wish to become a permanent fixture here, a notion utterly absurd." The woman was momentarily taken aback, as if suggesting that she was somehow at a loss. "After all, I am a paragon of societal excellence. I have never endured such indignities throughout my life. What man could possibly resist casting a lingering glance my way? If you are not purchasing anything, I implore you to vacate the premises immediately." Seeing her efforts were in vain, the woman nudged her daughter's arm. The girl, quick to understand, approached Wang Yu with doe-like eyes, playfully pleading, "Brother, Ming Ming is so hungry. Could you spare us some food?" The girl, delicate as porcelain, naturally invoked a strong sense of protectiveness. Wang Yu, with a smile, replied, "If Ming Ming is hungry, perhaps you should indulge in a bit of soil. If mud does not appeal, I permit you to pluck some grass from my lawn. It might just be a delightful treat. Really, do not question my knowledge of such matters." The girl retorted, "I apologize, but Sigma men never fall into the traps set by women." The woman, realizing Wang Yu was impervious to her charms, resorted to theatrics, dramatically collapsing onto the floor with her daughter. "You must provide for us. Otherwise, we shall never leave. Kill us if you must. Let our blood stain the ground." Yet, in the next moment, they were forcefully thrown aside, their bodies meeting the pavement with a jarring thud. A psychic, the woman thought, wincing in pain, casting a venomous glance at the shop before reluctantly departing with her daughter. In this world where human life is as expendable as grass, Wang Yu might indeed resort to violence. "Mom, I want something to eat." "Do not worry, Ming Ming, we shall have food soon." After a day's absence, Haizi strolled back in, filthy and wagging its tail at Wang Yu. "You, my friend, have returned." Wang Yu glanced at its status panel, surprised to find it had reached a C rank and was merely a step away from B rank. He affectionately patted its head, commending, "Well done, given your diligent leveling. I shall reward you with a chicken leg shortly." Woof. As a C rank beast, Haizi understood perfectly, bounding with excitement. In comparison to meat or dog food, crystal cores were utterly unappetizing. No, even excrement would be more palatable. Nonetheless, Haizi still had to endure a thorough grooming session courtesy of Freya. During this interval, Wang Yu opened his system backpack to retrieve the security robot. Suddenly, a robot clad in a security uniform materialized. Compared to the anime character Freya, it appeared rather ordinary. I expected someone more like Master Yi. However, within the confines of the store, I was invincible, rendering the security robot somewhat superfluous. Even when venturing outside, it could not rival Haizi, with its potential as a beast king. Can gold bars be sold as merchandise? Yes, with a simple program adjustment. But their strength will significantly diminish once outside the shop's domain. Wang Yu nodded, relieved that its power would not overshadow my own. I examined the specifics of the data, anticipating the diminished capabilities. Moments later, the robot's data panel was presented by the system. Title: Solar Security Robot Strength, 200 Speed, 200 Defense, 200. Wang Yu compared the data of the robot with that of the recently encountered beast, Haizi. The disparity in speed was significant, though the strength and defense were relatively comparable. However, Haizi was no ordinary creature. Its ability to rival in strength and defense was commendable. It likely possessed the capabilities of a high-level C-class beast, which would be valued around 2,000 crystal coins. Thus, he positioned the robot beside the cash register. Chapter 14. Seeking refuge at the top floor of a building in the Fulu community, the windows were tightly boarded up, casting the room in dim light, illuminated only by a few flickering candles. A woman and her daughter voraciously consumed the food laid out before them, surrounded by a group of men with fierce demeanors, their eyes unabashedly roaming over the woman's graceful figure. Seated in the main position was a burly middle-aged man in a tank top, his face marred with scars. Yet he smiled at the woman. "Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan, if you had been more sensible earlier, you could have avoided hunger. After a stroll, you would realize that brother she treats you well," he remarked. "Indeed. Do you know how long we've abstained for you? You disappeared without a word, nearly giving us a fright. What if you turned into a zombie? How could we handle that, haha?" Laughter erupted among the group, while Jiang Yuan kept her head bowed in silence. Once they had satisfied their hunger, she gently patted her daughter's head and whispered, "Ming Ming, go play outside. Mother has some matters to attend to. Okay. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the entire city of Nanjing was plunged into darkness and silence. Ordinary citizens could no longer receive any official information or communicate unless they possessed a satellite phone. Previously, people refrained from using air conditioning or lights for fear of attracting zombies. Now, they simply could not. As dawn broke, Wang Yu was awakened by Haizi's persistent calls. He opened the curtains, turned off the air conditioning that had been running all night, and commenced his morning exercises. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats. He engaged in these activities to enhance his physical condition, even investing in a treadmill with crystal coins. The innate physical abilities of supernatural beings were vastly inferior to those of zombies and beasts, unless one was a physically oriented supernatural being. Without powers, an S-class supernatural being could effortlessly shatter a D-class beast. A typical F-class supernatural being possessed base stats of 10 in strength, defense, speed, and power, with each upgrade granting a mere 10 additional points. Those who frequently exercised before awakening their powers might start with slightly higher initial stats. However, an F-class zombie or beast often boasted initial stats ranging from 40 to 50, had they not been intellectually inferior, recklessly charging forward. Humanity would have been the first to face extinction. Fortunately, the potential ceiling for supernatural beings was not low. They could enhance their attributes through rigorous training. After his workout, Wang Yu took a shower and sat down for breakfast, where Freya had prepared everything. Haizi, eager and restless under the table, dared not cause a stir. Fully aware of his master's formidable strength, Wang Yu retrieved dog food from his space and filled Haizi's bowl to the brim. While watching a series and having breakfast, Wang Yu found himself in the city of Nanjiang, where the internet was down. However, the store's Wi-Fi remained as reliable as ever, seemingly immune to the external chaos. Life was remarkably pleasant, to the point that he nearly forgot he was living in a post-apocalyptic world. After leisurely finishing his meal, Wang Yu donned his pajamas and red slippers, descending the stairs to unlock the store, while his companion, Haizi, habitually ventured outside for a stroll. Despite several attempts to tug at Wang Yu's pant leg, urging him to accompany him on his outing, Wang Yu prudently declined. Firstly, the heat outside was unbearable compared to the comfort of the air conditioning. Secondly, once outside the store, his trepidation would surely overwhelm him due to his inadequate strength. Wang Yu firmly believed in the adage that the world is a mesmerizing place, and without the power to back it up, one should refrain from showing off. This had been his survival strategy for over 30 years in his previous life. Furthermore, there were always stronger individuals beyond the horizon. With a world so vast, who knew if another system holder might appear? Haizi's current abilities were not at their peak, and revealing his powers too soon, while beneficial for the store's growth, could unleash unforeseen consequences. Hence, venturing outside could wait. After all, the comfort of the store was undeniable. Furia, bring me a bottle of cola, he called out, reclining in the gaming chair behind the cash register, sipping his chilled beverage while reviewing his personal information. Store manager, Wang Yu stamina, 100 strength, 80 speed, 50 store level, intermediate F class, 01000, crystal coin balance, 1760 space ability level, intermediate D class, 600800. There was no urgency to upgrade his ability. First, he aimed to elevate the store's level to see if he could unlock useful products to enhance its appeal. Upgrade the store for me, he instructed. Moments later, a notification chimed, signaling a successful upgrade, unlocking a variety of daily necessities. Meanwhile, Liang Shu and his companions hastily departed from the university town early in the morning, slaying zombies along the roadside and collecting crystal cores as they made their way to Chulan's Falu community. Damn, having a silenced gun makes things so much easier. Though it is a bit costly, Zhang Yingjing remarked. Here I am, using a gun despite possessing abilities myself. Upon reaching the community gate, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. A horde of zombies roamed the premises like a dense fog. Should they recklessly enter, they would be delivering a heartfelt breakfast to the undead. It seems there are no living souls left here, Liang Shu pondered, his brow furrowed. Could it be that Sister Lan has deceived us? The possibility loomed large, for who would readily disclose their home address to strangers they had just met? As the group found themselves in a state of uncertainty, a window from a nearby building suddenly creaked open, and a figure emerged, cautiously surveying the surroundings before stealthily climbing over the wall. Witnessing this, the group quickly raised their weapons and held their breath, bracing for confrontation. as the newcomers appeared unfamiliar and menacing. They were likely the infamous Black Snake Gang, mentioned by Sister Lan the day before. As they pondered this, Liang Shu and his companions instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Before them stood no fewer than 20 individuals, and their instincts informed them that these 20 were all endowed with extraordinary abilities. Should a confrontation arise, they would be utterly outmatched. The members of the Black Snake Gang also noticed them, taken aback and nearly cursing aloud. "Hey, could you make some noise? It's quite terrifying to suddenly see a bunch of people appear out of nowhere. We thought you were zombies. Damn it, you gave me quite a fright. What on earth is this? I've never seen anything like it, and they certainly aren't part of Chu Lan's crew. Brother Biao, what should we do? Should we just eliminate them?" A man with a scruffy beard observed Liang Shu and his anxious companions, shaking his head. "Our primary mission this time is to gather supplies. If we create too much noise, we might attract the zombies, which would be troublesome." Indeed, these fools looked as impoverished as beggars, devoid of any valuable resources. It was prudent not to waste their energy. What a stroke of bad luck. As they watched the Black Snake Gang gradually retreat, Liang Shu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and murmured, "Fortunately, all our supplies are in the spatial scroll. Otherwise, we would have been doomed today." Zhang Yingjing and the others clenched their fists in silence. They felt utterly weak, their lives hanging by a thread in the whims of others. A cruel world of survival of the fittest. Linny pondered for a moment before speaking. Sister Lan must have come out the same way. Perhaps their apartment building is on the edge of the community. Let's circle around the perimeter of the neighborhood. Chapter 15. The astonishment of veteran Jiang Quan. We found it. The 9th building is indeed on the edge, Su Yao exclaimed, excitedly pointing at the towering apartment before them. The group moved stealthily, scaling the wall, but found themselves at a loss before the sealed windows. Just then, the window opened from the inside, revealing a lovely face. It was Chu Lan. "We've been watching you from above for quite some time, thinking you were members of the Black Snake Gang come to cause trouble," she remarked. Hearing this, Su Yao quickly waved her hands. No, we are here to seek refuge with you, Sister Lan." Chu Lan smiled and jumped out of the window, looking at Liang Shu and asking, "Have you come to a decision?" Liang Shu gently nodded, briefly recounting their experiences in the cafeteria. "Damn it, they truly are worthless. Had it been me, these people would never see the light of day. Why can't you bring yourselves to act?" Liang Shu sighed softly. Chu Lan, cradling an orange cat, looked at the group and said with a smile, "Welcome to the team." At her words, Liang Shu and his companions couldn't help but express their gratitude. "Since there are few supplies nearby, we are now preparing to visit that so-called apocalypse store you mentioned. It would be great if the new team members could guide us." "No problem." Along the way, Chu Lan introduced everyone, stating, "With your addition, our team now comprises 56 extraordinary individuals and 4 ordinary people." Liang Shu raised an eyebrow. "You also have ordinary people?" Chu Lan replied with a smile. "Of course, but they are not mere useless individuals who only eat, drink, and relieve themselves." Hearing this, Su Yao's gaze fell. "Why am I not an extraordinary person?" In response, Chu Lan embraced her, playfully ruffling her hair. "Sister Su Yao, you are so adorable. Being a mascot is not bad either." Sister Lan woo-woo. A sensitive inquiry was posed regarding the allocation of crystal cores. With a serious demeanor, Chu Lan responded, "For the sake of efficiency, any crystal cores obtained from the high-level zombies must be surrendered. We shall first assist the most powerful ability user in our team to level up. This way, the higher-level users can effortlessly deal with lower-level zombies to acquire more crystal cores, thereby aiding those of lesser rank in their advancement. As for the low-grade F-level cores, we can simply divide them evenly." Upon hearing this, Liang Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing the efficiency of the plan, and couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Chu Lan. As the captain, her prowess was undoubtedly the strongest in the team. Chu Lan seemed to anticipate his thoughts and chuckled. "The highest rank in our team is a D-level low tier, but it's not me, it's Little Orange." With that, she raised the sleeping orange cat in her hand. Liang Shu glanced at the seemingly harmless feline, assuming she was jesting. Suddenly, the roar of an engine pierced the air, and Wang Yu turned to see an off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. A burly, dark-skinned middle-aged man emerged from it, clad in a green training suit, camouflage pants, military boots, and wielding a shotgun, his gaze scrutinizing Wang Yu through the glass. Noticing that Wang Yu showed no intent to shoo him away, the man limped inside. "Ding! Welcome." As the man felt the cool air conditioning envelop him, a sense of lightness washed over his fatigue, prompting an exclamation of surprise. They even have air conditioning. It was well known that the entirety of Nanjing City was experiencing a power outage, yet this place was ablaze with lights and ostentatiously running the air conditioning. Initially suspecting a few battery packs, he was astonished to discover they had several generators. Wang Yu glanced at the middle-aged man's data analysis. Somewhat surprised to find he was an ordinary person, albeit with astonishingly high physical attributes that far exceeded the norm. No wonder he dared to venture out alone. Esteemed guest, our shop operates on a currency exchange of crystal cores for crystal coins, he stated, gesturing toward the exchange table at the counter. The middle-aged man snapped back to attention, nodding eagerly as he pointed to the off-road vehicle outside. Do you mean the items from the zombie brains? I have those, they're in the car. Eyeing the plethora of goods, the man swallowed hard and politely inquired of Wang Yu. Shopkeeper, may I take a look? Feel free, Wang Yu assured him. With a confirmation, the middle-aged man entered the shop as if he were Lu Lao exploring the Grandview Garden, his astonishment pouring forth in exclamations. The typical supermarkets and convenience stores outside had long been stripped bare. It was his first encounter with a store containing such an abundance of supplies since the apocalypse. The cleanliness of the establishment and the sheer volume of goods without anyone coveting them could only mean one thing. The shopkeeper was undoubtedly extraordinary, most likely an ability user. With a slight sigh, he lamented his misfortune in failing to awaken any powers. Grabbing a shopping basket, the middle-aged man hastened toward the food section, where an enticing aroma wafted toward him, delicious cooked food. However, he abruptly halted, for his twitching nose caught a familiar scent. Even more tantalizing than the food nearby, the faint aroma of gun oil lingering in the air. He cast a glance at the sign indicating the weapons area, his footsteps involuntarily quickening, his heart brimming with uncontainable excitement. After over a decade, he could not be mistaken. As the entirety of the weapons section came into view, the middle-aged man trembled with familiarity as he picked up a Type 95 assault rifle, joy radiating from him. As a veteran, he was utterly certain that this was indeed genuine, complete with all parts and a silencer. To his astonishment, the shelves also displayed squad machine guns, Type 79 submachine guns, grenades, and even an 88 sniper rifle. The middle-aged man could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This was an old acquaintance of his, and he had lost count of how many times he had been taken aback today. Simultaneously, he felt bewildered as to why this seemingly ordinary store would sell firearms, given that gun ownership was prohibited in Hua country. Shaking his head, Jiang Quan realized that overthinking was futile. He then turned his gaze to another shelf to see what heavy goods might be available. He found himself muttering under his breath, AK, Desert Eagle, Barrett sniper rifle, M16, Uzi, MP5K water gun, air gun. Jiang Quan's lips twitched slightly. Not to be rude, but was it not a bit presumptuous to place a water gun here? Indeed, it felt as if the ancient Greek god of weaponry was watching over them. Although the prices were somewhat steep, having just glanced at the exchange rate, he believed acquiring a few firearms and boxes of ammunition would not pose a problem. He glanced at his old hunting rifle, contemplating that once he possessed a capable weapon, dealing with zombies would become considerably easier. He would be able to procure more crystal cores, and with the supplies from this store, survival would not be a daunting task. A few minutes later, Jiang Quan emerged, each hand grasping a shopping basket, one brimming with food and the other with firearms and ammunition. He carefully placed his items on the counter before retrieving a military backpack from his vehicle. He emptied out an entire bag of crystal cores, discovering no fewer than 30 F-grade cores, which made Wang Yu's eyes gleam with excitement. Beep, recharge of 1,600 crystal coins. A melodious sound. Beep. This purchase amounts to 1050 crystal coins, with a card balance of 550. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan could not help but nod. The prices were even more reasonable than he had anticipated. He discreetly glanced at Wang Yu, who maintained a calm demeanor, his nonchalance bringing Jiang Quan a sense of relief. These items, if placed outside, would be of great value yet scarce in availability, in a world where food dwindled with each bite. It was a relief to find fair pricing. The store manager's intentions must surely be to bring warmth to others, a refreshing stream in an apocalyptic world. Chapter 16. Promotion. As Jiang Quan placed the items from the counter into his backpack, he inadvertently noticed a security robot nearby, priced at a staggering 2,000 crystal coins. His eyes widened in disbelief. Store manager, does this security uniform come with a compelling backstory? Why is it so expensive? Security uniform? We do not sell security uniforms in our store, Wang Yu replied, suddenly recalling something as he observed the security robot. He was left speechless. Could you please take a closer look at the product description? At this, Jiang Quan finally noticed the product details beneath the price, and it dawned on him. It turned out that the figure clad in the attire was not a human model at all. Feeling a bit awkward, he touched his buzz cut and chuckled. Huh? I didn't notice, my apologies. It's just that the items in your shop are rather extraordinary. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively and explained, you wouldn't believe it. But this robot is the treasure of our store. If I weren't in a tight spot financially, I wouldn't dream of selling it. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan's curiosity was piqued, and Wang Yu, with a smirk, elaborated, there's quite a story behind it. This contraption has saved my life more than once. These skill scrolls are also vital for survival, potentially life-saving in critical moments. With them, you are practically half an ability user. Under Wang Yu's enthusiastic embellishment, Jiang Quan was left in a daze, prompting him to reassess the shop. Previously, as a staunch materialist, he would have dismissed such supernatural items outright. Yet, in this apocalyptic reality, what was beyond the realm of possibility? All right then, I will purchase a few more scrolls. As for the robot, could you reserve it for me? Dear shopkeeper, I promise to buy it within a week. Wang Yu's expression turned slightly troubled, but after Jiang Quan's persistent persuasion, he reluctantly agreed. Internally, however, he was elated. Rest assured, others can scarcely afford this bait. Only a big fish like you would take the hook. Jiang Quan acquired a few more offensive skill scrolls, contemplating the necessity of dispatching zombies swiftly to secure the terrifying robot Wang Yu had described. Just as Jiang Quan was about to leave, he noticed a neat row of cigarette boxes behind Wang Yu. His expression froze in disbelief. You actually sell cigarettes here? In this apocalyptic world, such items were among the rarest of resources. Without a moment's hesitation, he stammered, Shopkeeper, I'll take a pack of Huazi. Wang Yu chuckled, retrieving a pack of red packaged cigarettes. We don't have Huazi, but how about some strips instead? A slight difference, but they should be comparable. The middle-aged man responded, Strips? Ding. We look forward to your next visit. The gold bar chimed in. The hostess' persuasion skills are truly remarkable. Such expensive items are genuinely being purchased. Wang Yu shrugged, explaining, it's merely a sales tactic. To sell a product, one must understand what the customer desires to ignite their inner yearning. Individuals like Jiang Quan, who have yet to awaken their abilities and are somewhat handicapped, despite their physical prowess, are as fragile as a candle in the wind or a lamp in the rain in this terrifying apocalypse. One misstep, and it could be their end. To survive, they must rely on external aid, and conveniently, I have what they need. It could be seen as their fortune. What if he rushes to achieve success and is taken out by a high-level zombie? Wang Yu's eyes flickered with indifference at the thought. That's no concern of mine. Our clientele extends beyond just him. Others will come. At that moment, a group of newcomers entered the shop, most of whom were unfamiliar faces. Chu Lan and the others gazed at the shop's decor, their expressions filled with disbelief. Zhang Yingjing waved at Wang Yu, saying, Brother Yu, we are here to restock. Following Wang Yu's previous act of kindness, Liang Shu and the others felt nothing but gratitude and respect towards him. Wang Yu nodded politely, glancing at Chu Lan and her companions' backpacks, sensing the aura of crystal cores. Why did you come empty-handed? He teased. Zhang Yingjing and the others adeptly picked up a box of prepared food to settle the bill, then made their way to the lounge area to savor their meal. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting the members of Chu Lan's team to salivate. Yet, none dared to move, casting their gazes toward Chu Lan, who was cradling an orange cat in her arms. Only after receiving her affirmative nod did they spring into action. Boss, make me a card. One exclaimed. Me too. Where's my crystal core? I devoured a third of one box meal. So delicious. Another chimed in. I'm starving. Let us put the upgrading on hold for now. Boss, get me some cigarettes. Any kind will do. Just hurry. Chu Lan surveyed the store, brimming with goods, and regarded Wang Yu thoughtfully. However, she couldn't resist purchasing 2 boxes of meals. At that moment, Wang Yu was happily tapping away at the card reader, reveling in another profitable day. Once the rush subsided, he prepared to indulge in a show on his phone when Chu Lan approached the counter, holding her cat, and softly inquired, Handsome, what should I call you? Wang Yu glanced up at Chu Lan's charming visage and replied with a smile, Just call me the store manager. Is there something you need? Without preamble, Chu Lan asked, Could you tell us where you source your goods, manager? Wang Yu firmly declined. No, I cannot. At his response, Chu Lan paused, surprised by his resolute refusal. Yet, it was understandable. Such confidential information could hardly be divulged to a stranger. She had briefly scoured the store and found that everything Liang Shu had mentioned was indeed available, with ample supplies and even electricity. This reality stirred the thoughts of plundering within her, for in this post-apocalyptic world, resources were scarce and the competition fierce. Nevertheless, the exaggerated tales spun by Liang Shu and his companions regarding Wang Yu, of mind-controlled assassins, smiling killers, and omnipotent beings, caused her to hesitate and question whether this man truly possessed such formidable strength. He appeared to be merely the subject of youthful embellishment. Surely, he must harbor some peculiar ability. After all, every ability has its vulnerabilities. Moreover, he was merely contending with E-class ability users, while her little orange cat was a D-class, making the confrontation all the more manageable. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, the beautiful woman before him was lost in contemplation, her silence punctuated by her unwavering gaze. Was she trying to assess his prowess? Just then, a black dog sauntered in, resembling a triumphant warrior returning from battle. Chapter 17. The unyielding presence of Heizi cast a disdainful glance at the orange cat before striding directly to Wang Yu, seeking praise. This singular look terrified the orange cat, which nestled deeper into Chu Lan's embrace, trembling with fear. It was an overwhelming pressure emanating from a superior being. The disparity between the levels of abilities was as profound as a chasm, particularly when crossing two tiers. Upon observing, Wang Yu noted that Heizi had already achieved B-level status among extraordinary beasts, a remarkable feat in terms of monster-slaying speed. In the evening, he indulged in an extra chicken leg, adding 2 more. Woof! Heizi lay at Wang Yu's feet, exuding a charming playfulness. However, to the onlookers, the situation appeared quite different. Whether due to recent indulgences or the influence of the apocalyptic virus, Heizi had grown to over 1 meter in shoulder height, boasting long, muscular limbs, and emanating a chilling, lethal gaze. From the moment he entered, an aura of menace enveloped the crowd, a palpable sense of danger and wildness. Chu Lan, in particular, felt this deeply. It was indeed a beast of extraordinary caliber. Judging by Xiao Ju's reaction, this black dog far surpassed the orange cat, likely at least of sea level. They had yet to encounter a sea-level extraordinary beast. Could this be the very foundation upon which the man before them stood? Clutching the trembling orange cat in her arms, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. How could there be such a vast difference among beasts? Simultaneously, she felt a twinge of relief, thankful she had not acted impulsively, for otherwise, her entire team would have fallen victim to its wrath. Shopkeeper, will the store be relocating in the future? Wang Yu pondered for a moment before responding. There are no current plans for that. It should remain as is. Thank you. Chu Lan replied, turning to leave, her mind racing with thoughts. Upon seeing her return, the team members looked up expectantly, only to witness Chu Lan shake her head. A hint of bitterness crept into her smile. Xiao Ju was simply not on the same level. Hearing this, the others felt a wave of disappointment. Xiao Ju's prowess was evident to all, with lightning-fast speed and the ability to defeat foes in a single move, leaving no time for response. Within their community, it had faced few challenges. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed a precious crystal core upon an extraordinary beast. This D-level had been painstakingly accumulated, each core a testament to their frugality. They had believed they could navigate this area with ease, only to be outmatched by a black dog, leaving them too frightened to show themselves. Who wouldn't be distressed by such a predicament? Meanwhile, Liang Shu, who was enjoying his boxed meal, seemed to catch wind of something amiss and furrowed his brow. Why are you all so eager to court disaster upon just joining us? Infuriating Wang Yu would inevitably bring repercussions for those guiding the way. He had repeatedly emphasized the importance of adhering to the rules before their arrival. At that moment, Chu Lan waved her hand dismissively. Let us eat, drink, and shop, and maintain a good rapport with the shopkeeper. Since we cannot resolve everything at once, engaging in trade isn't a bad idea, especially since the shop's goods can be purchased with crystal cores at reasonable prices. She then turned to Liang Shu, saying, remember to buy several of those storage scrolls. Whatever the cost in crystal cores, consider it a team expense. Though perplexed, Liang Shu complied. Once the group had gathered their supplies, they discovered that the time outside was still early, the scorching sun making it nearly impossible to step out of the store. Someone suggested, Sister Lan, why don't we wait a bit longer to leave? Yes, it's so hot outside. Rushing out could be fatal, Another chimed in. Every time we search for supplies, it takes us ages. Today should be no different. However, the usually understanding Chu Lan unexpectedly reprimanded them. It was just as hot on the way here. Why didn't I hear any complaints then? This time, we purchased with crystal cores. Allow me to inquire. Do you all still possess any crystal cores? Have you ceased to enhance your levels? Have you not noticed that the zombies outside are becoming increasingly difficult to vanquish? Their levels are rising while we remain stagnant. Sooner or later, we shall transition from hunters to prey. Wang Yu could not help but regard the young girl with newfound respect. Having previously joined numerous teams, he understood that this was a motivational tactic employed by the captain. Clearly, the oppressive atmosphere created by Heisey instilled a sense of urgency in her. If we do not bolster our team's strength, we will inevitably be consumed by the tides of this apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of shame wash over them. As a devoted fan, Su Yao was the first to step forward in support, striding outward. Sister Lan is right. In this era of supernatural abilities, one must either forge ahead or regress. There will always be those who lead the way. Why should it not be us? Liang Shu cast a sidelong glance at Su Yao, inwardly scoffing at her overt admiration. After all, she was not even an ability user. What was with her impassioned rhetoric? Nevertheless, the others rallied in agreement, shouldering their backpacks. The group slowly departed under the blazing sun. The store fell silent, leaving only one person, one dog, and one system behind. Wang Yu gleefully opened the system shop, replenished supplies with a single click, and found that his crystal coin balance remained at 2,560. Evidently, they had accumulated a significant amount. However, after accounting for the replenishment cost, they still netted a profit of 2,300. The mechanism of this payment card allows the crystal cores recharged by customers to immediately enter his treasury. Yet, the downside is that it becomes challenging to ascertain precisely how much profit has been made, as deductions will occur gradually based on the items purchased by customers. Upon returning to the Falu community, Chu Lan assigned rooms to the new team members, then gathered everyone for a meeting. To facilitate our future resource replenishment, I have decided to relocate the base. At this, the crowd erupted in murmurs of disbelief. Sister Lan, with so many zombies outside, where can we go? Chu Lan's tone was resolute. The park. Liang Shu nodded in agreement, recognizing its proximity to the store, the relative scarcity of zombies and mutated beasts, as well as the open terrain ideal for establishing a camp. However, he shifted his tone. But let us not overlook the challenges of construction. What about the building materials? In this apocalypse, where can we procure them? Chu Lan chuckled softly, explaining, we have 3 Earth-type ability users in our team who can manipulate soil and rock. And one of them was previously an engineering major. That settles it. Liang Shu smacked his forehead, realizing he had overlooked the potential of abilities. His thinking was still rooted in the pre-apocalyptic world. As night fell, within the dimly lit room of the Falu community, 4 bare men sat around playing cards. Nearby, a disheveled bed held a woman whose body was marred with bruises and bite marks. Her expression was vacant and numb. No one knew what she had endured. Just then, Biao Gu, who had ventured out in search of supplies, anxiously entered the room. He looked toward a middle-aged man and meekly said, I'm sorry, brother Shi. I was unable to find any supplies today. Upon hearing this, the air in the room seemed to freeze, enveloped in an oppressive silence. The middle-aged man, his face marred with scars, spoke with a chilling tone. Why have you returned? Biao hurriedly defended himself. It's not that. Shigu. I've searched all the nearby supermarkets, but the supplies have been completely depleted. I truly had no other choice. I did not inquire about your reasons. I simply asked why you came back. At this moment, the others quickly intervened. Shigu, the supplies in the vicinity have indeed run out. Lao Wu had no alternative. Indeed, we must venture farther afield to search. But there are numerous zombies in that area, and surely, Biao's team is insufficiently staffed today. Su Biao promptly added, although we found no food, we did manage to eliminate several zombies and brought back numerous crystal cores. Shida pondered for a moment, acknowledging that other locations were densely populated with zombies, including some high-level variants. Even he, a mid-tier D-class ability user, would find it somewhat challenging to navigate such a situation. The group began to brainstorm, searching for solutions. Silence enveloped them, as despair loomed large. Just then, the woman lying on the bed, Jiang Yuan, unexpectedly spoke, her voice raspy. I know where supplies can be found. The crowd turned their attention to her. However, you must ensure that my daughter and I receive our share. Hearing this, Shida replied with a hint of intrigue. That is only natural. Please, tell us. Jiang Yuan, battling through her pain, slowly rose, her eyes filled with unquenchable resentment. If it weren't for that shopkeeper, if he had taken us in, I would not have been violated by a few goblins. Now that I am in this state, neither of you will fare any better. A shop operated by an ability user, Shida murmured, perplexed as to why anyone would open a store in such a dire apocalyptic scenario. Su Biao promptly volunteered. Eager to redeem himself, Shigu, I will go and ensure that I bring back the supplies. Shida nodded, his gaze fierce. Make sure to bring ample manpower. If that person proves uncooperative, eliminate him and retrieve the crystal cores. I want to go as well. Xiao Yuan, what are you thinking? Will you even be able to rise from your bed tomorrow? Merely relying on dirt and rock for shelter may not suffice in terms of durability. Over time, it will prove inadequate. From a long-term perspective, indeed, it is insufficient. The zombies and mutated beasts will only grow stronger. Chulan proposed. Isn't Liang Shu's ability related to steel manipulation? Perhaps we could construct something with reinforced concrete. He then turned to Liang Shu and Du Feng, a graduate student in engineering. Du Feng stroked his chin and replied, it's worth a try. However, Liang Shu shook his head, not to mention whether we have enough materials. I currently only possess a basic ability to manipulate steel. I have yet to explore the intricacies of condensing large amounts of steel or altering its shape. There is a steel market nearby. Perhaps we might find some ready-made materials there, Du Feng suggested, uncertainly pursing his lips. At that moment, Bai Che, rarely one to speak, suggested, I propose that Liang Shu procure a book on this subject. The instructional content is quite comprehensive. With that, he showcased the book in his hands. The crowd gathered around him eagerly. This book will teach you how to harness your abilities. Laughter erupted in response. Zhang Yingjing lamented, Xiao Che, I've already told you. This kind of book is akin to the martial arts manual sold on the roadside for a mere 5 yuan during our childhood. Utterly useless, all complete nonsense. Don't ask me how I know. I've experienced it firsthand. As he spoke, his gaze dimmed, recalling the time he purchased a dozen manuals from a so-called expert, almost setting off to explore the martial world. It was only later he discovered that man was a charlatan. Where are the promised extraordinary skills and martial genius? My own ability was truly developed from a legitimate source. Bai Che retorted. Liang Shu looked on skeptically. Bai Che, from which scam artist did you acquire that? From the apocalyptic shop, where I also found books on other abilities, Bai Che replied. The group fell silent, momentarily speechless. Chu Lan took a glance at the book, noting it was authored by Jin Tiao. Is this the work of some self-help guru? Despite its origins, she skimmed through it and found the language remarkably scientific and precise, detailing even the training methods for abilities. It felt enlightening. Her eyes sparkled with interest as she turned to Bai Che and eagerly inquired, tell me about your psychic ability. My ability is mental disorientation. On page 15 of the book, it describes how one can induce a temporary stupor in another person. Let me test it on a small subject. With that, Bai Che patted the melancholic Zhang Yingjing. As Zhang looked up, he suddenly froze. His expression vacant and eyes devoid of focus. This state lasted nearly 5 seconds before he snapped back to reality. Who am I? Where am I? Liang Shu quickly asked. What did you experience just now? I felt as if my mind was completely blank, as if my brain had been unloaded, Zhang Yingjing replied, bewildered. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent, astonished by the revelation. This ability was indeed terrifying. Just that brief moment of disorientation could be lethal. Zhang Yingjing, pale-faced, turned to Bai Che and said, Xiao Che, no, Che Gu, Yao Shun, I admit my voice was a bit loud. Please refrain from using illusions on me again. Chu Lan found it hard to believe why Wang Yu would sell such a book. If he were merely an ordinary student before the apocalypse, she would never have believed it. Could he perhaps be from the future, or had he foreseen the apocalypse? This shop had too many astonishing aspects, and the implications were unnerving. Realizing the significance of the book, everyone eagerly gathered to peruse it. Goodness, does that mean there's also a textbook for my ability? With this book, I could save 10 years of trial and error. Are there similar books elsewhere? This must be a cheat. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, his tone cheerful. In that case, let us search for books on our abilities tomorrow. The construction of our camp should then be a breeze. Observing the group's newfound confidence and enthusiasm, Chu Lan smiled warmly. The following day, Wang Yu opened his shop as usual, yet Haizi did not venture outside as he typically would. Instead, He lay on the ground in a state of sheer enjoyment. Wang Yu reclined comfortably in his chair, cradling a cup of hot coffee, squinting at Haizi at his feet, imparting wisdom with an air of authority. Haizi, born of hardship and perishing in comfort. At your age, I had not enjoyed a single day of ease. Do not presume that merely reaching B level affords you the luxury of idleness. There are dogs beyond dogs, and realms beyond realms. In response, Haizi rolled his eyes, shook his canine head, and remained sprawled on the ground, impervious to coaxing. Wang Yu felt perplexed. Haizi had previously been quite spirited. Was it possible that his rapid ascension in rank rendered the low-tier crystal cores of lesser beings insignificant to him? After all, a B-level anomalous creature, even in the late stages of the apocalypse, possessed the capability to command a territory, let alone in the 9th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 19. Instant kill before long. The roar of engines filled the air. Wang Yu turned to see a large truck halting not far away, closely pursued by several zombies drawn by the noise. Subsequently, the truck's rear doors swung open, and a dozen men leapt out, swiftly dispatching the few F-level zombies. Another batch of customers, Wang Yu mused. Business had been rather brisk these past few days. A lean young man gazed at the shop, his voice tinged with excitement as he spoke to a bearded companion nearby. Biao Gu, there really is a store, and look at all the supplies. Indeed, who would be foolish enough to open a shop here? He wouldn't dare attempt to trade with us, would he? Ha! Perhaps he believes this place is safe from zombies, living in the delusion of the pre-apocalyptic world. Su Biao, seemingly rugged, possessed a keen intellect, stroking his beard as he murmured, I fear there may be a trap, or he harbors absolute confidence in his own strength. And what if there is a trap? We have 16 brothers, 16 to 1. I truly cannot fathom a reason for defeat. Su Biao shook his head, unexpectedly cautious. Having disappointed Shigu once before, he could not afford another misstep lest his standing in the group be compromised. He then commanded the lean young man, Mosquito, go and test the waters. What? The young man, known as Mosquito, gulped nervously. He was one to boast loudly, but always found himself lagging behind in times of trouble. Yet, under the pressure of his peers, he steeled himself and approached the shop. As he cautiously entered, he felt invigorated by the cool air dispelling the summer heat. Ding! Welcome! Startled by the sound of the sensor, Mosquito jumped. But after a few seconds, nothing further occurred. Damn, I feel like I'm walking on thin ice. Wang Yu, bewildered, wondered where this foolish fellow had come from. Can I assist you with something? Mosquito remained silent, surveying the shop. Besides the astonishing quantity of supplies, nothing appeared amiss. Only a solitary man and his dog. He then called out eagerly to his companions outside. Biao Gu, it's just one man and one dog. Let us take it. Upon hearing this, the dozen men surged into the shop. We hit the jackpot. So many supplies. Brothers, we are truly fortunate. By my word, there are cigarettes. With this many, we can finally enjoy a smoke. The air conditioning is pleasantly cool, and the aroma of delectable dishes wafts through the air. A few individuals reveal their intentions with an unmistakable hint of menace, as if this outcome is preordained. Observing this, the vigilant Haizi rises, his gaze icy, causing unease among the onlookers, as if they were prey under the scrutiny of a hunter. Wang Yu lets out a soft sigh, dreading the impending mess on the floor. The Mosquito, emboldened, points at Haizi and taunts. What are you staring at, beast? Do you dare to challenge me? I could easily have you served up tomorrow. Dog meat hot pot. What a novel idea. Haizi bristles, crouching low and emitting a low growl, yet refrains from acting without Wang Yu's command. At that moment, Jiang Yuan stumbles in, each step eliciting waves of pain. With an air of arrogance, she addresses Wang Yu. Do you still remember me, boss? Wang Yu observes the bite marks and bruises on her skin, sensing the afflictions her body bears, and a flicker of skepticism crosses his mind. You recognize me? I hardly recall visiting a brothel, he replies. At his words, Jiang Yuan's expression darkens, her resentment toward Wang Yu intensifying. Previously, I implored you to shelter me and my daughter, yet you cast us aside. If it weren't for you, I would not have been compelled to sell my body for survival. Wang Yu recalls this and calmly inquires, so, you've returned for revenge? Do you regret it now? She retorts, regret is inconsequential. Today, both you and your pitiful establishment shall meet your demise. Kneel and beg for mercy, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is prolonged. All because I failed to extend a helping hand. Wang Yu's expression remains unchanged. Jiang Yuan, recalling her past humiliations, suddenly erupts into a frantic scream. You have only yourself to blame for lacking compassion. It is all your fault. Your heart is as venomous as a woman scorned. Enough. Jiang Yuan, spare us your theatrics. My brothers are famished, Su Biao interjects, observing Wang Yu's composure, which stirs a sense of unease within him. After a moment's contemplation, he addresses Wang Yu gravely. We seek only wealth, not bloodshed. Depart now, and we shall grant you a path to safety. At this, Jiang Yuan grows agitated. But Biao Gu, she begins, only to be cut off by Su Biao's harsh reprimand. Your opinion is irrelevant. Do you truly believe yourself significant? If this man lacked strength, he would not dare to operate a shop in such perilous times. They say that a cornered thief should not be pursued. And he does not wish to provoke Wang Yu into desperation, for that might lead to dire consequences. Wang Yu shakes his head and retorts bluntly. You are the ones who are out of line. This is my establishment. If anyone is to leave, it will be you. The already disgruntled crowd can no longer contain their ire. How audacious! Biao Gu has shown you immense mercy by allowing you to depart. I cannot tolerate Biao Ji's presence. Yet this fool dares to overstep. One among them scoffs. Do you truly believe you can take on 10 men single-handedly? Have you mistaken yourself for a master? Su Biao's countenance darkens as he approaches the cash register, confronting Wang Yu. Do you genuinely believe we would hesitate to act against you? Wang Yu merely smiles in silence. Though he had hoped to avoid conflict, he stands resolute, unperturbed by the prospect of acquiring an additional crystal core. As they say, he too did not believe that Wang Yu and the dog could stand against 10 adversaries, especially considering that they were all E-grade. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Su Biao abruptly unleashed his abilities, transforming his arm into a sharp blade aimed directly at Wang Yu. Yet, Wang Yu exhibited no intention of evasion, even sporting a faint, enigmatic smile at the corner of his lips. Just as Su Biao believed victory was assured, Wang Yu leisurely remarked, "Kill them all." At that moment, the poised He Zi sprang into action, swiftly pouncing upon Su Biao. By the time the onlookers managed to comprehend the scene, only a lingering shadow remained, along with Su Biao's lifeless expression. Subsequently, darkness enveloped them, and when consciousness returned, they found themselves greeted by the cheerful visage of an elderly woman. Within mere seconds, everyone had been severed from their former selves. After a few moments of bewilderment, Jiang Yuan regained her senses, only to have a severed head roll to her feet. He Zi glanced at Wang Yu, seemingly inquiring how to address the situation with the woman. Jiang Yuan dropped to her knees, crawling towards Wang Yu, desperately clutching at his pant leg. I was wrong. Please spare me. I have done nothing. They forced me. I have a daughter to care for. I beg you, do not kill me. She had entirely shed her earlier arrogance. Chapter 20. Justifiable Defense. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall spare your life. Really? The woman stared at Wang Yu, gratitude swelling within her heart, more precious than pearls. No sooner had she spoken than a fruit knife silently pierced her skull. Consider this a warning. Should we meet again in your next life, I may spare you then. The woman's eyes widened, her expression shifting from shock to terror, then to malice, before ultimately losing all glimmer of life. Wang Yu leaned down, extracting the fruit knife, wiping it clean on Jiang Yuan's clothing to remove the stains. He murmured, this knife should still fetch a price. With that, he turned to return it to the shelf, only to encounter Chu Lan and her entourage at the entrance. Their faces frozen in shock. A profound silence fell over the room. Wang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat, saying, Haha, I was merely joking. How could a knife stained with blood still be sold? I was about to discard it. However, the onlooker's focus was not on his words, but rather on the crimson blood pooling on the floor. The sight of corpses, each head adorned with expressions of terror and rigidity, filled the air with a metallic scent that pierced their nostrils. Suddenly, nausea surged within them, prompting many to rush to the flower beds to vomit. Only Wang Yu and He Zi remained, both looking utterly perplexed. Wang Yu kicked the severed head on the ground with irritation. Damn it, even in death, it causes trouble. And you, He Zi, what joy do you find in flaunting a dog's head? This bloodshed is far too gruesome, scaring away the guests. You'll be docked pay. Oh whoa. Upon hearing this, He Zi became restless, circling Wang Yu anxiously, nearly bursting forth with speech. Master, do you truly expect a mere dog to engage in something refined and appreciated by all? Do you think we are merely gathering for poetic discourse? Is it necessary to ensure a semblance of dignity even in death? Freya, Come here and clean up this mess. Beep, a stain has been detected. However, Freya, unfazed by convention, hoisted the bloodied figure of Heise and dashed towards the restroom, unheeding of the shouts behind her. At that moment, Chu Lan and her companions returned to the entrance, their faces ashen, confronted once again with this ghastly scene, which prompted some to retch anew. Wang Yu explained to the group, "These are merely troublemakers, foolishly attempting to seize what is not theirs, and I acted in self-defense." At this juncture, the collective thought among the onlookers was singular. Do not provoke Wang Yu. The seemingly jovial man could change countenance with the mere blink of an eye. In a tone tinged with melancholy, Chu Lan pinched her nose and said, "Manager, unless this place is cleaned up, we cannot even enter." Wang Yu surveyed the scene strewn with bodies and the pallor of his companions, then smiled, saying, "Whoever disposes of the bodies shall earn the crystal core within their minds." "Oh, come now, manager, do not jest. We are fortunate to have restrained our nausea, let alone move corpses. Indeed, we would greatly appreciate your personal assistance." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow. After all, they were all at least E-class ability users. The group fell silent. Under the lure of a generous reward, courage would surely emerge. Zhang Yingjing grit his teeth, charging forward to drag a body away, but was halted by Wang Yu. A spherical object was tucked into his embrace, followed by Wang Yu's mischievous voice. How could one forget such a crucial component? Zhang Yingjing fought to keep his stomach contents at bay, ultimately hurling the corpse into a nearby lake. As he prepared to extract the crystal core, he could no longer suppress his revulsion. Previously, when obtaining cores from zombies, he regarded them merely as animals. This was his first encounter with a human core, and feelings of psychological burden were entirely natural. With one person taking the lead, others were unwilling to lag behind, for an E-class crystal core held significant value for them. The park was vast, and soon, the group collectively discarded the bodies into the lake, blood slowly diffusing through the water. Chu Lan regarded Wang Yu with a peculiar gaze, observing his calm demeanor as he directed operations with poise. His countenance bore maturity and composure beyond his years, and he dispatched life with unerring efficiency. Yet, the horrific state of the corpses indicated the work of a formidable beast, delivering swift and lethal blows. This was the doing of Su Biao and the 5th Black Snake Gang. Chu Lan murmured in recognition. "You know them?" Wang Yu inquired, glancing at Chu Lan, who cradled an orange cat. "They are also from the Fulu community, the most powerful force in our neighborhood. Then you should be grateful to me for diminishing their strength." Chu Lan shook her head, deeming this irrelevant. "Our team will soon vacate the community. You have slain their members. They will not let this go easily." In response, Wang Yu reclined nonchalantly in his chair, inviting them to come at him. Chu Lan furrowed her brow slightly and kindly cautioned, "The members of the Black Snake Gang are notorious for their ruthless deeds. It would be wise for you to exercise caution and ensure your beast does not stray too far." She had endured hardships in the past. Had it not been for the considerable distance between their respective buildings and the presence of thousands of zombies within the community, the Black Snake Gang would have already targeted them. Wang Yu, uninterested in providing extensive explanations, merely nodded with a smile. Once everyone had completed their tasks and Freya had tidied the bloodstains from the ground, Chu Lan and her companions spent a significant amount of money to acquire a dozen books. At the checkout, Lin Yi gazed sorrowfully at the books in his hands and cautiously inquired, "If I practice according to this book, it surely won't lead to any missteps, will it?" Wang Yu, who was beaming with success, patted his chest and assured him, "Absolutely not. With this tome, it is akin to having an esteemed mentor, Master Yao, guiding you. Your ascent in levels will be smooth, and achieving at least a B-level strength will be well within your grasp. Life will be at its zenith." The group fell silent. Those who made such bold guarantees were often charlatans. "If I fail to reach B-level in the future, can I seek recompense from you?" Linny jested. "I'll give you an egg." Wang Yu retorted with a hint of irritation. "This book costs you 60 crystal coins, not 6,000. Do you truly expect everything to be handed to you on a platter?" After they departed, Wang Yu checked his crystal coin balance, which had reached 2980. It seemed the time had come for an upgrade. "Gold bars, come forth. I wish to upgrade the shop." Gold bar replied, "This upgrade will expand the store's area. Please confirm if you wish to proceed." Wang Yu recalled the previous instance where he had spent 1,000 crystal coins merely to unlock furniture, which ignited his frustration. It better not be some worthless item this time. The upcoming merchandise is guaranteed to be essential for everyone. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt a bit reassured and decisively clicked yes. In an instant, the walls of the shop visibly expanded outward, and the interior became more spacious. Though the overall style remained unchanged, the shop has successfully upgraded to level E, and 1,000 crystal coins have been deducted. Clothing section unlocked. Wang Yu mused. Truly essential for all. The soft, endearing voice of Gold Bar chimed in. Shouldn't you first take a look at the product details? With that, a virtual panel unfolded before him. What is so appealing about clothing? It's not as if I can't read. Wang Yu exclaimed in astonishment upon examining the product descriptions. Chapter 21. The mysterious earthen wall clothing provides certain attribute bonuses to the wearer, non-stackable. Night attire grants an additional 50 concealment in darkness, reduces visual detection by 80 for others, and increases speed by 10. Physical training outfit enhances efficiency by 20 during physical training. Power pants increases speed by an additional 20 while in motion. Strength gloves provides an additional 10 strength. At last, a conscientious system has presented something truly useful. As dusk gradually descended, Sheeta sat on the sofa with a sullen expression. At that moment, a corpulent man with a greasy visage entered, shaking his head as he remarked, "Old Five and the others have yet to return." Upon hearing this, Sheeta remained silent, while the third and fourth members began to murmur amongst themselves. Could it be that something unforeseen has occurred? Even if Lao Wu failed to find supplies, it is improbable that he would not return by nightfall. Indeed, we have yet to explore the park area, which may harbor hidden dangers. At that moment, the portly fellow suddenly interjected, "I heard someone saw Chu Lan and the others returning from the park. Could they be up to something? It is quite possible. Let us not forget that we raided their supplies last time. Damn that troublesome woman. One day, I shall deal with her. We refrained from attacking them first. Yet they still provoked us. Such audacity." Sheeta, who had remained silent, fixed a piercing gaze upon us and commanded, "Send someone to monitor them. Once they leave the community, we shall settle the score." I promptly set about arranging this. The following morning, as Chu Lan and her companions departed the community, they found a car at a secluded location. Chu Lan handed a spatial scroll to Liang Shu and the others, instructing, "We have yet to explore the steel market. Proceed with caution. Bring back as much steel as possible while ensuring your safety." The whimsical Su Yao piped up, "Hee, without any abilities, I shall refrain from joining." Xiao Shui, remember not to die. Who will help me with my back then? Chen Shui gave a thumbs up, saying, "Having a friend like you is truly a blessing." Once they had left, Chu Lan addressed the remaining members. "Today's mission is to eliminate as many zombies as possible. We are still too impoverished. After establishing our camp, acquiring supplies and equipment will incur significant expenses, and we cannot neglect our levels. We must not find ourselves incapable of protecting the camp." At that moment, a sharp and caustic voice interrupted, "Fear not. You shall not have that opportunity." Suddenly, over 30 individuals emerged unexpectedly from around the corner. The four leading figures bore fierce expressions and malevolent glares. Chu Lan furrowed her brow, her orange cap poised for action, while the other 13 grew increasingly tense. Preparing for combat, Sheeta regarded them mockingly, as if observing a cluster of ants. Over 30 against 13, and in terms of ability levels, the members of the Black Snake Gang were at least E-rated. Even the most ordinary E-rated member of the Black Snake Gang would be considered formidable in Chu Lan's group. "Is this a buy one, get one free offer? Two beauties, how delightful," exclaimed a tall, middle-aged man, his gaze flitting between Chu Lan and Su Yao as he laughed unabashedly. Chu Lan grimaced in distaste, saying, "To spy on us is truly revolting." Sheeta sneered, "This is all you're doing. You've brought this upon yourselves. A tiger does not show its might, and you presume us to be mere Hello Kitty. Had you not killed Lao Wu, we would not have escalated this situation. To dare provoke us is to be an ant shaking a tree, utterly foolish. Today, we shall settle the score for a biao. Do not cling to false hopes of survival. Submit quietly to your fate to avoid unnecessary suffering. Indeed, our brothers are all gentlemen who cherish beauty. If you two lovely ladies please us, we might spare your lives," they jeered. In response, someone from Chu Lan's group quickly exclaimed, "No, it wasn't us who killed him. It was that shopkeeper. We had nothing to do with it." Chu Lan frowned at the individual. "Really? In the past, we merely purchased goods without engaging in any actions." Shida and the others displayed expressions of disbelief, questioning whether one individual could truly have defeated all 16 members of the Black Snake Gang. The excuse seemed rather implausible. "We are not deceiving you. He possesses a formidable beast, which was responsible for the killings. We did nothing. The portly man, who had been observing the situation closely, noticed that they no longer appeared to be lying and whispered a few words into Shida's ear. Shortly thereafter, Shida chuckled. We understand now. The man, with an excited glint in his eye, replied, I apologize, but you still must perish. After all, my brothers cannot have come here for nothing. It would be reasonable to return with some crystal cores. The chubby man grinned as he spoke. Chu Lan cast a look of exasperation at the one who had betrayed Wang Yu. Shida wasted no time. Waving his hand to command the others with a cold tone, leave the women, kill the men, and seize their crystal cores. Upon hearing this, the group surged forward, preparing to encircle Chu Lan and the others. At that moment, Chu Lan produced a long object from seemingly nowhere and activated it. With a thunderous roar, a towering earthen wall materialized, instantly occupying the street and effectively blocking the members of the Black Snake Gang. Chu Lan, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and shouted, Run! Meanwhile, the members of the Black Snake Gang were left in a state of confusion. Several speed-oriented ability users failed to halt their advance and collided with the wall. Losing consciousness, Shida, acting decisively, raised his hand and unleashed an earthen spike to shatter the wall. Others followed suit, launching their powers in an attempt to destroy the barrier. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they could not breach the earthen wall. Stop wasting your energy. They have already escaped. One remarked as they gazed at the wall, perplexed. Damn it. Why is this wall so resilient? Is it an earth-type ability? Why is it different from my small earthen wall? Just as they prepared to leave, the wall abruptly vanished, revealing a broad street. The portly man muttered, Strange, exceedingly strange. This does not seem like a typical ability, more akin to a tool, perhaps a one-time use. Where could they have procured such an item? It was truly uncanny. Frustrated by their failure, Shida gloomily suggested, Let us first check the shop in that park. Ding. Welcome. Wang Yu looked up to find the familiar figure of the rotund Yi Tian, whom he had not seen for 2 days. Yi Tian, feeling the cool air of the shop, let out a sigh of relief and nodded in acknowledgement to Wang Yu. Why does it seem as if the shop's space has expanded? As his gaze swept over the sleeping black dog on the floor, he gasped, his expression turning incredulous. B grade. Yi Tian was internally astonished. He had only just reached mid-D grade. Would he forever remain unable to catch up? However, due to the considerable number of abilities he had absorbed, each upgrade required a substantial amount of crystal cores, which explained the widening gap in levels. Though levels do not define everything, he was confident in his ability to contend with C-grade zombies and even to defeat them in combat. Given time, the advantage of possessing numerous abilities will undoubtedly become more pronounced. In the future, Yi Tian, shall surely stand among the few at the pinnacle. Yi Tian consoled himself. Chapter 22. The Black Snake Gang comes knocking at the same time. Yi Tian found himself perplexed. Why did the conditions of the apocalypse differ from his previous life? Humanity's progression seemed to have accelerated somewhat, as if, at the onset of the apocalypse, everyone was already aware of the information regarding ability users and crystal cores. The informational advantage accumulated in his past life had vanished entirely. Otherwise, he could have far surpassed the average ability user. Could it be that his reincarnation had triggered a butterfly effect? In truth, it was because Yi Tian had not touched a mobile phone since the apocalypse, rendering him oblivious to the information available online. Wang Yu cleared his throat, kindly reminding him, Sir, we have new products in our store. Yi Tian paused, glancing around and noticing the sign indicating the clothing area not far away. Initially, he thought it was something substantial. It turned out the store manager had expanded the range of offerings. However, clothing was abundantly available in the abandoned supermarkets outside. Spending crystal cores on apparel seemed rather extravagant. Although he possessed only a single set of clothes, he typically dried them using his abilities after washing. Yi Tian was about to decline, but then he pondered. Could this be a subtle hint from the store manager? He raised his gaze to meet the cheerful expression of Wang Yu. Indeed, in the apocalypse, no one would purchase clothing. Mere survival was a concern, and who would care about maintaining a dignified appearance? Therefore, the manager must have feared that items would not sell at all, prompting him to suggest that Yi Tian lend his support. Thus, Yi Tian cooperatively examined his worn-out garments and remarked, I truly should buy a new one. Wearing the same outfit daily is rather inconvenient, especially since I lack winter clothing. With that, he made his way to the clothing section. This shop could potentially serve as his long-term supply source. Spending a few crystal coins to enhance the store manager's goodwill seemed a worthwhile investment. As Yi Tian surveyed the neatly stacked array of eccentric clothing, he found himself exasperated. No wonder no one bought them. Who in their right mind would purchase such ostentatious attire? He slowly picked up a top, inspecting the label, which bore a rather serious name, Physical Training Suit. To his astonishment, it was exorbitantly priced. Almost swearing, Yi Tian realized that one piece of clothing cost 200 crystal coins. Furthermore, the fabric felt peculiar to the touch. Flipping the label over to discern the material, he found only a brief, yet concise description. Instantly, Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of astonishment. What a remarkable item, truly worth its price. As he read the description, he felt no doubt regarding its authenticity. Gratitude welled up within him. The manager had promptly informed him, fearing he might miss out on such a treasure. In 2 lifetimes, this manager, with whom he had shared only a few encounters, had illuminated the faint light at the end of a dark tunnel. Yi Tian meticulously reviewed the descriptions of each piece of clothing, selecting a few outfits that would be beneficial to him, and also purchased some skill scrolls that had proven effective in the past. He then proceeded to the checkout counter. Beep. The payment card was recharged with 800 crystal coins. Wang Yu cast a satisfied glance at Yi Tian, but soon noticed that the boy's expression seemed somewhat off. In his eyes, it seemed as though gentle spring waters flowed. Startled, Wang Yu felt a tightening in his heart and silently called out, "Jin Tiao, analyze whether this lad is gay." Jin Tiao swiftly produced a plastic bag, neatly packaging it before placing it before him, then quickly withdrew his hand, striving to minimize any physical contact. Yi Tian looked on, bewildered, pondering if he had committed some misstep. "Brother, there truly exists a shop over there, and their cargo truck is also present. Chu Lan and the others did not deceive us," the third brother asserted, pointing towards a conspicuous building in the distance. Shida, with a stern expression, nodded and led the group forward. The absence of people at the truck spoke volumes. Members of the Black Snake Gang were not to be trifled with. However, he was halted by the second brother, the stout one. If every word from Chu Lan and the others holds true, then the strength of that beast cannot be underestimated. Otherwise, they would have long since taken action, he warned. The third brother regarded his cautious second brother with mild dissatisfaction, wondering why their elder brother allowed such a timid individual to hold a significant position within the Black Snake Gang. After all, his own abilities were superior. Cleverness alone would not suffice in the face of absolute power. Thus, he countered, "Brother, we have over 30 ability users. How can we be intimidated by a mere beast? If word of this spreads, how can the Black Snake Gang ever hope to expand its influence? Moreover, Old Five ranks at the bottom among us. It is only natural he falters in comparison. Yet, this time, we have over 30 comrades with us. Acquiring the core from that beast would be as simple as reaching into a pocket. Wouldn't you agree, fourth brother? What say you?" With that, he nudged the burly fourth brother with his elbow. Fourth brother, having absorbed little from the lengthy discourse of the third brother, could only stare with wide, bell-like eyes and replied, "I feel the same." Upon hearing this, Shida hesitated, clearly recognizing the validity in the third brother's words. Noticing his indecision, the third brother eagerly volunteered, asserting that he and fourth brother, along with their companions, could handle the task without needing the assistance of their elder brothers, urging them to simply observe. In his heart, the third brother perceived this as an opportunity for merit. At that moment, the stout one leaned closer to Shida, whispering a few words, which caused Shida to frown at the third brother. Ultimately, Shida acquiesced, stating, "Very well, we shall follow behind you. If you find yourselves at a disadvantage, we shall intervene." The third brother's face lit up with joy, confidently thumping his chest and assuring them that there would be no need for their intervention. He then turned to the others, exclaiming, "Brothers, follow me. Let us avenge our brother Biao. Stay alert." The group marched directly towards the shop. Ding! Welcome. As Wang Yu was engrossed in a show, he looked up to see a throng of individuals streaming into the store, encircling the cash register without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a tumult of emotions: anger, disdain, severity, and coldness converging upon him. He Z, too, stood alert, scanning the crowd with vigilance. Wang Yu remained seated, his legs crossed nonchalantly, his gaze unwavering from the screen of his phone. He languidly inquired, "Is there anything you require, esteemed guests?" Lao San shifted slightly, calmly responding, "It was that dog that killed our Lao Wu." Lao Wu, the one with the gorilla-like features, was apparently slain by Hazy. Wang Yu lifted a porcelain cup, savoring a sip of tea before clearing his throat to speak. Alas, what can be done? That fellow, despite his unattractiveness, had the audacity to demand that I vacate my own establishment to make room for him. His audacity rivals that of a bulletproof vest. At this, the crowd erupted in fury, their collective rage boiling, wishing to rend Wang Yu limb from limb. Yet, Lao San, rather than seething with anger, chuckled. Ah, how delightful. I've never encountered someone more arrogant than myself. However, it matters not. You shall soon meet your end. Chapter 23. The malicious Chu Lan. Wang Yu rubbed his temples, his tone as serene as a still pond. If you all would kindly vacate the premises now, you may yet live. As his words hung in the air, the crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Ha ha ha, this is too good. Why pretend to be brave when you're not? Are you still oblivious to your situation? Or do you think you can encircle us 30 strong with that black dog? You think we might live? Are you truly deluded? Ha ha, what a sight. An old woman crawling into bed. You amuse me greatly. Lao San wiped away tears of laughter, clapping his hands. All right. It appears he is quite eager to depart. Let us make haste. From the back, the portly second brother caught sight of a familiar item, the peculiar gadget just unveiled by Chu Lan. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. But it was too late. The crowd had already surged forward, targeting the unfazed Wang Yu. Hazy, quick as a flash, led the charge, and in an instant, blood splattered across the scene, claiming even Lao San and Lao Si, who had been so vociferous just moments before. Good heavens. Activate your abilities. We must kill that dog. Wait, why hasn't my ability activated? Petrification. Mine too. Our powers have vanished. Ah, don't come near me. Elder brother. Second brother. Quickly, save me. Those who wielded powers yet found themselves unable to use them were akin to tigers stripped of their fangs, like lambs awaiting slaughter. In less than a minute, the air was thick with silence, the crowd having succumbed to their fate. Shida and the portly one gazed in shock at the carnage surrounding them. These 30-plus abilities wielders were the very foundation of the Black Snake Gang, yet they had proven to be so woefully inadequate. Even if they had rushed to assist, it would have merely resulted in 2 more lifeless bodies. Fortunately, the portly one had discreetly suggested to Shida that Lao San and Lao Si probe the depths of danger. Otherwise, their demise would have been imminent. Hazy's dark, glistening eyes fixed on Shida and his companion, the crimson remnants of flesh glistening on his fangs, creating an unsettling visage. Terrified, the two hastily averted their gazes, feigning indifference, though their legs trembled involuntarily. Ah, second brother, what do you think of this chewing gum? It's quite rare indeed. Wang Yu, with a half-smile, scrutinized them, asking with a weighty tone, do you know them? Should we seek revenge for them? Upon hearing this, both individuals shook their heads vigorously, their gestures reminiscent of a rattling drum. No, I don't know them at all. We merely encountered each other on the road, and I never anticipated they would be such individuals. How unfortunate. The stout man discreetly cast a glance at Shida, silently giving him a thumbs up, and remarked, completely unfamiliar, but they deserve to be eliminated. This group is evidently a social blight, hardly worth lamenting their demise. Wang Yu nodded with a smile, recognizing that since the two were wise enough to understand the situation, there was no need to dirty the floor with further bloodshed. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and addressed them, remove the body. Their crystal cores shall be your reward. No sooner had he finished speaking than Shida and the stout man, both cunning as they were, brightened with joy and promptly rolled up their sleeves to take action. Such an opportunity. Big brother, you should have mentioned it sooner. We could have brought more people along. However, Wang Yu added, but their crystal cores can only be used to purchase items from my store. Upon hearing this, Shida, undeterred, sought to negotiate further, knowing that a wealth of crystal cores would significantly enhance their strength. Yet, he was halted by the stout man, who silently shook his head in disapproval. The two proceeded to drag the corpse away, intending to dispose of it in the lake of the park. Why are you stopping me, second? There are so many crystal cores, and they didn't even glance at us. We ought to at least negotiate. The stout man, however, shook his head, stating, they have their principles. Let us not be opportunistic. Besides, this might not be a bad thing. Pray tell, strategist, he continued. Firstly, let's not overlook the abundance of resources. The items sold in this store are extraordinary. I recognized that item from before, which posed a significant challenge for us. It was purchased here. If we acquire several of those, we would be invincible. Secondly, you've seen the strength of that exotic beast. although the individual did not engage. I sense that his power is likely on par with the Black Dog, if not surpassing it. If we cultivate a positive relationship with him, even if he does not favor us, at least we shall not find ourselves as adversaries. Shida, enlightened, nodded in agreement, for his views coincided with those of Wang Yu. Once they had finished transporting the body, they even took the initiative to assist a two-dimensional robot in cleaning up the area. Wang Yu, satisfied, nodded appreciatively and handed them a payment card, cheerfully stating, "I've already credited your account. No need to thank me." Totaling 400 crystal coins. What a windfall. Thank you, store manager. We are truly grateful for your generosity. The two hurriedly nodded and bowed, not daring to show any signs of negligence. The stout man cautiously inquired, "May we purchase some items?" Wang Yu waved his hand grandly. Of course. On their journey back, the setting sun elongated the shadows of the two middle-aged men, imbuing a sense of melancholy. Shida patted his ample belly, a look of contentment on his face, and his steps became noticeably lighter, having not tasted such delicious food in a long while. In the presence of the second, he shed the airs of a gang leader. His position was secured not only by strength, but also by the formidable management skills of the second. The stout man, however, bore a somber expression. "Big brother, although we have gained much, we still must seek vengeance." Shida wore a look of utter disbelief. "Are you insane? You still wish to take revenge on the store manager? That is out of the question. The manager is on an entirely different level from us. I am referring to Chulan." As he spoke, he retrieved a skill scroll from a plastic bag, squinting his eyes and speaking in a low voice. "Have you ever considered why Chulan possesses such a life-saving artifact, yet still chose to engage in lengthy dialogue with us, only to use it at the last moment? What do you mean? She did it on purpose. She must be well aware of the store manager's terrifying strength. By revealing the store's secrets to us, she aimed to use the manager's blade to eliminate us." Shida, realizing the implications, felt a chill run down his spine. "That venomous-hearted woman. Damn her," he muttered, letting out a sigh of resignation. "But now that the tides have turned, our Black Snake gang is left with only a handful of the weak and infirm. What can we possibly do to confront them?" The plump man's small eyes glinted with a fierce determination as he declared, "If they can kill with a borrowed blade, why can't we do the same?" Chapter 24. The unexplained attack. As evening approached, Liang Shu and the others finally returned to the apartment building, their faces covered in grime. Chulan hurried over to inquire, "How did it go?" Despite the perilous journey, the abundance of scrolls had frightened off the beasts occupying the area, allowing them to bring back a substantial amount of steel. Liang Shu, still shaken, remarked, "The strength of those beasts is indeed formidable. One misstep could cost a life. Besides the ability users, the others are far too fragile. Thank you all for your hard work. These crystal cores are to be distributed among the team, 5 F-grade cores each. Make sure to utilize them for upgrades," Chulan said, handing over a large bag to the group. Upon hearing this, excitement surged through the members as they rushed to collect their rewards. They had barely had time to gather crystal cores from the zombies they had slain outside. Moreover, most of them were only a step away from reaching E-grade. With these 5 cores, attaining E-grade would undoubtedly be within their grasp. Eagerly, they began to absorb the energy from the cores. Before long, Zhang Yingjing swung his fist vigorously, generating a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Is this what it feels like to be E-grade? Indeed, there is a significant enhancement. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted overhead, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Instantly, debris and flames erupted from the rooftop, illuminating the night sky. Even those on the lower floors, including Chulan and her companions, could feel the intense heat in the air. What is happening? At that moment, a frantic individual rushed in, shouting anxiously. It seems something has attacked the upper floors. A fire has broken out suddenly, and Wang Tao and the others are trapped. Another woman hurriedly delivered grim news. It's worse. The zombies have begun to swarm the building. There are too many. My brother and the others can't hold them off any longer. Clearly, the deafening explosion had drawn the attention of the surrounding zombies, who were now converging frantically towards their location. Even more troubling was the blazing fire on the rooftop, which would undoubtedly attract more zombies to surround the building. Chulan made a swift decision. Let the orange cat I have with me block the zombies downstairs. All water-based ability users, come with me to extinguish the fire and rescue those trapped. Prevent the flames from spreading. Liang Shu, you and the others provide support. Ensure that all remaining ability users guard the stairwell fiercely. We must not allow them to ascend. Understood. Chu Lan led 3 water-based ability users to the top floor. The scene was engulfed in flames, thick smoke swirling around, and the devastation was heart-wrenching. A tremendous force had torn a massive crack in the wall of the penthouse. Looking down from above, a sense of dread washed over everyone as they beheld a throng of zombies drawn by the radiant light below. The 3 water manipulators immediately activated their powers to extinguish the flames, sending forth jets of water that met the fire, generating vast clouds of steam. Wang Tao, Xia Hao, are you still alive? Why are you so slow? This fire is extraordinary. It's incredibly difficult to extinguish. From the sky, giant moths appeared, incessantly crashing into the rooftop, sending debris flying. Chu Lan could not afford a moment's respite, seizing the opportunity created by the moth's attempts to douse the flames. She unleashed a blade of wind aimed at their wings, preventing them from crashing into the building once more. The dawn light began to break. Yet the community lay in eerie silence. The members of Chu Lan's team were huddled in a room, their faces etched with exhaustion. Li Cheng's sister, Li Jing, curled up in a corner, her gaze vacant as she choked out, "My only brother. He has gone." Zhang Yingjing slammed his fist against the wall, his face contorted with rage. Who did this? Who was trying to kill us? The fiery assault they had endured the previous night was clearly the work of a supernatural being. Could it have been that group from the Black Snake Gang? I doubt it, considering they are also trapped in this community, surrounded by zombies. They wouldn't fare any better than us. Liang Shu approached Chu Lan, sighing heavily. It's down to just 17 of us now, thanks to Li Cheng and the others who fought valiantly to sever the staircase. At his words, a heavy silence fell over the air. Su Yao gently comforted Li Jing, but unexpectedly, Li Jing's emotions spiraled out of control as she shoved Su Yao away. Why wasn't he at you, worthless creature? Why? My brother was so strong. Why did he have to die? Upon hearing this, Su Yao lowered her head in despondency, at a loss for words. Observing this, her close friend Chen Shui hurriedly intervened, pulling Su Yao away. Enough. Li Jing, calm down, Chu Lan interjected, cradling an orange cat. She approached the window and gazed down, noting that the horde of zombies had fallen eerily quiet, aimlessly wandering about. The sheer number was overwhelming, with scarcely any standing room left in the expansive community. The staircase was severed, their skill scrolls exhausted, and with so many zombies below, she struggled to conceive of any reason for survival. Once our food runs out, we will simply await our demise, Liang Shu said, adjusting his glasses, appearing utterly dejected. Chu Lan remained silent, lost in thought. As midday approached, the group found themselves in a state of despair. Suddenly, a colossal scream pierced the air, followed by the sound of shuffling footsteps. Instantly awakened from their stupor, anxiety gripped their expressions, fearing another onslaught of zombies. However, peering through the window revealed that hordes of zombies were methodically vacating the community, dispersing in all directions as if responding to some unseen command. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Confusion etched on their faces. Liang Shu stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. A few minutes later, the number of zombies downstairs returned to its previous count, as if the other zombies had never been there at all. Gather your belongings. We must leave immediately, Chu Lan commanded without a moment's hesitation. They could no longer remain in this community. Should they suffer another attack tonight, it was certain that none of their group would see the light of day again. The assault from the rooftop had been exceedingly strange, possibly orchestrated by a powerful ability user. Moreover, the enemy was concealed while they were exposed, placing them at a significant disadvantage. After quietly dispatching a few remaining zombies in the corridor, the group safely made their way outside the community. Only then did their anxieties begin to ease. However, another question soon arose. Sister Lan, where shall we go now? After a brief contemplation, Chu Lan replied, Let us head to the park. It is relatively safer there. Upon hearing this, the others readily agreed, for it seemed they had never encountered a zombie in the park. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, Come quickly, is this a skill scroll? The group turned their gaze to the object that had fallen to the ground. It was unmistakably a skill scroll from the End Times shop, something Liang Shu and the others were quite familiar with. Chu Lan picked up the discarded scroll and murmured, Fire attribute attack. Isn't this something our team has used? Liang Shu furrowed his brow. The group exchanged glances. Chu Lan gazed towards the direction of the park and mused. Who could have done this? It seems only the shopkeeper would know. Chapter 25. The arrogant Shida in the shop's lounge area. Shida and the fatty reclined on soft sofas, each holding a can of beer, enjoying a moment of leisure. With over 3,000 crystal coins in their accounts, they need not worry about food and drink for the time being. You're the best, my friend. I bet Chulan and her group won't make it out. Did you see last night? A sea of zombies. If I were her, I would have needed to change diapers several times throughout the night. The fatty took a sip of his chilled beer and deliberately raised his voice. If you ask me, the shopkeeper's goods are the best, affordable and unparalleled treasures that leave one in awe. Shida rubbed his forehead, somewhat speechless. The flattery you dish out is quite something. Even I am taken aback, let alone the shopkeeper. Wang Yu, naturally, could hear their conversation but paid it no mind. He was more concerned with earning crystal cores and who the scroll would be used against. Mercy does not command soldiers. Righteousness does not conduct business. The only friend of a merchant is profit. With nothing to occupy his time, Wang Yu opened his information panel to check his precious crystal coins. Shopkeeper, Wang Yu stamina, 110 strength, 90 speed, 60 ability, space level, D level intermediate, 600 to 800, shop level, E level low, 0 to 1,500, crystal coin balance, 4890 with so many crystal coins. He was reluctant to see them diminish due to the expenses of those two old fools. He yearned for a reason to eliminate them, especially since the coins had already been charged. Just then, the golden bar spoke up, its tone melancholic. If the master continues to exploit bugs, I may have to take action. Ahem, I was merely jesting. If I were to harm a customer, how would I possibly run this establishment? Who would dare to approach with items around their necks? I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Suddenly inspired, Wang Yu decided it was time to enhance his extraordinary abilities. To let such a remarkable gift go to waste would be a travesty. Upgrade my powers to sea level immediately, he declared with exuberance. Upon successful completion, a notification chimed. 1,000 crystal coins deducted, unlocking the ability, spatial counter. With this, Wang Yu eagerly retrieved a worn textbook. Meticulously reviewing the instructions for using the spatial counter, his excitement palpable. At the sea level, spatial abilities finally offered a semblance of offensive capability, albeit passive in nature. Shortly thereafter, the entrance sensor chimed, ushering in a group of individuals. From the moment Chulan stepped inside, she noticed Shida and his companion in the lounge area, immediately understanding the implications. However, Li Jing seized the used scroll, rushing forward with urgency. Manager, who purchased this item? Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and shook his head with a smile. We are a legitimate store and cannot disclose customer information. My brother was killed by the perpetrator. He nearly caused the demise of us all. You must tell me. I seek vengeance for my brother, pleaded Li Jing. Lin Yi, ever the do-gooder, chimed in. Indeed, Wang Yu. The assailant is ruthless and clearly intends our demise. Just tell us who is responsible. Wang Yu remained resolute in his silence. Observing this, Shida and the portly man exhaled in relief. It seemed their manager was not one to meddle unnecessarily. This behavior elicited a newfound respect for Wang Yu. Nevertheless, Li Jing was relentless, and Wang Yu's patience began to wane. Chulan, perceptive as ever, quickly interjected. Enough, Li Jing. It is undoubtedly the work of the Black Snake Gang. Yet, blinded by hatred, Li Jing turned her ire towards Wang Yu, declaring, Your merchandise led to my brother's death. You bear responsibility. Pointing an accusatory finger at him, she continued, Indeed, you indirectly caused my brother's demise. You are complicit. Why would you sell to a murderer? Why? Wang Yu's gaze turned steely as he regarded Li Jing, who attempted to approach him aggressively. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. Li Jing barely had time to react, as the force sent her flying 3 meters, colliding violently with a nearby shelf. The unmistakable sound of a rib snapping echoed through the air. Chulan, astonished, had not witnessed the speed and power of Wang Yu's strike. Realizing that he was no ordinary ability user, previously, she had assumed he relied solely on his beast companion for strength. Now, she was certain of his formidable prowess. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Jing's mouth as she valiantly suppressed her pain and raised her hand to activate her ability. Don't, Chulan urged. But a wooden thorn had already shot forth, hurtling directly towards Wang Yu. At that moment, a slight smirk graced Wang Yu's lips. Given that He Zi was absent from the store, he refrained from immediately eliminating her, intending instead to test his newfound ability. As the onlookers beheld the swiftly flying wooden spike in the air, it suddenly vanished from sight. Chulan and her companions, having never witnessed Wang Yu's prowess, wore expressions of utter bewilderment. In the next moment, the wooden spike reappeared, albeit with a different trajectory, this time aimed directly at Li Jing herself. With a sickening sound, the spike pierced through her neck, the gruesome noise of flesh tearing echoing in the air. She opened her mouth to speak, but no words emerged. Her head tilting at an unnatural angle, her shocked expression forever frozen upon her face. Witnessing this scene, Chu Lan's pupils contracted as she pondered whether this was the manifestation of the manager's ability to control others' powers. If this were indeed the case, then no matter how formidable a power might be, it would become utterly inconsequential before him. The crowd couldn't help but murmur in dismay, their gazes towards Wang Yu tinged with a hint of fear. Despite the manager's usual cheerful demeanor, one would be wise to remember that should he be provoked, his change in disposition would occur with the swiftness of turning a page. Wang Yu calmly took a seat, dismissing the fallen comrade. What sort of fool is this? Someone scoffed, daring to speak disrespectfully to the manager, truly courting death. Another added, just because your brother was bested, you take it out on the manager? What sort of person are you? Their loud mockery drew furious glances from the crowd. Chu Lan turned her gaze towards them, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "You did this, didn't you? What is she talking about?" The second man feigned ignorance. "I don't understand," he quipped, eliciting laughter from his companion. Liang Shu, wearing a grim expression, leaned closer to Chu Lan and whispered, "There are only two of them. Let us wait until they leave the shop before we act. They cannot hide here forever." Upon hearing this, Chu Lan nodded, allowing them to bask in their arrogance a while longer. However, to her surprise, the two men swaggered towards the counter, speaking respectfully, "Manager, we would like to purchase a few more skill scrolls for protection." They selected an assortment and proceeded to check out. Beep. Payment card deducted 1,090 crystal coins, remaining balance 2 for 180. The sight left the crowd looking as if they had swallowed a fly, their expressions darkening. The potency of the scrolls was evident, and the sheer number of them filled Chu Lan and her companions with trepidation. They could hardly fathom their audacity and wealth. Chapter 26. Yi Tian's former enemies. Shida cast a provocative glance at them before returning to the lounge area, grateful for the cool air conditioning within the shop. A welcome respite from the sweltering heat outside. Chu Lan sighed softly, lamenting that it was their own fault for revealing the shop's location to these brutes. "Let us all report our payment card balances. We need to procure some supplies." "What about Li Jing's crystal core?" someone asked. "What else can we do with it?" "It must be confiscated. We reap what we sow." A few minutes later, the group purchased some supplies and then sat on the lounge's sofas to have lunch. Yet the presence of the two men nearby cast a pall over the atmosphere. "Sister Lan, the spatial scroll is nearing its expiration. It contains several dozen tons of steel." Chu Lan nodded in acknowledgement. "We will leave once we finish eating. They no longer have shelter, and the construction of our camp cannot be delayed. Thankfully, our team still includes 2 Earth-based ability users, along with Du Feng and Liang Shu, who can manipulate steel. The construction should pose no significant issues. However, I harbor concerns regarding Shida potentially creating obstacles. After all, the scrolls in their possession could wreak havoc if mishandled." At that moment, Bai Che approached the group, holding what appeared to be a jacket. Zhang Yingjing rolled his eyes, questioning the wisdom of purchasing such a trivial item when one could instead procure more sustenance. Furthermore, the garment was hardly a fitting choice for him. Bai Che, disinterested in offering an explanation, handed over the product description to the onlookers. An additional 10 defense points. Upon reading it, the crowd exchanged glances before hastening towards the clothing section, leaving Shida and his companion bewildered. What was so peculiar about the clothing? The vanity of today's youth is indeed overwhelming. Zhang Yingjing stared at Bai Che in disbelief. "Come on, be honest. Are you in league with the shopkeeper? It seems every time there's something worthwhile, it's you who brings it to our attention. How astonishing. Is this not mere game equipment? But it's so pricey. I have unwavering faith in the shopkeeper's wares. I would sell my possessions to acquire them. Does this mean I could also become like you extraordinary individuals? Xiaoxua, are we not the best of friends?" Lacking sufficient abilities, it appears that spending money is a viable alternative. After everyone secured their desired equipment and provisions, they prepared to depart. At that moment, Yi Tian sauntered in leisurely. Zhang Yingjing greeted him, yet Yi Tian paid no heed. Fixated instead on Shida in the lounge area, his gaze bordering on frenzied excitement. "At last, I have found you, Shida. Were it not for you in my past life, how could I have perished amidst a horde of zombies?" How could I have been granted this chance at rebirth? A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the surroundings, causing the group to halt and observe. Did he just utter Shida's name? Was there a deeper story behind this? Shida, who had been sipping a drink, sensed something amiss and turned to look. Suddenly, a figure darted towards him with alarming speed. What the? Shida was startled and had no time to evade. Bang! Yi Tian collided with what seemed to be an invisible barrier, his face contorted in agony. Wang Yu cleared his throat. Have you grown a pair of superpowered wings or something? The immense force subsequently calmed Yi Tian, who quickly turned to Wang Yu to offer his apologies. Shaken to the core, Shida was drenched in cold sweat. Why was there yet another troublemaker aiming for him? The hefty fellow beside him wore a perplexed expression. Brother, how many grudges have you amassed over the years? Excuse me, have we had any prior disputes? Why the hostility upon our first encounter? Yi Tian's countenance suddenly shifted to calm, his heart steady as he replied, My apologies, I mistook you for someone else. I'll be more careful next time. Shida, however, wore a bitter smile. Your mere mistake nearly cost me my life, and you mention it next time? How many lives do we get? Who is this fellow's subordinate, so ferocious? This is my buddy Yi Tian. I've known him for ages. Impressive, right? There was no need for such bravado. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, a thought forming in his mind as he looked towards Chu Lan. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lan nodded. In the realm of enemies, one's enemy becomes a comrade. Everyone had witnessed the earlier spectacle. Yi Tian's prowess is not to be underestimated. Had he been outside, Shida would have long since been engaged in spirited conversation with the elderly lady. Chu Lan conferred with the members of the team, and all expressed their agreement, for the addition of a formidable ally would undoubtedly diminish the peril faced by the group. However, the overly compassionate Lin Yi voiced his concerns, having almost mistakenly taken a life in a moment of recklessness. Such a person, who regards human life as inconsequential, is far too cold-blooded, and his aura of menace is palpable. The others could not help but roll their eyes. Was he so prone to inflammation? Chu Lan shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that the majority must prevail. He then turned and approached Yi Tian to express their intentions, only to be met with a firm refusal. Having learned from past experiences, Yi Tian was naturally averse to the idea of forming a team and confidently asserted, One is sufficient to deal with him. Only I shall administer the death blow. Should anyone dare to act first, they too shall meet their demise. After departing the shop, Chu Lan and the others hastily sought a campsite near the park. The reduction in manpower compelled them to quicken their pace. The park, expansive in size, featured a vast lake at its center, spanned by a stone bridge connecting to the opposite side. Nonetheless, for the sake of safety, they intended to remain close to the shop, ensuring ample concealment. Du Feng convened a meeting to delegate tasks appropriately, prompting the team to spring into action. Despite their enhanced abilities, constructing a robust base with both above-ground and subterranean structures proved to be a formidable challenge. As dusk approached, He Zishan returned to the park, casting a curious glance at the dense underbrush before making her way back to the shop. Just then, she encountered the departing Shida and the portly fellow. Dogmaster. Dogmaster has returned. My apologies for blocking your path. The Dogmaster's imposing presence remained as awe-inspiring as ever. The two lingered at the shop entrance for a moment, ensuring the surroundings were clear before cautiously stepping outside, clutching their precious skill scrolls tightly. Damn it, the shop feels so much safer. I really don't want to leave. Indeed, if only we could stay there overnight, I would gladly sleep on the floor. As they traversed a narrow path, a gentle breeze caressed their faces when a figure suddenly emerged. Both, being D-grade ability users, swiftly sensed the presence and leaped aside, only to discover it was the young man who had misidentified them earlier. Shida and the portly fellow exhibited no overt surprise. They understood that misidentification was merely a pretext. Yi Tian's expression was frigid, his eyes glinting with malice as he charged towards them with astonishing speed. A speed-type ability user. In a hurry, Shida and the portly fellow unfurled their scrolls to counter the threat, unleashing a massive fireball and a bolt of lightning that surged forth from the scrolls towards Yi Tian. Reacting with remarkable swiftness, Yi Tian also deployed 2 scrolls in response. Upon recognizing that their adversary possessed scrolls and that he was closing the distance, Shida shouted, Old 2. Continue with the scrolls. He then hastily activated his ability, raising a sturdy earthen wall that solidly positioned itself before them. The destructive capacity of a speed-type ability user is limited. He would likely require some time to breach their defenses. Just as Shida prepared to catch his breath, the earthen wall suddenly crumbled, sending a cascade of mud and debris crashing down upon them. In the midst of swirling sand and flying stones, a gleaming dagger suddenly appeared before Shida. His pupils constricted in an instant, leaving him no time to evade. The dagger pierced straight through his neck. For a moment, Shida felt an overwhelming difficulty in breathing, coupled with excruciating pain and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Clenching his teeth, he summoned the last vestige of his strength, grasping tightly onto Yi Tian's forearm. Just as Yi Tian was engulfed in confusion, a stout companion beside him bellowed, "Die!" He then unfurled a scroll, unleashing a torrent of ice spikes that surged toward Yi Tian with blinding speed. Shida's gaze turned frantic as he seemed to roar, "You must die too." Yet, remarkably, a faint smile crept across Yi Tian's lips. Suddenly, a flame erupted from his mouth, instantly melting the ice spikes that threatened him. Witnessing this, despair washed over Shida, and he succumbed to his fate with a bitter resignation. The stout companion, in disbelief, stammered, "What kinds of abilities do you possess? Why do you have so many?" Yi Tian offered no explanation. There was no need to boast before a dying man. As the stout one attempted to resist, hastily retrieving another scroll from his pocket, Yi Tian clearly had no intention of wasting time. With a swift motion, he pierced through the stout one's skull. The scroll slipped from his grasp as he fell to the ground, his face etched with unfulfilled desires. Meanwhile, on one side of the park, Lin Yi and Bai Che were patrolling the surroundings to ensure that no zombies or mutated beasts lurked near their camp. Given the extensive nature of their camp's construction, a single day was insufficient, and without shelter, they faced the prospect of spending the night exposed to the elements. Thus, they resolved to utilize their earth-based abilities to construct a few rudimentary earthen shelters for the night, making safety a paramount concern. As dusk approached, and they prepared to return, a sudden sound of a child's wailing pierced the air. Lin Yi abruptly raised his head, glancing towards the source of the sound, and exclaimed, "There's a child. We must check it out." However, Bai Che restrained him, stating, "Our task is to patrol for dangers. It is best not to meddle unnecessarily. Moreover, don't you find it peculiar that a child could survive in this vicinity?" Lin Yi, filled with concern, countered, "What if it is a survivor? Nightfall is imminent, and his cries will surely attract zombies. We cannot stand idly by." Observing Bai Che's indecision, Lin Yi declared, "Then I shall go alone," and set off toward the sound. With a sigh of resignation, Bai Che had no choice but to follow. Following the sound of the cries, Lin Yi arrived at a grassy area, where indeed, a child was sobbing not far away. The child appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, covered in dirt. Crouching beside the grass with his small face buried in his knees, his frail shoulders quivering. Moved by compassion, Lin Yi rushed over. Bai Che trailed behind, panting. "Wait for me, class leader." Lin Yi knelt beside the child, gently patting his trembling shoulder, and anxiously inquired, "Little one, where are your family? Are you hurt?" At his words, the child's cries abruptly ceased. He slowly lifted his head, revealing eyes devoid of pupils, bloodshot and haunting. He fixated on Lin Yi, his mouth grotesquely stretching open to reveal sharp fangs still stained with flesh, emitting a chilling laughter. "Ha ha ha." Lin Yi stood frozen in place, the urgent voice of Bai Che ringing in his ears. "Run." Suddenly, the child zombie lunged at Lin Yi's shoulder, sinking its teeth into his neck and tearing away a large chunk of flesh to gnaw on. In that moment, he noticed Bai Che drawing his gun, and like an arrow released from a bow, he launched himself towards Bai Che. Bai Che swiftly activated his powers, a wave of mental assault surging directly into the zombie's brain, causing it to momentarily freeze. With practiced ease, Bai Che raised his silenced pistol and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The child zombie fell lifelessly. Seeing Lin Yi's body tremble violently, Bai Che rushed to check on him. He could hear the sound of bones cracking as Lin Yi's body began to transform, blood vessels slowly appearing in his eyes. This was the harbinger of mutation. Lin Yi bit down on his tongue, fighting to retain his sanity, his voice hoarse as he implored, "Hurry, kill me. I don't want to become a zombie and harm you all. Please, end my life." Bai Che understood that Lin Yi was beyond salvation. He slowly positioned the gun against Lin Yi's head, yet hesitated to pull the trigger. "Hurry, hurry." Lin Yi screamed frantically, tears streaming down his face. He did not wish to die. He yearned to live, but he could not fathom why he had clung to hope in this despairing world. Why did his kindness lead to his own demise? Why did good intentions yield such malignant consequences? Bang! Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, large tears rolling down the sun-kissed cheeks of his youth, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Bai Che, filled with complex emotions and a heavy heart, longed to denounce this cruel world, yet silence was paramount, for any sound could attract nearby zombies. Class leader, it's not your fault. In this purgatorial apocalypse, only demons survive. Angels are treated as outcasts. Bai Che silently lifted Lin Yi's lifeless body and departed. 3 days slipped by, and the apocalypse had persisted for over half a month, with an increasing number of abilities users emerging from their homes. However, the store was situated in a remote area. In this desolate world, who would stroll through a park without purpose? Thus, the customer base remained limited. Business showed little improvement. With already scarce patrons, many were swiftly perishing, causing Wang Yu to worry. Gold bar, how many crystal coins do I need to elevate my abilities to be level in one go? You will require 5,000 crystal coins. But your current balance is only 4080. Wang Yu nodded, filled with anticipation. Once he reached B level, unlocking spatial slicing along with spatial counter would render him a formidable force, capable of both offense and defense. He could finally stretch his legs and witness the outside world. After half a month in the store, even the most comfortable surroundings were beginning to feel stale. Though he was currently accompanied by He Zi, venturing outside was not without risks, as He Zi had grown wild and might not prioritize his meager master in danger. It was wiser to remain until achieving B level. Speaking of crystal coins, Wang Yu suddenly recalled something. It had been quite some time since he had heard from Jiang Quan. Could he have fallen victim to the zombies? In his personal space, the security robot awaited his return. Chapter 28. Chu Lan's Subtle Schemes. Ding. Welcome. Chu Lan and her companions wearily entered the store, their faces covered in dust. Resembling laborers from a construction site, clearly exhausted from the arduous task of establishing the camp. The store felt refreshing compared to the sweltering heat outside. My sweat glands had not ceased their labor. It was September, after all, both hot and exhausting, with a multitude of tasks to attend to daily. Su Yao could not help but voice her discomfort. It's been days since I last bathed. I feel dreadful. Once the water supply issue was resolved today, the camp would be nearly complete, and everyone just needed to endure a bit longer. The water supply was secured, yet electricity remained lacking. Next time, we must seek a generator. Zhang Yingjing approached, casually patting Wang Yu on the shoulder. Brother Yu, how about once our camp is complete, we take a look around? Staying here all day can be quite stifling. The suggestion was met with unanimous agreement. While they might be cautious around others, there was no need to be wary of someone as formidable as Wang Yu, who likely wouldn't even be interested. Chu Lan, however, scrutinized Wang Yu's expression intently, searching for any sign of unease. Wang Yu's overwhelming prowess was alarming, and amidst the apocalypse, it was puzzling how he could effortlessly dominate others. His peculiar behavior of running a store in such dire times, coupled with his never having stepped outside, led Chu Lan to wonder if the store was the source of his power. Was he merely an ordinary person outside its confines? Yet, the cunning Wang Yu, having lived 2 lives, would never allow such suspicions to surface. With an unchanged demeanor, he shook his head, remarking that it was far more comfortable inside the store than out in the heat, suggesting they could discuss it when the weather turned cooler. Zhang Yingjing nodded in agreement, noting that the store had air conditioning, water, and electricity, making their camp seem like a refugee settlement by comparison. Observing this, Chu Lan's shrewdness surfaced as she fixed her gaze on Wang Yu, cheerfully stating, "You've helped us so much. You must visit our camp so we can properly host you." Wang Yu smiled and nodded, internally chastising her. This young girl thinks she can challenge me. Once I accumulate enough crystal coins to upgrade my abilities, I will have to show her the reality. Meanwhile, Su Yao, watching the exchange between the two with a knowing smile, leaned closer to Zhang Yingjing and whispered, "Do you think Lan Jie has a crush on the shopkeeper?" Zhang Yingjing nodded in agreement, grinning as he replied, "Isn't that perfectly normal? If I were a woman, I would certainly be drawn to someone as powerful as Brother Yu." Indeed, oh dear, I misspoke, Lan Jie, ouch. Chu Lan pinched Su Yao's cheek with both hands, exclaiming, "Who do I have a crush on?" Just then, a blood-stained SUV pulled up outside, and a robust middle-aged man stepped in with measured strides. "Is it 2,000 crystal coins?" "No, it's Jiang Quan." Wang Yu's eyes brightened. Could it be that he had completed his task? However, Jiang Quan merely nodded at Wang Yu in greeting before heading straight to the weapons section, then to the food section to select supplies and drinking water. It turned out he was only restocking supplies, which instantly diminished Wang Yu's interest. At the checkout, Wang Yu deliberately broached the subject, Brother Jiang Quan. With only 2 days remaining until the transaction date, is everything proceeding smoothly? Jiang Quan scratched his head, his tone somber. Not quite smoothly. There are too many zombies. Last time, I was nearly surrounded and lost my life. He then shifted his tone and earnestly assured, however, rest assured, store manager, I will do my utmost to complete the task within the deadline, so as not to cause you any trouble. 2,000 crystal coins is no small sum for an ability user, let alone for an ordinary person like Jiang Quan, who is physically challenged. Seeing him so considerate, Wang Yu kindly gestured towards the clothing section, saying, why not take a look inside? These items will be of the utmost benefit to you. Jiang Quan turned his head, displaying a face of confusion, yet still made his way towards the clothing area. The store manager must have his reasons for saying so. A minute later, a thunderous sound echoed from the clothing section. Is this for real? Store manager. Such an enhancement is akin to bestowing another with a system of abilities. The crowd was drawn to the sound, stealing glances at the unfamiliar middle-aged man. Wang Yu replied calmly, honesty is my policy. Due to the steep price, Jiang Quan selected only a pair of acceleration pants. As he was about to leave, Wang Yu intentionally applied pressure. Brother Jiang Quan, you must put in more effort. This robot has its eyes on you. In passing, he casually glanced at Chu Lan and the others in the resting area. Jiang Quan immediately understood, brimming with confidence as he declared, I promise to complete the task. Without further delay, he drove away in his off-road vehicle. Zhang Yingjing gazed longingly at the middle-aged man as he departed with determination. He resembled the archetype of a rugged hero in my mind, strong, solitary, and exuding masculinity. With that, he struck a pose he deemed impressive, only to be met with the collective eye rolls of those around him. Indeed, that man was no ordinary individual. Liang Shu adjusted his glasses and turned to Chu Lan. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Lan nodded. We should attempt to cultivate a relationship next time we encounter him. Our team has dwindled significantly. It would be wise to infuse some fresh blood. The following day dawned bleakly for business, with Wang Yu's crystal coin balance dwindling. He stroked his chin, pondering how to promote the store. Gold Bar, what are your thoughts on this matter? Host, you could consider distributing flyers to attract attention from ability users in distant places. What a splendid idea. Why didn't you mention you could create flyers sooner? Gold Bar chuckled. There is a processing fee, 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu fell silent. You rascal. Host, think about it. Advertising is surely better than standing around idly, and isn't 1 crystal coin for 100 flyers reasonable? You spent over 10 crystal coins on a meal yesterday. Besides, 1 crystal coin is already the base price. Do you expect to see decimals? After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yu relented. 1 crystal coin for 150 flyers. If not, we might as well stand here doing nothing. Gold Bar could only respond with exasperation. Deal. Wang Yu contemplated for a while, fearful that the system might deduct more crystal coins than necessary, and finally said, let us start with 1,050 flyers, totaling 7 crystal coins. With a soft beep, 7 crystal coins have been deducted, leaving a balance of 4,050 crystal coins. The flyers have been automatically placed into the system's backpack. Please check. Wang Yu gently stroked his chin. The flyers were indeed available, but who would distribute them? His gaze gradually fixed upon the slumbering Haizi sprawled on the floor, a faint smile curving his lips. He then retrieved a stack of flyers from his backpack, and with a resounding thud, he dropped them beside Haizi, startling the dozing creature into a bewildered state. Haizi, it seems you haven't exercised in a while. It's time to venture outside. Thus, he animatedly instructed Haizi to scatter the flyers haphazardly. However, upon glancing at the scorching sun outside, Haizi reluctantly shook his head. Chapter 29. A convergence of forces. Noticing this, Wang Yu feigned difficulty. This poses a challenge. Without customers, there are no crystal coins. Without coins, there are no chicken legs. Ultimately, I shall have to accompany you to the public restroom in the park. Upon hearing this, Haizi transformed into his beastly form, growing to 3 meters in length. Towering even above Wang Yu, he seized a stack of flyers from the ground and dashed out. It was Wang Yu's first glimpse of Haizi's beastly transformation, and he couldn't help but marvel, calling out behind him, remember to run far. Haizi exited the park and swiftly leaped onto the streets, vaulting between skyscrapers, indiscriminately scattering flyers, indifferent to the zombies, humans, or mutated beasts below. All that the creatures beneath felt was a sudden cool breeze, followed by the fluttering of red paper. By the time Haizi returned, panting with his tongue out, Wang Yu presented yet another hefty stack of flyers. Encouragingly, he exclaimed, "Think of the chicken legs. Go for it." Haizi set off once more. Fortunate that his speed was remarkable, it took him less than 10 minutes to traverse the entire city district. The problem lay in Wang Yu's endless supply of flyers. Each time Haizi returned, he would always declare it was the last trip. After a long day, Haizi lay exhausted on the ground, panting heavily. Wang Yu's expression radiated satisfaction. "Well done. Tonight, you shall indulge in chicken legs to your heart's content." Woof. 1,000 flyers may not suffice to cover the entire city, but they were enough to capture the attention of a significant number of people. The survivors eagerly picked up the scattered flyers, their faces reflecting disbelief. The red flyers detailed the introduction and prices of various products. Is this real? Such extraordinary items exist. However, the distance to Nanjiang University was quite far. If this is genuine, we must definitely take a look. I hope this person is not deceiving us, otherwise. The End Time shop is unbelievable. Prices are cheaper than those at Sun's supermarket, but why are these scrolls so expensive? Weapons and equipment for sale. Is this outrageous scroll for real? Materialists express confusion. In the apocalypse, I remain a materialist. You can build your dam. This is the first time I've heard that clothing can enhance attributes. Is that true? I should check it out another day. Even a small shop dares to boast, claiming fresh food and abundant supplies. Do they even know how many people we have in our base? The next day, Wang Yu opened the shop as usual, eagerly awaiting the fruits of his promotion. Gold bars. If there are no business dealings yet, could I possibly have my 7 crystal coins refunded? Gold bars. You seem truly famished. Are 7 crystal coins truly worth it? Before long, a large truck turned into the park, with a passenger controlling the ground's rocky terrain, carving out a path suitable for passage. What a desolate place this is, where vehicles cannot even enter, which park cannot accommodate a truck. The post-apocalyptic shop has been located. The roar of the truck echoed, and Wang Yu turned to see a large vehicle parked nearby, its front and wheels splattered with blood, clearly left by zombies. Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Evidently, this was a bountiful prize. 5 young individuals disembarked from the truck, though only 2 possessed abilities, continuously surveying the store. At that moment, more vehicles of various sizes entered the park, all drawn by the allure of the flyers. Humph, this shop is rather small. I expected something more impressive. Oh, aren't those the individuals from the Xiang base? It seems even the major powers have an eye for peculiar items. The Xiang base is the most populous faction in Nanjiang City, housing the greatest number of survivors. Anyone capable of labor is allowed entry. And it is said that resources are distributed according to work done. As long as one toils daily, even an ordinary person can survive, if not thrive. In a world so unkind to the common folk, mere survival is a luxury many aspire to. Thus, it is a coveted sanctuary for the masses, though it has reached full capacity. Aren't you from the Thunderfire base, reputed to be the strongest gathering of ability users? Yet here you are. The Thunderfire base is well known among the various factions present, notorious rather than renowned. They only accept ability users and piglets, the latter being ordinary individuals seized for labor. Hardly worthy of being called human. The piglets receive merely a single piece of black food resembling turtle jelly daily. And it is rumored that when they perish from exhaustion or hunger, their bodies are ruthlessly disposed of. The inhabitants of that place act with brutality, maintaining clear hierarchies. And it is said they even raise zombies and exotic beasts, conducting inhumane experiments. When the 2 major bases meet, tensions run high, each eyeing the other with disdain. Despite Xiang base having only 2 D-level ability users, they refuse to cower. Other factions are poised to observe the unfolding drama. However, a middle-aged man from the Thunderfire base, his face adorned with stubble, cleared his throat twice. He abruptly quelled the escalating tension and quietly addressed the crowd. Let it be. They are but a few insignificant ants from Xiang. We must not alert them to our presence, especially since we have more pressing matters at hand. With that, he signaled to the onlookers and led his group towards the post-apocalyptic shop. Observing this, 5 youths from the crowd immediately emerged, jogging to catch up with the Thunderfire base members. The individuals from Xiang base exchanged glances, hastening their steps toward the shop, while other smaller factions hesitated, ultimately following suit. After all, they could hardly afford to provoke such formidable entities. Even a mere taste would suffice. Ding. Welcome, welcome. The censor at the entrance incessantly announced. As Wang Yu was engrossed in the drama, he suddenly looked up, thinking they might not enter after all, having lingered at the door for what felt like ages. Gradually, 50 to 60 patrons filtered into the store, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed the pristine environment. The cool air was refreshing, infused with a hint of culinary aroma, while the neatly arranged goods and spotless floor added to the ambience, illuminated by soft lighting. What a delightful atmosphere. It nearly made me forget I was amidst an apocalypse. I felt unclean and feared soiling the immaculate floor. By heavens, this place is far superior to Sun's Tonghui supermarket. This is where one ought to be. A middle-aged man with a scruffy beard wore an expression of astonishment as he glanced at Wang Yu, who stood behind the cash register, exuding charm and confidence in the sunlight. His muscles may not have been large, but they possessed an undeniable aesthetic. Whether he had abilities or not was uncertain, yet he clearly had honed his physique. The crowd's attention shifted between him and a dog at his side. Wang Yu, aware of the numerous gazes upon him, maintained his composure and smiled, encouraging everyone to explore the offerings. Though he cautioned that they could only open their purchases after settling the bill. A member from the Xiang base spoke up. What shall we call you, handsome? Just call me the store manager, Wang Yu replied. Is what is stated on the flyer true? The man inquired. Wang Yu's expression turned serious, indeed. If there's even a hint of falsehood in the product descriptions, feel free to demolish my store. Upon hearing this, the patrons dispersed, each observing different areas. Yet every faction remained closely knit, a reflection of the vigilance required in the apocalypse. The multitude of weapons offered a potential for arming the ordinary citizens of the base. A formidable asset indeed. If only we could make bulk purchases. Wow, this food smells divine. My apologies, gentlemen, I can no longer resist. Let us buy some to take back. We've brought enough crystal cores, haven't we? I'll check the exchange list. Store manager. A few ability scrolls, please. Although the various factions appeared orderly, an undercurrent of tension simmered beneath. Without guards or surveillance in sight, the abundance of valuable items was enticing. Was this a test for the leaders? Which leader could withstand such scrutiny? Some ventured towards the food section, others to the clothing area, while a few lingered in the shadows, sizing up Wang Yu. The members of the Thunderfire base wore expressions of greed. They were no strangers to violence and theft. Had they been at Tonghui supermarket, they might have exercised caution, but what was there to fear from a pretty boy? Captain Peng, the brothers can hardly contain themselves. One of them, the scruffy man Peng Jianghai, waved his hand and quietly commanded, wait for now. Hu Ming, you and your crew go test the waters. Hu Ming nodded with a sycophantic grin, calling over 4 subordinates to approach the counter. Hu Ming and his group were an auxiliary faction of the Thunderfire base, always playing the role of expendable pawns. To put it bluntly, they were cannon fodder. The 5 of them swaggered up to Wang Yu with an air of arrogance. Witnessing this, members from other factions exchanged glances, as many were hesitant to act recklessly given the uncertainty surrounding the manager's true strength. They were in dire need of a scapegoat to validate their suspicions. What strength does he possess, daring to open the door with just a man and a dog, while displaying such a plethora of valuable items? Clearly, the number of those coveting these treasures is not insignificant. Wang Yu, fully aware of the situation, finds amusement in demonstrating a lesson to the petty thieves among the ability users, subtly warning them to be mindful of their hands. He is keenly aware of several items being surreptitiously pocketed. Without hesitation, Hu Ming commanded, bring me a pack of cigarettes. Wang Yu, unfazed, handed over a pack and stated, 50 crystal coins, please swipe your card. Upon hearing this, Hu Ming disregarded the request, tearing open the package instead. He took a sniff with his prominent nose and feigned disgust, exclaiming, damn, it reeks of mildew. What kind of rubbish is this? And these counterfeit brands? Where do they come from? Sensing their malice, Hazy straightened up, his gaze icy and unyielding. It was evident that these individuals were seeking trouble in the apocalypse. Having anything to smoke was a luxury, regardless of the brand. Wang Yu maintained a professional smile, patiently explaining, all the products in our store are exclusive creations. But I assure you, the quality is beyond reproach. Observing that Wang Yu displayed no sign of anger, Hu Ming and his companions mistook him for an easy target and began to press further. Just because you say there's no problem, does that mean there isn't? We need to try a few first for the sake of the collective, after all. His last remark was directed insincerely at the other factions present. Wang Yu pushed the card reader forward once more, stating, "While sacrificing oneself for the greater good is commendable, payment must precede that. Otherwise, the consequences are yours to bear." His softly spoken warning was met with Hu Ming's disdainful scoff as he distributed the cigarettes among his subordinates. "What can you do about it? You're not impressive enough. Kill them." Suddenly, Wang Yu's demeanor shifted. His expression turned apathetic as he coolly remarked. No sooner had the words left his lips than an ominous shadow darted among the group, followed by a splatter of blood. 5E class ability users fell, their bodies severed and collapsing in unison. The air seemed to thicken. Not just the onlookers, but even Hu Ming and his associates were momentarily paralyzed, their heads rolling to the ground in an instant. The entire event concluded in mere moments. The beast had struck, executing its prey in an instant. As the onlookers witnessed He Zi returning to the counter, shock rippled through the crowd. In the early days of the apocalypse, the strength of beasts indeed surpassed that of their E-class counterparts due to their formidable physical prowess, making ordinary ability users appear frail in comparison. However, none had encountered a beast with such blinding speed. Even those specialized in velocity were left in awe. The store manager resumed his amiable demeanor, as if nothing had transpired, a situation he was evidently accustomed to. "Freya, come and clean this up." After witnessing such a brutal scene, the crowd grew noticeably subdued, with several pickpockets trembling as they returned the stolen goods. However, those from the Thunderfire base remained unfazed, dismissing the fallen E-class as mere cannon fodder, their demise deemed normal. Peng Zhanghai squinted, patting a nearby perception-type ability user. "What do you see?" The individual pondered for a moment before responding. "That beast is formidable, possibly C-class. Yet the store manager appears as ordinary as any human, devoid of any sign of ability fluctuation. The C-class beast is rather formidable, and its swiftness poses a significant challenge. It seems that only the leader could possibly handle it." Some individuals began to contemplate retreat. "What are you afraid of? Are we not all elites present here? I believe it is worth the gamble. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. If we succeed this time, we stand to gain considerable points. Enough for us to indulge at the club for several days. Old Wu, your son is also at the base. Does he not deserve better nourishment? With your meager salary, he will surely grow up to be a mere whelp." Peng Zhanghai stroked his stubble, pondering for a moment before advising, "We are not without our chances. Can't a dozen D-class individuals subdue a single C-class? Moreover, it is a domesticated dog, not a wild beast. If we can seize the manager, I doubt it will dare to harm us. Additionally, with the enemy unaware of our intentions, we can catch them off guard. Allow me to propose a plan. But what if someone intervenes? Eliminate them. After we raid the store, these individuals will inevitably seek to partake in our spoils. Exchanging their crystal cores for points is also a viable option, even at the Xiang base." Peng Zhanghai approached the counter alone, smiling at Wang Yu as he inquired, "Are all the manager's goods inside the store? We wish to conduct a large transaction, but the stock here is simply insufficient." He aimed to extract the source of Wang Yu's supplies. Feigning surprise, Wang Yu replied excitedly, "Really? I have an abundance of goods, all stored in my space. I can provide as much as you need." Peng Zhanghai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You possess spatial abilities?" Wang Yu nodded sincerely, fearing disbelief, and even demonstrated by retrieving a chair into his space. Seeing this, Peng Zhanghai's expression brightened. "That simplifies matters. Spatial abilities are remarkably versatile." He gestured subtly to those behind him, who immediately understood. Before long, raucous voices erupted from the back. "What are you staring at? Do you look down upon us of the Thunderfire? Do you think us easy prey? Want to test your skills against us? How dare you few provoke us? A dozen strong? You possess quite the audacity. But we haven't done anything. I don't care. You must provide an explanation today." Chapter 31. A lesson in authority. Wang Yu frowned slightly, his view obscured by towering shelves, yet he understood that this was merely a farce orchestrated by the Thunderfire group. Nevertheless, he raised his voice in feigned authority. "Please refrain from causing a disturbance in the store, otherwise you will bear the consequences." However, the bickering persisted. Showing no signs of abating, Peng Zhanghai fixed his gaze on Wang Yu, keen to observe his response. A glint of cunning flickered in Wang Yu's eyes as he lowered his head and commanded, "Heizi, go intimidate them. Anyone who continues to cause trouble shall be dealt with." Upon hearing this, Heizi wasted no time and swiftly left the counter. A smirk crept across Peng Zhanghai's stubbled lips. Success. He deftly maneuvered behind Wang Yu, locking him in place with a firm grip. a dagger pressed against his neck. Returning swiftly, Heisey let out a series of low growls upon witnessing the scene. "Keep your mutt still, or you will face dire consequences," Peng Zhanghai bellowed, drawing the attention of the crowd who began to murmur amongst themselves. "Damn it. It seems the items we coveted cannot be taken away. I knew that Thunderfire would bring no good fortune. Alas, this group has succeeded, leaving us with nothing but disappointment. Our strength is insufficient, yet we attempt to emulate their business acumen. How disheartening. Indeed, if this shop were situated in the Eastern District, it would be cleared out in a day, for there are plenty of formidable abilities there. I suggest we make a hasty retreat. It would be troublesome if Thunderfire's rabid dog starts biting indiscriminately." The people from the Xiang base wore expressions of dismay, having been bitten by Thunderfire's crew. They would surely not relent. A woman couldn't help but murmur, "I thought we had discovered a fine establishment. The shopkeeper is utterly unreliable. Had I known, I would have brought more people along to avoid returning empty-handed." Wang Yu yawned leisurely and commanded, "Heisey, eliminate them all." At his words, everyone froze momentarily. Heisey slowly turned to face the dozen people behind him. At that moment, Peng Zhanghai grew anxious and hastily interjected, "Are you seeking death? Tell your beast not to move." Yet, Heisey did not heed him. He listened solely to his master's command. In an instant, Heisey transformed into a shadow, darting towards the crowd. "Damn it. Let us fight. Don't underestimate a D-level." "Ah, the beast die." Peng Zhanghai watched as his team members fell one by one, cursing furiously, "Damn it. Then go to your death." He thrust his dagger forward, but in the next moment, he felt emptiness in his hand. The dagger had vanished into thin air. It was spatial ability. Peng Zhanghai hastily activated his own ability and hurled a punch forward, the air whistling as it cut through. However, mere centimeters from Wang Yu, his fist abruptly halted. Peng Zhanghai's expression morphed into one of shock, his face reddening as he instinctively touched his neck. Overwhelmed by a powerful sensation of suffocation that rendered him weak, collapsing onto the counter. "Why we are from the Thunderfire base." "Please don't." Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders dismissively. "What is Thunderfire base to me? Even if Jesus himself entered my shop, he must abide by the rules." In his hand appeared the dagger, which he drove directly into Peng Zhanghai's back. As he succumbed to unconsciousness from oxygen deprivation, Peng Zhanghai jolted awake in agony. Trembling violently, Wang Yu moved like a machine, relentlessly repeating the motion of the piston, the blade continuously piercing and withdrawing. Peng Zhanghai endured this torment for nearly 2 minutes before finally falling silent. In that moment, the environment was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. A D-level ability user had been utterly defenseless, tortured to death, while over a dozen other D-level users were no match for a single black dog. The shopkeeper's strength was unfathomable, and the black dog even more so. No wonder they dared to distribute flyers throughout the city, fearful that others might remain unaware of this place. Wang Yu surveyed the scene of carnage and continued to issue bounties, requesting assistance in clearing the bodies to obtain their crystal cores, which must be deposited into payment cards. Firstly, he could not utilize any crystals for purposes other than business within the shop. Secondly, Heisey had no interest in low-level crystals, and depositing them into payment cards would also yield him considerable profit. It was indeed a tremendous opportunity. However, the people exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. Except for a few from the Xiang base who were overjoyed and eagerly began to clear the bodies. After all, these are the crystal cores belonging to those from the Thunderfire base, who would dare to act without sufficient strength. Everyone is struggling to survive and would rather not invite trouble upon themselves. Once the individuals from the Xiang base finished clearing the corpses, Wang Yu fulfilled his promise and handed them a substantial payment card worth 3,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu felt a surge of joy within. A single D-grade crystal core was valued at 200 crystal coins. When did D-grade abilities become so commonplace? "Manager, my name is Hong Tao, from Xiang base. Our base wishes to discuss a business collaboration with your shop." As he spoke, Hong Tao tucked his satellite phone into his pocket, evidently having communicated with his superiors. Wang Yu nodded calmly, indicating for him to continue. Hong Tao respectfully explained, "We cannot provide all the specifics, but our commander invites you to Xiang base for a face-to-face discussion. We hope this can be arranged." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. He had enough crystal coins and felt it was time to venture out, to see how the world had developed in this apocalyptic era. "Let us schedule it for tomorrow. Please provide me with an address." Hong Tao, elated, pulled out a sheet of white paper, wrote down the address, and handed it along with a pass that allowed free access to the base. After procuring a significant amount of supplies, Hong Tao and his companions hurriedly departed. Others from different factions also settled their bills and began to leave, though many remained lounging on the sofas in the air-conditioned resting area. Wang Yu had no intention of rushing them. After all, it posed no detriment to him, as long as they did not interfere with the crystal coin matters. He remained warm and cordial. Before long, a middle-aged man rushed in with a backpack. "Manager, why are there so many cars outside? Have I arrived late?" Wang Yu looked up to see Jiang Quan with 2,000 crystal coins. No, I've saved it for you," Wang Yu replied with a smile, retrieving the 2-meter-tall security robot from his space. Upon seeing it, Jiang Quan was filled with excitement, quickly unloading his backpack and presenting one crystal core after another. Wang Yu, with a paternal expression of pride, patted Jiang Quan on the shoulder, saying, "It's already yours." He then instructed the robot to activate. Moments later, the security robot illuminated, gazing at Jiang Quan, and spoke in a mechanical voice, "Hello, master. Please enter my name." Jiang Quan turned to Wang Yu, asking, "Do I need to modify any programming or anything?" Wang Yu shook his head, proudly stating, "I've already inputted your information. I knew you wouldn't let me down." "Manager." Jiang Quan, visibly moved, extended his hand and grasped Wang Yu's firmly, reluctant to let go, which made Wang Yu feel somewhat awkward. Internally, he mused, "Oh no. Have I been surrounded by affectionate sentiments?" Chapter 32, Security Robot. "You shall be named Terminator," Jiang Quan declared, patting the metal plate of the security robot with a grin. Wang Yu almost lost his composure, thinking to himself how genuinely simple Jiang Quan was, being the first person he had met to name a security guard Terminator. Subsequently, Jiang Quan purchased a variety of instant noodles and canned goods before bidding farewell and departing with the robot. However, Jiang Quan's actions drew the attention of some discerning individuals. "Boss, did you see that? That guy is truly wealthy. He just threw out 20 or 30 crystal cores. What is that robot for? It seems to be the only one in the entire shop and is rather expensive. Don't you think it's a bit unsafe for him to guard such a valuable item alone? With our numbers, it would be wiser to keep it here." They chuckled, intending to follow and observe, for they were quite skilled in the art of safeguarding possessions. Having said that, they swiftly exited the store. The store manager was formidable, and they dared not entertain any improper thoughts. But what was there to fear from an ordinary ability user? Once outside the shop, those goods belonged to everyone. Seeing this, Wang Yu chose not to meddle, for once he stepped out, everything ceased to concern him. Moreover, they had stored a considerable amount of crystal coins on their payment cards. For him, life was preserved, yet resources were scarce. The more chaos erupted outside, the greater his profits. Jiang Quan had the robot loaded onto an off-road vehicle, while he stood aside, smoking, contemplating where to test the prowess of his Terminator. At that moment, 7 or 8 individuals approached. Sensing their presence, Jiang Quan discarded his half-finished cigarette and extinguished it with his boot, cautiously removing the rifle slung across his back. His instincts alerted him that these individuals were not merely seeking a light. One man, upon noticing Jiang Quan with the rifle, couldn't help but scoff. "Who uses guns these days? They're utterly useless." Jiang Quan replied with a stern expression, "What do you want? What could we want? We merely noticed you alone and thought it might be unsafe. We're just being good Samaritans. By the way, what did you purchase in the store? Let us take a look." Realizing they were after his Terminator, Jiang Quan understood their intentions. Meanwhile, Chu Lan and the others were making their way toward the store, encountering several unfamiliar faces in their group. "What is going on today? There are quite a few vehicles on the road," one remarked. "Did you not see the flyers on the ground? They must all be heading to the apocalyptic shop. The store manager's products are so extraordinary. Business must be booming." Liang Shu sighed softly, recognizing that once the store's location became public, the influx of visitors to the park would undoubtedly increase. Their camp was alarmingly close to the shop, and he feared it would soon attract unwanted attention. Furthermore, if others learned of the store's offerings, soon everyone would possess such extraordinary equipment. Over time, the disparity among ability users would only widen. The stronger teams would be able to eliminate more zombies, acquire more crystal cores, and purchase even more powerful goods. "Look quickly. Isn't that the tough guy from yesterday?" Zhang Yingjing exclaimed. Hearing this, the group lifted their gazes to see Jiang Quan surrounded by a band of menacing figures. Zhang Yingjing urgently called out to Chu Lan, A team is bullying an ability user. How shameless. Let us go help. With that, he moved to intervene. However, Chulan stopped him, her voice steady. Wait a moment. What are we waiting for? Aren't we trying to recruit him? Chulan shook her head in silence. Her keen eyes fixed on the scene, eager to discern the true strength of Jiang Quan. Why waste words with him? Just seize it, after all. It's merely the life of one person. Indeed, I have the utmost disdain for those brutish dogs, flaunting their muscularity. What use is it in a post-apocalyptic world? Superpowers reign supreme. A cold smirk crept onto Jiang Quan's lips. It was the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of the security robot. Terminator. Eliminate them. Moments later, the robot remained seated in the vehicle, unresponsive. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. Jiang Quan gulped and shouted once more, Terminator, eliminate these 8 individuals. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the air. Had it been rendered speechless? What a farce. Did he think himself a conner? Jiang Quan was drenched in cold sweat. Could it be that he had been deceived by the store manager? Why was this happening? A burly man clapped his hands and declared, We have no time to play games with you. Hand over the robot and scram. Boss, this off-road vehicle is quite impressive. Why not leave it behind as well? A scrawny youth chimed in, instigating further. That's reasonable. Just get lost. We don't want to get our hands dirty. At this, Jiang Quan's brow furrowed. He remained silent. If he lost the off-road vehicle, with all the gear and crystal cores inside, they would never allow him to depart. Was he to revert to square one overnight? Moreover, without the vehicle, his safe return home was questionable. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He swiftly raised his gun and began to shoot while retreating to the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. The fluidity of his movements was impressive, a testament to his military training. However, his adversaries were a group of superpowered individuals, their reflexes far beyond the ordinary. A geo-manipulating superhuman immediately erected a wall of earth to shield against the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, a speedster advanced boldly, darting through the hail of bullets, rapidly closing in on Jiang Quan. Just as the man's hand was about to make contact with Jiang Quan, the robot sprang into action without warning. In a seemingly instantaneous movement, it appeared before the speedster and grasped his arm with an iron grip. Beep. The robot sensed its master was in danger. The assailant had yet to comprehend the situation when a sharp crack echoed through the air. His arm was audibly broken. Ah, it hurts. So much pain. Jiang Quan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The robot had finally awakened from its slumber. Subsequently, the robot delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The head of the wailing superhuman exploded, blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. Moments later, the remaining assailants finally reacted, hurriedly scattering in all directions. Oh my God! Run! Split up! Seeing them flee, the robot remained motionless. Jiang Quan was determined not to let them escape easily and commanded, What are you waiting for? Eliminate them all. The robot's mechanical voice resonated from within. My primary function is to protect my master at all times. At that moment, Jiang Quan had a revelation. It was a security robot, not an actual Terminator. No wonder it had disregarded his previous commands. They fell outside its programmed parameters. Although one cannot command it to attack proactively, having such a fearsome bodyguard is certainly advantageous. At least one need not be overly cautious in the future. The store manager, indeed, possesses a commendable conscience. Chapter 33. Spatial cutting. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Lan and the others were struck with astonishment. The turn of events had transpired with alarming rapidity. How had that individual been eliminated in an instant? Liang, did you discern how that entity made its move? No. Chu Lan stepped forward, and upon seeing this, the others swiftly comprehended the situation and immediately followed suit. Jiang Quan had intended to depart, but upon noticing a group approaching directly, his expression turned cold and stern. Was this an unending ordeal? However, his countenance radiated confidence. With the security robots in place, his life was virtually unthreatened. The leading young woman stepped forward and, with a candid smile, inquired, Hello, sir, would you be interested in joining our camp? Jiang Quan was momentarily taken aback, then replied nonchalantly, I am not an ability user. Whenever other factions extended invitations, as long as he asserted his identity as an ordinary person, they would invariably retreat, often casting disdainful glances or uttering scornful words. Each time, he could only swallow his frustration in silence. In this apocalyptic world, ordinary individuals were regarded as inferior to ability users. Yet, Chulan teased. Sir, that is not the question I posed. Your response is rather tangential. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan was somewhat perplexed. Not an ability user. And yet you dare to traverse alone. How bold. Zhang Yingjing transformed into an ardent admirer, gazing at Jiang Quan with adoration. Indeed, it was impressive. If I lacked abilities, I would scarcely venture out alone. Fear not. We also have ordinary individuals within our ranks, and they are of the carefree variety. Is that so? Xiaoxue, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Jiang Quan felt a flicker of warmth in his heart. There are still good people in this dire world. After pondering for a moment, he acquiesced to Chu Lan's request. In this apocalypse, banding together is indeed more secure, and these individuals were youthful and uncomplicated, providing good support in times of trouble. As night approached, the last batch of customers hurriedly departed. The city of Nanjing was rife with peril, and even the most confident ability users would hesitate to venture out after dark. Wang Yu was well aware of this, so he closed the store early and comfortably reclined on the large sofa on the second floor, gazing at his balance of 9,480 crystal coins. He could not suppress his smile. The promotional efforts had proven remarkably effective. Gold bars. Raise my ability level directly to be great. Beep. 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Upgrade successful. Skill unlocked. Spatial cutting. Wang Yu checked his information panel to confirm. Store manager. Wang Yu stamina. 130 strength. 110 speed. 95 ability. Space level. B grade low tier. 0-2000. Store level. E grade low tier. 0-1500. Crystal coin balance. 4. For 80 he then rose to stretch his body, his gaze fixed upon the dark companion at his feet. The companion seemed to sense something amiss and lifted its head to regard Wang Yu, perceiving a heightened aura emanating from its master. Wang Yu's beaming countenance instilled a vague sense of foreboding in the companion. Suddenly, Wang Yu's eyes sharpened, and he unleashed his ability in an instant. Heisei suddenly felt a chill on a patch of skin, and upon turning his head, he discovered a square section of his lustrous black fur had inexplicably vanished, as if it had been sliced away with a knife. He was momentarily stunned, tilting his head in confusion. Wang Yu chuckled and commanded, "Try to evade the previous attack." Heisei nodded, his gaze sharpening as he focused intently on Wang Yu, attempting to anticipate his assault. However, in the next moment, Heisei lost another tuft of fur. It is well known that animals possess acute sensory abilities, especially extraordinary beasts like Heisei, a B-grade creature, who surprisingly could not detect Wang Yu's spatial slicing. Once more. Just move a little, Wang Yu urged. A woof. Gradually increase your speed, but don't rush. After half an hour, Heisei curled up in a corner, feeling aggrieved. With only a few patches of black fur remaining, the areas that had been sliced bore traces of blood, the result of Wang Yu's lack of control. After this period of practice, Wang Yu gained a better understanding of spatial slicing. Firstly, it was instantaneous, as long as his eyes were quick enough. No object was beyond reach. Secondly, the slicing was as effortless as cutting through butter, though he was uncertain if it could bypass defenses, as he did not dare to test it on Heisei. Nonetheless, the delicate wounds on Heisei indicated that breaching a B-grade beast's defenses was certainly feasible. Contemplating this, Wang Yu approached the floor-to-ceiling window, opened the glass, and focused on a distant gnarled tree. In the next instant, the thick trunk was neatly severed and crashed to the ground. The range of his gaze marked the extent of his spatial slicing. This was its most terrifying aspect, capable of silently eliminating a person from a distance. Wang Yu nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the sulking Heisei, teasingly scolding, "Stop pretending. With your healing ability, you'll be back in a day. Hurry and eat. I might even throw in some extra chicken legs." At this, Heisei bounded over eagerly, tail wagging with excitement. "What are you discussing?" In a modified steel factory, a dark-complexioned middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, his eyes filled with disbelief. Before him stood several trembling individuals. "What we said is true. Several of the ability users from your base have been brutally killed, and their crystal cores were taken by individuals from the Xiang base." The middle-aged man's expression hardened, his gaze fierce. Those from the Xiang base would inevitably face retribution, but what was happening at the store? The people Peng Jianhai took were among the few elite of the base, possessing considerable strength. How could they have offered no resistance? Moreover, that beast was truly fearsome, dispatching over a dozen D-grade ability users effortlessly. Even he and the leader would likely not fare any better. At this moment, One of the ability users who had reported Wang Yu spoke up, Deputy Officer Chung. We informed you of the situation at the earliest opportunity. Is there any sort of reward for us? Hearing this, Chung Yuan smiled broadly, his demeanor amiable. Of course. He then turned to his elegant female assistant, gesturing, Xiao Ming. Take them away and ensure our esteemed guests are well taken care of, extending the hospitality of our land. The assistant immediately understood, stepping forward to guide them. The few extraordinary individuals remained oblivious to their impending doom, their eyes leering at the female assistant. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. A few minutes later, the assistant returned, wiping the blood from her hands while holding a skill scroll, which she presented to Chung Yuan. This is a product purchased from the store. Chung Yuan examined it for a moment before returning it to the assistant. Take it to the lab for the doctor to inspect. Additionally, make time to probe that store. This is a critical period, and we cannot afford to create enemies. If they appear indifferent, we shall keep our distance. However, should they prove unyielding, we will stop at nothing to eliminate them. Cheng Ming interjected eagerly. Chung Yuan glanced at his daughter and shrugged. In that case, we are left with no options. We cannot defeat them, and there is nothing we can do. Chapter 34. Departure early the next morning, after completing his exercises and having breakfast. Wang Yu grabbed the iron medal given to him by Hong Tao the previous day and prepared to leave. He tugged at the reluctant He Zi, locked the shop's door, and hung the prepared notice on it. Wang Yu crouched down, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze on He Zi. Once we step outside, you must protect me well. Remember, do not stray too far from me. Upon hearing this, He Zi nodded, rolling his eyes. Master, you are so strong. Do you really need my protection? I reckon you could manage without lifting a finger. You must understand, Wang Yu replied, if anything were to happen to me, you might never taste chicken legs, beef, or even dog food for the rest of your life. At this, He Zi immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his eyes alert as he scanned the surroundings. This must be a test from my master. How could he say he is lazy? Seeing this, Wang Yu rubbed his forehead, feeling slightly exasperated. So food is more important than me, is it? You ungrateful creature. With that, he stepped out of the small courtyard. Venturing out for the first time since the apocalypse, Wang Yu wandered aimlessly along the desolate streets, inhaling the fresh air outside. Despite the lingering scent of blood in the atmosphere, he felt a refreshing sense of freedom. If you had been cooped up in an air-conditioned room for half a month, you would feel the same way. In Nanjiang City, nearing October, the sweltering heat persisted, devoid of any chill. Abandoned vehicles littered the streets, and the buildings bore the marks of bloodshed. Some had broken windows, others had decayed doors, and scattered bones lay on the ground alongside the decomposing bodies of zombies and drained crystal cores. Overhead, crows, larger than humans, circled the sky, occasionally descending to feast on the corpses lining the roadside. Even Wang Yu, who had long been accustomed to such sights in his past life, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia as he experienced the apocalypse anew. When the enormous crows noticed Wang Yu and He Zi, they refrained from attacking. Instead, they paused their feeding, lowering their heads slightly, as if to show respect. He Zi merely cast a glance, haughtily ignoring them. Wang Yu understood intuitively. This was a reflection of He Zi's position as king of beasts. Once they had moved farther away, the crows lifted their heads, exchanging glances. Why has our lord's fur grown sparse? Wang Yu and He Zi walked in the shadows near the buildings, seeking refuge from the blazing sun. This naturally caught the attention of several survivors, who cast curious glances in their direction. Those familiar with Wang Yu were slightly taken aback, surprised that the shopkeeper had ventured outside, abandoning the comfort of the air conditioning to endure the heat. As they walked on, the number of zombies in their line of sight began to steadily increase. Mindless, low-level zombies, driven solely by an insatiable desire for crystal cores and flesh, charged towards Wang Yu and He Zi, disregarding the powerful aura they exuded, and let out guttural roars. Wang Yu pressed down on He Zi's head, signaling him to refrain from attacking, instructing him to ensure his own safety and to keep the zombies at bay. With that, his gaze shifted towards the swiftly approaching horde of zombies, as he sought to familiarize himself with the newly developed ability. In an instant, the sound of flesh being cleaved echoed around them, and several zombies at the forefront lost their heads, collapsing lifelessly to the ground after just a few strides. Although the spatial slicing ability activated rapidly and efficiently, it could only be employed against a single target at a time, rendering it less advantageous in the face of a large-scale assault. After dispatching the nearby zombies, A hint of fatigue crossed Wang Yu's face. He turned to Haizi and weakly instructed, Haizi, retrieve the crystal cores from the zombies for me. Woof. Haizi, somewhat perplexed, obediently began searching for the cores. What value do these worthless crystal cores hold? Generally speaking, these low-level cores were of no use to B-rank ability users. Yet Wang Yu possessed a unique mechanism for exchanging crystal cores for currency. The enhancement of shops and abilities relied on this currency, and even the most rudimentary cores could be exchanged. For someone as frugal and meticulous as Wang Yu, even the legs of a mosquito were worth keeping. One should not turn down what can be acquired for free. After all, not every zombie yielded a crystal core. On average, one core was produced for every 3 zombies defeated. As Wang Yu leaned against the wall to rest, several figures began to emerge from around the corner. It was an 8-member team of ability users, each brandishing flyers from their own shop. They gazed in astonishment at the corpses littering the ground. All felled with a single strike, and turned their attention to the strikingly handsome man leaning against the wall. Could it be that he was the sole perpetrator of this carnage? The leader of the group, a woman of notable beauty, brightened at the sight and stepped forward. However, Haizi suddenly darted in front of the group, blocking their advance. The woman quickly clarified, we mean no harm. Haizi, continue collecting the crystal cores, Wang Yu commanded. Glancing at the newcomers' profiles, finding no substantial threat among them. Seeing Wang Yu speak, the woman assumed he was inclined to foster a connection with their team and cheerfully inquired, Handsome, do you have a team? Would you like to join ours? Upon hearing this, Wang Yu merely shook his head, maintaining an air of indifference. Are you truly not interested? Though you possess greater strength than us, if we were to form a team, we could assist you in leveling up more swiftly. Having more people always expedites the process. Despite her persistent persuasion, Wang Yu continued to shake his head and remained silent, adopting the demeanor of a reclusive expert. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Captain, someone of his caliber surely has no need for us. We would only become a burden. Indeed, came the murmurs in agreement. In the distance, a girl of around 10 suddenly appeared, sprinting while glancing back anxiously, pursued relentlessly by several zombies. She moved with a speed clearly superior to that of an ordinary person, suggesting she had awakened some latent abilities. Spotting Wang Yu, the nearest person to her, she dashed towards him as if he were her last hope, crying out for help. Help me! Help me! Haizi glanced up momentarily before returning to his search for crystal cores, dismissing the situation as merely a trifling nuisance. Wang Yu remained unmoved, leaning casually against the wall, observing with a cold demeanor. The girl's expression was frantic. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell to the ground. Her face contorted in pain as she appeared to have twisted her ankle. Ah, it hurts. Big brother, please help me. She lay there, one hand clutching her ankle, looking up at Wang Yu with tear-filled eyes, a picture of vulnerability. As the zombies drew ever closer, the onlookers braced themselves, anticipating that Wang Yu would finally intervene. Yet, he continued to exhibit an air of indifference, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Wait, in this life-and-death situation, do you find this amusing? Unable to tolerate his inaction, the others grew restless. A woman, taking the lead, dashed forward with determination. Just in time. She reached the girl before the zombies could pounce, activating her powers to unleash a flurry of wind blades that swiftly dispatched the undead foes. Little sister, how badly are you hurt? Xiaolin, come help her. My ankle seems to be twisted. It hurts so much. The girl cried, collapsing into the woman's embrace, unable to contain her tears, eliciting sympathy from the onlookers. The leader, frowning at Wang Yu, exclaimed in anger, How can you be so callous and indifferent? She is just a child. Chapter 35. Wang Yu takes action. Wang Yu replied lightly, I didn't see anything. The leader's expression was one of fury. Yet Wang Yu's nonchalant response rendered her frustration impotent, leaving her only to huff in exasperation. The other members of the group cast disapproving glances at Wang Yu, whispering among themselves, How cold-hearted. Thank goodness he didn't join us. He didn't even bother to lend a hand. What a disgrace. It's troubling when someone with strength chooses not to act. Wang Yu yawned leisurely, appearing entirely unconcerned. After Xiaolin had tended to the girl, she pinched the girl's cheek playfully and asked, Where did you come from? Did you get separated from your family? The girl lowered her head slightly, revealing a glum expression. I got lost from my mommy and daddy. And where are your parents now? We can help you find them. Really? Thank you, big sister. The girl exclaimed excitedly. Then asked, Who is your team leader? Xiaolin pointed to the woman who had just rescued her. That beautiful sister who saved you is named Ren Yen. Upon hearing the name, the girl's eyes sparkled, and she approached Ren Yen, whispering something. Ren Yen, unable to catch her words at first, bent down to listen closely. The girl grinned innocently, leaning in to whisper, "You are all going to be in big trouble." Ren Yen paused, momentarily taken aback, sensing a chill at her neck as a sharp pain surged through her. The girl suddenly produced a small knife from an unknown source. Pressing it firmly against Ren Yan's neck, the tip of the blade already indenting her skin, as if ready to pierce it at any moment. Witnessing this scene, everyone present, except for Wang Yu, was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across their faces. Xiao Lin was the first to react, quickly exclaiming, "Have you encountered danger? If something is troubling you, you can tell us." "Yes. Were you threatened by a bad person? I can help you. Just put down the knife. It's too dangerous," she added. Seeing them about to step forward, the girl, with a dark expression, shouted, "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will kill her." As she spoke, the knife pressed deeper, and a trickle of blood began to seep from Ren Yan's neck. At that moment, Ren Yan's expression was one of complex emotions. Her fair skin glistened with beads of sweat, and she dared not make a move. The blade was now in direct contact with her skin, and even if her assailant was merely a 10-year-old child, taking her life would be an effortless task. Meanwhile, Wang Yu seemed to revel in the chaos. Nonchalantly sitting on the hood of an abandoned vehicle, his demeanor one of curious amusement. "Why, we saved you," he remarked. Upon hearing this, the girl let out a cold laugh, saying, "Can't you see? It was intentional. I merely sought to get closer to you." At this moment, Ren Yen felt a pang of regret. She shouldn't have let her guard down just because her assailant appeared to be a child. Indeed, in this apocalypse, one was either a hunter or prey. Just then, Hazy seemed to sense something amiss, lifting his head in alertness. Soon, a middle-aged couple wielding iron tools appeared in the distance, slowly approaching. The woman reached the girl's side, affectionately ruffling her hair and praising, "My Xiao Xiao is so capable," completing her task once again. It was clear that this was not their first time exploiting others' compassion. The girl beamed sweetly, proudly lifting her chin in self-satisfaction. The man, holding a hammer, surveyed the backpacks of those present and ordered, "If you want your leader to live, hand over all your food." Despite their extreme reluctance, the group had no choice but to reluctantly remove their backpacks. "Hurry, throw them over. Don't even think about playing tricks. And that crystal core, I've heard it can enhance abilities. Hand that over too." Captive Ren Yen gritted her teeth, casting a desperate glance at the observing Wang Yu, hoping for his assistance. He was so powerful, surely he had a plan. Wang Yu met her gaze briefly before looking away, glancing at the blazing sun outside, murmuring, "The weather is changing. I need to hurry home to collect the laundry." A heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally fell silent. Wang Yu collected the crystal cores that He Zi had gathered and prepared to leave. The middle-aged woman noticed his attempt to slip away and scolded, "Where do you think you're going? Did I give you permission to leave?" He Zi immediately shot her a warning glare, growling lowly in caution. The woman, frightened, quickly hid behind the man. "Stop. You don't want her to live, do you?" Wang Yu shrugged, replying, "We are not on the same side." The man looked at He Zi, somewhat astonished to see a dog. It was rare in this world, where most pets had either mutated or ended up on the dinner table. After all, in the apocalypse, people were on the brink of starvation, leaving little room for pet care. As he pondered this, the man swallowed hard, his gaze turning avaricious. Dog meat is indeed a rare delicacy, and such a sizable portion could sustain them for several days. Moreover, the way Heizi fiercely protects its owner clearly indicates that it is not one of those wild beasts. At that moment, the girl beside him added fuel to the fire, venomously stating, "It was his fault for not saving me. I nearly became a feast for the zombies." The man's expression hardened as he turned to the group of abilities users, commanding, "You all, go and kill him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu halted, revealing a murderous intent. The others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. "What are you hesitating for? Get to it. Are you 7 abilities users afraid of just one? Don't you want to ensure your leader's survival?" Despite the urgency, they remained hesitant, aware of the disparity in strength. If they charged at him, they would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, their captain's life was in his hands. Defying his orders could cost them their lives. Ren Yen understood this predicament as well. Although she desired to survive, she was also a leader of the team. After wrestling with her inner turmoil, she steeled herself and shouted, "Forget about me. Kill them all and avenge me." That cry seemed to drain her of all energy. The man beside her, furious, slapped Run Yin across the face, admonishing, "Did I permit you to speak, you wretched woman?" His words trailed off abruptly. The man suddenly widened his eyes, standing frozen in place. Observing this, his wife shook his arm, exclaiming, "Why are you silent, darling?" With that shake, his head detached from his body, rolling several times before coming to a halt, the neck severed cleanly, reminiscent of the fate of the zombies sprawled around. The crowd could not help but glance at Wang Yu, who bore an expression of ease, and their hearts swelled with joy. The powerful one had made his move. The girl stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how her once vibrant father had lost his head in an instant. Feeling the pain in her neck diminish, Ren Yin seized the moment while the girl was still dazed and swiftly unleashed her abilities. This time, Ren Yin hesitated not for a moment. A blade of wind surged toward the girl's neck. With a sickening sound, the girl clutched at her throat in shock before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 36. Entering the Xiang base upon witnessing her husband's murder, the middle-aged woman immediately abandoned her daughter and fled in panic. However, Wang Yu would not grant her such an opportunity. He delivered a swift spatial cut, ending her life. The attack came silently, leaving the crowd bewildered. What kind of ability is this? So elusive. As Wang Yu prepared to depart, the crowd hurriedly followed, expressing their gratitude. Wang Yu, seemingly indifferent, remarked, "This has nothing to do with you. Had he not threatened me, I would have left long ago." With that, he turned and departed with Haizi. The crowd looked on at Wang Yu's retreating figure, feeling an overwhelming sense of admiration. Ren Yan's expression was complex. She wanted to approach him to apologize for earlier, but feared inciting further animosity. It dawned on her that he had known all along it was a trap, and they were merely the jesters in this scenario. Fortunately, the formidable one did not hold their previous actions against them. Otherwise, even 10 lives would not suffice. The young girl resembled a porcelain doll, yet her heart was rather dark. In this apocalyptic world, it truly is a relentless struggle. An altered cargo truck sped down the road, mercilessly clearing any abandoned vehicles or zombies that obstructed its path. Alas, the so-called end-of-the-world shop was closed, rendering our trip futile. How frustrating. There was no way around it. Our luck simply seemed to have abandoned us. The higher-ups failed to provide clear information regarding the shop's hours. It is said that the shopkeeper possesses formidable strength and harbors no fear of the thunderous beasts. What do you think? Damn it. How can I form an opinion when I haven't even seen the person? At that moment, a man in the driver's seat abruptly pointed towards a figure and a dog ahead. Look, isn't that a regular person? As the truck, modified for enhanced performance, connected its container with the cabin, the crowd leaned in closer. The individual walking did not exhibit the gait of a zombie, yet why were they alone on the road? They must be an ability user. It remains uncertain whether they belong to any faction. Perhaps we should inquire if they wish to join our Xiang base, as we are currently in need of ability users. Upon hearing this, the group expressed unanimous agreement. However, a young man in the passenger seat shook his head, his expression grave. Out here, it's not like in the base. What is more terrifying than the beasts and zombies are the hearts of men, especially those lone wolves. With no hesitations or escape routes, letting him aboard would undoubtedly invite danger, and the confined space of the truck only amplifies the risk. Upon hearing the captain's words, the others suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their hearts filled with trepidation. They had encountered many deranged individuals willing to resort to any means for survival, even dragging others down with them. Drive faster. Ignore it, Wang Yu said, glancing at the address in his hand, furrowing his brow at the distance to East City. Without a vehicle, it was impractical to walk. Perhaps I should ride the dog? He glanced at Haizi, pondering that it would certainly be uncomfortable. At that moment, a cargo truck sped past, prompting Wang Yu to turn his head for a fleeting glance. If only they would come looking for trouble. As the truck passed him, the captain in the passenger seat, Fangin, caught sight of Wang Yu and abruptly straightened. Stop. Pull over. I know him. The others were taken aback. Wasn't it said that lone wolves act without regard for consequences? How could knowing him make a difference? Wang Yu watched as the truck suddenly braked and began to reverse. A smile crept onto his lips. The window of the truck slowly lowered, revealing a somewhat familiar face. Visibly excited. Wang Yu, is that you? Who are you? I'm Fang Yin, your high school classmate. With Fang Yin's reminder, Wang Yu's expression shifted to one of realization. Oh, so it's you, Fang Yin. What a coincidence. How have you been? Is your child and sister-in-law doing well? Fang Yin paused, momentarily taken aback. We're in the same grade. Where would I have a child? Ah, I knew you wouldn't remember. Wang Yu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his face. I'm currently working at the Xiang base. You know how it is in this apocalyptic world. One must find a strong ally. He gestured toward the purple uniform he wore. Upon learning that he was from the Xiang base, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with interest. Is it the renowned Xiang base in Dongqing? Indeed, I am the captain of a small team of abilities stationed there, Fang An replied with a hint of pride. Recognizing Wang Yu's familiarity with the illustrious base, Wang Yu smiled and said, would you be able to take us to the Xiang base? You know, transportation is scarce in this apocalypse. You're looking to join our base? That's wonderful. What is your ability? Fang An inquired, visibly excited. Spatial, Wang Yu replied without hesitation, uninterested in elaborating on his reasons for going to the base. Spatial? Fang An paused momentarily, recalling that their base also possessed individuals with spatial abilities, though their strength was somewhat lacking. Then let us board the vehicle, he suggested. Oh, by the way, Shui Linchong is also at our base and holds quite a high position. Shui Linchong. Despite having lived 2 lives, Wang Yu still remembered this rather abstract figure. A wealthy individual who had once been a bully. He recalled how he had often been coerced into doing his homework and assisting with exam cheating. However, after all these years, he had long since moved past it. As long as Shui Linchong did not provoke him, he had no desire to stir trouble. Even in this apocalypse, why keep pets? And that dog looks nearly hairless. Doesn't it seem to have a skin condition? Upon hearing this, the black dog glared at Fang and Wang Yu chuckled, stating, in today's world, having a dog is preferable to having people. That may be true outside, but within our base, it remains as orderly and lawful as the society before the apocalypse. After more than half an hour of travel, a massive circular fortress came into view, situated where an industrial park once thrived, now transformed. The outer perimeter boasted walls nearly 5 meters high, topped with barbed wire, and within stood tall watchtowers equipped with flares. Piles of zombie corpses surrounded the base, while numerous masked civilians, under the protection of ability users, were diligently clearing the remains. In the sweltering heat, bodies could rapidly decompose, breeding bacteria and viruses. Wang Yu was somewhat astonished, even in his past life. The scale of official bases was not much more impressive than this. The truck navigated the designated lane, passing through the entrance inspection before entering the base. Upon entry, a dense cluster of large tents came into view, nearly encompassing the entire perimeter of the base. Countless individuals moved about, predominantly ordinary people, each fulfilling their roles with remarkable orderliness, evoking a sense of existing within a civilized society. Despite the considerable population posing a challenge for sustenance, it was undeniable that they represented immense labor potential. Accomplishing such a large-scale operation in just under a month was undoubtedly aided by abilities, but a significant factor was the abundant workforce available here. The truck gradually halted in the designated area, and Fang An turned to Wang Yu, stating, we will disembark here and walk the rest of the way. Given that the base had 2 defensive lines on the ground level, they would need to pass through another gate to reach the inner sanctum. Chapter 37. Old classmates. The entire base sprawled over a vast expanse. Yet Wang Yu was aware that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The majority of the base's structure lay beneath the ground. The inner perimeter resembled a colossal fortress, capped and reinforced with an additional layer of metal sheeting, still under construction. Numerous individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities busied themselves nearby, meticulously affixing an abundance of materials to the towering walls. After traversing a series of orderly tents, a group arrived at the entrance of the inner perimeter, where several armed enforcers stood guard. Upon recognizing Fang An's uniform, they simultaneously raised their right fists and struck their chests in salute. As Fang An presented his pass for inspection, he elucidated, this is our base's unique form of greeting. He then briefly informed the enforcers about Wang Yu's situation. Just as they were about to enter, an enforcer halted them, casting a peculiar glance and gesturing towards Hazy, questioning whether the pet dog was permitted inside. Frankly, this was an unprecedented scenario for them, leaving them uncertain on how to proceed. After all, who in their right mind would keep a dog in a post-apocalyptic world? Hazy displayed a look of indignation upon hearing this. Fang An furrowed his brow slightly, asserting, the base regulations do not state anything regarding this. It should be fine. However, the enforcer shook his head, replying, you know how stringent the rules are within the inner perimeter. If anything were to happen, we would be held accountable. Furthermore, He is not yet a member of our base, he remarked, eyeing Wang Yu's casual attire. Observing Fong An's momentary discomfort, Wang Yu promptly offered, "It's all right. Let him wait outside. I will go in alone." He then instructed He Zi to stay patiently at the entrance. The contrast between the inner perimeter and the outside world was stark. Not only was there a reliable electrical supply, but the atmosphere was also refreshingly cool. "Come on, Wang Yu, I will take you to register," Fong An indicated towards a notice board. Just then, a woman rushed up to Fong An, exclaiming, "Captain Fong, the higher-ups have requested that you report immediately." "Wait, I need to take my friend first," Wang Yu interjected. "You go ahead. It would be unwise to delay the mission. The registration office is quite close. I can manage it myself." After all, he was not there to officially register, but merely to catch a ride. Fong An cast an apologetic glance before hastily departing with his team. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu intended to explore the Xiang base thoroughly. Driven by the actions he had taken early in the apocalypse to disseminate information. Compared to his previous life, everything had shifted, albeit slightly. While it bore little relevance to Wang Yu, he relished the novelty of venturing far from home. The inner perimeter resembled a service center, boasting various facilities on the first floor, including a task center, management center, construction center, sanitation center, perimeter security center, and a rather euphemistically named physiological needs resolution center. Wang Yu found himself somewhat speechless as he ambled towards an adjacent elevator, eager to investigate the underground sections of the base. The elevator buttons numbered 50 or 60, most labeled as dormitory levels, while a portion remained unmarked. This was a common tactic to conceal sensitive information from outsiders. However, such methods were not particularly accommodating for someone like him, who had brazenly come to conduct business. "Where is the office of the base commander?" Wang Yu casually inquired as he exited the elevator, only to find himself in what appeared to be an office space. Numerous employees cast curious glances at Wang Yu, who seemed utterly out of place. "Where is the office of the base commander? I need to speak with him," he inquired. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by Wang Yu's casual attire, struggling to comprehend the situation. Is this fellow a spy? Is such arrogance typical of spies? Who are you? This is not a place for someone like you. Where did this wild brat come from? Security. Where are the guards? Wang Yu. The initially departing Wang Yu turned in response to the shout. A young man, dressed ostentatiously, approached him, accompanied by a heavily made-up female secretary. Upon glancing up, Wang Yu recognized him as Xue Linchong, a former rival. Pretending not to see him, Wang Yu attempted to return to the elevator. "Stop right there. Is someone speaking to you and you can't hear?" Xue Linchong retorted, visibly displeased. Wang Yu feigned surprise. "Oh, is there something you need?" Xue Linchong's expression darkened. "It seems you've grown bold in just a few years, daring to disregard me. Fong An just mentioned that you're a newcomer with the most useless spatial ability. He asked me to look after you, but with your attitude, that might prove difficult." His words dripped with sarcasm. The female secretary chimed in, "Exactly. Do you even realize who you're talking to? Brother Chong is the deputy minister of the management department, with a mere word. He could have a talentless ability user like you dismissed." Wang Yu stared at them and suddenly inquired, "Are you two siblings? Does your father have the surname Wang?" The crowd was momentarily baffled by his unexpected question. Xue Linchong and the secretary were equally taken aback. "My father certainly has the surname Xue. No, my father's surname is Zhu." Wang Yu shook his head, his expression earnest as he replied, "No, your father's surname is Wang. You are the 8th child in the family, and one day, 2 eggs rolled out from under a turtle, and thus you were born." The two were momentarily stunned, not fully grasping his words. However, an employee nearby could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, he just called you a bastard." Upon hearing this, the realization dawned on the two, and they were instantly enraged. Xue Linchong's forehead bulged with veins as he moved to discipline this waste. He walked straight up to Wang Yu, locking eyes with him, and gritted his teeth. "Kneel and lick the soles of my shoes clean, and I shall spare your life." At that moment, an elderly man in a janitor's uniform kindly advised, "Young man, don't be reckless. Just admit your mistake. You're still young. Indeed, don't overestimate yourself. Our deputy minister might forgive you. Everyone has their moments of ignorance, but risking your life for a moment of pride is hardly worth it." Wang Yu paid no heed to their well-meaning counsel, his expression unyielding as he calmly uttered a single word, "Scram." Before the echo of his words faded, Xue Linchong shouted, "You're asking for death," and launched a powerful punch directly at Wang Yu's face, clearly intent on causing harm. Witnessing this, the crowd sighed. This was no longer a civilized society, and the death of a superfluous ability user held little significance. Even in the strictly regulated Xiang base, the atmosphere was far removed from that of the pre-apocalyptic world. A piercing scream echoed as anticipated. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, for the anguished scream had emanated from the usually irascible deputy minister. Chapter 38. Disappearance. At this moment, Xue Lini was clutching his severed arm tightly, cold sweat streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. The onlookers stared at the bloodied limb on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. The clean break of the arm was astonishingly precise, showcasing exquisite skill with the blade. Confusion washed over their faces as they exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the identity of the perpetrator behind this shocking act. Surely, it could not have been the useless Wang Yu. There must be a master involved. Ultimately, their gazes settled on the elderly janitor, who was the closest. Could it possibly be you? I always knew you were not simple. Concealed talents, indeed. I wondered how an old man could clean the restroom so swiftly. It seems there was something more to him. Indeed, last time, he had effortlessly unclogged the toilet with a simple flick of his wrist. Playing the fool to catch the wise, you old men are quite remarkable. As expected, true experts remain hidden beneath the surface. Noticing the unfolding situation, the old man was drenched in sweat, hastily denying any involvement. What are you all doing? I haven't done anything. Is this how you play with someone's life? If you dare to praise me, I might just be in danger. He continued. Are you all trying to flatter me or throw me under the bus? Is unblocking toilets the same as committing murder? Youngsters these days don't learn their lessons and have the audacity to pressure me. Seeing the old man nearly terrified to the point of wetting himself, the crowd shifted their focus. Could it be him? Xue Linchong was equally perplexed until he caught sight of Wang Yu's mocking smile, which led to a sudden realization. It was you, wasn't it? Am I right? Wang Yu merely smiled. Take a guess. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, the female secretary seized the opportunity to flee in haste, while Xue Linchong was thoroughly flustered, still struggling to believe that a seemingly useless ability user could have done this. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swung his remaining arm at Wang Yu with all his might. Once again, the familiar sequence unfolded, and the ground bore witness to yet another severed limb. The gathered spectators could scarcely comprehend how Wang Yu had executed the strike. Cold sweat dripped from Xue Linchong's brow as he nearly fainted from the pain, staring in disbelief at his two severed arms. Why? Why is this happening? Seconds later, he suddenly lifted his head, gazing in horror at Wang Yu. It must be you. You are a dual attribute ability user. He then turned to the onlookers, who were engrossed in the spectacle, and bellowed imperiously, What are you waiting for? Someone kill this assailant. At his command, the crowd fell into a heavy silence, none daring to step forward. Firstly, Wang Yu's abilities were too enigmatic. A moment's inattention could lead to a fate similar to Xue Linchong's. It was well understood that an ability user rendered incapable of wielding their powers was no different from a mere mortal. Secondly, Xue Linchong was notorious for his unpredictable temper, frequently reprimanding and abusing his subordinates, which earned him no loyalty. In fact, some among the crowd secretly wished for Wang Yu to eliminate this menace. With no assistance forthcoming, despair consumed Xue Linchong as he gazed into Wang Yu's eyes, which held a chilling intensity akin to that of a corpse. You can't kill me. My father is the minister here. If you take my life, you won't survive long. He pleaded. Moreover, if you commit murder here, the base commander will not let you off easily. He is a formidable C-class ability user. Spare my life, I beseech you. In the past, I was at fault. And even now, I am still at fault. Please do not take my life. The elderly janitor beside them urged, Young man, cease this madness. To take a life is to bear the weight of responsibility. No matter your prowess, you cannot stand against the entirety of the base. I understand youthful arrogance. But consider your life. There lies a long road ahead, and your impetuous actions will only lead to your own ruin. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, his expression earnest as he replied, You speak wisely. Indeed, I, Old Wu, was once a somewhat renowned life coach, and I have guided many a young soul back from the brink of disaster. Suddenly, the sound of flesh being severed echoed through the air, followed by the sickening thud of Xue Linchong's head hitting the ground. The scene fell into a profound silence, the tension so thick one could hear a pin drop. Yet, today, I am determined to end his life. The old man, momentarily stunned, gathered his cleaning tools and turned to leave via the elevator. The crowd, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly followed suit, eager to escape the scene. At that moment, the elevator doors swung open abruptly, revealing a group of individuals clad in distinctive uniforms, led by a middle-aged man accompanied by Shui Linchong's female secretary. The two factions exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The old man quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "A murder has occurred. Minister Shui, a murder. I was just about to report it." The onlookers regarded him with admiration, silently applauding his audacity. Shui Jian's expression darkened as he remained silent, violently shoving aside those blocking the elevator's entrance, marching forward with his armed contingent. Moments ago, his secretary had urgently approached him, conveying that her son was in danger, prompting him to abandon all else and rush to her side. Having lost his wife, this son was his sole remaining joy, and he could not permit any harm to befall him. Upon entering, he was met with the shocking sight of Wang Yu holding a blood-stained crystal core, with a lifeless body sprawled on the ground, the familiar head nearby. Shui Jian's pupils dilated in horror, his mind momentarily paralyzed, rendered speechless. The elite guards he had brought with him immediately encircled Wang Yu upon witnessing the scene. "Who are you?" they demanded, but before Wang Yu could respond, Shui Jian's furious shout pierced the air. "Kill him!" At his command, the guards hesitated for a brief moment before unleashing their powers in unison. A barrage of projectiles surged forth from all directions: fireballs, rocks, steel spikes, electrical discharges, and even a mental assault. While the trajectory of mental attacks is typically imperceptible to the average person, Wang Yu was fortunate to have system notifications guiding him. These were merely basic abilities, as most individuals lacked the means to fully develop their powers. Wang Yu did not shy away from the onslaught, effortlessly absorbing all incoming projectiles, including the mental attacks, into his spatial realm. However, without unlocking spatial perception, he was unable to retrieve those threats emerging from his blind spots. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance and swiftly cast a unique Earth-type scroll, instantly erecting a towering earthen barrier. The projectiles from behind struck the wall, yet this seemingly flimsy structure remained steadfast, merely shedding a layer of dust. In truth, even if the attacks were to hit him directly, he would not perish. For as the king of survival, Wang Yu was clad in garments with exceptionally high defensive attributes. The onlookers, witnessing their assaults vanish into thin air alongside the sudden emergence of the earthen wall, were left utterly perplexed. Shui Jian, devoid of any supernatural abilities, wore a bewildered expression. However, the grief of losing his son clouded his mind, and he disregarded the bizarre scene. "What are you doing? Kill him already, you bunch of useless fools." Chapter 39. The honored guest Wang Yu. The other supernatural beings, undeterred by misfortune, launched their attacks once more. Those isolated by the earthen wall maneuvered around to face Wang Yu, exposing all their assaults in plain sight. Observing the swiftly approaching projectiles, a smirk crept onto Wang Yu's lips. He was in no rush to eliminate them, as he wished to collect more of the flying projectiles for future contingencies. After several rounds of attacks, Wang Yu remained unscathed, prompting the crowd to question their existence. Their efforts seemed to have vanished like stones sinking into the sea, and their stamina began to wane. At that moment, a female secretary seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, "He possesses space-type abilities. Projectiles are ineffective against him." Upon hearing this, the group was filled with exasperation, thinking, "Could you have said that earlier? We've been prancing around like clowns." Unfortunately, none among them were physical-type supernatural beings. "Damn it, let us engage him barehanded." At this point, Shui Jian was driven to madness by the incompetence of his companions. Finally realizing their numbers were sufficient to confront a mere space-type weakling, they rallied together. "Let us go and strike him. Feel the might of my descending dragon." They charged forth, but Wang Yu inexplicably produced a rifle. The sight halted them in their tracks, as if their feet were rooted to the ground. Though their abilities could withstand bullets, their flesh could not. Approaching him unarmed would be tantamount to suicide. The group stood frozen, exchanging glances as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Seizing the moment, Wang Yu feigned weakness, his expression portraying fatigue. "Look, he is single-handedly blocking our assault. He must be exhausting his strength. I estimate he is at his limit. Let us push harder. He cannot withstand us all." Convinced by this reasoning, they gritted their teeth and resumed their assault. As yet another wave of gifts was sent forth, a flicker of unnoticed amusement flashed in Wang Yu's eyes. Indeed, this world has never been devoid of prodigies. Minutes later, Every one of them was gasping for breath, their abilities drained to the last drop. Wang Yu, still donned in his facade of weakness, finally revealed his true intent, his expression chillingly cold. Enough, you have outlived your usefulness. Prepare to meet your end. Hearing this, the supernatural beings gazed at the suddenly revitalized Wang Yu, nearly choking on their own blood, yet they found themselves too drained to retaliate, even unable to flee. Xue Jian, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but gasp in astonishment. It was essential to recognize that these supernatural beings were the elite defenders of the inner circle, yet they were utterly at a loss against the individual before them. At that moment, Xue Jian gradually regained his composure, and upon witnessing the extraordinary Wang Yu, he contemplated a discreet escape. However, Wang Yu swiftly launched an ice spike, catching Xue Jian off guard and piercing his thigh. "Ah, my leg!" he cried out. Just then, the elevator doors opened, revealing a tall, strikingly beautiful young woman with an air of cold elegance. Upon seeing her, Xue Jian felt as though he had encountered a lifeline and desperately crawled towards her. "Deputy Officer Ling, there has been a murder. Someone has killed my son," he exclaimed. Ling Xuelian paid him no heed, bypassing him entirely. She glanced at the lifeless body of Xue Linchong, her expression remaining unchanged. Approaching Wang Yu, she greeted him with a smile. "Hello, I am Ling Xuelian, the deputy officer of Xiang Base. May I inquire what has transpired here?" Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, regarding the low-ranking C-class supernatural being before him with a teasing tone. "Such courtesy, why not directly assign blame?" "How could I?" Ling Xuelian replied. "Mr. Wang is a distinguished guest at our base. It is indeed our oversight not to have welcomed you promptly, and I would never dare to hold you accountable. Besides, I trust that Mr. Wang is not a man of senseless violence. There must be a rationale behind your actions." Witnessing the normally indifferent deputy officer display such politeness left everyone present in utter shock. A distinguished guest? They recalled their prior assault on Wang Yu, and unease crept into their hearts. Seeing Ling Xuelian's amiable demeanor, Wang Yu chuckled and recounted the events. "The truth is, I initially traveled a long distance to discuss business with you, but Xue Linchong not only insulted me verbally, but also attempted murder. I had no choice but to act in self-defense." Upon hearing this, aside from Ling Xuelian, who maintained her serene smile, the others exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly self-defense in the apocalypse? Just moments ago, they were teetering on the brink of death, and now it seemed he was the victim. After narrowly escaping Xue Linchong's clutches, they were confronted with a new threat, a horde of merciless individuals. "I hadn't even begun to defend myself when you arrived," Wang Yu remarked, casting a meaningful look at Ling Xuelian, who appeared momentarily hesitant. Xue Jian, dragging his injured leg, overheard Wang Yu's words and nearly spewed blood in rage. "Deputy officer, quickly eliminate this intruder. Avenge my son and restore justice to our base." He glared venomously at Wang Yu, wishing to see him bound and tortured to death. Ling Xuelian sighed softly, addressing the onlookers with authority. "Bring a few people to dispose of him outside for the zombies. Several individuals may not suffice. His powers," one began, but their voice trailed off as Ling Xuelian pointed directly at Xue Jian himself. Xue Jian was left bewildered. Why? He was the one who committed murder. Ling Xuelian's gaze turned icy. "Your son attempted murder and deserves his fate, while you have shown disrespect towards our esteemed guest." Wang Yu smiled slyly at the female assistant cowering in the corner, recalling how she nearly dealt him a fatal blow. "Throw them both out," he declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd hurriedly approached, fearing that they might be the next victim. No, I was wrong. I don't want to go. I don't want to be eaten. Why? Do my contributions to the base not compare to his? You wretched souls, how dare you? I would rather haunt you then." The old cleaner swiftly intervened, silencing Xue Jian with a toilet brush. Ling Xuelian's eyes were filled with resignation. The store manager was not someone our base could provoke, especially since both parties were to conduct business. If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon those who had crossed paths with the wrong individual. As the farce concluded, Ling Xuelian gestured for Wang Yu to follow, smiling as she said, "Sir, please come with me. Our commander has been waiting for a long time." Wang Yu chuckled softly and stepped towards the elevator. Under Ling Xuelian's guidance, he arrived at the penultimate floor and entered an office. There sat a lean middle-aged man behind a desk, his expression resolute and his gaze profound. Upon Wang Yu's arrival, he merely stood to show respect, his demeanor as calm as a still pond. Wang Yu approached the chair before him with an air of indifference. At this stage, even the most formidable beings were merely C-class ability users. No matter how deep one's scheming, there was little to fear. Chapter 40. A great business. Ling Xuelian positioned herself beside the middle-aged man. Observing Wang Yu take a seat, the man gradually lowered himself into his own chair and spoke in a hoarse voice. Greetings, I am Jiang Zheng, the commander of the Xiang base. How should I address you? You may call me the store manager, Wang Yu replied. Very well, store manager. I must apologize for the earlier rudeness exhibited by my personnel. As the commander of the base, it is my responsibility to manage those under my command. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. He then retrieved a price list and a conversion table for crystal cores and crystal coins from his spatial storage, tossing them onto the table before Jiang Zheng. Let us get straight to the point. What do you require? How much do you need? There are no discounts for bulk purchases. The two men were taken aback by Wang Yu's forthrightness, their surprise evident. Jiang Zheng picked up the 2 sheets of paper and began to scrutinize them closely, noting the detailed pricing and descriptions of the various items in the store. Ling Xuelian leaned in as well, clearly intrigued. Wang Yu made no effort to rush them, instead lighting a cigarette and leisurely smoking. After a protracted discussion with the help of a calculator, they finally reached a consensus. Jiang Zheng, his expression serious, said, I apologize for the wait. I would like to inquire if the quantities in your store are sufficient. Earlier, Hong Tao and others had already brought back a considerable amount of goods, all of which had been confirmed to be of excellent quality. However, it was rumored that the store was not large, and there were concerns about meeting their demands. Quantity is not an issue. We can supply as much as you need. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. As long as there are crystal cores, we can procure any quantity from the system store. Seeing Wang Yu's resolute demeanor, Jiang Zheng nodded. We wish to place an order for 100 Type 95 rifles and 600 boxes of 58mm ammunition, which amounts to 30,000 rounds, totaling 18,000 crystal coins. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's mind raced. The procurement price for a Type 95 rifle from the system store was 30 crystal coins, while a box of ammunition cost 25. The total procurement cost for all ammunition would be 4,500 crystal coins, allowing him to net a profit of 13,500 crystal coins. Wang Yu forcefully suppressed the joy within him and replied nonchalantly, very well. Come to the store tomorrow to collect your items, payment upon delivery. After providing a meal for He Zi the previous day, his current balance of crystal coins stood at merely 4460. Despite having gathered a considerable number of crystal cores along the way, the presence of the exchange machine within the store rendered him unable to convert them into crystal coins directly. Ling Xuelian's delight was evident, even causing the typically composed Jiang Zheng to momentarily brighten with surprise. The speed of progress exceeded their expectations. Xiao Ling, draft a contract. No need for that. Contracts no longer hold legal weight. A verbal agreement suffices. Wang Yu was not concerned about them reneging on their word, unless they intended to offer the crystal cores of all the ability users in the base as payment. Although his words were well-intentioned, the glint in Wang Yu's eyes sent a chill down their spines. Jiang Zheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Shopkeeper, I have a humble request. Go ahead. Wang Yu neither agreed nor declined. Jiang Zheng sighed slightly. Given the volume of goods, we worry about potential threats during transportation, and our manpower is insufficient. His concerns were not unfounded. The East City was rife with factions, and the intricate streets made ambushes all too easy. Yet, this seemed to bear no weight on Wang Yu's mind. Just as he was about to decline, Jiang Zheng quickly raised a finger. I can offer an additional 1,000 crystal coins. Haha, then there's no issue at all, Wang Yu replied with a grin. At worst, I can send He Zi tomorrow to collect the funds and purchase a few more chicken legs. After sealing the deal, Wang Yu prepared to take his leave. Although Jiang Zheng wished to invite him for a meal before departing, Wang Yu had no interest in simple fare and declined outright. Jiang Zheng did not insist. Realizing Wang Yu had made the long journey merely to hitch a ride, he suggested that Ling Xuelian drive Wang Yu back. Lieutenant Ling, there is something I have been pondering. Ling Xuelian smiled charmingly. Please, speak. I shall share all that I know. Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. With so many people to sustain at the Xiang base, food must be quite the challenge. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuelian hesitated, as it pertained to the base's secrets. After a brief moment, she began to unveil. In truth, we possess a secret cultivation chamber where most of our populace is sustained through the rice grown within. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Can a single layer of rice support so many? It is a mutated strain of rice, both resilient and remarkably swift to mature, ripening in as little as 2 hours. However, we must regularly add crystal cores or fertilizers to the water to ensure an adequate supply of nutrients. Otherwise, the growth rate will slow. While plain rice may not provide a luxurious existence, it suffices for survival. This rice is the foundation of our base. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was taken aback. I had presumed it was akin to those bases from my past life, relying on protein blocks made from corpses. It seems that mutated organisms can evolve in a manner beneficial to humanity. Nevertheless, should the existence of such endlessly and rapidly produced staple food become exposed, it would undoubtedly incite frenzied competition from various factions. Even with substantial influence, one would not be immune to this. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, unperturbed by the prospect of my revelations, asserting that it would not serve your interests, and I am confident that the manager is not the type to act thus. At the entrance of the Iron Gate, Haizi lay obediently on the ground. At that moment, 3 children, no older than 10, approached directly. "Look, Iron Brother. There's still a dog, a rather large one," exclaimed one. "Whoa, my dad said there aren't any left." Another chimed in. "Let us go check it out." The nearby guard made no attempt to chase them away. After all, it was merely a dog, and who knows when it might end up on the dining table. Furthermore, the chief commander was known for his benevolent treatment of these vulnerable beings. "Iron Brother, that dog is so ugly, it's lost all its fur. Is it sick? Mom says to stay away from such dogs." Haizi rose and glared at them, emitting a low growl of warning. However, the audacity of youth prevailed, and the 3 children pressed on rather than retreating. One child struck Haizi on the head. Though the physical harm was minimal, the insult was profound. Another tugged at the few remaining tufts of fur on Haizi's body. "What are you looking at? Don't stare. Bad dog." Haizi bared its teeth, yet, sensing its owner's earlier demeanor, refrained from escalating the situation. In a moment of defiance, it knocked all 3 children to the ground, imparting a lesson. "Ah, Mommy!" the children cried, wailing as they fled. Shortly thereafter, several middle-aged individuals arrived, irate, accompanied by the 3 rascals, brandishing iron implements. "Mommy, it's the one. It bit me. Quickly, kill it. We almost died," they lamented. Chapter 41. Manager Wang Yu. Upon hearing this, the adults' eyes gleamed with fervor as they fixed their gaze upon Haizi, swallowing hard. It had been ages since they had tasted flesh. These peripheral individuals typically earned little, relegated to menial tasks with meager returns. The base only dispensed the most basic sustenance, with scant rewards, let alone any meat. Although this place was a marked improvement over the precarious existence outside, characterized by uncertainty and hunger, human nature is an insatiable abyss. No matter how much one invests, it is never satisfied. One man turned to the guard beside him, seeking an explanation. Yet, the guards were equally at a loss, merely dismissing him with a curt, "It's not our concern." Upon hearing this, the adults' eyes lit up. The 3 children seemed to have coordinated their efforts, all shouting in unison, "Dog meat! Dog meat!" The middle-aged individuals exchanged glances before fixing their sights on Haizi. "Capture it!" Though Haizi's glare was fierce, it dared not act recklessly, swiftly vanishing from sight. "Wow, so fast. Where's the dog?" "There, that's our meat. Don't let it escape." Yet bound by Wang Yu's orders, Haizi refrained from straying far from the inner gate, constantly shifting its position. Oh, being a dog is truly difficult. In an instant, the entrance transformed into chaos, as others gathered to witness the commotion, observing several middle-aged individuals and the 3 children, covered in dirt, chasing after a black dog. "Kill it!" A faint and emotionless voice reached Kuriko's ears. Long harboring his anger, Kuriko abruptly turned around, fixing his gaze upon several panting middle-aged men. Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the scene, causing the men to feel a shiver of fear and involuntarily halt in their tracks. Only their children, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, dashed forward. Unable to run any longer, they seemed to await their doom. In the next moment, the boldest among them was tackled to the ground by Kuriko, leading to a gruesome spectacle. The 2 children nearby, having never witnessed such horror, were paralyzed with terror, rooted in place and rendered immobile despite the frantic calls of their parents. Kuriko had no intention of sparing them, mercilessly delivering his wrath upon them. "You bastard! I'll kill you." The 3 middle-aged men, seemingly driven mad, charged forward, and Kuriko met their aggression head-on without hesitation. In an instant, the crowd of over 100 onlookers fell silent, while the remaining 3 middle-aged women wore expressions of sheer terror, overshadowed by despair. Their children were lost. The pillars of their households were gone. At that moment, several guards at the entrance finally reacted, preparing to retaliate. "Stop!" Ling Shuilian suddenly appeared on the scene, her expression devoid of words, accompanied by a smiling young man. Upon seeing the base's deputy officer, the 3 desperate women scrambled over, pleading, "Deputy Ling, please kill it. It has slain my son and husband. Moreover, we were the ones who discovered this dog first. Its death should be our right." "Yes, yes," they echoed. Ling Shuilian, however, remained expressionless, stating, "Your husbands and children brought this upon themselves. It has nothing to do with the dog." The 3 women were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean? It killed our men and children. How can this be our fault? Your base has failed in its duty to protect us, and yet you blame us. If it weren't for the meager rations provided by the base, we wouldn't even consider eating dog meat." As the tone of the 3 women grew increasingly self-righteous, Ling Shuilian's expression turned frigid. "Do you truly believe we are your servants? Throw them out to feed the zombies." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards behind her exchanged glances and proceeded to grasp each woman by an arm. In full view of the crowd, they slowly dragged them toward the entrance, paying no heed to their frantic screams. "Ling Shuilian, what are you doing? I want to see the commander. By what right do you expel us?" they shrieked. "You will not have a good end. Everyone, look at this. We are worth less than a dog. In the future, no, I don't want to go out. I don't want to die. Save me." Ling Shuilian surveyed the onlookers, her tone grave. "Please remember, it is not our duty to shelter ordinary people in this space. If you cannot abide by the rules here, the door is right there. You may leave if you wish. There are plenty who want to stay. And we do not lack for your presence. Should there be any further disturbances, you will share the same fate as them." With that, she turned on her heel, adopting a smile as she addressed Wang Yu. "I apologize. It seems our base personnel have lost their decorum." Wang Yu patted Kuriko's head and waved his hand dismissively. They made their way to the parking lot, where Fangin had been waiting for some time, and saluted Ling Shuilian. Upon noticing Wang Yu beside her, he appeared somewhat astonished. "Wang Yu, why are you out again? Have you registered yet?" Wang Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Registration is of little consequence. This place is not as comfortable as my own." Upon hearing this, Fangin displayed a look of regret, internally speculating that the base likely did not accept spatial ability users. "Had I known, I should have accompanied him. As the squad leader, I could have exercised a bit of authority to keep one person here without issue." However, with Officer Ling present, he dared not voice his thoughts further. Thus, he patted Wang Yu's shoulder apologetically. "Let me give you a ride back. We're headed in the same direction." He then turned to Ling Shuilian. "Officer Ling, when will the shopkeeper arrive? It would be good to familiarize myself with the big shot, so I can retrieve the goods tomorrow." "He has already arrived." "Oh." Fangin paused, glancing around before his gaze settled on Wang Yu, ultimately locking onto Heisey with an expression of disbelief. "Could it be that you are the shopkeeper? My apologies for any previous offenses." Wang Yu's expression darkened. It seemed that Heisey might indeed have more significance than he had assumed. Ling Shuilian struggled to suppress her laughter, delivering a kick to Fangin. "Have you lost your mind? It is undoubtedly the person before you." Upon hearing this, Fangin's face transformed into one of utter astonishment. "No way. It truly is you, Wang Yu. Have you been playing the fool all along?" Fangin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Wang Yu held such a prominent status. To be honest, bringing him to the Xiang base was partly an act of showcasing his own success, but it had turned into a complete farce. As for that black dog, it must be an entity capable of dispatching dozens of ability users in an instant. The thought of his earlier disrespect made Fangin's heart race. Ling Shuilian, noticing the late hour, urged, "Let us hurry and leave." "Sure thing, cousin." As dusk approached, a modified vehicle arrived at Lakeside Park. Wang Yu and Heisey finally returned to the shop, where the half-open wooden gate revealed signs of recent visitors, with noticeable footprints on the lawn. However, upon seeing the out sign, they had left in disappointment. After all, those who had successfully purchased their desired items yesterday had undoubtedly become a source of promotion, raising awareness of the place. It seemed prudent to venture out less frequently in the future. Chapter 42, Ferocious Beasts. After dinner, Wang Yu approached the cash register, depositing the crystal cores he had collected that day into the exchange machine, 10 F-grade cores and 5 E-grade cores, totaling 900 crystal coins. He glanced at his balance of 5, 360 crystal coins. Opening the system store, he procured goods from the Xiang base, spending 500 crystal coins, and subsequently stored them in his space. After a refreshing shower, he indulged in his usual routine of lounging on the large sofa on the second floor, watching dramas until drowsiness overcame him, leading him to retreat to bed. Life was indeed simple and unadorned. The following morning, heavy rain poured down, droplets striking the glass on the second floor without producing a sound. Wang Yu and Haizi, having breakfast, descended to the first floor. Through the glass, they observed the small courtyard outside, teeming with people, some under umbrellas, others drenched in rain, all gazing in anticipation. Upon spotting Wang Yu, the crowd erupted into a stir. As Wang Yu gazed at the mud and dirt on the shoes of the individuals outside, he couldn't help but feel a sense of disdain. Were they not akin to refugees? Suddenly, he was reluctant to allow them entry, fearing they would soil the pristine floor. Thus, he summoned the robot Freya, who leisurely opened the glass door. Immediately, a series of black footprints mingled with crimson appeared on the clean surface, and the atmosphere within the store grew tumultuous. Boss, there are no surveillance cameras here, and he can't see the blind spots. I believe we can. Are you out of your mind? If you seek death, do not drag me along. Do not be deceived by the store manager's perpetual smile. He is a cunning fox. Moreover, he possesses formidable strength. Killing is as easy for him as slaughtering a chicken. I suspect he is a C-grade ability user. And that black dog, do you think it's just a pet? It is a vicious beast. If it catches your scent while you attempt to steal, you might as well await your grandmother's arrival to retrieve you. Goodness, how terrifying. Is that true? Why would we lie to you? Seated behind the cash register, Wang Yu observed everything, nodding to himself at their words. This was precisely the reaction he desired. The beasts were indeed horrifying. A mere encounter with a low-level ability user could lead to instant annihilation. The creatures within the city were relatively benign. The truly ferocious ones roamed the wild, charging at anything that resembled flesh. You have no idea. Just a few days ago, the official military entered the city, and it is rumored they will be stationed nearby. Who cares? What can the military do about us now? With a few broken guns? Fool. The official presence has been subdued for over a month, and their strength is undeniably formidable. Many ability users have joined their ranks. That is not the crux of the matter. The military's arrival signifies they were driven here. The wild beasts are far too ruthless. The military cannot contend with them, and many of these creatures have been driven into the city. Damn it, what a calamity. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. From his memories of a past life, he knew that regardless of other forces' development, the official establishment remained the most formidable and feared presence. The threat posed by the officials lay not only in the strength of their ability users, but also in their devastating firepower. No matter how powerful one's abilities, they were still flesh and blood. A single missile would ensure compliance, provided one was still a carbon-based entity. Though he possessed a unique system, the potential for large-scale destructive weaponry, such as missiles, remained a significant threat. He was uncertain if his spatial defenses could intercept a missile. Having never tested it, Wang Yu was not inclined to gamble with his life. In any case, he needed to elevate his ability level swiftly to unlock spatial teleportation. With the 4 great spatial techniques at his disposal, few factors in this world could pose a threat to him. To amass crystal coins more rapidly, he could not neglect the store's level. Unlocking more products would enhance the store's allure. As for the wild beasts, with Blackie around, he need not lift a finger. Wang Yu opened his information panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu ability, Space ability level, low B grade, 0-2000, store level, low E grade, 0-1500, crystal coin balance, 860. How many crystal coins are required to elevate my ability to a grade? 10,000 crystal coins. And for S grade? 30,000 crystal coins. Wang Yu nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, a group of individuals entered the shop, scanning their surroundings. The leading woman, upon spotting Wang Yu behind the counter, exclaimed in surprise, "It's you. This shop is yours." Wang Yu snapped back to reality, gazing at the woman before him, struggling to recall her identity. Rin Yin, with a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of her mouth, remarked, "We met last time on Rehabilitation Street." Wang Yu shrugged, still unable to remember. Observing his confusion, Rin Yin felt an inexplicable sense of relief. It was perhaps for the best that he did not remember her, given the misunderstanding they had last time, which had left a poor impression. Boss indeed. The esteemed often forget, a teammate interjected eagerly. Our captain is the one who scolded you for being cold-blooded and then attempted to abduct a little girl. Hearing this, Wang Yu's expression transformed as understanding dawned upon him, and he regarded Ren Yin with a meaningful look. So it is you, he remarked. If there were a crack in the ground at that moment, Ren Yin would have undoubtedly plunged into it without hesitation. Mustering her courage, she apologized to Wang Yu. Fortunately, his demeanor was now a stark contrast to his previous indifference. A warm smile graced his face, as refreshing as a spring breeze. It's all good, welcome guests. He reassured them. Everyone felt a sense of unfamiliarity in the air, causing Ren Yin's cheeks to flush. Was he smiling at her, perhaps harboring feelings? Captain, why don't we grab something to eat first? The aroma here is irresistible. Indeed, indulging in daydreams could wait until they were satiated. Before long, a muddy truck splashed through, sending waves of water flying, before coming to a halt at the entrance. The truck's container bore a massive gash, as if sliced open by some sharp instrument. A familiar face emerged from the vehicle. Fong En, accompanied by several subordinates, entered the shop with a look of panic. I have 18,000 crystal coins for the goods, along with a 1,000 crystal coin escort fee. And that item you mentioned, Fong En stated, still shaken. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together and replied, everything is ready. We are just waiting for your payment. Fong En paused, introducing himself, I'm Fong En. A sudden silence enveloped the air, with both parties locked in a gaze. Unable to contain himself, Fong En inquired cautiously, aren't you curious about what happened to us? Wang Yu, with a feigned smile, replied, I'm only concerned about my money. All right, then let me explain, Fong En began. Due to the heavy rain and thick fog today, we intentionally took a safer route. However, nearing the outskirts, we suddenly spotted someone waving at us. As we approached, it turned out to be a bear mimicking a human. When we passed it, it unexpectedly grew to 5 or 6 meters tall, lunging at us and tearing through the truck with a single swipe. Fortunately, we had welded the accelerator, which allowed us to escape with our lives. Chapter 43. The emergence of Yi Tian's influence. Wang Yu responded with a disinterested hum, his face devoid of concern. He then proceeded to take out several military supply boxes and place them in front of the group. Please count them. However, Fong En's focus was elsewhere. His expression grave as he stated, I've heard that many of these ferocious beasts have entered the city. We need to take that route back, aren't you worried? The aidling remarked that you are to escort the goods to the base. Wang Yu expressed his confusion, questioning who stated that he would be escorting them. Upon hearing this, Fong En was momentarily taken aback, assuming it was due to his failure to pay, and promptly instructed one of his subordinates with spatial abilities to present over 100 crystal cores. Upon seeing the crystal cores, Wang Yu's spirits lifted. As he stored the cores, he patiently explained, it is indeed imperative to ensure the safety of the goods to reach the Xiang base. But it shall not be I who goes. What could this mean? Who else could it be? The crowd was suddenly engulfed in bewilderment. Then, they beheld the black figure, which had been by Wang Yu's side, slowly rise, stretch languidly, and then stroll proudly towards them. After pondering for a moment, Wang Yu made a decision. Jin Tiao, elevate my ability level to low-tier A class and upgrade the store to mid-tier E class. No sooner had he spoken than he felt a newfound lightness in his body, coupled with an enhanced ability to sense every movement around him. Previously, he could only perceive within the confines of the store, now, centered around himself. He was acutely aware of everything within a 200-meter radius. Upgrade successful. 10,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Unlocking ability, spatial perception. Upgrade successful. 1. 500 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. Unlocking product, ability weapons. Current balance, 7,860 crystal coins. Wang Yu closed his eyes, silently attuning to everything inside and outside the store. In the next moment, a neatly cut bamboo strip abruptly materialized in his hand. A smile of understanding graced Wang Yu's face. Previously, he could only cut objects within his line of sight. Now, as long as they were within a 200-meter radius. Even with his eyes closed and through multiple walls, he could effortlessly draw them into his space or cut them. It seemed that retrieving missiles into his space was not merely a fanciful notion. Wang Yu stroked his chin, recalling the unlocked products, and opened the system store to peruse the details. Ability weapons. By infusing a portion of one's abilities into the weapon, the wielder can endow the weapon with the corresponding ability attributes. The more energy infused, the higher the weapon's attributes, hardness, resilience, and durability, until reaching the cap. Once infused, abilities cannot be extracted, nor can weapon attributes be replaced. Higher-tier weapons have higher caps. Category: non-disposable product. Purchase price: in crystal coins, S-class weapons 200, A-class weapons 100, B-class weapons 80, C-class weapons 60, D-class weapons 40. As Wang Yu browsed through the product information, he couldn't help but marvel. He stepped away from the counter and walked towards the weapons area. Fortunately, the store had expanded, providing ample space to add several more shelves without issue. After a flurry of activity, Wang Yu deliberately made a considerable noise. The crowd's attention turned towards him as he completed his tasks and set up the product tags for the ability weapons. Then, with a calm demeanor, he purchased a batch of ability weapons for 2,000 crystal coins and displayed them on the shelves before quietly turning to leave. New products have arrived? Most in the crowd could not resist approaching to investigate, their exclamations echoing in delight. The astonishment over the prices and the remarkable nature of the products was palpable. This is precisely the kind of weapon we ability users ought to possess. My watermelon knife is almost worn down to nothing. Could it be that the store manager sensed the encroachment of beasts into the city and specially curated these new items for us? Manager, you truly are like a father to us. The price is rather difficult to articulate. 999 crystal coins, truly. Purchasing a weapon would indeed solve many problems, provided one possesses the supernatural abilities to ensure its longevity. In the long run, A-grade weapons offer better value. Common weapons are ineffective against otherworldly beasts. Yet even the supernatural ones may not fare much better. Perhaps someone should bravely take the plunge and test it out. Wang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, indicating a positive reception. Although only a select few could afford such items, it had already piqued considerable interest among the crowd. At that moment, the long-absent Yi Tian unexpectedly entered, not alone but accompanied by a diverse group of supernatural beings. Yi Tian led the way, and their camaraderie was evident. The newcomers, under Yi Tian's guidance, were experiencing the shop for the first time, their chatter reflecting their astonishment at the unusual establishment. Yet, a mere glance from Yi Tian silenced the crowd, his unassuming demeanor carrying an undeniable authority. He approached Wang Yu, expressing a hint of apology before stating his purpose. Shopkeeper, I wish to purchase a batch of scrolls and equipment. Wang Yu's eyes brightened. This was fortuitous. He gestured to Yi Tian, indicating the arrival of new stock. Yi Tian instantly grasped the implication and murmured, supernatural weapons? His expression transformed into one of delight. Could the shopkeeper's wares be anything but excellent? He hurried over with enthusiasm that left his followers bewildered, as they had never witnessed their leader so animated. Before long, Yi Tian returned to the counter, attempting to mask the discomposure he had shown earlier in front of his subordinates. He inquired calmly, "May I ask how many of those supernatural weapons are left?" Wang Yu promptly responded, and Yi Tian revised his request, spending a considerable sum on several A-grade weapons, alongside a substantial order of vegetables, meats, and daily necessities. It was evident that he was establishing his own influence. Ding! A total of 520 crystal coins have been deducted. Boss, who is that person? You're so formidable. Is it really necessary to be so humble? Yi Tian resumed his usual aloof demeanor, issuing a stern warning to his followers. From now on, show respect in front of the shopkeeper, and do not even think of causing trouble here, or you shall meet your demise. In response, the group nodded vigorously, akin to chicks pecking at grain, fully aware of their leader's ruthless management style. One among them raised a concern, "But boss, if he is so powerful and on our territory, could he not become a threat and hinder the development of our base?" Yi Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating. "I doubt it. The shopkeeper seems to embody the essence of a businessman, unlikely to provoke unnecessary conflict." Despite the shopkeeper's numerous warnings, they were mutually beneficial and not overly burdensome favors. His painful experiences from a previous life instilled in him a sense of vigilance towards everyone. It is certain that, for now, our Tianhe base must rely on the strength of the shop, and our future endeavors will undoubtedly be intertwined. Yi Tian inquired nonchalantly, "What is the progress of the local power consolidation? This region can only sustain one ruler." It appeared that their leader would have to take matters into his own hands, as some faction leaders remained stubbornly proud. Chapter 44. Fear on a battered freight truck. Heisey gazed at the gaping hole in the cargo hold. Droplets of rain cascading onto his face, eliciting a sense of distaste. "Captain, can this really work?" One of the team members expressed concern. Fong shrugged, uncertainty lacing his voice. "It should. I heard from Hong Tao and the others that this dog possesses strength surpassing that of the commander of Thunderfire." This was clearly a biased remark. Moreover, the beasts in the city cannot compare to the ferocity of those in the wild. Given the small stature of that black dog, I find it highly unlikely. He continued, "In my opinion, the store owner treats this escort mission with a lack of seriousness. We did pay 1,000 crystal coins." After all, in response, Heisey chose to ignore him. "Are you suggesting that if a dog bites you, you should retaliate by biting it back?" The truck sped along the road, occasionally encountering a few wandering zombies. Lower-tier zombies obstructing the path were swiftly dispatched with a blow from the truck's front. For the higher-tier ones, the group activated their abilities to ensure the truck's safe passage. Gradually, an increasing number of zombies gathered, causing the team to feel overwhelmed. Yet, Heisey remained indifferent, still meditating with closed eyes, which irked the others. "What is going on? We seem to be the ones guarding this mission, while we hired an ancestor to supervise." Fortunately, Captain Fong had anticipated this situation. He produced a scroll, unfurling it and casting it out the window with great force. The open scroll soared far into the air, radiating an alluring golden light. Instantly, all the zombies halted, fixated on the golden glow as though it were the most delectable flesh in existence. Roar! In a frenzy, the zombies dashed toward the scroll, clearing the path before them. The team was left bewildered. Fong chuckled as he explained, "It's a mental-type scroll that induces hallucinations in ordinary zombies. It's a product from the post-apocalyptic store, and we may consider purchasing them in bulk for our base in the future." "Wow, that's incredible." Before the others could fully express their amazement, someone exclaimed, "Look, there's still one zombie in pursuit." At this, the team turned their gaze to the rearview mirror, spotting a slender zombie relentlessly chasing them, emitting a piercing howl. Upon hearing this, a portion of the zombies abandoned the scroll, opting to follow the lean zombie as it sprinted towards the truck, closing the distance rapidly. The driver, witnessing this, immediately floored the accelerator, but the slender zombie moved with astonishing speed. Fong's pupils constricted. This zombie's level was undoubtedly on par with his own. Should it manage to force the truck to a halt, they would find themselves in dire straits. The others sensed the urgency and hurriedly activated their abilities in an attempt to impede its speed, yet it deftly evaded their efforts. The zombie was now upon them, prepared to leap onto the roof of the truck. However, as if sensing something, it suddenly came to a halt, followed by the zombies behind it, all paralyzed in fear. Staring blankly at the departing truck, the slender zombie, watching the truck drive away, displayed a hint of human-like apprehension before issuing a couple of roars, leading the other zombies away. The passengers in the truck were already drenched in sweat, as though they had been pulled from a river. As the zombies abruptly ceased their relentless pursuit, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, accompanied by an involuntary flutter of anxiety. Fong stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. The takeout that was so tantalizingly close had slipped away from us. Damn it, we were mere moments from death. Could the Elder not play a more significant role in this? After a harrowing experience, a young team member, visibly shaken, trembled as he reprimanded Heisey. Heisey opened his cold eyes and, without uttering a word, cast a piercing glare at the youth. The palpable aura of menace enveloped the young man, leaving him feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, causing him to collapse into his seat. The others, too intimidated to voice their anger, fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere descended upon the vehicle. Before long, the truck navigated into a wooded stretch where an eerie silence prevailed, broken only by the sound of raindrops pattering against the vehicle. Suddenly, a wild wolf howl erupted around them, causing their momentary relaxation to tighten into anxiety once more. From the towering thickets emerged a pack of robust gray wolves, encircling the truck with alarming speed. Before anyone could react, a violent impact jolted the truck, causing it to teeter precariously. The tires screeched against the ground, and soon after, another jarring collision struck, prompting the driver to grit his teeth and slam on the brakes as the vehicle threatened to topple over the guardrail. With no other option, the group reluctantly disembarked to confront the wolves. Fong observed the surrounding beasts, their predatory gazes locked onto the group, his brow furrowed in concern. The atmosphere was thick with a sense of impending doom, rendering the air almost suffocating. The majority of the beasts were classified as D-level anomalies, with 2 of them being sea level. A perceptive ability user, filled with despair, murmured in hopelessness, eliciting gasps from the others. They were acutely aware that their base had only 2 sea level ability users, one being the commander and the other the deputy. Even if they were present, survival was not guaranteed. "What should we do, Captain Fong? I do not wish to die yet." Wails echoed through the ranks, some sobbing, while even Fong, usually commanding and composed, found himself at a loss for words. Faced with such overwhelming odds, even Wang Yu's formidable influence would be futile. No wonder that earlier horde of zombies had retreated. It was not out of mercy but fear of an even more terrifying presence. The pack of gray wolves, indifferent to their plight, stood proudly. The alpha wolf's gaze dripping with disdain, as if regarding them as a sumptuous meal. It then let out a howl, signaling an attack. Within the truck, Heisey slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Responding to the sound, the wolves surged forward, hurtling towards the group like arrows loosed from a bow, leaving them no time to react. They could only offer a silent prayer to the heavens and prepare for whatever fate awaited them. Yet, at that moment, the pack abruptly halted, some wolves collapsing to the ground, refusing to advance further. A flicker of fear now glinted in their cold eyes as they warily scrutinized the truck. Since their mutation, their abilities had been significantly enhanced, including their senses. Witnessing the pack's momentary disarray, the group exchanged puzzled glances. It was then that Heisey gradually emerged from the gaping hole in the truck's rear, baring his teeth. The formidable aura of the B-grade aberration permeated the air with reckless abandon. In the distance, 2 C-grade gray wolves sensed something amiss and swiftly approached the rear of the wolf pack, fixating their gaze on Heisey. Despite Heisey's overwhelming presence, the wolf pack remained undeterred in the face of intruders encroaching upon their territory. A standoff ensued, the tension thickening as an impending battle loomed, leaving Fong and his companions in a state of despair, caught between advancing and retreating. "Captain, I wish to return home," one murmured. "Shoo, stay quiet and slowly back away," came the hushed reply. Suddenly, the lead wolf emitted a rallying cry, prompting the pack to charge forward, disregarding the insignificant beings that stood in their midst. Chapter 45, Thunder and Fire. New arrivals. Heisey, unperturbed, unleashed his beastly transformation, his stature swelling, yet his speed undiminished. With a swift lunge, he morphed into a shadowy blur, diving into the fray of wolves. The pack, known for their speed, dazzled the onlookers with their agility, though occasionally a gray wolf would falter, its throat severed, blood gushing forth as it was flung aside. The mutated gray wolves, renowned for their swiftness, proved utterly powerless against Heisey. Despite their attempts to surround him and assail him collectively, Heisey effortlessly maneuvered through their ranks or carved a path of destruction. Within a span of approximately half a minute, the wolf pack suffered near total annihilation, the ground littered with blood-soaked corpses. Observing this, the 2 C-grade gray wolves, battered and bruised, sought to flee. Yet, Heisey had no intention of sparing the 2 C-grade nuclei. With a swift pounce, he pinned the trembling creatures to the ground. Howl! He then began the brutal extraction of their nuclei. Those who witnessed the entire event stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched on their faces. It was astonishingly simple. 2 C-grade and a multitude of D-grade aberrations had met their grim fate in mere moments. No wonder Heisey had remained indifferent when confronted by the zombies. They were hardly worthy of his attention. The individual who had previously reprimanded Heisey felt shame wash over him, mingled with a profound sense of dread. He had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Upon absorbing the 2 C-grade nuclei, Heisey quietly returned to the cargo truck, entirely disregarding the precious D-grade nuclei scattered across the ground. "Captain, those are D-grade nuclei, and he doesn't even value them," Fong mused, scratching his nose before issuing commands. "Gather all the gray wolf nuclei. We cherish them. Shaolin, use your spatial abilities to pack the gray wolf meat. We cannot afford to waste it." The group, undeterred by the pouring rain, busied themselves diligently until the area was impeccably cleared. The remainder of their journey was uneventful, and within the truck, they lowered their voices, wary of provoking an irritable Heisey. As the cargo truck slowly approached the entrance of the base, the tension dissipated, allowing them to finally breathe easy, for they bore the weight of 18,000 crystal coins. Upon disembarking, they realized that the shopkeeper's black dog had quietly departed. Inside the shop, Wang Yu reclined on a sofa in the lounge, engaging in discussions with representatives from various factions regarding business transactions. The group had placed substantial orders for food, scrolls, equipment, and clothing. Wang Yu promptly provided immediate stock, and with a current balance of 11,300 crystal coins, they found themselves in a relatively comfortable position. As the store manager presented such a multitude of goods, the onlookers refrained from uttering a word, aware that such secrets were best kept to themselves. When the crowd departed, having completed their transactions, Wang Yu's crystalline currency balance reached 16,600. At that moment, a group gradually entered Wang Yu's perceptual range. Ding! Welcome! Cheng Ming and her companions from the Thunderfire base cautiously stepped into the store. They observed Wang Yu for a moment, then scanned the interior, whispering amongst themselves. What a delightful aroma! So much food. Could this be a trial, a test for the officers? Outside, the crowd had spoken of this shop as one existing beyond the apocalypse. And indeed, it did not disappoint. Hey, Ming, that formidable black dog is absent. Do you think we have a chance? Cheng Ming's gaze remained indifferent as she fixed her eyes on Wang Yu, whose aura was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, and she shook her head. Put away your previous habits. Those who dare to cause trouble will find themselves on the dinner table. That scroll from last time was beyond even the doctor's comprehension, indicating that this man is certainly no lamb awaiting slaughter. A skilled hunter often presents themselves in the guise of prey. With a smile, Cheng Ming approached Wang Yu. You must be the store manager. I am Cheng Ming from the Thunderfire base. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu regarded her with a fleeting recognition of her previous mischief. Offering a curt nod. What do you want? If you intend to make a purchase, you are welcome. If you seek trouble, I advise you to leave quickly. Though displeased, Cheng Ming maintained a cheerful demeanor. Last time, we failed to manage our subordinates properly, and I have come to offer our apologies. With a wave of her hand, she signaled to her companions, who reluctantly produced several e-crystals and placed them on the counter. Wang Yu glanced over the collection, which totaled 1,000 crystalline coins, and a smile broke across his face as he began the process of converting all the crystals into currency. Internally, he mused, this is a token of social nicety. It should not be against the rules. Once again, the voice of the system echoed in his mind, stating that within the store area, the host could not receive any income aside from business transactions. At this, Wang Yu's mood shifted dramatically, and he tossed his payment card to Cheng Ming with a nonchalant expression, articulating firmly, I only engage in my designated duties and earn what is rightfully mine. I have credited your account with 1,000 crystalline coins. Feel free to use them. The onlookers stared in astonishment, unable to fathom Wang Yu's indifference to such a substantial sum of crystals. For them, even a month of hard labor would not yield such earnings. And yet this young man had so casually dismissed them. Rather than admire Wang Yu's principled stance, they inwardly chastised him for his foolishness, wondering why he did not transform the shop into a charitable institution. Cheng Ming was momentarily taken aback. Wang Yu's declaration of only engaging in his designated duties implied he would not pursue the earlier disturbances caused by the base personnel. Yet, to turn down an opportunity that had been so generously presented was unexpected. Despite her confusion, she nodded with a smile, offering Wang Yu extravagant praise and remembering her secondary task assigned by Cheng Yuan, to utilize the crystalline cores on her payment card to procure some of the shop's astonishing merchandise for their research samples. After completing these tasks, they hurriedly departed. Ming Jia, this establishment is truly tantalizing. When shall we seize it? Cheng Ming displayed an expression of indifference, unfazed by Wang Yu's generous gestures. Soon, once the 47th experimental report from the doctor is released, the entirety of Nanjiang City will be under the dominion of our Lei Hua. Therefore, we must not alert the enemy. Let us maintain a low profile for the time being. The following morning, Yi Tian, accompanied by several subordinates, made his way to an abandoned elementary school, the designated venue for negotiations among various factions, a neutral ground. Upon entering the school gates, Yi Tian was immediately met with a barrage of scrutinizing gazes from all directions, some filled with disdain, others with anger, and a few with mockery. Soon, they arrived at the playground, where he spotted the leaders of the remaining four major factions in South City. Yi Tian, you presume upon your superior strength to indiscriminately annex others. Is that not rather arrogant? Though they were not of the same faction, if they united, this morsel would be beyond your grasp. You are merely a D-level ability user. Why should we heed your commands? Chapter 46. 4 types of abilities. Yi Tian remained unperturbed. declaring, "Because I am stronger than all of you. A mountain can only harbor one tiger." The crowd erupted in derisive laughter at Yi Tian's audacity. A middle-aged leader among them raised his voice, attempting to dissuade him. "Young man, do not let your ambition cloud your judgment. The factions in South City are numerous and diverse. You cannot manage them all. Dreaming of unification should be postponed until nightfall. Ha ha ha. Mere strength cannot command respect. And your strength is still insufficient." Yi Tian shook his head, eschewing pleasantries as he pointed decisively at the four leaders. "Either become vassals of our base, or face death. Choose." At his words, the four leaders displayed visible displeasure. How dare he be so presumptuous? Among them, a burly bald man, furious, cracked his thick neck and glared at Yi Tian, advancing to meet his gaze. "You should know that such words come at a cost." Yi Tian, with a provocative demeanor, replied, "Go back. You alone are not enough for me. Bring the other three along." The middle-aged leader's veins bulged with rage, his muscles straining against his clothing. That man is Li Mingwen, a former professional boxer, now endowed with dual abilities of strength and defense, making him nearly unbeatable. This will be an opportunity to teach this arrogant youth a lesson, to let him understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Li Mingwen assumed a boxing stance. Yet Yi Tian remained unfazed. A glint of ferocity appeared in Li Mingwen's eyes as he unleashed a punch, hurtling towards Yi Tian's face. Yi Tian simply tilted his head, evading the blow, but the force of the punch grazed his cheek, leaving a narrow cut that bled slightly. Another punch followed swiftly, prompting Yi Tian to activate his speed ability, distancing himself from Li Mingwen. As he touched the wound on his face, his expression grew serious. Indeed, he was formidable. Li Mingwen smirked. "A speed-type ability user, huh? The impact of a speed type may not be great, and I possess defensive abilities." He could be certain that even if he stood still and allowed the other to strike him, he would not sustain significant harm. Thus, he gestured to Yi Tian, inviting him to come forth. Yi Tian charged forward in a swift motion, delivering a punch with remarkable speed, while Li Mingwen tensed his muscles to activate his defensive abilities, not even bothering to raise his hands. It seemed as though he regarded Yi Tian's seemingly feeble punch with utter disdain. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Yi Tian's light punch carried tremendous force, sending Li Mingwen flying and crashing heavily to the ground. A vivid red blossom appeared in the air. In the distance, Li Mingwen clutched his chest, struggling to rise, his expression one of disbelief. How can you also be a strength-type ability user? These two abilities are contradictory. How can they coexist within one person? Even through rigorous training, such power is inconceivable. Yi Tian offered no response, instead mimicking Li Mingwen's earlier gesture. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Mingwen realized he had been overly careless. He quickly charged forward, employing both of his abilities in a harmonious blend of offense and defense. Yi Tian showed no inclination to evade, standing his ground and engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Having learned various lethal techniques in his previous life, he was well prepared. After several exchanges, Li Mingwen found himself battered and bruised, his eyes betraying a hint of panic, while Yi Tian remained composed, handling the situation with apparent ease. In truth, it was Li Mingwen who was on the receiving end of the beating, as his strikes failed to connect with Yi Tian. The latter, endowed with both speed and strength, could evade with agility while delivering powerful counterattacks. Within 3 minutes, Li Mingwen was nearing his limit, his clothing tattered, blood and sweat mingling as they dripped down. Yet, he stubbornly refused to concede, convinced that Yi Tian, despite his speed and strength, must lack in defense. If he could just outlast him and seize an opportunity, he was certain he could deliver a fatal blow. However, after such an extended exchange, Yi Tian's abilities seemed inexhaustible, his speed and power only intensifying. Li Mingwen was left dizzy, on the verge of fainting. Observing this, his subordinates quickly called for a halt, indicating their surrender. Yi Tian, not wishing to press the matter, promptly withdrew, knowing when to stop. Among ordinary individuals, Li Mingwen's prowess was commendable and could potentially make him a valuable asset in the future. "What do you mean surrender? I can still fight. Let me go?" Li Mingwen shouted, his voice hoarse. Yet, his body betrayed him, collapsing into the arms of his subordinates as they carried him away. Yi Tian turned to the leaders of the other 3 factions, boldly declaring, "One at a time is too slow. I am pressed for time. So let us make it a group effort. If I lose, we shall depart from Nan City. If you lose, You will become part our Tianhe base." Hearing this, the three leaders exchanged glances and nodded in unison. They had painstakingly built their factions. How could they simply relinquish them? Each of them had risen in this apocalyptic era, aspiring to achieve greatness. They would not settle for being mere pawns. Moreover, even if Yi Tian was powerful, the notion of taking on three opponents at once seemed rather presumptuous. Li Mingguan, who was applying medicine nearby, scoffed. "Why not let your powers overcome me? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Ouch! Be gentle with that application." The three of them simultaneously sprang into action, encircling Yi Tian while maintaining their distance. Among them, the sole female member calmly assessed the situation. Focus on his evasion points. Do not allow him to approach. It is best to employ broad-range abilities. Do not hesitate to unleash your powers, but keep it tight. Let's attack together. In an instant, a barrage of projectiles descended upon Yi Tian from all sides. Dozens of fiery projectiles resembling arrows, a dense array of serpentine lightning, and clods of earth hurtling toward him, effectively sealing off every possible escape route. It was uncertain whether Yi Tian was paralyzed by fear or resigned to his fate, as he showed no intention of dodging. When the multitude of projectiles rained down, they stirred up clouds of dust and debris, sending plumes of smoke skyward, and even causing the earth to tremble slightly. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of numerous low-level zombies, who drew closer, only to be effortlessly dealt with by the guards stationed at the entrance. As the smoke cleared, Yi Tian's position was revealed to be shielded by a fortress-like wall of earth, which had repelled their attacks entirely. 3 abilities. He possesses 3 powers. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the earthen wall suddenly erupted, sending chunks of soil hurtling toward the trio. Faced with this feeble counterattack, the 3 leaders dismissed it with contempt, easily shattering the clods. However, to their astonishment, a powerful jet of water burst forth from the broken soil, catching one individual off guard and rendering them unconscious from the shock. 4 abilities. Is he even human? The onlookers exclaimed in disbelief. It was known that individuals with 2 powers were already exceptional, while those with 3 were exceedingly rare. Having 4 abilities was something they had never witnessed before. The remaining 2 leaders were equally bewildered, as they understood that the more abilities one possessed, the greater the number of crystal cores required for advancement. Yet, Yi Tian was not only their equal in rank, but wielded 4 formidable powers with remarkable agility and a solid foundation. They couldn't help but remark, "Did your abilities begin evolving in the womb?" Yi Tian's assault continued unabated, as hidden projectiles embedded within the clods of earth hurtled towards them at high speed. The 2 quickly evaded, unwilling to confront the unknown contents of the projectiles directly. The burden of 4 abilities on the body is immense. We can engage in a war of attrition to wear him down. Adapt to the situation, he attacks, and you create distractions. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Tian charged toward the nearest woman. The other opted to sneak away, but Yi Tian was already prepared, erecting an impenetrable wall of earth to momentarily hinder the one retreating. Eliminating the woman before him was a matter of mere seconds. Boom. Just then, the ground trembled slightly. The earthen wall collapsed, and 2 long, sinuous antennae emerged from the soil. Following that were a pair of blood-red eyes and a long, armored body cloaked in dark exoskeleton. It was a mutated centipede, at least 10 meters in length. Its venomous fangs dripped with a viscous, foreboding liquid. Its level remained unknown, but the aura it exuded sent chills down their spines. As the crowd momentarily stood in shock, the centipede's 40 long legs began to move across the ground with astonishing speed, swiftly closing in on its prey and initiating a ravenous consumption. "Ah, no, don't eat me. Boss, save me." Panic ensued, with cries urging others to use their powers to vanquish the beast. It hurt so much. In mere seconds, some were bitten in half, while others succumbed to venom, collapsing and frothing at the mouth. A few were ensnared by the barbed legs of the centipede, dragged along as it moved. Several lives were lost. The leaders of various factions hastily rallied their followers to launch a collective assault on the monstrous creature. The barrage of attacks fell upon the dark armor of the centipede like a relentless downpour, inflicting no damage whatsoever, not even a scratch. Li Mingguan, brimming with courage, took the lead, engaging the centipede in close combat. Other leaders followed suit, charging to the forefront. Yi Tian observed the system's analysis of the centipede before him, his brow furrowing in concern. Name: Red-headed centipede level, low C stamina, 800 strength, 500 speed, 900 defense, 1290 indeed. After much exertion, most attacks went awry, and even those that struck were utterly ineffective. The casualty count continued to rise, though the centipede seemed to have a peculiar appetite for fresh kills, disregarding the feeble assaults of the crowd. However, calamity struck as the commotion attracted a horde of zombies outside, their relentless groans echoing ominously. This is dire. The zombies have surrounded the school. The guards have retreated to the teaching area. Zombies. Groups of 3 to 5 were gradually emerging in the distance, racing towards them. Even with nearly 60 ability users present, they found themselves cornered, especially with the centipede continuing its frenzied feeding. We shall handle the beast. You must hold back the zombies and block the vital passages, Yi Tian commanded, producing a Tang Dao from an unknown source, his tone leaving no room for dissent. His 4 subordinates, undeterred, brandished their uniquely crafted weapons, eager to engage. Doubt flickered among the crowd, yet the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. They all understood the principle of mutual reliance. Moreover, it was evident from the earlier skirmish that Yi Tian's prowess was unparalleled among them. Li Mingwen nodded, saying, "You all do your best to delay them. We will come to your aid once we have dealt with our foes." The 4 leaders gathered their followers to eliminate the infiltrating zombies. "First, dispatch those beasts near the playground. Do not let them distract us," shouted one of the Earth-type ability users. "Any swift warriors, slip outside to lead some zombies away. Otherwise, we will only see more of them here." Healing-type users, move about to provide timely aid. Yi Tian and his companions, wielding the weapons they had purchased the previous day, felt a rush of excitement. They had tested the weapons last night, and the difference in power compared to ordinary arms was striking. Moreover, after infusing them with their abilities, they found they could wield them with ease, as if they had become extensions of their own bodies. With the Tang Dao in hand, Yi Tian eagerly gazed upon the sea-level beast before him. "Ensure that all energy is fully charged. These weapons are our sole reliance." Having stated this, I too infused various attributes of my abilities into the unadorned Tang Dao in my hand. With the energy bar on the side of the blade exceeding 1/3, a faint, colorful halo began to emanate from the sword. Yi Tian ceased charging, noting that this 1/3 energy bar represented the minimum threshold for wielding the Tang Dao. Had it not been for Yi Tian's solid abilities, he would have been unable to utilize this A-grade weapon at all. To unleash the weapon's full potential was beyond his current capabilities. Furthermore, excessive charging was inadvisable, as it could lead to exhaustion during subsequent combat. Engage with close-range weapons, while the ranged weapons provide us cover. With that, he advanced with the blade in hand. At that moment, the centipede, engrossed in its feeding, seemed to sense impending danger and warily raised its head. It saw 3 figures charging toward it, and as the centipede sought to pivot its massive body, a green energy projectile hurtled toward it with astonishing speed, striking its head before it could evade. This was followed by a barrage of attacks. While these strikes lacked high penetration, they possessed considerable impact, and some were delivered with such rapidity that evasion became nearly impossible. Observing the centipede's movements hindered, Yi Tian resolutely maximized his speed ability. In an instant, he arrived at the centipede's legs, swiftly transitioning to his strength ability and bringing his blade down with ferocity. Before the razor-sharp edge and Yi Tian's formidable strength, a leg as robust as a steel beam was cleaved in two. Enraged by the pain, the centipede disregarded the distant assaults, turning its attention to Yi Tian and lunging toward him. In response, Yi Tian pressed forward, darting beneath the centipede's massive form, evading its venomous fangs that struck the ground instead. Yi Tian wasted no time, swiftly moving to the other side to continue severing the centipede's legs. "First, we must incapacitate its legs to restrict its mobility. Stay vigilant." Upon hearing this, the 2 arriving allies seized the opportunity while the centipede withdrew its fangs to join in the endeavor of leg severance. Although both possessed abilities and weapons, their weaponry was not on par with Yi Tian's. Moreover, in terms of their abilities, they lacked the same overwhelming power that Yi Tian commanded, which allowed him to sever an entire leg in one stroke. The persistent agony coursing through its legs left the centipede somewhat disoriented. Whenever it focused on one side, the other was attacked. At this moment, however, the distant assaults suddenly ceased, as the 2 providing cover had exhausted their last vestiges of energy. Chapter 48, Tenghui Supermarket. With distractions eliminated, the centipede's speed surged, rapidly retreating toward the excavation it had emerged from. Yet, with only 20 to 30 legs remaining, its movement became noticeably unbalanced, significantly affecting its speed. Yi Tian was determined not to let the C-grade crystal core slip away. He leaped onto the centipede's back, racing toward its head. With the blade poised against its shell, he thrust down with great force. However, the tip of the blade penetrated only slightly, meeting resistance, as the armor on its head proved to be far more resilient. Yet, he remained confident that with the remaining energy infused into the Tang Dao, he could vanquish this C-grade beast. At this moment, Yi Tian hesitated. Using his extraordinary powers all at once would leave him as defenseless as a toothless tiger. Could he truly safeguard the coveted C-grade crystal core? Haunted by the blood-soaked lessons of his past life, he dared not place his entire trust in his few subordinates. As he pondered, the centipede's head was already burrowing into the ground. Realizing this, Yi Tian swiftly drew his Tang knife and leapt down, while the centipede made a hasty retreat, vanishing without a trace. His subordinates hurried over. "Boss, did we really let it escape? That C-grade crystal core could potentially elevate you to C-grade status. What a pity." Yi Tian sighed softly, shaking his head in silence. At this juncture, those sent to eliminate the zombies began to return to the playground. The four leaders surveyed the chaotic scene, but the absence of the centipede was immediately apparent, leading them to comprehend the situation. They gazed at Yi Tian and his companions in astonishment. Before they could voice their questions, Yi Tian spoke, his tone tinged with regret. "It slipped away. I should have acted more decisively." The crowd responded, "Do you even realize what you're saying? That was a C-grade mutant beast. To it, we are merely snacks. You and the others managed to scare off a C-grade creature in less than half an hour." The four leaders were incredulous, yet the scattered centipede legs left them with no choice but to believe. With a raised eyebrow, Yi Tian inquired, "Our match isn't over yet, is it? Shall we continue?" The four leaders looked at each other, speechless. "Continue? What nonsense. We're in." They expressed their reluctant agreement. After a fierce battle, the elite forces of each faction had sustained considerable damage, and with several mutant beasts now in the city, such occurrences might become frequent. It seemed that banding together was the wisest choice. Fortunately, Yi Tian and his group possessed means to combat the mutant beasts. Without their presence, many would have perished. This situation elevated Yi Tian's status in the eyes of the crowd, who wouldn't want to cling to a powerful ally. Even if they did not join Yi Tian's Tiana base, their subordinates would remain loyal in spirit. Within a heavily guarded large shopping mall, a leader of a faction confronted Sun Chong. "What? You are also canceling your order?" Sun Chong frowned at the individual before him. Several previously agreed-upon contracts had already been rescinded, as he believed that only their Tonghui supermarket could sustain the survivors in Nanjing, leading him to forego signing contracts. Moreover, the number of customers had dwindled significantly, mostly comprising regulars from nearby. This left Sun Chong feeling somewhat suspicious. The man sighed and patiently explained, "There's no choice. Recently, mutant beasts have proliferated and their strength is formidable, consuming crystal cores at an alarming rate. But don't you still need to eat and drink? Your faction has about 40 to 50 people." Sun Chong quickly reminded him. "Ah, you're not aware? A doomsday shop has opened in South City, offering not only cheap prices, but also a staggering inventory. They have some extraordinary gadgets that are quite beneficial to our smaller factions, and everyone has been drawn there." Extraordinary gadgets? The individual found it difficult to articulate his thoughts, so he retrieved a crumpled flyer from his pocket and presented it to Sun Chong. Sun Chong felt a flicker of recognition. It seemed that one of his subordinates had shown it to him before, though he had dismissed it at the time. As he examined the flyer, his astonishment grew. It boasted an array of fresh vegetables, fruits, tobacco, alcohol, and delicacies. In the wake of the apocalypse, production of such items had ceased for many days, and perishables like fruits and vegetables had surely spoiled long ago. How could they still dare to label them as fresh? Moreover, upon converting the prices into crystal coins and comparing them with his supermarket's goods, he was astounded at how inexplicably low the prices were. Was this a deliberate price war? Such tactics seemed misguided. It was common knowledge that these commodities were consumed gradually, and selling them at such low prices raised questions about profitability. Or was it possible that the inventory of this so-called apocalypse shop far exceeded that of his own supermarket? The inclusion of skill scrolls, weaponry, and specially crafted clothing seemed to indicate that this was no ordinary flyer. He gazed incredulously at the person before him. Yet the individual maintained a solemn expression, affirming the authenticity of the claims. Sun Chong remained skeptical, suspecting the man was merely fabricating excuses. At that moment, the office door swung open, and a refined middle-aged man entered. Upon seeing him, Sun Chong quickly rose to his feet and respectfully inquired, "Uncle, what brings you here?" The other individual, recognizing Sun Hui, instantly felt uneasy. Sun Hui was known as a ruthless businessman, willing to go to any lengths for profit. If he had known he would encounter such a formidable figure, he would have hastened his departure. Sun Hui, having already been informed, cast a sidelong glance at the man and coldly stated, "If there is nothing else, we shall not keep you." The man, visibly relieved, hastily made his exit. Once he left, Sun Hui gradually settled onto the sofa and spoke in a grave tone. The contents of that flyer contained not a single falsehood. "The people from the Thunderfire base have already informed me. Moreover, it is said that their stock has remained uninterrupted, with their fruits and vegetables even fresher than those just harvested." Sun Chong found himself momentarily speechless. No wonder we cannot compete with them. Continuing down this path is unwise. Inform your brother and urge him to take emergency measures. Sun Hui's tone was incisive. At these words, Sun Chong's expression grew serious, and he stood to leave, declaring, "I will arrange it immediately." "Wait," Sun Hui cautioned. "He is said to possess at least sea-level strength. Additionally, ascertain the source of his goods before taking action." Sun Chong nodded, making his way down the corridor to the elevator, eventually descending to the supermarket's underground level. The temperature below was markedly cooler, lined with ample refrigeration units that housed the majority of Tonghui's supermarket's inventory. At the onset of the apocalypse, owner Sun Hui had gathered information online regarding abilities and the end of the world, recognizing a business opportunity. Leveraging his substantial stockpile, he recruited a cadre of individuals with special abilities to establish a force, and as the masses remained ensnared in their confusion and fear, he was the first to lead his newly formed group to various locations to amass resources, seizing the advantage. Once the situation stabilized, he commenced commercial activities. In the apocalyptic world, those who control resources wield ultimate power, thus seizing the initiative in a desolate era. Consequently, countless individuals flocked to this opportunity, allowing him to amass wealth beyond measure. And with these crystal cores, he cultivated a formidable armed force. Chapter 49. The mission among the myriad unofficial factions in Nanjing. Tonghui Supermarket stands as an unparalleled titan in terms of strength. It is no wonder that it keeps at bay the covetous hearts of many. Although the proprietor, Sun Hui, lacks extraordinary abilities, he is blessed with an exceptional son who possesses 3 distinct powers. For others, even with such prowess, advancement would be painstakingly slow. However, for the Sun family, who have thrived amidst the apocalypse, crystal cores are in abundant supply. They directly propelled his abilities to the high ranks of sea level. Upon entering a room resembling a private booth, Sun Chong beheld a dozen young men lounging on the sofas, each entwined in the embrace of their companions. "Brother, what brings you here? Another mission?" Upon seeing Sun Chong, a delicate youth promptly rose, his voice tinged with delight. Before Sun Chong could respond, an ability user, emboldened by drink, jested, "Surely it is. Our brother hasn't he stretched his limbs in days and must be quite restless." Before the words could fully escape his lips, a flash of light erupted, followed by a resounding bang. As the onlookers turned, they were met with the sight of the earlier speaker's head, shattered like a fallen watermelon. Blood splattered onto those nearby, who regarded Sun Yi with terror, silenced by fear. This method is far more effective than any remedy for inebriation. Sun Yi expressionlessly lowered his hand, retorting, "Did I invite your interruption?" Sun Chong clicked his tongue and elaborated on the situation. Upon hearing that someone threatened their business, Sun Yi was instantly consumed by rage, a palpable aura of murderous intent suffocating the room. "I must eliminate him. How dare he infringe upon our trade?" Sun Chong glanced at him with a mix of exasperation and concern, advising, "Remember what Uncle said. We must consider long-term interests." His brother was indeed commendable in many aspects, yet his penchant for brutality was alarming. The last time he was dispatched to deliver goods to a faction, he returned with every crystal core in their possession, including those from their very heads, simply because they had neglected to offer him a meal. Good heavens, when the King of Hell awakens, he will find himself plummeted down the ranks. Understood, I'll inquire before I strike. I wonder if he can withstand our grandfather's blow. Meanwhile, at the apocalyptic shop, the counter was stacked high with books. The bored Wang Yu was engrossed in a detailed tome concerning a specific type of ability. Although he had conducted considerable research on various powers in his previous life, none were as meticulously published as these. Since the peculiarities of the book section had been discovered, patrons flocked daily to purchase literature. After all, the value of these books is immense, containing coveted knowledge for all ability users in the apocalypse. Wang Yu did not hoard this vital information. Rather, he seized the opportunity to raise prices significantly, thus reaping substantial profits. He understood that the capabilities of spatial abilities were exceedingly exceptional, rendering most other powers mere trifles in comparison. There are no books regarding spatial abilities on the bookshelf. Relying on the disparity of information, coupled with the invincible tortoiseshell shop and my companion, Hazy, I am assured of safety. Rather than that, it would be more beneficial to utilize this book to enhance humanity's strength, to gather more crystal cores for my own gain. However, as the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since I have little to occupy my time, it would be wise to peruse these texts on various abilities. This not only serves to pass the time, but also eliminates the information gap, preparing me for encounters with diverse Ninja. At that moment, the long-lost voice of Jin Tiao resonated. Activate side quest. Destroy the rival Tenghui supermarket. Reward. Unlock electronic products. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What kind of task is this, especially one that involves destruction? He was aware that Tenghui Supermarket is the largest chain supermarket in Nanjiang City. The competitiveness of such a typical supermarket pales in comparison to ours, and they lack supply channels. Is it truly worth the effort? Wang Yu lazily leaned back in his chair, somewhat reluctant to venture out. The influence of Tenghui Supermarket is considerable, and their stock is relatively ample. Long-term neglect could significantly affect the nearby survivors. Moreover, would the host really wish to forego such rewards? The prospect of various electronic products is tantalizing. Hu wouldn't want a large LCD television, a massage chair, a gaming console, or even a massage bathtub? The thought was quite appealing. Wang Yu thoughtfully stroked his chin. He had visited Tenghui Supermarket before the apocalypse. He wondered how things had changed since then. At that moment, some conversations from guests in the rest area drifted into his ears. Wow, boss, we made the right trip. The items here are indeed cheaper than Tenghui. Of course. Moreover, I've heard these weapons and equipment are top-notch. Should we consider relocating our camp? Let us see if we have enough crystal cores. Suddenly, the group turned to see the store manager, who had inexplicably appeared among them, one arm draped over a person, wearing a beaming smile. This sight left them perplexed and apprehensive, for the store manager was notoriously known as a smiling tiger, concealing daggers behind a facade of laughter. One wrong move could lead to their collective demise. The manager's smile grew increasingly reminiscent of an ominous figure. The boss gulped, his voice trembling as he asked, "Who has broken the store manager's rules? Step forward and do not implicate the rest of us." Before Wang Yu could respond, a man suddenly dropped to his knees before him, tears streaming down his face. "I'm sorry, manager. It was my fault. I accidentally spilled oil on the table, but I truly couldn't clean it up." Wang Yu was at a loss for words. Was he really that fearsome? He considered himself quite amiable, after all. "I'm not here to hold anyone accountable. I merely wish to learn about Tenghui Supermarket." Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief, and the kneeling man felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Through inquiries, Wang Yu gathered information about the specific location and security of Tenghui Supermarket. It was said they had raised a group of exceptionally powerful Nidra, specifically tasked with executing ruthless actions against rival factions. The leader of this group was particularly ferocious, claiming to be the highest-ranked Nidra in Nanjiang City, with a fortunate father who earns us such a bounty of crystal cores. Wang Yu nodded in acknowledgement and patted the shoulder of the leader, expressing his gratitude. "It's nothing, really, just doing my duty," the leader replied modestly. "In fact, could I trouble you to give me a ride tomorrow?" Wang Yu asked unabashedly. The others exchanged puzzled glances, as it was their first meeting. Did he not think such a request was a bit presumptuous? "It's not a bother at all." The leader quickly realized this was an opportunity to forge a connection and waved his hands dismissively. "No need for thanks. It's a small matter. Especially since I'll be coming by again tomorrow. It's on my way." Wang Yu smiled and inquired about the man's name. The man eagerly nodded and replied, "Just call me Xiao Song." Chapter 50. Affiliation with the Heavenly River. The following morning, Wang Yu packed his belongings and hung the out sign on the glass door handle. He then accompanied He Zi to the yard to await Xiao Song's dedicated vehicle. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks. As November approached, the air carried a hint of chill. The pleasant weather prompted He Zi to frolic in the park. Casually glancing across the lake, Wang Yu noticed several trucks parked on the distant shore, with one or two figures faintly visible. Is another faction setting up shop over there? He speculated internally, but paid it little mind, assuming they were drawn by the allure of his store. Before long, a dilapidated van rolled slowly to a stop in front of the shop. Its front bumper battered beyond recognition, and the body and windows stained with blood. Xiao Jiang opened the creaking door, inadvertently catching Wang Yu's disapproving gaze, and sheepishly scratched his head. I haven't had the time to clean it, but don't let its appearance fool you. It's quite fast. As Wang Yu got in, Xiao Jiang promptly opened the door for him. Once the vehicle was in motion, Wang Yu noticed a scattering of skill scrolls on the floor. All used. Observing Xiao Jiang's slightly trembling arm, he surmised that the man had likely experienced a harrowing escape. Your teammates didn't come? Wang Yu asked. Xiao Jiang shook his head, explaining that he had been preoccupied with moving and could not spare the time. Wang Yu nodded in silence. More and more zombies crowded the road ahead, eventually blocking their path entirely. Xiao Jiang looked to Wang Yu for help. Just roll down the window and let He Zi take care of the zombies around the vehicle, Wang Yu instructed calmly. He then turned to Xiao Jiang. You just keep driving. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Jiang steered the van directly into the horde. The sound of the engine instantly attracted a swarm of zombies, who roared and charged at the vehicle like a tidal wave intent on engulfing the entire van. Faced with this, Xiao Jiang steeled himself and pressed on. Just as the front of the van was about to collide with the zombies, a massive shadow swept past, sending several of the foremost zombies flying. Then, like a bulldozer, it carved a path through the throng. Watching Xiao Jiang's astonishment, Wang Yu thought, is it really possible to do it this way? At that moment, a slender female zombie stood atop a building, resembling a lord surveying all beneath her. Roar. Its visage was grotesque and astonishingly. It articulated human speech before vanishing into thin air, leaving behind but a fleeting shadow. Moments later, the diligent He Zi, preoccupied with his pursuit of chicken legs, seemed to sense an impending threat. He forcefully dispatched the zombie before him, raising his gaze slightly. Then, with a derisive snarl, he bared his teeth at the approaching shadow. The female zombie, oblivious to her perilous predicament, believed herself to possess remarkable speed. Just as her claws were poised to pierce He Zi's vital artery, he struck. A paw, larger than her head, collided violently with her face, distorting her grotesque features. With a resounding thud, the tremendous force sent her careening uncontrollably into a nearby building, rendering her silent. Inside the vehicle, Song Jiang wore a complex expression, glancing at the rearview mirror, hesitating to articulate his thoughts. Wang Yu, perceptive to this nuance, initially chose to remain silent, but eventually inquired, is something troubling you? Song Jiang shook his head, a trace of bitterness gracing his lips. It's nothing. Just a moment of reflection. Noticing Song Jiang's reluctance to elaborate, Wang Yu refrained from pressing further. Why not align yourself with a more formidable faction? Wang Yu suddenly interjected, as it was generally advisable for someone like Song Jiang, with limited abilities, to seek the safety of a group. In response, Song Jiang offered a wry smile. I have a son and a wife. Many factions no longer accept ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, my current situation is satisfactory. At least survival is not a concern. Wang Yu fell silent, recognizing that Song Jiang was a reflection of the vast majority in this apocalyptic world. This prompted him to recall his own past life, where he too was an inconspicuous figure amidst the tumult of the apocalypse, struggling daily merely for sustenance. The burden of family, as in Song Jiang's case, added to the weight of despair. With a soft sigh, Wang Yu offered Song Jiang a cigarette, stating, "You are indeed a man." Meanwhile, in another corner of the desolate world, at the apocalyptic store, Chu Lan observed the sign indicating the proprietor's absence, astonished. Has the store manager truly stepped out? No. My beef rice. I have been yearning for it for days. It even visited me in a dream last night, urging me to come quickly. Zhang Yingjing lamented from the ground. Didn't I give you a beef-flavored compressed biscuit yesterday? I've heard that its protein content far exceeds that of actual beef. Time to get back to work, someone remarked. Who said that? The narrator from a video? Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, exasperated. Let us leave for now. We can return tomorrow to purchase winter clothing. Chu Lan and her companions, resigned to their unfruitful venture, encountered another group as they departed. Given the store's location, such encounters had become commonplace, and they paid little heed. However, as they brushed past, they were unexpectedly halted by the newcomers. "Wait, which faction are you from? We haven't seen you before," a freckled young man questioned. In response, Zhang Yingjing retorted without hesitation, "Who are you? Why must you have seen us before?" "Oh, little brat, do you even realize who you are addressing?" The young man scoffed. "Do you really think you're a significant figure?" Liang Shu quickly restrained the irate Zhang Yingjing and, with an apologetic glance at the strangers, replied, "We are merely a small faction. Is there something you need?" Upon hearing these words, the young man tilted his head back, exuding an air of arrogance. "Are you aware of the Tianhe base? Currently, all the factions in the southern city must align themselves with the Tianhe base." Chu Lan and the others exchanged glances, shaking their heads. They were entirely capable of self-sufficiency. So why should they depend on others? Liang Shu spoke with humility, stating, "We are merely a small faction, whether there is one more or one less. It makes no difference. There is no need for us to join." How naive. In the southern city, every faction must affiliate with Tianhe, otherwise, "You shall be expelled from the southern city," the young man retorted arrogantly. Upon hearing this, the group frowned in displeasure. "Did you construct the southern city? If you refuse to join, then leave. And what if we insist on remaining?" The young man scoffed, waving his hand to signal a dozen subordinates. "That decision is not yours to make." This time, Chu Lan and his companions had only brought 7 individuals, placing them at a numerical disadvantage. However, for those who had thoroughly mastered their supernatural abilities, defeat was not a foregone conclusion. Chu Lan's gaze turned icy as he set down the orange cat in his arms. The others were also poised for action. Observing their audacity to retaliate, the young man wore a look of disdain, merely a swarm of insignificant ants from a minor faction. And they truly believed they could engage us in combat. "Very well, we shall accept your low-grade crystal nuclei. Even the legs of a mosquito are still meat. That woman shall be left for my brothers to relieve their frustrations. The rest of you shall be eliminated." Chapter 51. Let us play mind games. Seeing this, Chu Lan, Liang Shu, and the other ranged supernatural beings immediately distanced themselves. Zhang Yingjing and his companions instinctively positioned themselves in front of them. The individuals in the front were about to charge into their formation, yet the group remained unmoved, as if awaiting a specific signal. In the rear, Bai Che completed his energy buildup, simultaneously unleashing several mental attacks, while shouting, 3 seconds. Meanwhile, the front line, which had been charging in a semicircle, froze in place, disrupting the momentum of those behind them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjing and the others surged forward like arrows. The individuals in the back activated their abilities to provide ranged interference. In contrast to Chu Lan's team, the group led by the speckled youth appeared disorganized and lacked coordination. "What on earth are you stopping for? Don't block the way. What are you doing squeezing through? Look up at the sky." The group gazed upwards to see the sky filled with a dense array of projectiles, fireballs, ice shards, earth clods, and wind blades, raining down like 1,000 arrows. How could their attacks be so widely dispersed? How was this achieved? They too were D-class supernatural beings. Just as the crowd prepared to unleash their abilities to defend themselves, the ground suddenly began to crack, making it difficult for them to maintain their footing. Zhang Yingjing and his companions had already darted forward, swiftly dispatching several individuals in their path. Panic ensued among the group, unsure whether to defend themselves or address the threat posed by Zhang Yingjing's assault, leaving them momentarily flustered. However, Zhang Yingjing did not linger in battle. Before the deluge of supernatural arrows descended, he retreated. Only the disoriented crowd remained to face the onslaught of abilities. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the barrage of projectiles fell, causing damage that, while not catastrophic, could not withstand the sheer volume of the relentless bombardment. As the multifarious ability users perished or fell into a stupor, Chu Lan and her companions observed the scene with ease. A few defensive ability users attempted to flee, but the vigilant orange cat, having closely monitored the battlefield, seized the moment. It transformed and swiftly positioned itself before them. The freckled youth was now utterly panicked. He hastily shoved 2 of his subordinates forward, urging them, "Quick, kill it. I'll cover you." The 2 subordinates, seeing no other choice, fought desperately to carve out a path, flanking the beastly orange cat. "Boss, hurry." The freckled youth darted around the orange cat and fled without a glance back. leaving his companions dumbfounded. Bro, we're in this together, and you're playing tricks? Unsurprisingly, the two defensive ability users were subdued by the orange cat, left hopelessly awaiting their demise. The fleeing youth, not being a speed-type ability user, was ultimately captured again. Now stripped of his earlier bravado, the youth begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. He could hardly fathom that he had been routed by a few nameless individuals. Just yesterday, when Yi Tian consolidated all forces in South City, he had never heard of such figures. Dear elders, it was my folly not to recognize the formidable, and I beg you to spare me. As he looked up, he was met with Zhang Yingjing, who was approaching with a grin, cracking his knuckles. It won't hurt, not at all. No sooner had he spoken than the air filled with the sounds of his anguished cries. 3 minutes later, the youth lay on the ground, battered and unconscious. Zhang Yingjing shook his hands and remarked, "Damn, my hands hurt. This guy's skin is so tough. I should have used my abilities." At that moment, the two defensive ability users pinned by the orange cat exchanged glances and asked, "Can we have a go at him?" Zhang Yingjing looked at them curiously, nodded, and instructed, "Little Orange, let them go. They want to escape anyway." The two ability users expressed their gratitude, and then proceeded to rain down punches and kicks on the fallen freckled youth. "You wanted to provide cover, huh? Let us see how you like this." Liang Shu adjusted his glasses, contemplating. If what the youth claimed were true, and all forces in South City had been consolidated apart from theirs, their situation would become perilous. Chu Lan furrowed her brow. If the so-called Tianhe base learned of this, they would surely not let them off easily. Even if their abilities were proficient, they would not stand against the entirety of South City. Someone in the group suggested, "Dead men tell no tales." Chu Lan and Liang Shu exchanged a glance and nodded. Hearing this, the youth, who had been feigning death, suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "No, you cannot kill me. I am from Tianhe base. If you kill me," before he could finish, he was met with another round of brutal blows from the two defensive ability users. One of them stated that they could assist in disposing of the body, hoping only to join Chu Lan's team. With their actions, returning to Tianhe base was no longer an option. Chu Lan was acutely aware of the precarious situation of the two individuals and thus readily acquiesced. However, in the shadows, several pairs of eyes observed this scene with quiet intensity. Within a dilapidated building stood two extraordinary zombies, both astonishingly classified as sea level. One was an oversized creature, grotesquely deformed, towering at least 3 meters tall, clad in a pair of shorts that seemed on the verge of bursting. The other was diminutive and frail, resembling an extreme case of dwarfism, yet sported ears disproportionately larger than its head. At that moment, a slender female zombie, dragging her injured form, staggered into view. Upon witnessing this, the titanic zombie could not suppress a fit of laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Shadow, weren't you supposed to be swift? How did you end up in such a state?" Shadow, visibly disheartened, retorted, "I am also a beast, yet it outran me." Thankfully, it did not pursue. Being bested by a mere creature like that is utterly humiliating. Ha ha ha. With a disdainful glance, Shadow mocked, "If you claim to be clever, I beg to differ. With the emergence of abilities, what distinguishes beasts from humans? Dare not label me foolish. Would you care for a brawl? At this moment, I fear I might inadvertently end your existence. I can still manage to walk you like a dog. You seek death." As tensions escalated, the smaller zombie hastily shifted the conversation. "I wonder when the king will return. Human activity has been alarmingly vigorous of late." The Titan zombie plopped down onto the ground. Baffled, why does the king venture into the outskirts to gather crystal cores? Humans are clearly inferior to beasts. Shadow countered, "Do you think all humans are as dim-witted as you? Once they band together, they become formidable adversaries." "You fool." The small zombie, uncharacteristically aligning with Shadow, affirmed, "Indeed. Especially since most humans now congregate. Should we attempt a large-scale assault, our strength would inevitably wane. At that juncture, if the zombie hordes from neighboring cities seize the opportunity, we would find ourselves in dire straits. To eradicate the thorn of humanity completely, we must assess the king's current capabilities." Chapter 52. The store owner ventured to Tonghui supermarket, ostensibly for a casual visit, as it is, after all, a competitor. The van gradually came to a halt before a grand edifice, crowned by a massive billboard proclaiming Tonghui. One could discern that the exterior of the building once formed part of a bustling commercial street, yet now it melded seamlessly with the towering concrete walls. Remarkably, this area was devoid of any zombie presence. Wang Yu tossed the remaining half-pack of cigarettes to Song Jiang, stating, "Wait for me for 2 hours," before opening the car door and stepping out. This left Song Jiang with a wry smile, pondering that he had not anticipated needing a return ticket. However, with cigarettes in hand, he found it acceptable. With this thought, Song Jiang eagerly produced a cigarette and lit it. Wang Yu had not brought along Hazy, allowing it to roam nearby instead, partly for the protection of his driver, and partly because bringing Hazy would draw undue attention. Maintaining a low profile during this operation seemed far more prudent. The vast structure offered a narrow entrance for patrons, where a dozen or so capable individuals stood guard, their expressions grave and eyes sharp, continuously surveying their surroundings. The Tonghui supermarket is indeed renowned, drawing numerous patrons daily. Due to the guards at the entrance who are tasked with registering and inspecting individuals with abilities, a lengthy queue forms at the narrow entrance. Wang Yu is compelled to wait in line. A middle-aged man in front of him, noticing Wang Yu's simple yet tidy home attire, expresses surprise, asking if he is on vacation. "Just wandering about," Wang Yu replies nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man seems to recall something, revealing a knowing smile. "You two are here to fulfill a need, aren't you?" Wang Yu, puzzled, inquires, "What do you mean?" The man jovially pats Wang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Why be shy? We are kindred spirits." Wang Yu listens as the man rubs his hands together, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "I heard from a friend that Tonghui has taken in another group of homeless women. Prices should be lower this time." Wang Yu suddenly understands the implication, but he is not particularly surprised. Such dealings are common among most factions in his previous life. Observing Wang Yu's slight change in expression, the middle-aged man takes it as an acknowledgement and cheerfully continues, "Recently, it's been hard to come by crystals. I wonder if you would be interested in pooling resources." Wang Yu raises an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "You must be truly hungry. I advise you to finish your shopping and leave promptly. Otherwise, it could be perilous." The middle-aged man looks taken aback, bewildered. "Dangerous? What danger could there be? This is Tonghui supermarket, fortified and secure. Haven't you seen the guards at the entrance? Each one is a high-level D-class ability user. The guards inside are even more formidable. Let me put it this way, even if beasts or zombies were to come here, they would still have to queue to pay before leaving. Whether you join or not is your choice. There's no need for the negativity," interjects a bearded middle-aged man from the front, clearly a companion of the first. Wang Yu shakes his head and sighs, lamenting the futility of reasoning with the foolish. The registrar at the entrance frowns slightly. Wang Yu calmly asks, "Is there a problem?" The registrar's eyes flash with a hint of malice. "Nothing much. Just a warning about a reckless spatial ability user who attempted to steal from our supermarket and ended up beaten to death." Nodding in understanding, Wang Yu steps inside. As he enters, the registrar exchanges a knowing glance with a guard stationed nearby. Within the walls, he finds a parking lot filled with numerous trucks, and a considerable distance remains to reach the interior of the supermarket. The layout resembles that of most bases. Upon entering the supermarket, a faint odor of decay wafts through the air. Wang Yu surveys the expansive area. The shelves are densely packed, presumably to concentrate the goods on the first floor for easier oversight. However, the downside is evident. The crowded shelves obstruct visibility, even with many patrolling personnel. Yet, with the crowd congregated, moments of inattention are inevitable. Wang Yu muses that the number of customers visiting this supermarket daily is at least several times that of his own shop. No wonder the gold bars have issued such a mission. It is evident that Tonghui supermarket is indeed a formidable competitor. To dismantle a structure of this magnitude, the most effective method, without a doubt, is internal demolition. Wang Yu activated his extraordinary abilities, employing spatial perception, and instantly, the movements of everyone around him became crystal clear in his mind. This clarity allowed him to seize upon any minor openings, swiftly retrieving the specially designed remote-controlled explosives prepared by the system. He then hurled one downwards, and with a swift kick, the square bomb slid rapidly across the smooth tiles to the base of the shelves. The fluidity of his actions astonished even Wang Yu himself, who could hardly believe it was his first time undertaking such a task. This is the advantage of spatial perception, an acute awareness of the attributes of everything in his surroundings, enabling him to respond appropriately. Thus, Wang Yu traversed the vast expanse of the first floor, methodically placing several bombs silently beneath the shelves. Just as he believed he had accomplished his task, he inadvertently noticed an elevator, prominently marked with the warning, "Restricted access, authorized personnel only." This served as a reminder to Wang Yu that the foundation of Tonghui Supermarket lies not merely in its physical structure, but in the vast resources amassed in the post-apocalyptic world. Without dismantling their core, Tonghui could easily rise again. However, upon observing 4 guards stationed before the elevator, he found himself in a quandary. A direct assault seemed unwise, while stealthy entry appeared impractical. Any disturbance would surely draw the attention of the numerous guards. Wang Yu had no choice but to reconnoiter the first floor once more, seeking any potential vulnerabilities. After a thorough search, he found no alternative entrances, prompting a frustrated exclamation about the lack of even a safety passage. What would happen in the event of a fire? Suddenly, his expression turned icy as he sensed someone had been tracking him for 2 complete circuits. Upon noticing the individual's blank work badge, Wang Yu pondered for a few seconds, a slight smile curving his lips. He immediately strode towards the outer parking lot. Observing this, the young man following Wang Yu, tasked with preventing any spatial theft, had no choice but to trail behind, filled with confusion. Why had this young man come to the supermarket without purchasing anything? There must be something amiss. He followed Wang Yu, maintaining a careful distance, as they entered a dense cluster of trucks. When Wang Yu vanished around a corner, the young man hastily pursued, further solidifying his suspicions. However, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Yu turning back, a smile adorning his face. Young man, when you reincarnate, remember to keep your wits about you. Not long after, Wang Yu, donning the guard's work badge, emerged slowly from the cluster of trucks. He glanced at the pristine crystal core in his hand, marveling at the convenience of being able to retrieve items from a distance, having extracted the core without conflict. He then re-entered the supermarket's interior. At that moment, a truck pulled up at the entrance of the apocalyptic shop, and a group of ability users began to descend from the back of the vehicle. One individual entered the courtyard first, and, upon noticing the notice board affixed to the glass door, turned to his companion and remarked, "Brother E. It seems that person is absent." Upon hearing this, Sun E furrowed his brow in confusion as he gazed at the shop. How audacious to venture out with such a flimsy establishment. The others, observing the brick-like shop, could not help but scoff. This flimsy place couldn't withstand an adept like me. Could it? Are the people of Nan City truly so foolish? If we were back in our territory, it would have been demolished for a mere $0 purchase long ago. With such an abundance of supplies, separated merely by a sheet of glass, how is this any different from a welfare giveaway? I had anticipated this mission to be arduous, yet it is proving far less challenging than the previous ones. Sun E casually seated himself on a wooden chair in the courtyard, propping his feet on the wooden table. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand at his subordinates. "Smash the shop and take everything. Let us see how you dare to compete with us for business." His subordinates, eager as ever, scampered towards the glass. At that moment, one of them halted the others and whispered, "This task doesn't require all of you big brothers. I fear your powers may be too potent and damage the goods." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement, flattered by the praise. The individual's eyes glimmered with cunning as he thought to himself, "A bunch of simpletons. I shall seize this opportunity for display." He activated his ability, and instantly his body began to swell, his skin hardening into a rocky texture, transforming him into a humanoid of earth. Raising his sharply defined fist, he struck the polished glass with tremendous force. Boom! A resounding crash echoed in the ears of the onlookers. In that instant, the stone figure felt a disorienting jolt, as if his fist had collided with an impenetrable steel plate. When they looked up, they observed that the seemingly fragile glass remained unscathed, as though nothing had transpired. Not even a speck of dust adhering to its surface. Conversely, the rocky fist that struck the glass bore cracks, with layers of dust shaken off. The stone figure's expression soured. He had intended to make an impressive display, yet found himself thwarted. Unwilling to accept defeat, he swung his fist again, alternating strikes on the glass. After 10 minutes, he could be seen weakly seated on the ground, having dispelled his ability, his bloodied fists revealing glimpses of bone beneath. Witnessing this, the remaining practitioners of abilities exchanged strange glances and unleashed their powers upon the glass. In an instant, a myriad of formidable abilities erupted forth, creating a grand spectacle, yet it proved to be merely that, a spectacle. As the smoke dissipated, the glass stood as pristine as before, with not a single scratch to mar its surface. Behind them, Sun E, growing increasingly impatient, rose and cursed, "What useless fools." He then roughly kicked aside those obstructing his path. I truly cannot fathom the purpose of keeping you imbeciles around. You can't even break a piece of glass. Pathetic. With that, Sun Yi concentrated his thoughts, conjuring a massive iron cone with his ability. Channeling all his strength, he struck the base of the iron cone with immense force. The cone shot towards the glass at an extraordinary speed, slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. Thud! As the iron spike made contact with the glass. It was unexpectedly propelled outward, embedding itself into the distant floor tiles with such force that the surrounding tiles shattered. The onlookers were left speechless, their gazes inevitably drawn to the somewhat awkward figure of Sun Yi. Damn it, go try the wall instead. I'll dig 3 feet down if I have to smash the store. Wang Yu strode confidently to the elevator doors, brandishing his work ID for all to see, casually uttering the universal phrase that the security guard had urgent matters to report. Indeed, the guards, not daring to delay, hurriedly opened the door for him. At that moment, one individual displayed a look of suspicion, scrutinizing Wang Yu closely. I've seen all the guards here, but he seems a bit unfamiliar. I don't recall any new hires. Unfazed, Wang Yu wore a bemused expression. I got a haircut yesterday, you know. Upon hearing this, the man appeared enlightened, and the explanation made sense. Upon entering the elevator, the floor buttons clearly indicated the food refrigeration area. It seemed that Tinghui had great confidence in its security measures. Without hesitation, Wang Yu headed straight for the negative 10th floor. However, the elevator unexpectedly halted at the negative 1st floor, the doors abruptly opening to reveal 2 sharply dressed men engaged in conversation as they entered. A fleeting glance was enough for Wang Yu to recognize the middle-aged man, the owner of Tinghui Supermarket, Sun Hui, whom he had previously seen in a video. This unexpected close encounter took him by surprise. Sun Chong pressed the floor button and noticed another button illuminated, causing him to frown slightly, deep in thought. Naturally, Sun Hui also noted this detail. The two exchanged glances before turning to Wang Yu, their expressions darkening. However, Wang Yu, a seasoned fox, maintained his composure and inquired, Mr. Sun, is there something I can assist you with? Sun Hui's penetrating gaze fixed on Wang Yu as he intoned, you bear a security guard's ID. Why do you seek entry to the food refrigeration area? Before Wang Yu could respond, the self-proclaimed clever Sun Chong interjected, in fact, you are not one of our supermarket staff, are you? I am a perceptive ability user and can discern that you possess spatial abilities. Therefore, your sole purpose in the refrigeration area is to pilfer supplies. Moreover, I am familiar with the faces of everyone in the supermarket. You must have stolen the work ID belonging to someone named Jean Hua to sneak in here, am I correct? As he spoke, a smirk crept across his lips, as if he believed everything was under his control. Beside him, Sun Hui wore a proud expression. Indeed, my son is remarkable. At that moment, however, both men suddenly froze, collapsing weakly to the ground as the elevator's surveillance feed was simultaneously severed. They could never have anticipated that Wang Yu, a spatial ability user, could eliminate them without a trace. As Sun Hui was not an ability user, only a crystal core appeared in Wang Yu's hand. I truly cannot fathom the foolishness of these two. Why not simply live? Wang Yu muttered in displeasure, chattering endlessly. Yes, your analysis is quite astute. I reward you with a chat with your great-grandmother. Upon reaching the ground floor, the sight before him was a corridor of refrigeration rooms, through the glass revealing a mountain of supplies. Oddly enough, within the vast expanse of the ground floor, not a single guard was in sight, though there were numerous rooms for habitation. Wang Yu, feeling disinclined to ponder further, meticulously placed the explosives in each corner. Chapter 54, The Collapsing Tinghui. Let us depart. Wang Yu opened the van's door and gently patted Haizi's head. Song Jiang cast a puzzled glance at Wang Yu, internally musing, truly, you are merely here to wander, purchasing nothing at all. He then started the vehicle, and shortly thereafter, a series of thunderous roars erupted from behind, startling the driving Song Jiang. He hastily glanced in the rearview mirror, witnessing the Tinghui supermarket's grand edifice suddenly tilt and crumble, followed by a tremendous crash, with dust and debris swirling, shaking the very earth beneath them. Yet, Wang Yu in the rearview mirror remained unfazed, still in a state of serene repose. The once flourishing Tinghui supermarket had met its swift demise. Song Jiang could not help but swallow hard, quickly averting his gaze, silently repeating, this is terrifying. I would rather die than provoke the store manager. The entire structure had collapsed, and merely surviving was a feat in itself, let alone the cacophony attracting the lurking zombies and aberrant beasts. The manager offered no glimmer of mercy, yet fortunately, their faction was on the verge of relocation, rendering the impact negligible. The vehicle cruised smoothly, with fewer zombies obstructing their path. Thanks to Heise's bulldozer-like advance, the zombies seemed to have sensed the presence of formidable individuals within. At this moment, they brushed past a cargo truck, with neither party giving it much thought. Encounters between factions were commonplace, and none could afford the luxury of stopping for pleasantries. The weary faces of those in the truck reflected their exhaustion from hours of toil, having left no mark upon the store's walls, and thus returned empty-handed. Truly, they had waved their sleeves and taken leave without a trace. In the passenger seat, Sun E wore a sullen expression, feeling more constrained than ever after countless missions. At that moment, he harbored a simmering frustration, waiting for someone to unleash his pin-up ire. However, the others had learned their lesson, daring not to utter a word, not even to breathe heavily. Suddenly, the young man at the wheel received a slap and turned, a mournful expression on his face, lamenting, "Boss, I did nothing wrong." Sun E retorted with an air of authority, "Your appearance is simply too unsightly. It disturbs my mood." With that, another hefty slap followed. Observing this, the occupants in the rear compartment quietly exhaled in relief, reflecting on the truth that serving a tyrant is akin to walking alongside a tiger. The cargo truck came to a gradual halt beside a desolate ruin. Sun Yi's face turned icy as he questioned, "What do you mean by this? Are you seeking death for a mere slap?" The others regarded the wreckage, wearied by confusion. The man responded, visibly shocked, "I would never take a wrong turn. This is indeed our base." The others paused, gazing outwards. Though obscured by heaps of rubble, familiar structures could be discerned beneath the layers of debris. The scene was one of desolation and silence, occasionally interrupted by the cawing of crows scavenging the ruins for corpses. Numerous zombies roamed aimlessly in the vicinity. Amidst the shattered stones lay a fragment of a billboard, prominently displaying the characters Tenghui. The group swallowed hard, their expressions markedly unnatural, as their gazes slowly shifted toward Sunny. He remained eerily calm, staring at the scene before him, lost in stunned silence. Suddenly, he struck with astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to the man seated in the driver's seat. With a resounding thud, the man's head was obliterated under the sheer force, sending crimson and ivory splattering everywhere. The onlookers were instantly silenced, their faces drenched in blood, utterly oblivious to their predicament. Surely, he must have made a mistake. It couldn't be true. How could our Tenghui supermarket, so formidable, be involved? Sun E muttered, before leaping out of the vehicle. In a near-manic frenzy, he dashed into the ruins, shooing away crows and systematically slaughtering the surrounding zombies. "Search. Find out which faction is responsible. I shall have their remains scattered to the winds." His frantic voice echoed, prompting his subordinates to act without delay, fearful of meeting the same fate as the driver. The van arrived at the apocalyptic store, where Wang Yu tossed a golden payment card to Song Jiang. Upon receiving it, Song Jiang's eyes sparkled with delight as he caressed the card's luxurious material. However, he maintained a facade of modesty, declaring, "This is merely my duty. I cannot accept the store manager's money." Wang Yu, bemused, replied, before uttering such words, "Perhaps you should control your drooling. Rest assured, there is not a single cent within," he continued. "Then I shall graciously accept it." Song Jiang responded, bewildered. Wang Yu calmly explained, "Using this golden card grants you a 9.5 discount on all purchases exclusively for your faction. As long as the card remains intact, you may utilize it for payments." The notion of receiving crystalline cores for free was impossible. However, a 9.5 discount was indeed feasible, allowing for no loss on his part, while simultaneously stimulating consumption. The system's wholesale prices were exceedingly low. Even a 50 discount would not result in a loss. Upon hearing this, Song Jiang paused, suddenly grasping the card's significant value. "Was this not a privilege bestowed upon me, Song Jiang? Though a mere 9.5 discount over time, it would save his faction a considerable amount of crystalline cores, and the card was permanently valid." A wave of gratitude washed over him, prompting Song Jiang to hurriedly exit the vehicle and open the door for Wang Yu, profusely expressing his thanks and offering his services for any future endeavors. Returning to the store, Wang Yu glanced at the dust covering the courtyard before opening the pristine glass door. He was well aware that some had attempted to breach the store, yet he felt no concern. The shop's absolute defenses were beyond the reach of this world's supernatural laws. As he opened the door, Freya rushed out, swiftly cleaning the dust from the courtyard while gently announcing, "Master, dinner is prepared and ready to be served." Blackie, impatient to reach the kitchen, was unable to conceal the bloodstains on his body from Freya's keen eyes, and she promptly seized him by the nape. "Ding, dirt detected," she stated, dragging him into the restroom. Wang Yu chuckled softly as he ascended to the kitchen on the second floor, where a table laden with aromatic delicacies awaited him: stir-fried beef with celery, seasonal vegetables, braised pork, rib soup, and fish head with chopped chili. The presence of a housekeeping robot was indeed convenient. Wang Yu simply input the week's menu, and Freya would ensure everything was prepared on time. Moreover, the flavor is not inferior to that of the restaurants outside, and may even surpass them. As for the ingredients, they will be sourced from the local market, with Wang Yu taking charge of restocking. Without further ado, let us commence. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest: destroy the rival Tonghui supermarket. Electronic products have now been unlocked. Please take note. Wang Yu, with a bowl of fragrant northeastern rice, savored it with delight, while simultaneously accessing the system shop. Such a daunting task as unlocking electronic products, a near brush with death, yet there is not even a single reward to be had. This is an outrage. A near brush with death, indeed, you dare to say that? Jin Tiao, with a tone of resignation, remarked. In that case, let us grant the host a modicum of benefit. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu smiled. One should seize every opportunity. Casting his gaze once more at the system shop, he noticed a crimson mark indicating 95 in the upper right corner of the price tags. At that moment, Jin Tiao mimicked Wang Yu's voice. Purchase electronic products at a 9.5 discount, but only for today. Chapter 55. Song Jiang enters the fray suddenly. The news of Tonghui Supermarket's catastrophic collapse spread throughout the city. Have you heard? Tonghui Supermarket was blown up. Aside from those who were out, everyone else perished, buried along with the supplies. I wondered about that loud explosion. Who would dare? Tonghui's security is notoriously strict. What a fool. Now that the supplies are gone, how will we survive? I heard there's a place in the South City called the Apocalypse Store. It's a bit far, but the prices are said to be lower than Tonghui's. I wonder if there's a chance to scavenge some supplies. The supplies from Tonghui must be buried deep beneath the rubble. What a pity. The next day, with a night of sleeplessness behind him, Sun Yi sat despondently amidst the ruins, staring blankly at the two corpses before him. His subordinates, who had tirelessly rushed back all night, wore expressions of fatigue. Many of the superpowered individuals who had barely escaped also gathered. Brother Yi, I have news. Someone spotted a van lingering around the outskirts of our supermarket for quite a while. There must be something amiss. Our usual customers are typically from nearby factions, and very few drive over. Even those delivering goods enter through the back exit. Sun Yi's gaze turned cold, a murderous intent emanating from him. Which faction is it? An unknown minor faction. I heard their leader is called Song Jiang, residing near the Mintian market. Meanwhile, at the Tianhe base, Yi Tian was convening everyone for a meeting to discuss matters concerning the official military stationed in South City. At that moment, someone entered and whispered a few words into Yi Tian's ear. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Are there factions yet to report?" Indeed. Someone saw them outnumbering others, working in perfect harmony. Their strength cannot be underestimated, and their base might be located near the park. Yi Tian stroked his chin, as if recalling a certain faction, and stated solemnly, "Now I know who it is. Boss, the families of those individuals are waiting for an explanation." "I understand. Let them wait. I will personally pay them a visit." Yi Tian wore an expression of indifference. Even if they had once been classmates, taking a life invariably incurs a price. Within a vast marketplace teeming with various factions, their power paled in comparison to that of Xiang and Lei Hua. For myriad reasons, they were unwilling to live under the yoke of others, preferring instead to rely on mutual support amidst the turbulent currents of this apocalyptic world. They harbored no ambitions, no grand aspirations. They merely sought a place to call home amidst the chaos and peril of the end times. At this moment, beside the market, Song Jiang was directing his 20-odd followers to load goods onto a truck. "Everyone, hurry up. We are pressed for time," he urged. Turning to his deputy, he reconfirmed. "Have you checked the location? We should head directly there." "Absolutely. We've had people surveying it for several days, and the road conditions are quite favorable," came the reply. Nodding in agreement, Song Jiang felt a twinge of anxiety. They had initially planned to depart in the afternoon, But rumors of Tung Hui's remnants searching for information had unsettled him. After all, he was the one who had brought the Reaper to Tung Hui's supermarket. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, it was imperative to leave swiftly. Just as preparations reached completion, an unexpected group of intruders burst in, blocking the exit. Everyone, stay put. No one leaves, or I'll kill him on the spot. The same goes for the vehicle. One man, emboldened by numbers, bellowed. At this, the marketplace's patrons halted their activities, casting wary glances. Song Jiang's pupils constricted in alarm. The sight of several men obstructing the exit signified trouble. If their truck left, they would surely be discovered. 4 speed-type abilities. Catching up to a truck was a trivial task. Fleeing now would be tantamount to courting death, jeopardizing not just their lives, but those of their families as well. Song Jiang, I know you're hiding here. Come out at once. At that moment, a gray-haired middle-aged man stepped forward, accompanied by a burly young man. The middle-aged man, visibly displeased, inquired, "Who are you? This is not a place for your disturbance. We are from Tung Hui Supermarket, and we suspect Song Jiang is an accomplice in the destruction of the supermarket. Hand him over immediately." Upon hearing the name Tung Hui Supermarket, the expressions of the crowd shifted. This was a force they could not afford to offend. Even more astonishing was the fact that Song Jiang led a mere faction of 20 individuals. How could he possibly be implicated in the destruction of Tung Hui Supermarket? The middle-aged man's demeanor softened noticeably as he quickly asked, "Is there a mistake? I know Song Jiang, and even if you gave him 100 lives, he would not dare to commit such an act." At this juncture, Sun Yi, growing impatient, stepped forward and coldly declared, "Hand over Song Jiang, or you will all perish." In response, the middle-aged man remained silent, while the young man scoffed, "Huh? Just a bunch of strays, daring to make threats. Do you truly believe you can contend with over 100 people here?" In this marketplace, where various factions converged, the young man's power was undoubtedly the most formidable. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow at the youth, signaling him to hold his tongue, before turning to Sun Yi and stating, "As the administrator here, I cannot hand over someone without concrete evidence." A streak of blinding light flashed past, and when the crowd turned their gaze again, 2 charred bodies lay lifeless on the ground. Instant death. There was no time for resistance, not even a moment to scream. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers were stricken with terror. Even the once mighty Tung Hui, now a bereaved dog, was beyond the reach of these third-rate factions. Surrender Song Jiang, or face death. Sun Yi's emotionless voice reverberated throughout the vast market. At this moment, the crowd was consumed by a singular thought: survival. Where is Song Jiang? Let us find him. Please. Come out quickly. I do not wish to die. Damn it. Why should we, innocents, pay the price for his actions? A few minutes passed, yet there was still no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished. Sun Yi's patience frayed once more, declaring, "If I kill you all, Song Jiang will surely be found." With that, he commanded his subordinates to act. Suddenly, a truck roared to life and sped away, drawing the attention of the crowd. Someone shouted, "It's Song Jiang. They said they were moving today." Upon hearing this, Sun Yi attempted to pursue. However, a van followed closely behind, halting at a distance. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, who contemptuously lifted his chin and raised a fist with the middle finger defiantly extended, a clear provocation. He then sped away from the market, veering in a direction opposite to that of the truck. Chapter 56. Lighting a cigarette upon witnessing this. Veins bulged on Sun Yi's temple as he roared, "Are you all blind? Chase after them." With a swift leap, he surged forward, his feet striking the ground with such force that it cracked beneath him. His subordinates wasted no time in following suit. Song Jiang pressed the accelerator, charging ahead without regard for the encroaching horde of zombies. Panic marred his features, yet his eyes gleamed with determination. He understood his predicament. It was his duty, both personally and professionally, to ensure the safety of his team and family. With Tung Hui Supermarket destroyed, the only place left to procure survival supplies would be the apocalyptic shop. To betray the store manager now in a desperate bid for survival would seal the fate of his wife and team's future. In the rearview mirror, he saw Sun Yi and his men relentlessly pursuing him. Although the van had been modified for speed, the figures behind were closing in rapidly. Sun Yi may not have been a speed-type ability user, but his mastery over strength allowed him to leap at least 5 or 6 meters with each stride. This pace was hardly inferior to some speed-type users. This display left Song Jiang dumbfounded. Had Newton's coffin lid been sealed by him? Gravity seemed non-existent. Yet, the zombie horde provided ample resistance, and he too was heading toward a dead end. Ahead, the throng of zombies obstructed the path, and Song Jiang barreled forward, each undead creature lunging at the vehicle, blocking his line of sight. Eventually, the van struck something and came to a halt, unable to move any further. As he gazed at countless bloodied and muddy arms incessantly pounding on the reinforced bulletproof glass, Song Jiang silently retrieved a cigarette. However, despite his trembling hands, he was unable to ignite it, revealing that his heart was far from the calm facade he presented. Rather, he felt a pang of guilt for his momentary impulsiveness. At that moment, the surrounding zombies suddenly abandoned Song Jiang, diverting their attention to a group of approaching superhumans. Just as Song Jiang thought he might escape, a speedster among the superhumans darted to the side of the vehicle. With a swift punch, he struck the bulletproof glass, but alas, his strength proved insufficient. Leaving the glass unscathed, Song Jiang let out a hearty laugh, preparing to attempt to start the vehicle and flee. Yet, before he could finish his thought, the car door was gently pulled open. Song Jiang's smile instantly froze, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Damn it, I forgot to lock the door. A few minutes later, he found himself dragged to an open area, where the red-eyed Sun Yi seized his hair and roared, "Who blew up the supermarket? Speak. Otherwise, I swear I will kill you." With a heart heavy as lead, Song Jiang stared blankly into the distance, momentarily speechless. They had surely left the East City by now. "You're just an ant. You don't have the guts," he scoffed, mocking the notion that he could be intimidated. In the eyes of others, the Tinghui supermarket was merely a larger ant. This statement struck a nerve, causing Sun Yi acute distress. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fingers, prompting him to cry out. Grasping his broken finger, Sun Yi's gaze turned icy as he glared at Song Jiang. When he sensed Song Jiang's reluctance to cooperate, he began to snap one finger after another. "Ah, my fingers." Song Jiang was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably from the pain. Stop. I'll talk. He gasped. "It hurts too much. It's hard to think." Sun Yi remained expressionless. "What do you want?" "I have a cigarette in my pocket. I'd like to smoke one to ease the pain." One of Sun Yi's subordinates, unable to contain himself, cursed, "You still want to smoke? Should I give you a massage with essential oils instead?" Song Jiang feigned difficulty. "I'm the only one who knows the killer." "Damn it, I'll kill you." The subordinate rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike, but was restrained by Sun Yi, who understood that this man would yield only to softer tactics. Sun Yi retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his own pocket, taking out the last remaining one and personally lighting it for him. Song Jiang laughed heartily, placing the cigarette between his lips and taking a deep drag. "Don't waste my time." Sun Yi seethed, vowing to make him pay later. Unperturbed, Song Jiang savored what felt like the most pleasurable smoke of his life, then leaned closer to Sun Yi, whispering, "In truth, the real culprit is your grandfather. His surname is Song." With that, he erupted into laughter, as if mocking the imperious Sun Yi. Sun Yi's expression darkened, and he unleashed a punch that shattered Song Jiang's skull, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Yet his fury was not quelled. He continued to pummel the lifeless body until nothing remained but a puddle of flesh. Sun Yi cast a glance at his subordinates, his fierce gaze enveloping them in an icy dread. Find him. Locate his family and subordinates. At that moment, a truck sped into the region of South City, exuding an atmosphere thick with sorrow. His assistant, Old Deng, maneuvered the vehicle, stealing a glance at the woman seated beside him, letting out a deep sigh. The woman appeared haggard, cradling a child in her arms while tightly gripping a golden card, her fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Within the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu reclined in a massage chair, his face a picture of indulgence as he occasionally emitted sounds of pleasure. Nearby hung a 32-inch LCD television, showcasing a drama series. Chu Lan and the others wore expressions of bemusement, reflecting on the stark reality that some are born into luxury while others are destined for servitude. Jiang Quan looked on enviously, contemplating the purchase of a massage chair for himself. "All right, everyone, quickly select some winter clothing." Soon, a group filed in, led by Yi Tian, who had received the news. Upon entering, he briefly acknowledged Wang Yu before adopting a cold demeanor and striding directly towards Chu Lan and the others. Confusion spread among them. Zhang Yingjing initially assumed Yi Tian was there to greet him and hastily approached. "Yi Tian, you've been doing well." However, Yi Tian bypassed him entirely, stopping before Chu Lan. Zhang Yingjing awkwardly rubbed his nose. only to realize that Yi Tian's entourage was glaring at them with palpable hostility. Understanding that Chu Lan was the leader of the group, Yi Tian addressed the matter directly. You killed my men at the Tianhe base yesterday. Chu Lan and Liang Shu were taken aback by his words, while Zhang Yingjing wore an expression of disbelief. Liang Shu could not restrain himself from asking, Your men? You're the boss of the Tianhe base, unifying the entire South City's forces? Yi Tian nodded but offered no further explanation, his tone indifferent as he inquired, What do you intend to do about the killings? At that moment, Zhang Yingjing hurriedly interjected, It was your people who struck first. We had no choice. Yet, he was interrupted by the individuals from the Tianhe base. A life has been lost. Your justifications are irrelevant. It matters not who initiated the conflict. You will pay for the lives taken, and none of you shall escape today. Indeed, our leader has only just unified the forces, and now this incident arises. If we do not receive an explanation today, how can we assert our authority in the future? Liang Shu frowned. Although he had never clashed with Yi Tian, a leader capable of unifying all of South City's powers surely possessed formidable skills. Moreover, with only the 6 of them possessing abilities, along with Jiang Quan and the security robots, they were evidently outmatched. Chapter 57. Might equals Justice, Supreme Super Invincible Blaze of Violence. Extra chapter. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang Quan stepped forward. Comrades, we must adhere to reason. Your men sought to kill us. We cannot simply stand idly by and allow it. However, the Tianhe members were clearly unyielding. Killing their comrades in South City was an unequivocal act of provocation. Reason? Nonsense. Let me put it this way. In all of South City, our leader embodies reason. Standing there, unscathed, they dismissed the reality of the situation, as it was not their comrades who had perished. What do you mean? Had we not resisted yesterday, we would have been the ones to die. That is indeed your issue. If you have not joined the Tianhe, then do not wander recklessly in our territory. A heated exchange ensued, with each party hurling retorts at the other, yet none dared to strike first, for they were acutely aware that they stood within the confines of the end-times store. Chu Lan raised his hand to signal silence, then turned to the taciturn Yi Tian and directly inquired, How do you wish to handle this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian coldly responded, I present you with 2 options. Either relocate your base and vacate South City, or face death. Upon hearing this, one of his subordinates muttered discontentedly, That's too lenient. Yi Tian cast a fleeting glance at the discontented individual, who immediately began to apologize profusely. Yi Tian's decision was, in essence, a concession to Wang Yu, as he recognized that Chu Lan and his associates were regular patrons of the store. He feared that a direct execution would incite Wang Yu's ire. Thus, he opted for a compromise. They must relocate their base from South City and were expressly forbidden from shopping in the park. Moreover, transferring a faction to another location without adequate preparation could pose significant challenges. Should they fall prey to the ambush of other factions or succumb to the jaws of zombies and mutated beasts, it would be of no consequence to Yi Tian's faction. Yi Tian was acutely aware that in a vast forest, one encounters all manner of birds. He simply did not wish to meddle with his subordinates. His presence here was solely to assert his authority and to better manage the affiliated factions, especially since he had just consolidated control over South City, with numerous eyes scrutinizing his every move. However, upon hearing Yi Tian's ultimatum, Chu Lan furrowed his brow. Their base was unlike others, constructed over several arduous days. An underground stronghold. Relocating would mean forsaking all their hard work, and moving to an unfamiliar place away from the store would undoubtedly bring them considerable trouble. Is there no room for negotiation? We assure you we will not provoke any disturbances. That is not an option, Yi Tian decisively rejected, regarding it as a significant concession already made. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, frowning. Yi Tian, we were classmates once. Is this truly necessary? Yi Tian remained silent, his demeanor devoid of compassion. You must make your decision before we depart. Otherwise, I shall assume you wish for oblivion. With that, he turned and led his companions to procure supplies, particularly focusing on enhanced weaponry. Recent successful engagements against mutated beasts had drawn considerable interest from various factions. This is outrageous. Why should he have the audacity to expel us? He built South City. Indeed, this is not our fault. He has become arrogant in his position as leader. Today, we shall not leave. Let us see how he intends to proceed. With so many factions in South City, they knew they could not match his strength. Let us just deal with him. We are not pushovers. Even in death, we shall ensure he pays a price. The group consisted primarily of spirited youths, naturally resistant to Yi Tian's condescending attitude. Even the typically composed Chu Lan found himself cursing. Meanwhile, Liang Shu, playing the role of strategist, pondered deeply. Their powers were predominantly grade D, with the mutated beast Xiao Ju being a high-level grade D, alongside an enigmatic robot of uncertain strength. Just days prior, they had dealt with several lesser foes, all of whom possessed grade D abilities. The strength of Yi Tian and his companions undoubtedly exceeds D grade, and their numbers are also advantageous, with Yi Tian potentially nearing B grade. To break the stalemate, external resources must be utilized. Come, everyone gather around, and let us take stock of the crystal cores and payment cards we have. We need to procure more equipment. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's spirits soared, envisioning a lucrative opportunity from the impending conflict. At that moment, the gold bar interjected. Host, even at this juncture, are you still preoccupied with profit? Is there a problem? The gold bar continued. Based on my analysis, they are certainly no match for Yi Tian's group. Even their strongest security robot pales in comparison to Yi Tian, who possesses multiple abilities. Should they perish, the host would lose a group of consumers. In the long run, I believe it is prudent to ensure their survival. Wang Yu, however, shook his head, asserting that Yi Tian could not contend with the security robot. The gold bar retorted, impossible. The comparative metrics clearly indicate otherwise. It was evident that it possessed unwavering confidence in its capabilities. Wang Yu remained resolute in his stance. Let my Terminator handle it, Jiang Quan suddenly asserted with confidence. The others looked at him with bewildered expressions. Chu Lan sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. Yi Tian is at least mid-level C grade. Our only chance is for Xiao Ju to use speed to stall him. Once we deal with the others, we can confront him. Hopefully. He isn't a speed-type ability user otherwise. The strength of the Terminator had only been witnessed once, and while formidable, facing Yi Tian alone was sheer folly. Jiang Quan explained, when I made my purchase, the store manager claimed that the robot saved his life. He relayed Wang Yu's persuasive words to the group. Everyone, hearing this, was left speechless. Was this not a blatant exaggeration, a ruse to deceive the uninformed? Wang Yu's prowess was well known. It was only the adversary who could be saved by him. Furthermore, the activation method of your Terminator is passive. It can only function if Yi Tian pursues you. The last time the robot dispatched an opponent with ease, its strength has since become inadequate, and it cannot upgrade. Forget it, Brother Jiang. Your Terminator is better suited to protect you. Battles among ability users are fraught with peril. Jiang Quan glanced at the security robot closely following him, scratching his head and murmuring, that does seem reasonable, but the store manager is a man of integrity. How could he deceive me? Liang Shu pondered for a moment before speaking gravely. Now that South City has just been consolidated, if we are fortunate enough to defeat Yi Tian and his group, South City could easily fragment again. Then we need not worry about facing the entirety of South City. Meanwhile, Yi Tian and his companions were acutely aware of their preparations, sneering at their audacity. The audacious ones really believed they could resist. This suited Yi Tian just fine, as he had long harbored a disdain for them. Did they truly believe that procuring an abundance of equipment would be of any use? In the face of their leader's overwhelming strength, all efforts would be in vain. They had better be preparing for the relocation, or else. Chapter 58. Understanding. Yi Tian cast a casual glance, shaking his head in disappointment. It was akin to an ant shaking a tree. His system laid bare the supernatural abilities data of Chu Lan and the others. Yet it failed to analyze the robot clad in security attire. However, by assessing its aura and appearance, it was likely harmless, akin to the two-dimensional robot tidying up the store. Thus, he approached the counter to gauge the manager's attitude. Wang Yu yawned nonchalantly and remarked, do as you please. I'm merely running my shop. With Tung Hui having been swept away entirely by him, future patrons would undoubtedly come in droves. He truly did not need Chu Lan and his companions. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Chu Lan and the others would even meet their demise. Upon hearing this, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Yi Tian's mouth, indicating that he need not hold back. Ding, recharged 6,000 crystal coins. Ding, deducted 4,300 crystal coins. Current balance, 1,700 crystal coins. Ding, recharged 4,000 crystal coins. Ding, deducted 3,980 crystal coins. Current balance, 20 crystal coins. Yi Tian and his companions procured a batch of extraordinary weapons and confronted Chu Lan and his group, who were similarly acquiring a vast array of equipment at the counter. Yi Tian's gaze was icy, as if regarding a gathering of corpses. "We'll be waiting for you outside," he stated, turning to exit the shop. Zhang Yingjing surged forward, his expression resolute, prepared for a life-or-death struggle, but was halted by Liang Shu. "What are you doing?" "It's too late for second thoughts now," Zhang Yingjing questioned, perplexed. When two armies clash, morale is crucial. Look at them, brimming with enthusiasm. It does not bode well for us. "What should we do?" Liang Shu grinned slyly. "Let us wait and let them stew for a while. As long as we don't go out, they can't do anything. Besides, we still need to wait for others." Upon hearing this, the rest concurred. Even Wang Yu could not help but glance at Liang Shu again, acknowledging his talent for rallying favorable factors. However, it might also accrue their anger. "Indeed, let us familiarize ourselves with our extraordinary weapons in the meantime. Or perhaps we should eat something first. I'm feeling a bit peckish. It would be best to catch a nap afterward. No rush. I think staying here until the afternoon closing time sounds splendid. Ha ha ha. Where's the satellite phone? Call Du Feng and the others. Have them come a bit later." Outside, the autumn winds of November rustled, as Yi Tian and his companions stood idly in an open space, waiting endlessly for Chu Lan and the others. Occasionally, passers-by cast puzzled glances at them, though only a few recognized Yi Tian, the leader of South City. The errand runner returned, reporting, "They are all lounging on the shop sofa, showing no intention of coming out. They even asked me to tell the boss that they wish to take a nap, so we should wait." Upon hearing this, the group erupted into curses and exclamations, wishing they could drag them out for a thrashing. Yi Tian's eyes glinted coldly, radiating a palpable aura of menace. They could not evade their fate. Thus, they waited in the open space for nearly 3 hours, until both body and spirit were exhausted, and until a dozen extraordinary individuals arrived. Chu Lan and his companions finally emerged fully armed, joining the group of over 10 individuals as they advanced towards Yi Tian and his allies. Upon witnessing this, Yi Tian and the others felt a surge of ferocity, ready to enact vengeance upon the 20 or so adversaries before them. How delightful! After enduring the cold wind for so long, even the mightiest of beings cannot save you now, one of them sneered. "Oh, so that's why you've been hiding in your shells, waiting for reinforcements. It's amusing watching the old lady burrow into her blanket. Even with a few more of you, it won't change your inevitable demise. We'll capture you all at once, saving us considerable trouble. Damn fools. A bunch of rotten fish. Wouldn't it be better for you to perish sooner?" As they approached, Chu Lan and his companions arranged themselves in a conventional formation, with those possessing defensive abilities positioned at the front and the attackers behind, each equipped with various skill scrolls. Despite being outnumbered, Yi Tian's group encircled Chu Lan's, resembling a pack of wolves on the hunt. They brandished their enhanced weapons, poised for action. Inside the establishment, Wang Yu paused the television, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "Kill them," Yi Tian commanded, and in that instant, his group sprang into action, their movements swift and decisive, clearly indicative of their elite status within the Tianhe base. A speed-type ability user charged forward, brandishing a dagger, aiming to strike before the defensive abilities could activate. However, he was swiftly tackled to the ground by an orange figure. From the outer perimeter of Chu Lan's team, several members simultaneously activated their skill scrolls. Suddenly, towering walls rose to obstruct the attacker's path, followed by a barrage of aerial assaults akin to a rain of arrows. The assailants reacted quickly, deploying their abilities to counter the incoming onslaught. A ground-type ability user unleashed a fissure to collapse the high walls, seeking to carve a path for their assault, but before the walls could yield, new ones sprang up in their stead. At this juncture, Zhang Yingjing discarded an empty skill scroll, while the outer defenders remained intensely focused. Once the walls crumbled, they would utilize their newly acquired defensive skill scrolls to seal any gaps. Meanwhile, those within the inner circle continued to expend large area skill scrolls, aiming to deplete the enemy's abilities to the greatest extent possible. As the Tianhe base members attempted to dismantle the walls, they were simultaneously besieged from above, leaving them in a precarious position. Their underestimation of Chu Lan and his team had resulted in a lack of skill scrolls, rendering them incapable of effectively breaching the walls generated by the scrolls. Their weapons were ineffective at close range, and they could scarcely discern their foes, rendering them as useless as scrap metal. "Dare you come out and face us?" Instead, You cower within and hurl skills at us. Don't relent. Continue to dismantle the walls. They lack an abundance of scrolls. The descending projectiles, though not overwhelmingly damaging, posed a relentless drain on their resources. A power-type ability user let out a furious roar, disregarding the assaults from above. Wielding an enhanced hammer, he charged toward the high walls. Adopting a strategy of inflicting 1,000 casualties while sacrificing 800 of his own. Boom. A breach was created, and the individual eagerly surged forward, thirsting for destruction. Upon entering, he was immediately surrounded by several burly men. In a moment of desperation, he turned to seek assistance, but the breach he had created was already sealed. Damn it, this is futile. Could we not negotiate? In an instant, the members of the Tianhe base found themselves at a disadvantage, with 2 of their ability users perishing in the fray. Witnessing this, Wang Yu couldn't help but nod in admiration. This exemplifies the advantage of smaller factions. Despite their limited numbers, everyone is acutely aware of one another's circumstances. Conversely, the vast Tianhe faction suffered from a lack of familiarity among teammates, rendering them unable to cooperate and forcing them to fight individually. The synergy among the ability users of Chu Lan's faction prompted the previously aloof Yi Tian to join the fray. Drawing his Tang Dao, he infused his body with power and defensive abilities. Then, with swift strides, he charged towards the high wall. Chapter 59. Defending against Yi Tian. Boom. A massive crack was torn open as Yi Tian surged forward, akin to a dagger aimed at a vital point. Upon recognizing him, the crowd hastily distanced themselves. Little Orange, Chu Lan shouted. The orange cat, having recently consumed a crystal core, experienced a surge in speed and, responding to the call, launched itself toward Yi Tian in a swift, beast-like transformation. Yi Tian scoffed, his Tang Dao emanating a faint glow, revealing no intention of evasion as he stood his ground. When the orange cat approached, he swung his blade down, but the agile feline nimbly dodged, refusing to engage directly. Before long, Yi Tian discerned their intentions and redirected his charge towards Chu Lan and the others. Upon witnessing this, Chu Lan and her companions immediately ceased their actions, bracing themselves as the defensive ability users prepared to impede Yi Tian's advance. The orange cat, ignored by Yi Tian, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Both were high-tier D-class beings, but Yi Tian, endowed with multiple abilities, was evidently slightly slower than the orange cat. It wasn't long before he was caught up, yet he remained undeterred, focusing solely on breaching the defenses before him. The orange cat unsheathed its claws, aiming for Yi Tian's seemingly unguarded back. However, as the razor-sharp claws grazed his back, they merely tore his clothing slightly, for he was clad in armor-enhancing attire. Yi Tian remained unperturbed, cleaving through the steel wall ahead, breaching the final line of defense. In the subsequent moment, the orange cat again swiped its claws, this time managing to breach the fabric of his defense. Yet it was unable to pierce his skin. Defensive abilities. Yi Tian had reached the forefront of the group, observing those who still sought to unleash their powers, and executed a sweeping slash. The frontline defensive ability users, caught off guard, were directly struck, the immense force propelling them backward and colliding with those behind them. This blow thoroughly disrupted their formation, as Chu Lan, Du Feng, and others responsible for output unleashed their abilities in a desperate attempt. Yet, each of their efforts was deftly countered by Yi Tian in myriad ways, leaving them no time to marvel at the versatility of his powers, maintaining a vigilant stance. Use the scroll. The scroll has been exhausted. Damn it, encountering an overpowered creature. How are we to fight this? At this moment, the remaining personnel at the Tianhe base joined the fray without hesitation, engaging in a chaotic melee. Yi Tian, wielding his blade, charged once more, certain that his strike would result in casualties. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt, as if time itself had been suspended. This was the opportunity that Bai Che, who had been observing for quite some time, had been waiting for. A mental disorientation attack struck Yi Tian directly. Seizing the moment of Yi Tian's bewilderment, the orange cat swiftly pounced, attempting to sink its teeth into him. However, Bai Che's psychic abilities were only at the D-grade level, while Yi Tian was of a higher tier. Thus, the duration of the mental assault was fleeting against someone of superior rank. Despite the orange cat's sharp fangs gripping Yi Tian's shoulder, they merely grazed the skin, failing to pierce deeply. The slight pain roused Yi Tian from his stupor, and he violently hurled the orange cat away, following up with a bolt of lightning that rendered the creature unconscious. With his gaze fixed intently on Bai Che, a fervent glimmer in his eyes, Yi Tian licked his lips, contemplating the potential of psychic abilities. He charged directly towards Bai Che. At this point, Bai Che, witnessing the failure of his decapitation attempt, felt a pang of despair. Moreover, his psychic powers could not be used continuously, lest the strain lead to the rupture of his nervous system. As Yi Tian rushed toward him, he bore the discomfort and unleashed another mental assault. Yet, with the experience of 2 lifetimes and countless battles, Yi Tian was not one to stumble twice in the same place. He swiftly evaded the ethereal attack and pressed onward toward Bai Che, eager to see how many more attempts he could withstand. Just as Yi Tian was about to reach Bai Che, Zhang Yingjing intervened, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at him. Don't touch him. Even someone as formidable as Yi Tian dared not absorb such a full-force strike. He sidestepped just in time, retaliating with a swift horizontal slash. Although Zhang Yingjing had anticipated this, his body could not keep pace with the rapid strike. With a sickening sound, one of his arms was severed, falling lifelessly to the ground. A cry escaped Zhang Yingjing as he was sent flying by the force imbued in Yi Tian's blade. Yi Tian wasted no time. He swiftly rendered Bai Che unconscious to prevent any resistance and grasped his head firmly, silently invoking his system. System, relinquish fire abilities, and consume. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets rained down, striking Yi Tian's head with precision. For someone with defensive abilities, the damage was minimal, yet the insult was significant. Jiang Quan, crouched and firing his rifle, attempted to divert Yi Tian's attention. Upon realizing that Jiang was merely an ordinary person, Yi Tian sneered, raising his hand to unleash a straightforward, yet devastating high-pressure lightning strike. Without a glance back, he turned away, certain of his target's demise. However, another volley of bullets came forth. When Yi Tian turned back, he was astonished to see that the robot clad in security attire had transformed its arm into a massive shield, standing protectively in front of Jiang Quan. Yi Tian furrowed his brow and summoned an even more potent lightning strike. The robot raised its shield once more. When the electric brilliance subsided, the shield remained unscathed. Yi Tian set down the unconscious Bai Che and cast a solemn glance at the robot, pondering to himself, "This machine is peculiar, indeed. The store owner's creations are not easily dealt with." Seeing this, Jiang Quan patted the robot's shoulder, murmuring, "Terminator, I rely on you." In an instant, Yi Tian moved silently, akin to a specter, appearing here and there in a flash. Within mere seconds, he was face to face with the robot, eyeing it warily. Yet, the robot remained unperturbed, standing there as if it did not regard the formidable Yi Tian as a threat. Yi Tian furrowed his brows once more, swiftly slashing towards the robot's head. Within the robot's programming, aside from an absolute directive to protect its master, there existed an instinct for self-preservation. As the blade neared its exterior, the robot quickly raised its shield to block the attack, while its other metallic hand transformed into a spear, lunging towards Yi Tian's chest. From Jiang Quan's perspective, the speed of the robot's assault was nearly imperceptible. However, Yi Tian, ever vigilant, sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a powerful punch, only to be sent flying by a swift kick from the robot. Yi Tian charged again, unleashing a series of techniques with his tang knife, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows, but he was repeatedly repelled by the machine. After several exchanges, small dents began to appear on the robot's surface. Witnessing this, the onlookers were left in disbelief. The seemingly frail robot was evenly matched with Yi Tian. Standing at a distance, Yi Tian gasped for breath, his narrowed eyes fixed on the robot. He understood that the machine's defense and speed were on par with his own. However, it appeared to engage only in reactive offense and defense. Was this a deliberate tactic aimed at lowering his guard? Chapter 60. Medicinal Solutions. Yi Tian scrutinized the robot, secretly speculating whether this was the crux of their audacious endeavor. Given his current condition, completely neutralizing the robot would undoubtedly drain his remaining abilities. Yet, if he chose to ignore it and focused on the others instead, there was a risk it might launch a surprise attack. Casting a glance at his remaining subordinates, he observed them engaging in a back-and-forth battle with Chu Lan and her allies, even managing to eliminate several ability users. However, he recognized that everyone was beginning to tire. While their ability weapons were powerful, they consumed energy rapidly. Moreover, the orange cat nearby was slowly regaining consciousness and stirring to life. With a serious expression, Yi Tian weighed his options and, after a moment of deliberation, declared loudly, "We withdraw." Upon hearing this, his companions halted, perplexed. "What's wrong, boss? We can still fight. I can take on 10. Indeed, it's evident that they are at their limits. The boss hasn't even exerted his full strength. That robot is no match for him." Yi Tian remained silent, his gaze fixed on Chu Lan and her group, coldly warning, "I advise you to leave South City promptly. If we return next time, the outcome will not be the same." With that, he turned and departed. Though his team was bewildered, they reluctantly followed. Once they had left, Liang Shu collapsed onto the floor, exhaling a long breath, finally relieved that it was over. The others erupted in victorious cheers. "I thought he was more formidable than this. Is this all he has got? Was it Brother Zhang's Terminator that vanquished Yi Tian? Quite impressive. Fortunately, the Terminator was present. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. My apologies, Brother Zhang, for our earlier lack of discernment. We retreated in disgrace, yet boasted of our strength. Should you return, the outcome would remain unchanged." Brother Zhang's heart swelled with excitement as he turned gratefully towards the direction of the store. Indeed, the store manager did not deceive me. Meanwhile, within the shop, Wang Yu calmly withdrew his gaze, as if everything transpiring was well within his expectations. At that moment, Jin Tiao could not help but inquire, why did Yi Tian, who clearly possessed the power to eradicate threats, choose to leave them be? Wang Yu replied with a smile, "Because he is afraid." "That is implausible. The security robot's body has sustained considerable damage. Its condition is no better than Yi Tian's. He is certainly not fearful of a mere robot, but rather of the unknown variables in this life, particularly the unpredictable nature of human hearts. He fears depleting his abilities. If someone or an extraordinary beast were to emerge unexpectedly, what would he rely on? Those subordinates who appear to be utterly obedient? In a world where everyone is on edge, how many truly loyal subordinates exist, dedicated to their cause, when survival is the only driving force?" Upon hearing this, Jin Tiao suddenly understood and could not help but exclaim, "Incorporating the subjective factors of the analysis subject is something I had not considered. No wonder you are the host. Your meticulousness rivals that of an experienced strategist." Wang Yu accepted the hot tea brewed by Freya and took a sip, gazing through the glass into the distance. Like Yi Tian, as a reincarnator, Wang Yu was acutely aware of their reluctance to squander this hard-won opportunity. Thus, the ambitious Yi Tian was particularly cautious, unwilling to take risks or leave his back exposed to others. After all, who knows if one would be reborn after death, or if they would encounter a system. Such a rare chance to savor a meal should be savored slowly. Wang Yu replenished the store's inventory and then accessed the system panel. Store Manager, Wang Yu Ability, Space Ability Level, High A Class, 08000. Ability Skills, Space Reflection, Spatial Cutting. Spatial Perception Store Level, Intermediate E Class, 02000. Crystal Coin Balance, 24800. Wang Yu noted that the store's level lagged significantly behind his abilities, despite the current inventory being largely sufficient. Accumulating 30,000 crystal coins would unlock spatial teleportation, but he had no plans to venture out in the near future. He decided to explore what other items could be unlocked while also expanding the store's space. Directly upgrade the store's level to D class, Jin Tiao commanded. Upgrade successful. 5,000 crystal coins have been automatically deducted. The store level has risen to low D class, unlocking items, medicines, ability potions. Current crystal coin balance, 19800. As soon as he finished speaking, the store's area expanded once again, reminiscent of the last time. Fortunately, Wang Yu was the sole occupant. Peering outside, he noticed the store's space had widened further, with the resting area now larger and 3 additional sofas and 3 tables added. The store now occupied approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square meters, rivaling that of a small supermarket. A dedicated pharmaceutical section had also been developed. Wang Yu opened the product description, noting that the pharmaceutical offerings were rather commonplace, consisting primarily of medical remedies such as penicillin, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, iodine solution, and alcohol. However, for the average individual, these medications were invaluable, remaining a coveted commodity in a post-apocalyptic world where their availability was scarce. With the collapse of medical standards in this new era, even minor injuries and ailments could easily prove fatal without timely intervention. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities, far surpassing the average person's physical prowess, were not immune to the relentless invasion of bacteria and viruses through wounds. while some among the extraordinary possessed healing abilities. Such talents were exceedingly rare, appearing in perhaps one individual among thousands. Furthermore, those lacking combat capabilities were often vulnerable, relying on the protection of more powerful individuals. Another newly unlocked product piqued Wang Yu's interest. The ability-enhancing elixir promised temporary boosts in abilities, followed by a corresponding period of weakness once the effects wore off. Category: one-time use, stackable. Wholesale price: 20 crystal coins. Upon examining the specifics, Wang Yu discovered both enhancement and diminishment agents, applicable for use against foes or oneself, with various elixirs tailored for different abilities. Satisfied, he nodded, recognizing the potential for significant profit. He proceeded to stock each type of medication and elixir, filling the shelves of the pharmacy. To draw attention, he even erected a sign at the entrance to inform customers of the newly available products. At that moment, Yi Tian returned to the Tianhe base, his expression clouded, accompanied by the remaining extraordinary individuals. From a distance, he spotted a group gathered at the iron gates, engaged in conversation with the guards. I've already stated that our base does not accept ordinary people. Only those with abilities may join. Come on, give us a break. Let us become your affiliated force, pleaded Deng Quan, Song Zhang's aide, with an ingratiating smile aimed at the guards, though internally, he felt quite disheartened. When they decided to venture to South City, there had been no mention of a unified power structure there. Now, an unexpected entity, the Tianhe base, had emerged. And without the possibility of joining or becoming an affiliated force, they would be unable to establish a lasting presence in South City. The guard cast a dismissive glance at them, his expression dripping with disdain. You lot, just 5 or 6 extraordinary individuals alongside 7 ordinary folks, including women and children. Think you can claim to be a force? With no other recourse, Deng Quan leaned closer to the guard, presenting several E-grade crystal nuclei. Brother, we are truly at our wits' end. Please, just let us in. Upon seeing the crystal nuclei, the guard's demeanor momentarily shifted. Swallowing hard as he exchanged glances with his fellow guards, who understood the unspoken communication. This can be arranged, he began, reaching out for the nuclei. But his peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Tian and his group. In a moment of quick thinking, he swatted the nuclei from Deng Quan's hand, scolding him angrily. What do you mean by this? No means no. Do you think to bribe me? Let me tell you, you are insulting a man of unyielding principle. Upon witnessing the situation, Deng Quan and his companions felt a mixture of anger and helplessness. The Tianhe base held an overwhelming authority in the South City, rendering their frail and weakened faction utterly insignificant. As Yi Tian approached the iron gate, he cast a glance at Deng Quan and the others, prompting the guard to quickly explain that they had come from the East City, seeking to join their base, with half of them being mere ordinary citizens. The guard continued, stating that the accommodations for ordinary individuals at the base were already at capacity. Hearing this, Yi Tian merely nodded indifferently, lacking the inclination to involve himself in their plight. Observing Yi Tian's distinguished status, Deng Quan and his group beseeched him for mercy, with Song Zhang's wife, Li Hui, even kneeling in supplication for the chance to shelter her child. Yet, Yi Tian offered no further regard and proceeded into the base. The guard sighed slightly, lamenting that they had arrived at an inopportune time. Leave swiftly. Even if we wish to accept bribes, we are unable to do so now. Furthermore, vacate the South City promptly. Should our people discover your unwillingness to depart, it could lead to dire consequences. In light of the guard's warning, the group reluctantly gathered their crystal cores and departed in disappointment. Old Deng, what should we do now? One of them inquired. Let us remain here for the time being. Tomorrow we will procure some food before leaving, Deng Quan replied, casting a sorrowful glance at the newly widowed Li Hui, who bore a face of despair. It was evident that returning to the East City was out of the question, and staying in the South City was equally untenable. They could only hope for fortune in an unknown place. However, should misfortune strike and they encounter mutated beasts, their journey could end in tragedy. The following day, as Wang Yu drew back the curtain, he was greeted by the sight of several trucks parked in front of the store, with numerous individuals gazing longingly at the shop's glass. His spatial awareness informed him that many unfamiliar faces were present. They likely hailed from the East City or even the entirety of Nanjing, as Tinghui had been destroyed, making his shop the sole establishment in Nanjing boasting a sufficient stock of goods. This naturally rendered the shop a coveted destination for various factions. A group of people gathered around the notice board outside the store, engaging in animated discussions. I haven't seen anti-inflammatory medicine since the apocalypse. Is it genuine? One queried. I wonder if there's anything for vitality enhancement, another chimed in. Other medications are also rare treasures, and their prices are not exorbitant at all. What on earth is this ability-enhancing potion? Is it for real? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such things. Hey, you must be new here. The products in this store are exactly as described. Absolutely authentic, someone explained. Whoa, won't this lead to people trying to get things for free? Another asked. Unless you're looking for trouble, nobody would dare to provoke the store owner. Even Jesus himself couldn't save you if you caused a ruckus inside. You mean the one who unified the South City, Etion? It is said he possesses 5 or 6 abilities and is a high-ranking D-level or even C-level ability user. Wow, I've only managed to reach E-level with my 2 abilities, and he levels up so quickly with all those powers. He must be quite extraordinary. The key is that even such a formidable figure as Yi Tian behaves respectfully when visiting this store. Haven't you heard? Some claim the owner's strength is already at B-level or even A-level. As the conversation unfolded, Wang Yu had finished his breakfast and leisurely opened the store door, allowing the patiently waiting customers to enter. He then settled himself at the counter, casually stating, "Those wishing to purchase in bulk may speak with me, but there are no discounts." Customers entered one after another, glancing around with curiosity as they explored the product descriptions. At that moment, Chulon hurried in, accompanied by several individuals with extraordinary abilities. "Manager, do you still have anti-inflammatory medication?" Wang Yu smiled and nodded, assuring her, "Absolutely." Hearing this, Chulon promptly purchased a substantial amount of anti-inflammatory medicine, bandages, and alcohol. With a grateful glance towards Wang Yu, she rushed out. Due to the battle the previous day, many of their members had sustained injuries, particularly Zhang Yingjing, who had suffered the loss of an arm. With no medical supplies and the healing-type abilities unable to prevent inflammation, many team members were experiencing high fevers by this morning, threatening their lives. Before dawn, Chulon had already scoured numerous pharmacies and clinics, but to no avail. Such precious supplies had been seized long ago. Desperate, she suddenly recalled the apocalyptic shop and came here with a glimmer of hope, only to discover that there were indeed medications available, items that had been absent just the day before. At that moment, she comprehended why Liang Shu and the others held Wang Yu in such high regard. Wang Yu, meanwhile, was busily attending to customers at the counter, the sound of the card reader ringing like the most melodious music in the world. At this juncture, a middle-aged man at the checkout unexpectedly presented a familiar gold card. Cautiously inquiring, "May I use this?" Wang Yu glanced up, noting the man was not Song Jiang, and furrowed his brow, asking, "Who are you? Where did you get this card?" The man quickly explained, "My name is Deng Quan. This card was given to us by our leader, Song Jiang. Is it not usable?" Wang Yu responded with an "O," recharging their gold card. "It is usable, providing a 5 discount, but only for your faction." Upon hearing this, Deng Quan's expression brightened. "What about the driver?" Deng Quan hesitated, realizing he was referring to Song Jiang, and cautiously replied, "There was an accident." The woman behind him, cradling a baby, appeared despondent as she cast a glance at Wang Yu behind the counter. Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, questioning the implication. Deng Quan's demeanor darkened, aging his already worn face even further as he recounted the entire sequence of events. Wang Yu's brow furrowed, lost in silence. He was taken aback to learn that his actions had incited the remnants of Tenghui's supermarket to take their wrath out on Song Jiang. What troubled him even more was that a certain son he had yet to confront him, which could only mean one thing. Song Jiang had never divulged his identity. Even unto death, Wang Yu pondered whether to label him foolish or deeply loyal. He glanced at the weary woman holding the baby, who was gazing at him quietly, seemingly questioning the same. In that instant, Wang Yu grasped the significance of Song Jiang's actions. Noticing Wang Yu's troubled expression, Deng Quan hurriedly waved his hands in reassurance. "We harbor no intentions of holding anyone accountable. If blame is to be placed, it must be on circumstances." He feared provoking the inscrutable Wang Yu's displeasure, but struggled to find a valid justification. After all, if it had not been for Wang Yu appointing Song Jiang as the driver, their minor faction would never have attracted the attention of Tenghui's people. Chapter 62. The Arrival of Sun E. Is there a place to stay in South City? Wang Yu inquired after a moment of contemplation. Deng Quan could only smile bitterly and shake his head, lamenting that the Tianhe base looked down upon them, leaving them no choice but to explore the West City. He was uncertain whether there were any channels for procuring supplies there. Otherwise, survival would be more challenging than climbing to the heavens. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu picked up a leftover store flyer, inscribed the words store manager upon it, and handed it to Deng Quan. Take this to find Yi Tian. He will arrange a place for you. Deng Quan excitedly accepted it, expressing his gratitude, and with a glimmer of hope, remarked, could it be that the store manager has a connection with Yi Tian? Observing the eager expressions of those around him, Wang Yu chuckled, not at all. We barely exchanged a few words. As Deng Quan and his companions exited the shop, one individual hesitantly inquired, Quan Go, are we really going to seek out Yi Tian? Setting aside whether this paper is useful, there's the question of whether we can even meet him. Another chimed in, indeed. Just yesterday they told us to leave the South City quickly. Now we are actively seeking them out. Aren't we courting disaster? An older companion added, you know we are pressed for time. If we can't find shelter in West City before nightfall, the consequences are unthinkable. Relying on a mere acquaintance between the store manager and Yi Tian to allow so many of us to join seems rather fanciful. I suspect he is merely boasting. Deng Quan hesitated greatly, turning to Li Hui to relinquish the decision-making power to her. Meanwhile, within the apocalyptic store, Wang Yu was engaged in business discussions with several rotund middle-aged men, seated comfortably in a massage chair while they stood at the counter. It was rare for He Zi to venture outside, and his purpose was unknown. Store manager, considering our substantial order, could you perhaps offer a discount? We are aware that your store boasts the most comprehensive stock in the city, and our base is contemplating relocation. You understand, this will incur significant manpower and financial costs. And we are currently somewhat strapped for resources. Our base is in a similar predicament. We are not affluent either, but once we relocate, we will certainly engage in regular cooperation. These cunning old foxes were eager to gain some advantage, employing every tactic at their disposal. However, when it came to this matter, Wang Yu was astute and seasoned, promptly refusing their request. Then, adopting a theatrical demeanor, he launched into a persuasive monologue. I'm afraid the prices are non-negotiable. Regardless of how much you purchase, they remain the same. You must understand that in this apocalypse, the supply of goods is unpredictable. To amass such a stock is akin to dancing on the edge of a knife, extremely perilous. Consider this. These supplies out in the open have a price, but no market. And eventually, the resources will run dry. What then will I do when I cannot even scrape together a pension? At his words, the men displayed expressions of discomfort, yet were reluctant to relinquish their meager profits. Ding! Welcome. At that moment, a group entered the store. Wow, it smells amazing in here. I'm starving, exclaimed one. Damn, the floor is cleaner than my face. The walls are solid too. Last time we tried to break in, we couldn't make a dent. This place is perfect for a base. Sun Yi surveyed his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, and then fixed his gaze on Wang Yu and the middle-aged men behind the counter. Oh, isn't that Wang and Zhao? How quickly they found a new partner. Upon hearing the sound, the crowd turned to gaze, perplexed by their presence. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao involuntarily trembled, staring in astonishment at Sun Yi and his companions. How come? I'm still alive? It seems you are rather eager for my demise. Could it be that the destruction of Teng Hui is somehow linked to you? Sun Yi remarked with a smile that belied his true intentions. The two men hastily shook their heads in denial, their foreheads glistening with beads of sweat. This was no trivial matter, but rather a matter of life and death. They had collaborated in the past, and were well aware of Sun Yi's ruthless methods. A man who left no trace of his victims. Wang Yu, through the system's analysis, recognized Sun Yi and felt his expression turn icy. The long-term driver he had just hired was eliminated by him, rendering his golden card worthless. Suddenly, a man from Xiqing stood up, unaware that he was addressing Sun Yi, and frowned. If you have no further business, we still need to discuss our deal. Before he could finish, Sun Yi erupted in violence, swiftly raising his hand to unleash a bolt of lightning, the blinding light causing the onlookers to squint. Yet, it was merely a flash of light. Seconds passed, and nothing transpired. The man collapsed in fear, drenched in cold sweat. The others in the shop turned to watch, seemingly entertained by the unfolding drama. Seeing his powers dissipate into thin air, Sun Yi frowned and fired again. The man screamed once more, but as the light faded, the outcome remained unchanged. Sun Yi, undeterred, unleashed his powers again and again. Minutes later, the result was still the same. The man, hoarse from screaming, pleaded for mercy. I was wrong, brother. If you wish to kill me, Just do it, but please stop playing with me. Sun Yi's brow furrowed as he glanced towards Wang Yu behind the counter, who leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Our store prioritizes the safety of customers during their transactions." At that moment, several powerful lightning strikes manifested within Wang Yu's space. The inexplicably vanished powers instilled caution in Sun Yi. He realized that this individual was far from ordinary. Could it be true, as the outside world claimed, that the store manager was at least B-class? "Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhao, we are old acquaintances, are we not?" Sun Yi inquired, maintaining his vigilance toward Wang Yu. At this, Wang Yu raised an eyebrow, refraining from an immediate attack, curious about Sun Yi's intentions. Mr. Wang, recalling the earlier incident that nearly scared the man into submission, swallowed hard and asked tremulously, "What are you planning? Please, don't act recklessly. Why not join forces?" Sun Yi suggested, a predator-esque gleam in his eyes. Despite his murderous tendencies, he was not foolish. Given Wang Yu's display of peculiar powers, trying to eliminate him alone would be a daunting task. He needed cannon fodder, disposable allies to abandon once the deed was done. Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao exchanged glances, hastily refusing. "Are you out of your mind? We aren't that familiar." A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. Having inherited some of the merchant's genes, he coaxed, "The merchandise in this store I send cheap to acquire in bulk. If you join forces with me, we can seize him and then extract the source of the goods. We can divide the spoils equally." At these words, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhao fell silent. For Sun Yi had articulated their most fervent desire. Several middle-aged individuals shifted their expressions upon realizing he was Sun Yi, the second son of Sun Hui, a sea-level ability user endowed with 3 extraordinary powers. Wang Yu, rather than hastily resorting to violence, observed them with keen interest. The crowd of onlookers had begun to disperse. Many had previously witnessed Wang Yu's methods and understood that a massacre was inevitable. Thus, they departed early to avoid being splattered with blood. Alas, yet another group of foolish individuals, unaware of their own limitations. With the influx of people, all sorts of characters emerged. Chapter 63. The truth: I am a high-tier sea-level ability user, a feat achieved through my father's relentless efforts. Can this store compare to the scale of Tinghui? I can assert with confidence that in the entirety of South City, and even across all factions within Nanjing City, no one possesses abilities that surpass mine. He merely boasts peculiar powers and puts on airs to intimidate you." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd began to nod in agreement. Sun Yi had reached sea level solely due to the backing of the largest supermarket in Nanjing City. In contrast, Wang Yu's apocalyptic store had only emerged in public consciousness for a few days, lacking sufficient crystal cores to enhance abilities. Is this the power of monetary investment? At that moment, one middle-aged man stepped forward, intending to decline Sun Yi's invitation to ally, but was met with a piercing glare from Sun Yi. He pondered carefully. Should we succeed in this endeavor, those present who had not befriended Sun Yi would find it impossible to procure supplies from the store in the future. This statement caused many who were initially inclined to observe from a distance to hesitate. It seemed they were being coerced into choosing sides. Choosing wisely would be advantageous, but a wrong decision could lead to a lasting enmity, possibly jeopardizing their very lives. Many individuals hastily vacated the store, fearing the flames of conflict would engulf them. Yet they were halted by Sun Yi's parting words. "I shall remember you." Sun Yi then continued to entice them. Conversely, those who allied with Sun Yi would not only receive a portion of supplies, but would also enjoy discounts on future acquisitions from the store. Upon hearing this, even Wang Yu couldn't help but display a look of admiration. Such words were indeed difficult to refuse. However, fortune often favors the bold, yet peril also lurks within risk. Ultimately, under Sun Yi's threats and temptations, numerous individuals chose to join him in hopes of a share, led by the cunning figures of General Wang and General Zhao. Individuals from the Tianlan base gather. Those from the Hongri base assemble. At this juncture, some remained indecisive, wary of Wang Yu's unpredictable strength, casting shrewd glances in his direction. "Manager, if you wish for us to withdraw, simply offer a 20% discount on our ordered goods. Indeed, with so many people, it isn't easy to deal with you. Provide us with a clear response, and our faction shall not interfere with this matter." To their surprise, Wang Yu obstinately shook his head in refusal. Having reiterated the same sentiment numerous times had grown tiresome. This was the price, and if they chose not to buy, they could leave. His words undoubtedly dispelled the hesitations of some. "Damn it, count us in. And us as well." At that moment, Most of the leading figures expressed their intentions, driven by the allure of profit. Those who had previously engaged amicably in business transformed their demeanor in an instant. Wang Yu calmly sipped his hot tea, contemplating that it was still possible to survive. In this apocalyptic world, there were few guests, but plenty of those seeking death, which made Wang Yu let out a faint sigh. Hearing this, Sun Yi scoffed. Oh, the store manager, at the brink of death, still trying to act tough. President Wang chimed in. Spouting such nonsense must mean he's feeling insecure. If he truly had the strength, he would have acted long ago. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Sun Yi's eyes. Let us go together. Take him down. Sun Yi intended to uncover the nature of Wang Yu's mysterious abilities, and this group poised to seize his goods could very well serve as cannon fodder. President Zhao roared angrily, then hid behind his team, shouting, "Get him! Whoever captures him will be rewarded by the base leader." At this, the crowd hesitated. Wang Yu's strength was undoubtedly formidable, and none wished to be the first to expose themselves to danger. Noticing their indecision, President Wang cursed, "Hurry! Do you want your wages docked?" The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately, they synchronously unleashed their abilities, though they were all long-range skills. What a bunch of fools! If they killed him, how would we interrogate him about the goods? In an instant, a multitude of projectiles rained down. Wang Yu smiled, effortlessly absorbing their abilities into his space. How courteous of them! As so many attacks vanished once more, the crowd found themselves at a loss. From a distance, President Zhao was frantic, jumping up and down. Damn it! All together, take him down. Before his words could settle, Zhao's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed, unconscious. Just as the others were trying to comprehend what was happening, President Wang fell to the ground as well, lifeless. One by one, the leaders supporting Sun Yi fell, devoid of breath. Sun Yi's pupils constricted, sensing the peril, and he immediately leaped out of the store, realizing that this establishment was the source of the calamity. Get out quickly! The other ability users, leaderless and bewildered, stood frozen, but fortunately, Wang Yu did not impose any further difficulties upon them. After all, they were simply following orders from their leaders. Sun Yi stood outside the store, his brow furrowed as he scrutinized the entire establishment. What on earth was this store? Its walls were harder than the shells of mutant beasts, capable of killing silently. If only there were a way to draw him out. At that moment, Wang Yu slowly approached the doorway and addressed Sun Yi. Let me tell you something. Your Tenghui supermarket was blown up by me. The declaration sent a wave of astonishment through those present. Sun Yi's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained composure, disdainfully retorting, "Impossible. You must be trying to lure me into the store to kill me with its bizarre powers." Wang Yu did not respond directly, but continued, "Back then, when I infiltrated Tenghui, I encountered two fools in the elevator. Their names were something like Sun Hui and Sun Chong. They were speculating about my identity right in front of me. I thought they had some clout, but it turns out they were just two petty thieves, and I sent them on their way to meet their maker." Sun Yi let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wang Yu, for he had discovered his family's remains in that very elevator. However, he also understood Wang Yu's intention in revealing the truth to him. "Very well, your words are merely an attempt to provoke me, to compel me to impulsively enter the store while I remain outside, beyond your reach. However, I shall not acquiesce to your desires. If you possess the audacity, remain confined within those walls for eternity. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Nay, I shall subject you to torment so excruciating that you will wish for death." He then turned to the individuals inside the shop, declaring, "You had best remain inside, for from this moment forth, anyone associated with this establishment shall meet their end." This was Sun Yi's method of vengeance. Even if he could not overpower Wang Yu, he would ensure Wang Yu's suffering. The utterance left those within the store in a state of bewilderment. "You, a vengeful soul, have no grievance with us. Why must we suffer for your vendetta? Blame the store manager instead. What can you do to me from out there, haha?" Sun Yi erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, convinced of his own cleverness. As he gestured wildly, in an instant, his laughter ceased, and his body stiffened, as if all strength had been siphoned away, plunging him into a complete void of consciousness. He could not fathom the source of that bizarre power, even in his final moments. Chapter 64. The Demise of Sun Yi, a violent escalation, perhaps? Upon witnessing this, a few of Sun Yi's subordinates were momentarily stunned, rushing forward to investigate, only to discover Sun Yi's wide-eyed stare. He had ceased to breathe. The once arrogant Sun Yi had, in the blink of an eye, vanished without a trace, sending a chill through the crowd. After a few moments of silence, one exclaimed, "Run for your lives." Without their leader, chaos ensued, and they scattered, but no matter how swiftly they fled, they could not traverse the distance in an instant. Wang Yu would not let this opportunity for seizing their cores slip away. Within a 200-meter radius, he employed his spatial perception to extract items from afar. They had not run far when one by one, they collapsed as if their very essence had been drained. Wang Yu collected their cores, which, as they fell outside the shop's jurisdiction, could be utilized directly without the need to convert them into his currency through purchases. This was the very reason Wang Yu had refrained from eliminating Sun E immediately. Without spatial perception, maximizing his gains would have proven challenging. Meanwhile, others from different factions within the establishment observed Wang Yu's swift elimination of Sun E and his associates, falling into an eerie silence, rooted in place, too fearful to act. Sun E was a C-class ability user with 3 distinct powers, arguably the strongest among the civilian forces in Nanjing. The fact that he had perished so silently, without resistance or even awareness, was astonishing. Wang Yu paid no heed to the onlookers standing stiffly, instead leisurely returning to the counter, where he deposited the cores of Sun E and his companions into his vault. He then retrieved the cores of the various team leaders he had just dispatched within the store and allocated them to several payment cards, placing them upon the counter. Wang Yu regarded the awaiting crowd. "I do not require these D-class cores from your leaders. They are now all credited to your payment cards. Those whose leaders have fallen may step forward to claim them. Furthermore, return to your factions and inform your superiors to select a more astute leader next time." Despite his words, Wang Yu inwardly cursed the rules set forth by the system. Upon hearing this, the crowd could scarcely believe their ears. After all, these were 4 D-grade crystal nuclei, and to simply dismiss them was unfathomable. With the director's formidable strength, none would dare to utter a word of protest, even if their own leader were to arrive. They would applaud in agreement. Moreover, they had previously harbored ill intentions towards the shop. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the director to appropriate these crystal nuclei. Yet, not only did the director return the nuclei, he also bore no grudges and permitted them to procure supplies on their next visit. Such magnanimity. Instantly, Wang Yu felt the weight of gratitude and admiration directed towards him, causing him to impatiently exclaim, "Just take this damned card away." "Ah, thank you, Director." Deng Quan and his companions approached the gates of the Tianhe base once more, their hearts filled with trepidation. A guard immediately recognized them and scolded. "Didn't Tiwi tell you to leave South City post-haste? What do you want? Are you seeking death?" Deng Quan hurriedly produced the flyer given to him by Wang Yu and handed it to the guard, explaining, "The director sent us. We need to see your leader." The guard, with a puzzled expression, took the flyer, glanced at it, and then carelessly tossed it aside, scoffing, "What director? It's just a piece of paper. Now get lost." With that, he raised his rifle, roughly pressing the barrel against Deng Quan's back. "This flyer is littering the ground. Don't think you can fool me. Get out of here." Hearing this, despair washed over them. "Wait, what is going on?" A strikingly beautiful woman approached. She was the duty captain for the day. The guard immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor, explaining, "Just a few troublemakers, Captain Run. We'll handle it right away." Rin Yen, recently inducted into the Tianhe faction, glanced at them and picked up the flyer from the ground. Though slightly soiled, the vibrant red flyer was evidently brand new. Upon opening it, she was surprised to see the words "Director" inscribed within. Faced with a superior, Deng Quan hastily clarified, "The director sent us to find Yi Tian. He said he would arrange a good place for us. In South City, only one person could be called the director." After a moment of contemplation, Ren Yin turned to Deng Quan and his group, saying, "Please follow me. However, Captain Run, this is the leader. I will take responsibility if something goes awry." Ren Yin replied coolly. Given the pristine condition of the flyer, it was unlikely to have been picked up off the street, and with their frail and elderly faction, they would never dare to deceive the powerful Tianhe base in South City. After passing through 2 security checkpoints, Ren Yin guided them to a table in the hall and instructed them to wait while she went to report. "Old Deng, I never imagined this piece of paper would be so useful. It terrified me. I thought we would return empty-handed," Deng Quan replied, his face beaming with joy. The value was not merely in the paper, but in the director himself. This must be what the leader hoped to witness. "Indeed, we were fortunate not to have left South City." In an office, seated behind a desk, Yi Tian murmured, "Sun E, indeed, a mid-level C-grade ability user, possessing 3 distinct powers. His background is from the Tonghui supermarket in East City, which was recently destroyed. Yi Tian nodded, his expression turning grave. No wonder his upgrade speed was so rapid. He was indeed a formidable opponent. What was his sudden purpose for coming to Nanxing? The individual who reported merely shook his head, suggesting he might be searching for the perpetrator who destroyed Tonghui, or perhaps seeking to establish a new power. Yi Tian furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. This meant he would have to confront him. The value of a C-level ability wielder with 3 distinct powers was self-evident. While he could certainly hold his own against an ordinary C-level, the outcome would be drastically different if his opponent possessed multiple abilities. Even with enhancements, one could not triumph over a well-funded adversary. Just then, Yi Tian's satellite phone rang unexpectedly. Upon answering, he was met with a shocking revelation. Sun Yi had been killed by the store manager, instantaneously. A formidable character had fallen so easily to the manager. The true extent of the manager's strength remained a mystery. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in," he called. Ren Yin quickly entered and recounted the situation regarding Deng Quan and the others, handing a flyer to Yi Tian. Upon examining it, he noticed the words store manager boldly emblazoned across it, prompting him to murmur, "Is this the price for the store manager to resolve my troubles?" To confirm his suspicion, he hastily dialed the satellite phone, and after receiving confirmation, he commanded Ren Yin, "Go, immediately arrange accommodations and meals for them, adhering to the standards for D-level ability wielders." Chapter 65. The mighty Black Bear. A large, tightly knit convoy entered the city, each vehicle adorned in uniform military green, with light tanks safeguarding both the front and rear. In the center were over a dozen robust transport trucks, but rather than soldiers or ability wielders, they were filled with ragged, ordinary people, each fervently praying. As they navigated the city, the surge of zombies increased, yet fortunately, they were not the first group. The majority of the undead along the route had already been cleared. Inside the first transport truck, a middle-aged man in military attire was driving, while another middle-aged man remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. "Come on, Laoli. Stop acting like a sheepdog." Wei Yi entered the city. "It's far safer here than in the suburbs." Hearing this, Li Bing realized he was being overly tense, stretching his sore neck, though his gaze still involuntarily drifted to the window. "I've spent too long in the wild, facing those beasts, always on high alert. Besides, the mission isn't over yet. We must ensure the civilians are evacuated before the next wave of beasts." Zhao Xing, steadily driving the vehicle, remarked. "Once we reach the city base, our primary adversary will be the zombies. They're manageable, but we can't withstand overwhelming numbers. Fortunately, the number of zombies near the base is unusually low. What worries me is whether the disparate factions of ability wielders will cause us trouble. Much like the wild villagers in the mountainous regions. Trouble? Let them come. The higher-ups have established policies for these special times. Soon, we will be able to act freely." Indeed, what capabilities could a group of ability wielders, nurtured like plants in a greenhouse, possess? They could only manage to slay a few zombies. The sky loomed gray. Heavy clouds amassed, heralding the impending arrival of a torrential downpour. At that moment, an observer on the tank ahead peered through the periscope and spotted a dark object piled beside the road. Assuming it to be merely a rock, no report was made. However, as the rumbling tank advanced, the seemingly inanimate rock suddenly stirred. It rapidly swelled in size, rolling forward and colliding with the light tank as if it had struck a hill, rendering it immobile. Behind, Zhao Xing was taken by surprise and slammed on the brakes. But due to insufficient distance from the tank, he crashed into it. Before them loomed a figure taller than the tank itself, a black bear. Before anyone could react, the bear let out a fearsome roar and leaped atop the tank, its massive weight denting the turret. Yet, instead of resorting to violence, it crouched on top, surveying the scene in search of a strategic advantage, wary of turning its potential meal into mere pulp. Faced with such a formidable creature, possessing both immense defensive and offensive capabilities, the few superhumans they had brought along were at a considerable disadvantage without heavy artillery. Zhao Xing swallowed hard and grabbed the radio, urgently calling for the tank to advance. Li Bing, the battalion commander, seized the radio from him and issued a stern command. The tank moved forward, but under no circumstances were they to fire without his order. All superhumans were instructed to step forward, ensuring that the transport vehicle carrying civilians retreated 200 meters. In a flurry of movement, the entire convoy sprang into action, except for the tank crew, who remained paralyzed with fear beneath the bear. Li Bing and Zhao Xing carefully exited their vehicle, fortunate that the bear, with its poor eyesight and focused demeanor, remained oblivious to their surroundings. Within half a minute, over a dozen fully armed superhumans had positioned themselves around the bear, within 20 meters of it. How did it notice us? Li Bing furrowed his brow, grappling with the situation without a clear solution. Direct confrontation, particularly without heavy weaponry, would likely result in significant casualties, and he could not bear to lose even one of his men. They could only await reinforcements from the base and pray that the bear's intelligence was not too advanced. Growing increasingly impatient after unsuccessful attempts, the bear began to gnaw at the turret's top. Suddenly, something snagged on its teeth, and with a powerful tug, it tore away a circular steel plate. What the hell? The tank crew inside reacted swiftly, unleashing their abilities upon the colossal beast. Yet, the attacks proved ineffective. Drawing the bear's attention to the newly created aperture, it then wrenched the entire turret from the tank, clutching it in its paws and shaking it violently in an attempt to dislodge the occupants within. Realizing that waiting any longer was no longer an option, Li Bing promptly devised an emergency strategy. Chongzi, swift in his movements, was entrusted with a crucial task as urgency enveloped the group, prompting immediate action. The adept named Chongzi surged ahead, rapidly reaching the side of the black bear and unleashing a close-range blade of wind aimed at its hindquarters. This seemingly trivial strike provoked the bear to glance back in annoyance. Seizing the moment, Chongzi swiftly distanced himself and shouted, "Beast, come chase me." To his surprise, the black bear merely snorted, exuding an air of disdain, while continuing its actions without interruption, merely scratching its rear against the tank's base. At that instant, an individual from the tank slid out, tumbling to the ground. Observing this, Li Bing furrowed his brow and bellowed, leading the charge forward. Onward. A dozen or so adept individuals unleashed their powers simultaneously. Some from afar cast their abilities, while others followed Li Bing directly toward the beast. Li Bing and Zhao Xing, both C-grade adept, approached the black bear, exchanging a glance before retrieving a steel chain. Each grasped one end, intent on restraining the bear's hefty frame. As anticipated, despite its colossal size, the black bear's movements were sluggish, and both were power-type adepts. With a sudden shift in balance, the bear toppled to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity while the bear was dazed, Li Bing and Zhao Xing simultaneously unleashed a flurry of strikes upon its head, provoking low growls from the creature. Although C-grade adepts lacked the defensive capabilities to rival the beast, their destructive power was on par with that of similarly ranked creatures. However, the black bear soon regained awareness of its formidable paws and retaliated with a flurry of wild swipes. The immense force compelled the two to evade its onslaught. The bear easily broke free from the chain, shaking its dazed head and locking its gaze onto Li Bing and Zhao Xing, realizing the situation. The duo drew in a sharp breath. The bear's defense and strength were far beyond that of an ordinary C-grade beast. Despite their relentless assault, they had yet to breach the bear's defenses, suffering from the absence of effective weaponry. Typical knives and bullets proved utterly ineffective against the bear's formidable hide. Chapter 66. Hazy and the Black Bear. With a thunderous roar, the black bear charged forward, its massive limbs pounding the ground. "Scatter!" the group shouted in alarm, hastily dodging. Yet Li Bing and Zhao Xing stood their ground, facing the oncoming paw of the colossal beast. Gritting his teeth, Li Bing launched a powerful punch, colliding with the bear's strike, resulting in a tremendous clash that stirred up fierce winds. However, the disparity in size and strength soon became evident. Within moments, Li Bing was sent flying, crashing against a distant building. Zhao Xing's pupils dilated in shock, realizing that this creature was at least a mid-tier C-grade beast, surpassing their abilities by a significant margin. Coupled with the inherent gap between beasts and adepts, they found themselves woefully outmatched. The black bear soon fixed its gaze on Zhao Xing, its paw hurtling toward him. Drawing from the previous encounter, Zhao Xing concentrated his abilities, retreating to evade the attack. Though power-type adepts could launch themselves with speed comparable to agility-type adepts upon contact with the ground, the odds were still heavily against him. However, the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. During the leap, the speed would continuously wane, and the force concentrated in the legs rendered a powerful counterattack impossible. Thus, Zhao Xing could only keep running around the black bear, knowing that retreat was not an option. The path was narrow, and behind him lay the people. The black bear, too, found this agile flea exceedingly vexing. Instructor. Soon, a loud shout reached his ears, and Zhao Xing understood immediately, leaping up to hastily distance himself from the black bear. Simultaneously, a tank that had been observing for some time seized the opportunity, firing a penetrating round with great force from its barrel. The round struck the massive black bear with precision. Boom! The crowd watched as the black bear was sent flying, crashing violently into a nearby skyscraper. In an instant, the building crumbled, a cascade of bricks raining down and engulfing the black bear in a cloud of dust. The power of a single armor-piercing round was unmistakable, and gradually, the air returned to a semblance of calm. Hurry, get in the vehicle and leave at once. Li Bing, clutching his fractured right arm, rushed over. No sooner had he spoken than the rubble suddenly erupted, revealing the black bear shaking off the dust and letting out a furious roar. The sound echoed painfully in the ears of the onlookers, its rage palpable even from a distance. Li Bing's eyes were filled with determination. Without hesitation, he commanded, "You take the civilians and find another route. We will hold it off." "No, Captain. I am ordering you. Get them to the base. If even one of them is lost, I will have you shot." At that moment, the radio crackled with dire news. "Captain, it's bad. A horde of zombies has gathered behind us, surrounding the vehicles." As if the heavens had conspired against them, the group turned to see the street teeming with zombies, some of them already charging toward them with menacing growls. They looked back at Li Bing, but this time, even the battle-hardened soldier seemed overwhelmed with despair. "Where's the reinforcement from the base?" The black bear, much like the zombies, roared as it charged forward. In response, some of the ability wielders with long-range skills unleashed their powers in an effort to impede the bear's advance. However, the now enraged black bear barreled forward recklessly. This was undoubtedly the full-force strike of a top-tier aberrant beast. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on the crowd, nearly suffocating them with despair. As C-class ability wielders, both Li Bing and Zhao Xing resolutely positioned themselves in front of the group. The resources provided by their organization were meant for them to face the front line. The black bear loomed larger before the crowd, when suddenly, a dark figure dashed out, slicing across the bear's body. Roar! The black bear, experiencing an unprecedented pain, could not help but let out a deafening roar. A gaping, horrific wound appeared on its back, previously impervious to armor-piercing rounds. The crowd, astonished, turned to see a tall black dog standing opposite the bear, its gaze cold and sharp, fixated intently on the unwelcome intruder. Another aberrant beast, and one whose strength was surely equal to, if not greater than, that of the black bear. The black bear sensed a hint of danger and turned its gaze towards the black creature, emitting a low warning growl. In contrast, the black creature remained unperturbed, coldly fixated on the bear, exuding an aura of silent authority. Li Bing appeared to grasp the situation immediately, directing his companions to first deal with the zombies that had been attracted. While tending to his own wounds, Li Bing observed the impending confrontation between the two formidable beasts. The battle was on the brink of eruption, with the black bear charging forward with its hefty frame. The black creature, however, showed no sign of alarm. And as the bear approached within striking distance, it suddenly vanished from sight, eluding Li Bing's keen observation. In the next instant, the black creature reappeared elsewhere. The bear lunged at mere air, bewilderment etched across its face as it glanced around in confusion. Noticing the black creature had shifted behind it, the bear, undeterred, charged once more, only to have the creature evade its attack with another swift disappearance, wearing a playful expression. The bear attempted several more charges, each time met with the same outcome, as the black creature deftly vanished just as the bear was about to ensnare it. Li Bing, watching the spectacle, was momentarily taken aback, regarding the black creature with an unusual gaze. After some time yielded no results, the bear, panting heavily, chose to rest on the ground, casting a defiant glance at the black creature, as if to say, "If I cannot catch you, I shall wait for you to come to me." However, it overlooked a crucial detail. Despite their proximity, it was unable to grasp the elusive creature. Having enjoyed the game, the black creature crouched low and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the bear found itself with yet another wound, followed by a roar of pain. Unable to see its adversary, the bear could only thrash about in vain. The black creature continued to dart past the bear, each time leaving behind a narrow gash. Though the wounds were shallow, it was not long before blood soaked a considerable patch of the bear's fur. Realizing something was amiss, the bear attempted to flee. But the black creature would not allow this intruder to escape its territory. At that moment, Li Bing and his companions had cleared away several hundred low-level zombies and were met with the sight of the fleeing bear, their expressions a mix of disbelief. This was the very bear that had nearly led to their demise. The slow-moving bear could not shake off the relentless black creature. With a swift stride, the black creature appeared at the bear's flank and leapt into the air. Before the bear could comprehend the situation, its world was engulfed in darkness, followed by an excruciating pain. No matter how formidable the defenses of a beast, there are always vulnerable spots, and the eyes of the bear were undoubtedly one of its weaknesses. Blinded, the bear stumbled about, and despite its keen sense of smell, it was ineffective in this unfamiliar terrain. Ultimately, under the continuous assault of the black creature, the severely injured bear collapsed into a pool of its own blood. Its life extinguished. Chapter 67. The official summons the black creature leapt atop the bear's carcass, poised to extract its crystal core. After all, a mid-tier C-grade core would provide a modest enhancement to the creature's own level. As the crowd witnessed the black bear fall, utterly defeated, they were momentarily at a loss for words, gazing incredulously at the swift and formidable black dog before them. Li Bing, realizing the gravity of the situation too late, hastily called for everyone to board the vehicle and leave while Blackie was preoccupied with the bear. However, a sudden chill crept over his neck, prompting him to glance back and see Blackie's emotionless black eyes fixed intently on him and his companions as it approached slowly. The overwhelming sense of pressure rendered everyone paralyzed, as if plunged into a frozen abyss, too terrified to make a move. Confronted by the terrifying presence of Blackie, the thought of escape did not even cross their minds. Li Bing could only manage a bitter smile. He had thought he was saved, only to find himself in another precarious situation. The C-grade crystal cores were a tremendous boon for the beasts, especially two of them. He could only hope that Blackie would spare his less powerful subordinates. As Blackie strode past them, the group was drenched in sweat, yet dared not utter a sound. When Blackie halted beside a young man, it suddenly sniffed at him, causing the youth to jump in fright, trembling and sweating profusely, his face betraying a look of despair as if he had seen a ghost. To their surprise, Blackie merely reached into the young man's pocket and extracted a bag of chicken legs, clamping it in its mouth before turning to leave. The onlookers stared at Blackie's receding figure, still in shock. "Old Li, what is going on? Our 2 C-grade crystal cores are worth less than a bag of chicken legs." Li Bing remained silent for a long while, pondering the notion that existence itself is justification. By the end of the day, he had completed 6 transactions, netting a profit of 5,070 crystal coins. However, this could not be considered a daily average, as various factions typically purchase supplies for several days at a time. After all, no one wished to make the long journey for supplies every few days. The factions of those who had perished earlier sent representatives to apologize, while Wang Yu issued a warning, hoping to prevent such occurrences from happening again. As dusk approached, Blackie returned to the shop, its fur matted and stained with blood, reminiscent of its earlier days of leveling up. Wang Yu couldn't help but consider the possibility that this was related to the entry of certain beasts into the city, as these creatures possessed a strong territorial instinct. Should an outsider intrude upon a lord's territory, the options were either to submit or to perish. Ding! Stains detected. After dining, Wang Yu reclined on the large sofa on the second floor, opening his information panel to find his balance had reached 27,070 crystal coins. Once it hit 30,000, he planned to upgrade his abilities to S-grade. The thought filled him with anticipation. S-grade was the pinnacle of powers, a dream for many ability users throughout their lives. Typically, ability users toil and risk their lives without ever reaching such heights. Yet here he was, living without a care in the apocalypse, enjoying a month of comfort as if on vacation, poised to achieve what others spend their lives striving for. With a sigh, Wang Yu reflected on how life had lost its spark, yet felt rather pleasant. He then rose to take a soothing hot shower. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Wang Yu opened the shop door as usual and inadvertently caught sight of a large base under construction by an unknown force across the lake. He observed a continuous stream of military green vehicles entering and exiting, with glimpses of heavy artillery vaguely visible. Wang Yu instantly realized that it was an official base, surprisingly close to his home. However, since the authorities had yet to take any action, he paid it little mind. Days passed, and the number of patrol posts on the opposite shore increased, expanding in scale. The area was nearly the size of an entire park, and this was merely the surface. At some point, he noticed several fully armed soldiers stationed on the stone bridge traversing the park lake, effectively sealing it off. The business revenue from these days had brought Wang Yu's crystal core count to 31,891. On this day, while sipping hot tea, he eavesdropped on a few patrons' idle chatter. The South River base across the way was vast and exuded a sense of security. After all, it was an official base. Rumor had it that they were even recruiting individuals, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or endowed with abilities. I should discuss this with the boss, he thought. Indeed, things had been unstable in South River lately, with beastly creatures and zombies rampant. It was time to find a strong ally. With the authorities now stationed, people from various bases had become more restrained. Even the Thunderfire base had calmed down considerably. This was the effect of bloodline suppression. In the past, when there were no formidable figures in the mountains, the monkeys reigned supreme. Now, however, no matter how high your level or how powerful your faction, a single missile could easily tip the scales, leaving the King of Hell's monthly achievements remarkably enhanced. As the conversation continued, Wang Yu felt his phone vibrate, puzzling him. He hastily picked it up to check. Apart from himself, was there anyone else able to access the network? Upon opening the message, he discovered it was a notification from the authorities. Greetings to all survivors in South City. This is the official base of South River City. We are issuing a notification for all faction leaders in South City. Please gather at the entrance of the base on the north side of Lakeside Park at 1 p.m. on October 20th. Due to communication barriers, please relay this message to any survivors you encounter. Thank you. Simultaneously, leaders from other factions received the information as well, some via satellite phones, others through radios, and some through word of mouth. The official summons for October 20th was set for tomorrow. Wang Yu stroked his chin, pondering whether the authorities intended to intervene in various factions or even consolidate the powers within South River City. After a moment of contemplation, it seemed he would have to make an appearance the next day to discern the intentions and attitudes of the authorities. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to negotiate business with them. Gold bar, elevate my ability level to S-class. Upgrade successful. 30,000 crystal cores have been automatically deducted. Current crystal core balance, 1,891. Ability unlocked, spatial teleportation. Before he could finish his thought, Wang Yu felt a surge of energy, his muscles gained a degree of strength, and he swung his arms, feeling light and powerful. His spatial awareness expanded by nearly 200 meters. Was this the pinnacle of abilities, the S-class? Wang Yu took a moment to compose himself, then focused his thoughts, vanishing from his spot. He silently appeared beside the bamboo grove outside the shop. And in the next moment, he returned to the counter within the store, a scene unnoticed by anyone, as if nothing had transpired. He then gazed through the glass at the official base across the way. In the blink of an eye, he found himself behind a robust sentinel. The sentry suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck and turned around, only to find nothing there. Was there something amiss? Back at the counter, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile, as if he had savored the sweetness of honey. With the 3 paramount skills of spatial manipulation at his disposal, there were few individuals in this world who could pose a threat to him. Now, he merely needed to steadily elevate his S-class abilities to a higher echelon, expanding his perception range and augmenting his power. After all, the farther the reach of spatial cutting and the distance of teleportation, the greater the consumption of energy required. Chapter 68. Nanjiang Base. The following morning, a contingent from the officials' arrow piercing the clouds had begun to arrive, with leaders of various factions trickling in. They dared not waste any time. After all, it was the official authority. Even in a world where order had collapsed and ethics were non-existent, no one would challenge the official supremacy. The information released yesterday had further solidified everyone's belief that the officials still operated satellites capable of remote missile launches. With precise, targeting capabilities, the threat of missiles loomed like a sword of Damocles over the heads of numerous factions. As the appointed hour had yet to arrive, they collectively gathered in the apocalyptic shop. People lounged on the comfortable sofas, with some adversarial forces letting their guard down, entirely due to the man behind the counter. As time progressed, the leaders of all factions in the South City convened, not at the entrance of the Nanjiang base, but within the apocalyptic shop. Among them were representatives from the Thunderfire base and the Xiang base, along with the Tiana base. Beside Cheng Ming of Thunderfire stood a youth, a low-level C-class ability user, presumably the leader of Thunderfire. However, This individual appeared fair-skinned and wore a gentle smile, starkly contrasting with the ruthless reputation of Thunderfire. From the moment he entered, he continuously surveyed the shop and Wang Yu. From the Xiang base, the commanders Jiang Zheng and Ling Xuelian were present. In the Tina base, Yi Tian maintained a tense atmosphere with Chu Lan, Liang Shu, and others, yet beside them were Jiang Quan and security robots. The attendees engaged in lively discussions regarding the official summons, expressing various concerns and fears about potential repercussions for their actions during the apocalypse. However, the most notorious leader of the Thunderfire base curiously examined the product descriptions, exuding an air of unwarranted confidence. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, the crowd exited the shop and crossed the stone bridge towards the Nanjiang base. Wang Yu, too, emerged from the shop after everyone else had left, trailing behind the group. This time, he did not bring along Heisei, nor did he need to. After all, he was a formidable S-class ability user who did not require the protection of a B-class beast. Primarily, Heisei had likely wandered off to indulge in mischief again. Shopkeeper, you should come too. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their heads in astonishment towards Wang Yu, who was trailing at the back. Even a peak-level powerhouse like the shopkeeper held some trepidation towards the officials. In an instant, the crowd felt a sense of relief. Wang Yu nodded faintly, disinclined to elaborate further. He was not intimidated by the official threats of missile strikes, as he possessed 3 formidable spatial abilities. Unless the authorities resorted to deploying a highly destructive nuclear weapon against him, a scenario that was nearly impossible, the group proceeded to the stone bridge, where they communicated their intentions to a few guards, who then allowed them to enter. Upon crossing the checkpoint and reaching the opposite bank, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of foreboding. Before them, a dozen tanks were neatly stationed around the perimeter of the base, alongside several heavy artillery pieces. Above the base, anti-aircraft guns stood ready for action. The surroundings were reminiscent of other bases, characterized by towering stone walls and watchtowers. Yet the scale was unmatched by any faction stronghold. Numerous patrolling soldiers were present, some adorned with red armbands inscribed with the word law enforcement. The group made their way directly to the entrance of the base, where a burly middle-aged man approached them briskly. His gaze was indifferent as he assessed the individuals before him, then gestured for them to follow. Upon reaching the guard station at the entrance, the man turned and instructed, "Please deposit your weapons and equipment with the guards. You may retrieve them upon your departure." At these words, a hint of displeasure flickered across the faces of the group. Yet they had no choice but to comply. Noticing that Wang Yu wore only casual attire and carried nothing, the man raised an eyebrow in suspicion. "Where is your weaponry?" he inquired. "I did not bring any," Wang Yu replied. The man frowned slightly, but chose not to pursue the matter further. They were then escorted to a conference room to wait. Half an hour later, a middle-aged man with graying temples entered with a measured stride. He took his seat beside the main position and scanned the room with a piercing gaze, pausing momentarily when his eyes fell upon Wang Yu. He thought. The auras of the others vary in strength, yet this young man exudes no signs of extraordinary ability, appearing quite ordinary and dressed in casual attire. He must be a secretary from one of the factions. He began to speak, his voice hoarse. "Let me introduce myself. I am Chen Gang, the political commissar of the mixed regiment from Nanjing City. As both the regiment leader and deputy leader are absent, I will preside over this meeting." Upon hearing this, Yi Tian promptly analyzed the man's data with his system. Abilities: body defense. Mentality ability level: C-class intermediate stamina, 360 speed, 150 strength, 150 defense. 950. Yi Tian was secretly astonished, recognizing the remarkable physical attributes. Chen Gang then cut to the chase, immediately easing the tension among the attendees with a single statement. "The purpose of gathering you all here today is to discuss various matters concerning the military's entry into the city. We hope for mutual assistance between the military and civilians to jointly fend off the threats posed by mutant beasts and zombies. We are not here to settle past grievances. We will not concern ourselves with your previous actions." However, with a sudden shift in tone, Chen Gang's demeanor grew icy. "That said, should anyone dare to engage in underhanded dealings under our watch, we will not hesitate to impose severe punishments. In serious cases, we may be compelled to take necessary measures. The current state of the world is well known to all, monstrous beasts and zombies whose power cannot be underestimated." Shortly after Zhao Gang finished speaking, he casually inquired, "Is that all? Does anyone have any objections or questions?" At that moment, an individual raised his hand and asked with ulterior motives, "Is there any heavy artillery from the government to combat the monstrous beasts? Perhaps missiles?" Upon hearing this, the leaders present perked up, their interest piqued. Chen Gang chuckled softly, replying, "You need not concern yourselves with that. However, as a personal piece of advice, during these extraordinary times that pertain to the fate of all humanity, do not act foolishly." The crowd swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, a young man from the Thunderfire base furrowed his brow, deep in thought. As the meeting concluded, everyone departed, save for Wang Yu, who remained seated. Chen Gang squinted slightly, scrutinizing Wang Yu, and asked, "Do you have a question?" Wang Yu slowly rose and walked over to Chen Gang, producing a red flyer from his pocket and handing it to him. Rubbing his hands together, he said, "Commander Chen, I am a merchant seeking to engage in trade with the military. I wonder if there is any interest." At this, Chen Gang's expression shifted, a look of surprise crossing his face. In this apocalyptic world, there were indeed many merchants profiting from the accumulation of resources, likely obtained illegally at the onset of the catastrophe. It was brazen of Wang Yu to openly propose business dealings with the military, attempting to capitalize on their resources. You are treading dangerously close to the underworld, Chen Gang thought. Nevertheless, he had previously stated he would not hold anyone accountable for past actions, and thus waved his hand dismissively, replying, "There is no such interest." This was the truth. The military possessed its own unique channels for acquiring resources. After Wang Yu's departure, Chen Gang glanced at the flyer casually, only to find it utterly nonsensical. It spoke of equipment and potions that could amplify abilities and weapons infused with powers. Nonsensical claims akin to a cow and labor, mere drivel. Consequently, he tossed it into the trash bin. Upon returning to the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu discovered that most factions had not vacated the southern city. Instead, they stood at the entrance of the shop, awaiting his return to open the doors. Some factions sought a space to discuss matters with the government, while others wished to place orders. Wang Yu did not hasten to dismiss anyone, adhering to the rules in place. "Chenghua, the government has implemented strict measures this time. You must be cautious of the clandestine dealings at your base. A single misstep could lead to leaks," Jiang Zheng warned the leader of Thunderfire Base, Chenghua, implying that should he discover anything, he would promptly report it to the authorities. To Jiang Zheng's surprise, Chenghua, with a flippant gaze, replied meaningfully, "You have no idea what true clandestine dealings entail." Jiang Zheng frowned slightly. While he was aware that the deranged Thunderfire dogs were conducting experiments, he was uncertain of the specifics. "Welcome," chimed a voice as three unfamiliar faces entered the shop, their expressions filled with disbelief as they surveyed the environment. "My goodness, what an extravagant place. And there's even soothing music playing. This is the urban area, and even in a post-apocalyptic world, it surpasses our place by leaps and bounds. My goodness, with so many supplies, I can hardly contain my greed. If only I could transport everything back to trade for merit points." The trio, clad in identical uniforms with armbands emblazoned with the word law enforcement, clearly belonged to the Nanjiang base across the river, representing the authorities. The leading young man cast a glance at those in the resting area, noticing that everyone was staring at them. He adopted a condescending tone and proclaimed, "What are you all looking at? Have you never seen a law enforcement squad before?" The crowd could only simmer with indignation, unable to voice their anger. Except for the hot-tempered Zhang Yingjing, who retorted, "What? You don't want us to look? Are you shy, Miss Flower?" Upon hearing this, Liang Shu beside him sensed impending trouble. The young man's expression darkened as he approached the speaking Zhang Yingjing. "Oh, what do you mean? Are you trying to provoke the law enforcement team? How foolish. Daring to speak to my brother Hong like that. Do you want to die? Believe me, with a single word, my brother Hong can have the military punish you." The young man, named Shi Hong, towered over Zhang Yingjing, demanding, "Say that again." Zhang Yingjing was ready to stand his ground, but Liang Shu quickly seized him, explaining, "I sincerely apologize, everyone. He was just having a moment, rambling nonsense, and wasn't he addressing you?" Zhang Yingjing was about to retort angrily, but Liang Shu whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "This is Wang Yu's shop. If the military discovers that law enforcement personnel harm someone here, do you think he can continue his business? Wang Yu has helped us immensely during these dire times and provided us with supplies. If you, Zhang Yingjing, seek to repay kindness with malice out of a moment of anger, then consider my words unspoken." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yingjing calmed down, feeling a pang of shame as he lowered his head. Indeed, he had not considered this aspect. The shopkeeper had treated them so well. Without the protection of the shopkeeper's security robots, they might have long since perished at Yi Tian's blade. Shi Hong, seeing Zhang Yingjing deflate like a punctured balloon, assumed his status had intimidated him. He leaned down and contemptuously patted Zhang Yingjing's right cheek, sneering, "If you're sick, take more medicine. Don't come out here to cause trouble, or someone might die." Zhang Yingjing lowered his head, biting his back teeth in frustration. Shi Hong then turned to address the other factions present, condescendingly advising, "I hope you all heed this warning. Never challenge the authority of the official forces, or you will bear the consequences. Don't think that your power is so formidable. Before the might of the official forces, you are nothing but paper tigers, easily crushed." Seeing no dissent among the crowd, Shi Hong arrogantly believed he had shown them mercy. He then led his two lackeys to the counter, where they found Wang Yu completely unfazed, engrossed in the LCD television, deliberately ignoring the posturing law enforcement squad. This blatant disregard incited the displeasure of the three. One of the law enforcement members, with a sharp face, slammed his hand on the counter and shouted, "Hey, are you blind? Can't you see us standing here?" Wang Yu displayed a look of astonishment and inquired with a smile, "Is there something you require? My store is well stocked." Hong Gu, with a stern expression, retorted, "Who permitted you to establish a shop here? Do you possess our authorization?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Hor appeared eager to observe how the store manager would respond. The others wore anxious expressions, aware that the manager, despite being an extraordinary individual, was not omnipotent and would likely fear the official's missile deterrence. The concern was that due to official interference, the apocalyptic store might undergo changes, for it served as the sole supply channel for everyone. Without a store overflowing with goods and peculiar items, survival in this bleak world would undoubtedly become arduous. Noticing that the three were not there to make purchases, Wang Yu's tone grew indifferent. "When I opened this store, you weren't around, and I never heard of needing anyone's approval." This statement sounded somewhat peculiar. Hong Gu pointed at his insignia, asserting, "Now you've heard of it, haven't you? Opening a shop near our officials will surely garner our protection. But it is not without cost." Wang Yu raised an eyebrow and directly asked, "What do you intend to do?" Clearing his throat, Hong Gu gestured towards the store. "We will not charge you money. We simply require a distribution of resources here, 70-30 in our favor. Do not think we will leave you without a way out. A third of these abundant supplies will suffice for you for quite some time." Wang Yu retorted without courtesy, "You must be dreaming if you think you can demand such a split, with a face like that. Your audacity rivals that of a bulletproof vest." The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Hong Ge's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with malice. They might have been numerous, but this store had no security. What gave him the audacity to speak so boldly? "Are you attempting to defy the authorities?" Hong Ge's tone turned frigid, serving as a final warning. "You must not have a mirror, nor do you know your own reflection. How could you hope to represent the officials? Do you truly consider yourself of any significance?" Before he could finish his tirade, Hong Ge's veins bulged as a powerful iron hand swiftly reached for Wang Yu, intent on seizing his throat. As the captain of the Jiangnan City enforcement team, he was indeed a mid-level D-class extraordinary individual, possessing considerable strength. Chapter 70. Face-to-face. At the very moment Hong Ge's hand was about to make contact with Wang Yu, his arm suddenly went limp. To everyone's astonishment, Hong Ge's arm was severed entirely, landing on the countertop. The spectators were left in shock. Moments later, a wailing cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. The intense pain caused Hong Gu to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Even in his agony, he did not forget to command his two subordinates to take action. "Kill him." The two snapped back to reality, exchanging hesitant glances, yet feeling compelled by Hong Ge's status. Should he meet with misfortune, they too would likely face dire consequences. Reluctantly, they steeled themselves to unleash their extraordinary abilities. "Damn it!" Together, before they could finish their words, both collapsed without warning, falling silent. Hong Gu stared blankly for several seconds before bellowing in fury, "What on earth are you doing? Attack him!" A few seconds later, the two individuals remained unresponsive, their gazes fixed, and their expressions rigid. Hong Gu suddenly became aware, glancing at Wang Yu with terror. "Who on earth are you? Do you not comprehend, child?" "I am merely a law-abiding, diligent merchant," Wang Yu replied, a smile gracing his lips. However, Hong Gu found that smile to be chilling, akin to that of the Grim Reaper. "You can't kill me. I am the captain of the law enforcement team at the Nanjing base. If you do, the military will not spare you. Their missiles will obliterate this place, and you will face utter ruin. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu merely scoffed, dismissing the threat. Moreover, my brother, Hong Gu attempted to invoke his status, but he realized he could not utter a sound, an overwhelming sense of helplessness engulfing him. With an expression of resentment, Hong Gu collapsed, his demise mirroring that of his two subordinates. In an instant, silence enveloped the air as onlookers stared blankly at the fallen members of the law enforcement team. Cheng Hui gazed at Wang Yu in astonishment, his eyes filled with trepidation, pondering whether the store manager was a fool or simply unafraid. What astonished everyone was not only the manager's ability to kill without a trace, but also his decisiveness in doing so. These were official personnel, the captain of the law enforcement team no less. In the face of such humiliation, they could only swallow their pride in silence, while the manager acted with ruthless efficiency. It was particularly alarming given that the military had issued a warning earlier that morning, and now, mere moments later, there were dead bodies. Moreover, the military base was just a lake away. Killing in their presence was undeniably a provocation. Ding! Contamination detected. Freya, clean the floor, dispose of the bodies in the lake, and wipe down the counter. The crowd murmured, the military base is right across the lake. It became clear that the manager's participation in the meeting was not out of fear, but rather an intention to demonstrate strength to the military. Afterward, Wang Yu resumed his nonchalant demeanor, continuing to watch television. Ahem, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, he stated. Me too. I urgently need to relieve myself, another chimed in. The weather has changed, and I still have laundry drying at my base. The leaders of the various factions hastily departed, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Regardless of whether the manager was foolish or bold, they certainly could not afford to offend the authorities. Jiang Zheng approached the counter, hesitated, and ultimately left in silence. The Nanjing base could not permit such a significant threat to linger. Although Wang Yu was formidable, facing the military, equipped with long-range heavy weaponry, alone was indeed a fanciful notion. Naturally, while each faction hoped to avoid trouble with the end-of-the-world store, survival was paramount. A few minutes later, only Chu Lan and her companions remained in the store. Zhang Yingjing stepped forward, thumping his chest. Brother Yu, those individuals deserve their fate. If the authorities come for us, we will have justification. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. Chu Lan cast a deep glance at Wang Yu. Aware that he was not an impulsive person, whatever course of action he chose, he surely had confidence in his ability to manage the situation. After all, this store possesses an abundance of wonders. If the apocalypse were a game, the store manager would undoubtedly resemble an NPC. As dusk fell, Heisey, weary and worn, returned to the shop, its fur disheveled, with several patches conspicuously sparse, as if pecked by a bird. Observing this, Wang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Was there still something capable of injuring Heisey? Logically, in its previous life, Heisey was unmatched in Nanjing City. Could it be that his nurturing had confined Heisey to this area of South City? Most likely, for in its former life, Heisey roamed freely, untamed and feral, hunting to procure crystal cores. Previously it was manageable, but now, with the emergence of mutated beasts from the outskirts invading the city, Heisey's dominance was indeed at risk. Those aberrant creatures from the wilds, in the absence of Heisey's suppression, might have already crowned a new beast king, one with formidable strength. Wang Yu gently patted Heisey's head, gazing into the distance, contemplating when he might assist Heisey in vanquishing that new beast king. As an S-rank spatial ability user, dealing with an A-rank or B-rank beast should pose no problem. In the following days, few customers graced the shop, but Wang Yu paid it no mind. Being the sole large-scale store in the city, those wishing to avoid suspicion would inevitably need to procure supplies. Within an office in the Nanjing base, the atmosphere was tense. What? Shi Hong and 2 enforcement team members are missing? Who allowed them to leave the base without permission? Li Bing exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his expression dark and foreboding. The individual before him wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to explain. It was my order. My position is somewhat unique. So our people should not emulate this. Write a 1,000-word reflection and dispatch a search team throughout the city. We must find them alive or dead. Li Bing sighed slightly. Although it was Shi Hong's fault, he bore an undeniable responsibility for the situation occurring within his jurisdiction. At that moment, Zhao Xing, standing nearby, offered reassurance. This morning, the political commissar just issued a warning to all factions. No one should dare to touch our people. Let us hope that is indeed the case. In recent days, news of officials dying in the Apocalypse shop had spread like wildfire. Many believed the End of Days shop would inevitably face official retribution and began to ingratiate themselves with the authorities. The ad hoc investigative team formed by the officials swiftly acquired the information and promptly reported it to Captain Li Bing. Initially, he found it hard to believe that someone would dare to commit murder beneath the very eyes of the authorities. However, another discovery pointed directly to the End of Days shop. The bodies of 3 enforcement team members surfaced in the lake. "Captain, shall I lead a team to apprehend this scoundrel?" A furious company commander, incensed by the audacity to strike at their faces, volunteered eagerly. Yet, Li Bing shook his head in refusal. In the End of Days world, many matters required the upper echelons like themselves to take direct action. It was essential to recognize that those who dared to openly provoke the authorities possessed considerable power. Sending subordinates of lower ranks would likely result in the loss of crystal cores. Each ability user's rank was painstakingly built up, and he could not afford to lose even one. Moreover, Lu Hong's identity is rather unique. He must personally undertake this journey to ascertain the true intentions of the store manager and, if necessary, execute immediate judgment. Old Zhao, when will the vice captain return? It remains uncertain, but judging by the influx of newcomers, it should be soon. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, and soon, a light rain began to fall. Inside the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu reclined in a massage chair, sipping hot tea while perusing books on supernatural abilities. Business had been slow these past few days. Even when customers did appear, they lingered for little time. Meanwhile, Haizi, unusually, lay napping on the sofa in the rest area. As Wang Yu had decreed that it could only occupy the sofa when the area was unoccupied. At that moment, the roar of an engine pierced the air, and Wang Yu turned to see a military green transport vehicle come to a halt at the shop's entrance. A sardonic smile crept across his face. They had finally arrived. "Thanks to your official interference, my business has suffered these past few days, and I intend to make you pay dearly for it." Several figures clad in black raincoats disembarked from the transport, brandishing oddly shaped firearms, and promptly formed a line before the shop. Wang Yu immediately recognized that these weapons were extraordinary, likely designed specifically for combating supernatural beasts or abilities. In his previous life, he had encountered such armaments. The leader of the group was a tall figure who first surveyed the apocalyptic shop and then, peering through the glass, fixed his gaze upon Wang Yu behind the counter. Advancing with deliberate steps. "Ding. Welcome." Li Bing led his men into the shop, removing the hood of his raincoat, and locked his hawk-like gaze on Wang Yu, who remained leisurely ensconced in his massage. Yet, the seemingly ordinary young man exhibited no sign of trepidation. Instead, he provocatively inquired, "Are you here to restock? Feel free to browse." Li Bing did not respond but rather questioned in a low, menacing tone, "A few days ago, 3 enforcers visited your establishment. Did you kill them?" Wang Yu raised his porcelain cup, savoring his tea, and replied casually, "Are you referring to those 3 fools with armbands?" "Indeed, I did." At this admission, the group instantly bristled with fury, their murderous intent directed squarely at Wang Yu. Li Bing's demeanor darkened, and he commanded coldly, "Very well, seize him." However, his words abruptly halted. Out of the corner of his eye, Li Bing noticed a black dog approaching. Upon recognizing it, his pupils constricted, and his mind momentarily froze. Haizi, tilting its head, regarded Li Bing with a hint of mockery. The subordinates, poised to act, suddenly found themselves halted by their commanding officer's silence. One unable to contain his curiosity blurted out, "Captain, should we apprehend this man?" Silence. Everyone, remain still. Li Bing shouted, panic evident in his eyes as he stared at the black dog, swallowing hard. This was the very beast that had indirectly saved his life days prior. Although the black dog had not transformed, Li Bing distinctly remembered it. This creature, swift and devastatingly powerful, had toyed with a robust black bear as if it were a mere plaything. He was certain that the black dog's prowess rivaled that of the captain, if not exceeding it. Such a formidable beast, how could it possibly be found here? Could it be that? Li Bing glanced at Wang Yu, who appeared remarkably composed, and a sudden hypothesis arose in his mind. This extraordinary creature must be the pet of the young man. The only reason a beast of such immense power would submit is that the young man's strength must surpass that of the black dog. This individual is certainly not someone they can provoke. No one can. Moreover, in their moment of peril, Hazy unexpectedly appeared to rescue them without asking for anything in return, perhaps only taking away a bag of chicken legs. It's possible that this act of salvation was at the behest of the young man. Seeing Li Bing staring blankly at Hazy, Wang Yu couldn't help but find the situation somewhat peculiar. Could this person possess some unusual preferences? Although Hazy is a female dog, are you truly that hungry, my friend? Li Bing turned his head, a hint of respect emerging in his gaze, and his tone softened. How should I address this esteemed gentleman? Wang Yu sighed, becoming increasingly resolute in his thoughts. The shopkeeper. Very well, shopkeeper. I actually came here to inquire. Not a chance. Li Bing was abruptly interrupted before he could finish, startling him. Wang Yu, with unwavering determination, declared, I do not consent to this marriage proposal. You should abandon any such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Li Bing was left utterly baffled. What? What marriage proposal? I merely wish to ask the shopkeeper why he took action against our people. Did they commit some egregious offense? Wang Yu's enigmatic prowess surely wouldn't crush a few insignificant ants without reason. It must be because those three had displeased the shopkeeper. Noticing the sudden shift in the captain's demeanor, the subordinates were filled with confusion. Captain, even if they have erred, this person cannot. Unexpectedly, Li Bing, breaking from his usual demeanor, turned and bellowed, Silence. Whoever speaks again will face 100 days of confinement. At these words, the others immediately fell silent. Wang Yu, pleased with the response, succinctly recounted the events. Those three foolish individuals came to me, attempting to split my resources 3-7 in their favor. I have never encountered anyone with such audacity. Li Bing listened attentively, realizing that Lu Hong and the others had violated discipline and offended someone. He quickly bowed to Wang Yu, offering his apologies and promising that such incidents would never occur again. Ahem, esteemed shopkeeper, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Wait. Just as Li Bing was about to flee, his body trembled, fearing he had displeased the shopkeeper. Because I eliminated 3 nuisances. The entire city believes that my shop is to be raised by your official missiles, and now I find myself without business. Upon hearing this, a strong survival instinct propelled Li Bing's thoughts into rapid motion. After a moment, he tentatively suggested, Then may I represent the authorities to order some goods? Wang Yu regarded him with approval. Very well, be sure to examine the product descriptions thoroughly. Seeing that there was nothing further for him to do, Hazy turned and returned to the resting area. Li Bing quietly exhaled in relief, grateful to have preserved his life. Thus, he instructed several subordinates to remain in place while he leisurely explored the entirety of the shop. As Li Bing surveyed his surroundings, he realized that this establishment was indeed extraordinary. His eyes flickered with interest as he made his way toward the weapons section. Chapter 72. Interest here. There are arms for purchase. Li Bing picked up a rifle, confirming that it was not a mere replica. However, he quickly shook his head. The utility of such weapons seemed to have dwindled to almost nothing. What on earth are these extraordinary weapons? His gaze shifted to the towering shelves beside him, which were adorned with numerous cold weapons, yet exuded an air of advanced technology. He cautiously grasped a long axe, feeling an unusual familiarity wash over him. Unable to resist, he ran his fingers along the axe, though he could not discern the material from which it was crafted. The blade was exceedingly sharp, capable of effortlessly slicing through skin with the slightest touch. In awe, Li Bing recalled the shopkeeper's words and hurriedly sought out the item description, poring over it with intent. Name: Mountain Cleaving Axe Level. B. Description: When wielded by a power-type Esper and infused with their abilities, it grants an additional 20 points of lethality. Other Espers gain an additional 10 points of lethality. Type: Non-consumable item price: 1,200 crystal coins. Upon reading this, Li Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. The descriptions of other extraordinary weapons were equally fantastical, as if they had leapt straight from the realm of a video game. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take the axe and strolled over to the nearby shopping cart area, casually pushing one out and gently placing the axe inside. In any other store, he would have dismissed such implausible items outright, but the shopkeeper's enigmatic identity left him hesitant to draw conclusions. He could not definitively judge these items without further investigation. Thus, he resolved to acquire them for the weapon research department at the base. If these items proved authentic, a revolution in military weaponry would be inevitable. Consequently, Li Bing meticulously examined each product, even scrutinizing the safety umbrellas in hopes of uncovering some hidden truth. Over an hour later, his shopping cart was nearly overflowing. filled with each illogical item he could find. He arrived at his final destination, the book section. The array of books astonished him once more. They contained extensive knowledge of extraordinary abilities, explained with remarkable detail. Some perspectives resonated with the official manuals, while others delved into realms unknown to the authorities. It was essential to recognize that countless investigation teams had toiled day and night since the onset of the apocalypse to arrive at such conclusions. Glancing at the author's name, Li Bing pondered deeply. Could he be the one who first disseminated information about the apocalypse in its early days? He recalled the fervent online discussions about espers, zombies, and exotic beasts at the onset of the calamity. However, the official response had been overwhelmed by the sudden chaos, leaving no time to trace the origins of such information. How had the shopkeeper acquired these books? Where did these products originate? The implications were chilling, and Li Bing inhaled sharply. Upholding the principle that practice is the sole criterion for truth, he selected several books from the shelves, determined to validate their authenticity upon his return. If they proved genuine, the authorities could navigate the darkness with significantly less uncertainty for years to come. He meticulously organized everything, ensuring that no peculiar items were overlooked before approaching the counter. He explained to Wang Yu, "Manager, we would like to purchase a portion to test out. If the results are satisfactory, we will certainly place a substantial order." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu smiled and nodded. Li Bing, observing this, felt a sense of relief, then cautiously inquired, "I have a question, though I am uncertain if I should ask." Wang Yu shook his head, responding calmly, "Do not inquire, nor dwell on it. If thoughts arise, refrain from voicing them." Li Bing nodded fervently, realizing that further questioning was futile. After completing the payment with crystal coins, he requested Wang Yu's phone number for future orders before departing with the group. In the vehicle, the commander seated at the wheel could no longer contain his curiosity. "Captain, what is the situation? He has killed Lu Hong and the others, yet we are so subservient, not daring to utter a word. The brothers are on the verge of bursting, and how shall we explain this to the deputy regiment commander?" Li Bing did not respond with anger. Rather, he offered a rueful smile and explained, "Lu Hong and his companions erred, and it is indeed a matter for the organization to resolve. However, the manager's prowess is unknown. Yet it is evident that he is not someone we can provoke." He turned to glance at the supplies they had just acquired. "Moreover, if these items are indeed so extraordinary, we will need to negotiate business with the apocalyptic store in the future." The individual expressed skepticism, saying, "No matter how formidable he is still a carbon-based life form. I refuse to believe that our military's missiles cannot eliminate him." Li Bing's gaze deepened as he shook his head, analyzing, "Given the current circumstances, heavy artillery cannot be produced any longer, meaning each missile counts. Presently, the entire nation requires such firepower. These precious resources must not be utilized unless absolutely necessary, and only if local military forces encounter insurmountable threats from aberrant beasts. Our human survival space is rapidly diminishing. These weapons represent our final line of defense. Do you believe it wise to employ them against someone who might benefit the military?" The individual was rendered speechless by this line of questioning. Shifting the tone, Li Bing's expression grew serious as he warned, "Xiao Peng, I understand you have some ties with Lu Hong, but now, no one can jeopardize the interests of the entire base or even the entire military district for personal grievances. As for the deputy commander, I will explain the situation to him." Xiao Peng, the commander, fell silent. In the outskirts, amidst a vast yet ravaged military base, the last convoy successfully departed. Two figures clad in military uniforms stood atop a vantage point, gazing into the distant mountains. One, a middle-aged man with graying hair, expressed a hint of concern in his profound gaze. "Xiao Shi, do you think that by leaving voluntarily, they will follow us into the city?" The young man beside him offered reassurance. "It is highly unlikely. The last time they attacked our base, it was primarily because we encroached upon their territory. As our regiment moves into the city, only a few aberrant beasts were transported, mostly those that do not abide by the Beast King's authority. They are merely a minority." The middle-aged man nodded silently. Regardless of the circumstances, moving into the city was undoubtedly preferable to remaining under the watchful eyes of a horde of aberrant beasts. Moreover, the zombies in the urban area could serve as a certain deterrent against these creatures. "You should accompany the transport team back to the Nanjiang base. I need to visit the military district for a report." Understood. Chapter 73. The military also aims to make an example upon the transport vehicle's return to the Nanjiang base. Li Bing promptly took possession of the goods and hurried to the research laboratory, filled with curiosity about these items. At that moment, a soldier on duty spotted Captain Peng and immediately jogged over to inquire. "Captain, was the perpetrator dealt with on the spot?" The young man, known as Xiao Peng, shook his head. "No, the battalion commander has instructed us not to touch him." Upon hearing this, the soldier's expression turned anxious as he leaned in close to Xiao Peng and whispered, "I heard the deputy regiment commander has returned. If he asks about this, how are we to explain?" Xiao Peng, however, appeared rather composed. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I will report to the deputy commander." With that, he turned and departed. Half an hour later, within the underground research facility of the Nanjiang base, an elderly man with thinning hair and well past his 60s sat behind a desk. He was intently examining a skill scroll through a magnifying glass. After a short while, he lifted his gaze to Li Bing and shook his head. "In my long life, I have never encountered such peculiar items. Take this scroll, for example. It resembles nothing more than a mere piece of scrap paper, yet it seems as if it has been enchanted. Even someone as staunchly materialistic as I am cannot help but be drawn into the realm of theology." Li Bing was taken aback by this revelation. He quickly gestured toward the nearby psychic weapons and potions, asking, "What about these? Is there a way to replicate them?" The elderly man sighed and shook his head apologetically. "I must admit my limitations. The materials for these items are unique, and I cannot comprehend them, let alone reproduce them." However, a flicker of fervor sparked in the old man's eyes as he continued, "What I can ascertain is that these items will not have adverse effects on the human body. If there are any, they will be temporary. If we could equip the military with these weapons, clothing, and potions, our struggles against the aberrant creatures and zombies would not seem so dire." Li Bing nodded in agreement, contemplating for a moment before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, intending to smoke a cigarette and reflect, he noticed that the area where tanks and heavy artillery were usually stationed had many empty spaces. He inquired of the soldier on duty, "What happened here?" The soldier, standing at attention, replied respectfully, "It seems the deputy commander returned briefly and then left in a hurry, taking several tanks and heavy artillery with him." Before the soldier could finish, Li Bing realized the implications and muttered angrily, "This is truly infuriating." Meanwhile, in the apocalyptic shop, Wang Yu was indulging in a massage chair while playing a single-player game. Suddenly, a series of thunderous roars erupted from outside, accompanied by a cacophony of shouting voices. Instantly, Wang Yu activated his spatial awareness, and everything around him became vividly clear in his mind. 3 light tanks, several transport vehicles, and a crowd of around 100 people were present. He also noted that, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, 5 small-caliber artillery pieces were positioned. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Yu let out a cold chuckle, realizing that there were still those attempting to probe the situation. It seemed that Li Bing had not performed his duties adequately. Spatial perception indicated that among these individuals, there was a C-level mid-tier ability user, likely a military officer of higher rank than Li Bing. A multitude of onlookers had been drawn to the commotion, pointing and whispering. Such a grand display was undoubtedly directed towards the apocalyptic store. There was no denying it. The store manager had overstepped his bounds by provoking the authorities, and it appeared that even the foundation might be shattered this time. This was likely just the tip of the iceberg regarding the official's power. Yet it sufficed to deal with the apocalyptic store. What a pity it would be to destroy all the resources inside. It would be wiser to first apprehend the store manager, then seize what they could before resorting to violence. "You are merely human." A stern-faced youth stepped down from a transport vehicle, his gaze fixed on the apocalyptic store in the distance, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Beside him, Xiao Peng felt suffocated by the overwhelming aura of malice and pressure to commit murder right under the noses of the authorities. And not only to be allowed to do so, but also to collaborate with them. Was Li Bing's mind entirely muddled? I entrusted my cousin to him, and he couldn't even keep a single person under control. What a waste of space. The youth scolded angrily, having just learned of the situation, incredulous that Li Bing still entertained the notion of conducting business with the very individuals responsible for his cousin's demise. Although his relationship with his cousin from the village was lukewarm at best, he was not someone who could be easily disposed of. "We cannot solely blame our captain." Silence. "I will settle the score with Li Bing later." Having said that, he turned his attention back to the seemingly brick structure of the apocalyptic store, scoffing, "I'll make you regret opening this establishment." He then grasped the walkie-talkie, preparing to obliterate the fragile building. intentionally escalating the situation for the sake of other factions watching. This act served as a warning to deter any future fools from challenging the inevitable. Fire. Reduce it to rubble. On the other side, the artillery team had already aimed their cannons at the target, and upon receiving the order, the trained personnel swiftly loaded the shells. Moments later, 5 shells launched from the cannons, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. The 3 tanks were not idle either, each firing an armor-piercing round, intent on completely annihilating the store. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the skies, the ground trembling slightly from the force. And a powerful heat wave made it difficult to look directly at the scene, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The youth confidently raised his gaze, convinced that the dilapidated building would be reduced to mere shards. However, the outcome left everyone astounded. The apocalyptic store remained standing, unscathed. Not even the glass had shattered. Surrounding the store, craters had been formed by the shells, filled with shattered fragments. Yet upon reaching the store's vicinity, the explosive force seemed to dissipate entirely, rendering it ineffective. The onlookers, a collection of ability users, were left speechless, staring in disbelief at the unblemished store. If one were to tally the explosions, they would find 8 shells fired, yet only 7 detonations heard. The environment inside the store remained unchanged. When the shells struck the structure, Wang Yu felt not even the slightest tremor. It was truly otherworldly. Wang Yu appeared visibly excited, not due to the nearby shop's disregard for the explosive impacts, but rather because, at the very moment a shell was about to collide with the building, he had swiftly taken advantage of the dust cloud created by the explosion to silently absorb a shell into his spatial pocket. Damn it, hit the mark. Keep the explosions coming. The young man roared defiantly, believing the shells had failed to strike accurately. Subsequently, a relentless barrage of shells continued to rain down upon the target area. However, as the smoke dissipated, the outcome remained unchanged. Despite the massive quantity of munitions that had reduced the ground beside the shop by several centimeters, the establishment itself remained untouched. At this moment, the astonished Xiao Peng recalled the commander's words, turning to the young man and saying, "Commander Yang, our captain mentioned that this person's strength is unfathomable. Perhaps we should." Chapter 74. Strength beyond measure. The young man named Yang Jun, however, dismissed this concern with a narrowed gaze directed at the shop. Suspecting some form of advanced technological shield or an unusual supernatural ability. With a cold sneer, he boldly strode forward, thinking, "It's merely a tortoise shell. What is there to fear? Stay here on standby. I shall confront him." Originally an ordinary soldier, Yang Jun had awakened 2 supernatural abilities due to the apocalyptic virus, advancing at an extraordinary pace far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, marking him as exceptionally gifted. Through his remarkable achievements and the unique circumstances of the apocalypse, he had ascended to the position of deputy commander, and it was impossible for him to lack a sense of pride. The opponent was merely a supernatural being sheltered in a greenhouse, nothing compared to the fierce beasts of the outside world. Upon arriving at the entrance of the shop, he immediately spotted Wang Yu lounging at the counter with his feet propped up, casually playing on his phone. This sight darkened Yang Jun's expression as he stepped inside. "Chime, welcome," rang out the store's automated greeting. Yang Jun scanned the area, noting the absence of others, traps, or any defenses, and let out a derisive laugh. "Are you so aware of your impending demise that you've made no preparations?" Wang Yu cast a nonchalant glance in his direction, his tone inscrutable as he replied, "I welcome customers. If you come to cause trouble, you may meet your end." Although framed as a warning, it was a provocation intended to incite Yang Jun, enabling Wang Yu to strike decisively, as a rare C-grade intermediate crystal core would serve as a delightful treat for Heisei. In response, Yang Jun laughed rather than becoming enraged, his eyes filled with murderous intent. "I shall see how you plan to bring about my demise." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, an urgent voice suddenly broke through. "Shopkeeper, spare him." Li Bing rushed in, breathless, positioning himself between the two. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly explained to Wang Yu, "I'm so sorry, shopkeeper. I failed to introduce properly. Please, do not be angry. Spare him this once." Before he could finish, Yang Jun's furious voice interrupted. "Li Bing, what nonsense are you spouting? Get out of my way." Though Li Bing was a subordinate, his seniority and age prompted him to turn and speak sternly. "Commander Yang, trust me. We are no match for the shopkeeper. Do not seek your own demise. Come back with me immediately." Yang Jun sneered, "Am I not your match? What a joke. In Nanjiang City, apart from the commander, who can surpass me? I see you've been in logistics for a few days, and your courage has shrunk. You are frightened by just a few words. Hurry and get lost. I haven't settled accounts with you for the troubles that occurred under your management. And now you still wish to defy orders on the battlefield?" Yet, Li Bing stood resolutely between the two, aware that Yang Jun's prowess and potential were truly exceptional. He did not want the military to lose such a talent in vain. Thus, he turned to Wang Yu, saying, "He is merely young and impetuous. Please, do not take it to heart. I implore you to spare him." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu took a sip of tea and calmly replied, "That depends on whether he understands the situation and is seeking his own demise." Very well. At those words, the usually proud Yang Jun was instantly consumed by rage. Exploding into action, Li Bing gritted his teeth, intending to intervene, but Yang Jun was already prepared and struck him away with a powerful punch. It is known that the higher the rank, the greater the disparity between levels, and by the time one reaches level C, the difference is monumental. Suddenly, one of Yang Jun's arms transformed into a steel spike, channeling all his strength directly toward Wang Yu's neck. This attack was unrestrained, showcasing the lethal decisiveness characteristic of a soldier from an apocalyptic world. The sound of air being cut through echoed fiercely. Just as the steel spike was about to make contact with Wang Yu, it was abruptly seized by him, unable to advance even a fraction. Such a seemingly unstoppable strike was effortlessly caught. Yang Jun furrowed his brow, preparing to use his abilities to break free, only to find Wang Yu's hand clamped down like an iron vice. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, the battle-hardened Yang Jun quickly retaliated with his other hand, feigning an attack from above to divert attention. However, a knife blade had silently pierced through his military boot, revealing its tip. He had hardened his foot. Yet, Wang Yu, who operated within the realm of the store, was far from oblivious to his subtle maneuvers. With a casual wave of his hand, he flung Yang Jun away, appearing to possess immense strength while actually employing the power of the store's domain. Under the overwhelming force, Yang Jun crashed heavily into a shelf. Yet curiously, the shelf remained completely unyielding, and the items atop it were undisturbed. Fortunately, Yang Jun managed to harden his back at the last moment, absorbing much of the impact. Though he still felt a lingering pain, the strength-based ability user, Wang Yu, slowly rose, languidly stating, "Ending every encounter with a single blow is rather dull. It is time to stretch my legs." Yang Jun let out a cold snort, undeterred, and charged once more. In an instant, he was before Wang Yu. Yet in the blink of an eye, Wang Yu vanished. Alarmed, Yang Jun's pupils contracted. Once again, he faced a speed-type ability user, one whose velocity rivaled that of the commander. Wang Yu reappeared behind him, unleashing a devastating punch. This time, he did not utilize the store's abilities, but relied solely on the raw strength of an S-level ability user. Combined with the rigorous training of recent days, the terrifying force slammed into the back of Yang Jun's head, knocking him to the ground. Despite the excruciating pain, Yang Jun turned to retaliate, only to find Wang Yu had once again vanished. Upon witnessing the situation, he immediately activated his steel-like powers to shield his back. However, the extent of his protection was limited, allowing him to only safeguard half of his body. Yang Jun decisively reinforced his upper body. Yet Wang Yu took advantage of the moment, pressing his foot into Yang Jun's knee pit, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Yang Jun, filled with rage, cursed vehemently, hastily fortifying his lower body. Predictably, his upper body bore the brunt of another blow. Half a minute later, Yang Jun was on the brink of unconsciousness. Yet he muttered incoherently, questioning why this was happening. It seemed impossible. Wang Yu appeared to possess a form of clairvoyance, landing each strike precisely where Yang Jun was unprotected. What was even more incredulous to him was the fact that he, a mid-level C-class ability user and one of the elite within the military district, was utterly powerless against Wang Yu. Even when facing a commander with similar speed abilities, he had never found himself in such a dismal state. Despite his rapid reactions, he could never land a hit on Wang Yu, nor could he even glimpse his opponent's figure, leaving him to endure the onslaught passively, while those fists were undeniably heavy. Observing the incapacitated Yang Jun, Wang Yu let out a faint sigh. He had anticipated a more vigorous exchange. Instead, he had barely broken a sweat. He had assumed Yang Jun was more resilient, only to discover he was a mere loudmouth devoid of true strength. At this, the once arrogant Yang Jun became infuriated. spitting blood and losing consciousness. "It is time to end this," Wang Yu declared, activating his spatial perception, preparing to retrieve the crystal core. Just then, a resonant voice interrupted. "Wait." Wang Yu frowned slightly, sensing the presence of another expert. Chapter 75. Business comes first, an unabated surge of violence. Turning to look, Wang Yu saw a stern-looking middle-aged man with a dark complexion entering the store, followed closely by Li Bing. "Store manager, could you do me a favor and spare his life?" the man implored. Li Bing quickly interjected. "This is our commander, Zhu Yi. He was once a leader of the army, but due to the exceptional circumstances of the apocalypse, he has been assigned here." Faced with a figure of authority from the former military, Wang Yu remained indifferent, his expression still impassive. "You, who sit comfortably with your iron rice bowls, fail to eradicate the zombies and aberrant beasts, and instead point your weapons at defenseless civilians like us. If you cannot manage your own people, I will take it upon myself. Do not think that just because you are a military leader, you are beyond reproach. However, this may affect our business relationship," he added, pausing to allow the middle-aged man to continue. The man, with no airs about him, reluctantly said, "Li Bing has informed me in detail about your store's products, and I believe the entire military would be very interested. If we were to incur disfavor from above over such an inconsequential individual, it could jeopardize our business relations." Li Bing nodded in agreement. Indeed. Today, your store has suffered no losses. Once we return, we will ensure he rectifies his mistakes and personally comes to apologize to you." Wang Yu hesitated for a few seconds, weighing their earnestness against potential benefits. Then let out a deep sigh. Very well. I hope you can uphold your promises. Should this happen again, I shall send him directly to seek the afterlife." Hearing that Wang Yu was not intentionally making things difficult, both individuals could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, Wang Yu's tone shifted, and with a slight upturn of his lips, he spoke with a profound implication. Teaching a person may require several attempts, yet when it comes to imparting skills, one encounter suffices. Upon hearing this, the two were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a series of sharp, piercing sounds erupted. Yang Jun, who was teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, was abruptly jolted awake, letting out a heart-wrenching wail. He was gripping his own arm tightly. The seemingly unscathed limb was, in reality, shattered beyond repair. The bones had been so thoroughly fragmented that even the most skilled healer would be rendered helpless. Observing this, the middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly as he cast a deep glance at Wang Yu. Despite possessing extraordinary speed, he was entirely unable to discern how this individual had executed such a strike. It appeared that this so-called manager was indeed formidable. "My hand. What have you done? Captain, quickly eliminate this terrorist." To his surprise, the usually mild-mannered and cultured middle-aged man, who often mingled with the soldiers, was now rarely seen in such a furious outburst. "Compared to others, you resemble a terrorist more, bringing out artillery and tanks. The organization grants you power not for you to flaunt it over the masses." Yang Jun, enduring excruciating pain, attempted to defend himself. "He killed first. Silence. Do you think I am ignorant of the circumstances? Apologize to the manager now, and then return to me with a 5,000-word reflection." Yang Jun's face turned ashen, unwillingly turning his head aside. "What? Are my words ineffective? Shall I offer you my position instead?" With no other recourse, Yang Jun knew full well that the captain's word was law, and he struggled to rise, casting a cold, fierce glare at Wang Yu. "I was in the wrong. I apologize to you." Wang Yu remained unresponsive, and after a moment, remarked with a feigned curiosity, "Where are those mosquitoes buzzing from?" "Damn it!" Yang Jun, seething with rage, felt his body tremble, yet under the pressure from above, he gritted his teeth and reiterated loudly. Finally, Wang Yu, with a condescending nod and a dismissive wave, indicated that it was of no consequence. He then deliberately muttered, "Such a loud outburst. Have the mosquitoes mutated?" Yang Jun's vision dimmed, and he fainted from the sheer frustration of being toyed with for so long, having endured a severed arm, and then being forced to apologize, only to be met with ridicule. Who could endure such indignation? Zhu Yi cast him a look of disappointment and instructed Li Bing to drag him away. Wang Yu gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa in the lounge, indicating that it was time to discuss serious matters. However, Zhu Yi smiled and said it was not yet time. Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged toward him, causing cold sweat to break out on his back and making it difficult for him to breathe. Alarmed, he hastily explained, "Manager, I need to consult with the military district to facilitate the bulk purchase of goods. The oppressive atmosphere immediately dissipated, and Wang Yu donned a professional smile. Manager, I cannot arbitrarily decide on such a substantial amount of public funds without first consulting the opinions above. However, I am certain that the products in your esteemed store will undoubtedly pique their interest. Wang Yu pondered this for a moment, considering the possibility of old Deng leading him astray with empty promises. A glimmer of cunning flickered in his eyes. You see, I possess a certain restlessness, a compulsion to engage in physical activity at regular intervals, and fortuitously, your base is situated right next door. Zhu Yi naturally grasped the underlying threat in this statement and nodded in agreement. Furthermore, the road adjacent to the store has been destroyed. Please ensure it is repaired promptly. I will arrange for that immediately. Upon returning to the South River base, the political commissar, Chen Gang, who had just received the news, hurried over to inquire as he witnessed Yang Jun being carried away on a stretcher. Li Bing succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events. What? Chen Gang's expression reflected disbelief as he absorbed the information. Could it be true that a hidden dragon resided near the base? Are the products of the apocalyptic store genuinely so extraordinary? Indeed, they are, and the commander has already rushed to the military district without delay. Suddenly, Chen Gang seemed to recall something and dashed back to the previous conference room, rummaging through the trash bin filled with shredded papers. Fortunately, no one had disposed of the garbage in recent days, and soon enough, he unearthed a red flyer. He then scrutinized it meticulously, leaving no word unexamined. After an hour of intense focus, astonishment enveloped him, swiftly followed by elation. This represents a pivotal opportunity for the resurgence of humanity. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, a healing type ability user gazed at Yang Jun with a sigh, noting that the bones and tendons in his entire arm had been shattered beyond the possibility of recovery. Upon hearing the prognosis, Yang Jun's expression stiffened. He slammed his fist against the wall, creating a gaping hole. I shall have your life. On the other side of the wall, a young man with hemorrhoids squatting in the restroom, covered in dust, stared blankly at Yang Jun. Are you not ashamed? After venting his rage, a cold demeanor settled over Yang Jun. In that case, let us all brace for hardship. Chapter 76. The Awakening Agent. As the majority of the forces in South River City have relocated to the Southern District, many witnessed the spectacle in the park. Have you heard? The authorities deployed several tanks and dozens of artillery pieces today, unleashing nearly an hour of firepower upon the apocalyptic store. Goodness, is that the fate of those who provoke the authorities? Surely the store would be reduced to rubble. No, the apocalyptic store emerged unscathed. Not a speck of dust upon it. Are you serious? How is that even possible? A brother on site remarked. I believe it is due to the manager's enigmatic abilities. I told you, the manager is so formidable that even a nuclear bomb would not faze them. You should have mentioned this yesterday. So what was the outcome? I heard that several officers came to negotiate, each with increasingly impressive ranks, including a general. Yes, indeed. I saw them restore the destroyed park before they left the base in a huff, no doubt about it. It was indeed those few officers who personally laid the tiles. No wonder the store manager commands such respect. Even the military, wielding formidable firepower, must regard him with trepidation. In no time, tales of this situation spread like wildfire, becoming increasingly exaggerated. Yet, amidst the gossip, some rejoiced while others despaired. Some were wary of the store manager's prowess, while others felt grateful that the apocalyptic shop still stood. The following morning, within the communications room of a colossal underground city, an elderly man with a head full of silver hair sat in an office chair, studying a tactical map with a furrowed brow. The space for survival had once again diminished. It could not continue like this, lest the organization send someone to replace him. At that moment, the landline beside him suddenly rang. Hello, is this Commander Huang? This is Yang Jun from the Mixed Brigade of Nanjing City. We have met before. The old man, somewhat perplexed, replied, It is I? What is the matter? Due to the extraordinary circumstances, for the sake of communication and management, the 5 major military districts of Huagua had been divided into several smaller districts, almost one for each province. However, the Nanjing city where Yang Jun resided did not fall under their jurisdiction. Commander Huang, we have a formidable B-level aberrant beast residing in Nanjing City. Even with the assistance of Commander Zhu, we could not contend with it and have been grievously injured. I wish to request your military district to launch a missile to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, the old man was taken aback. A high-tier B-level aberrant beast. It is known that such creatures are exceedingly rare across the nation. Why not let your military district's commander handle it? He inquired with a serious tone. Yang Jun had long prepared his justification. He sighed and said, due to the leadership of the B-level aberrant beast, the entire military district is overwhelmed with tasks. And heavy firepower is needed everywhere. Our district is somewhat stretched thin. Commander Yang, you know missiles are limited and should not be deployed lightly. Furthermore, your military district has not stated, Commander Huang. There is no time to waste. Every second sees dozens of soldiers fall. Can you bear that responsibility? I have already pinpointed the dwelling of that B-level aberrant beast. One missile will surely annihilate it. At that time, you will be hailed as the foremost hero in slaying the aberrant beast, and the organization will not neglect your contributions. Under Yang Jun's persuasive arguments, the elderly man, who sought to preserve his safety in this apocalyptic world, found himself wavering. Is the location precise? This is a missile. If the positioning is off, it could harm innocent lives, and we would both face a military tribunal. Yang Jun smiled confidently and replied, of course. He then relayed the coordinates of the apocalyptic shop and urged for haste. Half an hour later, a Fengling intercontinental missile was launched from the Jiangbei military district, streaking through the sky. At that moment, Wang Yu was busily situated behind the counter, immersed in his work, the pleasant sounds of the card machine ringing continuously. The store had once again returned to its bustling state. After several transactions, his small treasury had accumulated 580 crystal coins. Gold bars. Please elevate the store level to intermediate. Now that all of Wang Yu's supernatural abilities had been unlocked, the elevation of the store's level had become considerably less crucial. The store level upgrade was successful, automatically deducting 5,000 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 580 crystal coins, and unlocking the product, Supernatural Awakening Serum. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's eyes sparkled with understanding, as he instinctively grasped the essence of the situation. He promptly opened the system store to peruse the product descriptions. The icon depicted a syringe filled with a pale red liquid. Ability Awakening Agent. After injection, non-ability users have a 30 chance of activating an ability. An ability user with one ability has a 20 chance of activating a second ability after injection. An ability user with two abilities has a 15 chance of activating a third ability. Type, single use. Cost price, 60 crystal coins. It can awaken multiple abilities. Though the probabilities are somewhat low, Wang Yu could not help but draw a sharp breath. The implications of such a substance for ordinary individuals were self-evident, and it would certainly be advantageous for typical ability users as well. With this agent in hand, ordinary ability users could compensate for their inherent deficiencies using crystal cores, placing them on par with those possessing multiple abilities. As for ordinary people, the benefits were even more pronounced. Wang Yu immediately sensed a significant commercial opportunity and abruptly stood up, clearing his throat loudly. The crowd turned their attention toward him, awaiting his words in silence. After all, Wang Yu was a figure even the authorities feared, and they dared not be negligent. Wang Yu directly utilized his remaining crystal coins to procure a substantial quantity of ability awakening agents, holding one up to explain to the gathered crowd. In conclusion, he stated, the current price is 600 crystal coins per vial, and we only have 50 available. It's first come, first served. The crowd was left in a state of astonishment. Could it truly be possible to awaken a new ability? Seeing Wang Yu nod, they hastily gathered around to inspect the product. If an ordinary person were to acquire 4 agents, could they ensure a guaranteed awakening? Wang Yu smiled. It all depends on luck. Some may succeed with just 1, while others might require 10 or more to see results. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated. 600 crystal coins was no trivial sum, and if fortune were to be unkind, all their investment could vanish without a trace. At that moment, several individuals stepped forward, placing their payment cards on the counter, stating, we would like 4 vials, please. Upon seeing their uniforms, the crowd immediately understood. They were from the Xiang base, renowned throughout the city for having the highest number of ordinary individuals. Should all of them awaken abilities, the Xiang base would undoubtedly become the largest power in Nanjing City, second only to the authorities. The significance of the ability awakening agent for them was undeniable. Beep, the payment card deducted 2,400 crystal coins, leaving a current balance of 6,800. The individuals decisively swiped their cards, evidently having received authorization from their base commander. The leader of the group took possession of the syringes and approached a visibly anxious team member. who had evidently failed to awaken an ability under the influence of the apocalyptic virus. The team member accepted the syringe, and under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he clenched his teeth and injected it into his skin. After half a minute, there was still no reaction, prompting expressions of disappointment among the onlookers. Chapter 77. A fortunate acquisition. The leader remained composed, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. Let's try again." The team member nodded and injected himself once more. As the agent coursed through his veins, he suddenly felt unwell and abruptly collapsed. His teammate rushed to catch him. At that moment, Wang Yu's voice rang out, "Congratulations. This is the weak phase of awakening your supernatural abilities. Once this period passes, you will become a supernatural being." The probability of an explosion is astonishingly high. The crowd exchanged glances, their spirits soaring with delight as they rushed forward in a frenzy. "I'll take 2 for myself. Bring me 3. I want 5. Before long, the 50 vials of awakening agent were nearly depleted, not due to insufficient demand, but rather the limited supply of crystal cores each individual possessed, given that luck varied among them. Some rejoiced while others despaired. However, this was of no concern to Wang Yu, who was solely focused on counting the crystal cores. "Grandpa, your grandson is calling you." At that moment, Wang Yu's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Li Bing. Thinking it was about the supply order, he immediately answered. Before he could utter a word, a frantic voice crackled through the line. "Manager, get out of the store now. There's a missile." Wang Yu was taken aback, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What do you mean?" "It's Yang Jun. He has notified the military district to launch a missile at your current coordinates. The missile has been launched for quite some time, so hurry and leave." Wang Yu pondered for a moment and activated his spatial perception. After confirming that no missile was within his sensing range, he asked Li Bing about Yang Jun's whereabouts. "There's no time for explanations, manager. You need to leave now, otherwise, when the missile lands, the park on your side will become a wasteland." However, Wang Yu remained remarkably composed, calmly questioning. "You assured me that Yang Jun wouldn't cause me any trouble." Li Bing was nearly beside himself with anxiety. Upon learning the news, he had immediately informed Wang Yu, desperate to prevent the apocalypse store from being obliterated. Yet, Wang Yu's focus was elsewhere. A missile is at stake. Even if separated by an entire lake, their southern river base would still be affected by the blast waves, let alone the apocalypse store, which lay at the epicenter of the explosion. "This is my problem. You must leave the store immediately, or it will be too late." To his surprise, Wang Yu still did not respond, coldly stating, "Bring Yang Jun to me before nightfall." Or else he then hung up the phone. At that moment, Li Bing could only pray for the manager's safe escape. He did not wish for a major business partner to meet with disaster. In the future, they would still rely on the store's goods to secure a piece of habitable land for humanity. "Report to the camp leader. The deputy commander has escaped the base." Li Bing cursed under his breath. Even if Yang Jun had lost an arm, he was still no match for him. "Issue a wanted notice, and have the communications officer contact the commander immediately to inform him of the situation." At that point, the apocalypse store was devoid of any patrons. Wang Yu leaned against a wooden chair in the small courtyard, appearing somewhat languid, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the sky. Since the courtyard was also a part of the store, it was an undeniably invulnerable zone. Before long, the silhouette of a missile appeared diagonally, hurtling towards him at remarkable speed, swiftly entering the domain of his spatial perception. Wang Yu's pupils constricted as he activated his powers at lightning speed. In the next instant, the missile abruptly vanished, leaving behind a long trail of smoke in the air. "I did it. I can indeed react to missiles." Wang Yu grinned, finding himself in the vast expanse of his own space, now containing a stationary missile. "In gratitude for the generous gift bestowed upon me by Yang Jun, I resolved to reward him with a conversation alongside the esteemed Tai Gong to share sentiments." After a prolonged period of anticipation, the city of Nanjing remained eerily tranquil. Hidden in the shadows, Yang Jun could not suppress his growing suspicion. Where are the missiles? Why the delay? His unease was mirrored by Li Bing, who had been vigilantly observing from the opposite shore. They had commenced preparations for defense at dawn, yet now, silence reigned supreme. As dusk descended, Yang Jun, still devoid of any auditory indication of impending chaos, felt compelled to venture into the park. To his astonishment, there were no signs of bombardment. The apocalyptic shop stood resiliently, like an unyielding mountain. Where are the missiles? Was it not stated that they had already been launched? Could it be that the old man was deceiving me? Furrowing his brow, Yang Jun cursed under his breath. Yang Jun, are you aware of your actions? A low voice suddenly resonated beside him. Reacting instinctively, Yang Jun sprang back, eyeing the elderly man with silver hair before him with caution. With a derisive snort, he retorted, of course, I am aware. That shopkeeper is clearly a dangerous element. My actions are for the sake of the base. Spare me your nonsense. Your motives are driven by your own arrogance. Even if you harbor resentment, retaliating in such a manner is unjustifiable. With a profound sigh, Zhu Yi lamented, you have fabricated military intelligence. As it stands, even I cannot protect you any longer. You must accompany me to the military tribunal. At that moment, 3 battalion commanders, including Li Bing, arrived on the scene. Stand down, Yang Jun. Yet Yang Jun, seemingly unwilling to surrender, erupted into laughter, declaring, as a soldier, the notion of capitulation is foreign to me. I undertook this operation with the resolve to face death. I had miscalculated. I did not foresee that the military had secretly retained such swift missile interceptors. Zhu Yi's tone grew grave as he remarked, no, our interception system did not account for this. Witnesses claim to have seen the missile streaking across the sky, only to vanish at the moment it approached its target. At these words, Yang Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. This is impossible. In the next instant, a large hand silently grasped Yang Jun's shoulder. As he attempted to break free, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him. Shopkeeper, this is an internal matter, Zhu Yi hastily intervened, hoping to salvage the talented individual who had strayed due to his hubris, but it was too late. Stripped of his crystal core, Yang Jun collapsed. And in his final moment, he cast a resentful glance at Wang Yu, still unwilling to accept the grim reality. Thus, a C-grade mid-tier powerhouse fell. His demise as quiet as a whisper. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, a palpable fear gripping their hearts as their eyes darted toward Wang Yu. Apprehensive that they might be next, they were not afraid of death itself, but of the uncertainty surrounding its arrival. Wang Yu surveyed the group with an indifferent gaze, stating, I shall accept his crystal core. Consider it your compensation. Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed. In the wake of his words, the others dared not voice their objections. Zhu Yi swallowed hard and hurried after him, whispering into Wang Yu's ear, Shopkeeper, my request has garnered significant attention from above, but we must first allow our base to conduct trials. In due course, representatives will arrive to assess the results. The commander nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he discussed the business at hand. Observing this, Zhu Yi cautiously interjected, that store manager, well, it's about our missile. Instantly, Wang Yu's expression shifted to one of indifference as he coldly replied, I am unaware of any so-called missile. If we are not discussing business, kindly keep your distance. No worries, Zhu Yi chuckled awkwardly.